As the celestial battleship was under construction, my dragon mothership soared through the skies, commanding all. Does Asgard dare to rise above mortals? No, no, they are but a swarm of insignificant ants. Unworthy of consideration, does Thanos aspire to dominate the Earth, believing the Avengers to be his adversaries? No, no, there's still me. Thanos, king against king. Your true opponent is I. Chapter 1. The Dragon Mothership. In the year 2008, in the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai. Shanghai, the largest city in China and the second in Asia, is often referred to as the Paris of the East. It is a globally renowned financial hub and one of the largest metropolitan areas in terms of both population and area. Shanghai is among the 6 world-class urban agglomerations globally. The port of Shanghai boasts the highest cargo throughput and container volume in the world, establishing itself as an international port. It is also the location of China's first free trade pilot zone. Here one finds a corporate consortium ranked among the top 3 in the world, alongside the tallest skyscrapers. The Zudian's Tower stands as the tallest and most magnificent edifice in the world, soaring to a height of 999 meters, symbolizing the supreme position of being number 1 in the world. With a total of 333 floors and an expansive area of 6.5 square kilometers, it surpasses the Burj Khalifa by 1.2 square kilometers. You can see the top floor of the Zudian's Tower in the conference room. Please report on your progress. The main seat, Liu Heng, surveyed the company executives gathered below, tapping the conference table to signify the need for his subordinates, who were whispering amongst themselves, to present their project updates and completion status. Boss, my third-stage gene project is complete with a success rate of 99. The capabilities of the third-stage gene warriors can rival that of Black Widow, and they can even gain the upper hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a foreign elder with golden hair and blue eyes stood up, utilizing the full-screen virtual phone reserved for the upper echelons of the Zudians group. He projected his engineering project onto the screen behind Liu Heng, stating, "Report the expenses incurred for the project." The secretary, with a striking figure, standing beside Liu Heng, produced a virtual notebook and, glancing at Dr. William, who had just reported, inquired in a low voice about the funds expended. According to the statistical results, the living experiments consumed $150 billion. All subjects were unable to withstand the potency of the third-stage gene, fluid, and met their demise. Among them, 152 Americans, 183 Germans, 176 Brits, 198 Russians, 219 Japanese, 201 South Koreans, and 145 Chinese, totaling 1,274 experimental subjects. The preparation of the gene fluid consumed a total of $789.5 billion, with 1,274 failures. Equipment and accommodation costs amounted to $152.6 billion, leading to a total expenditure of $1.0921 trillion for the project. He retrieved an A4 sheet from the satchel secured to his arm and handed it to the bodyguard standing behind him, signaling him to present it to the seated boss. The bodyguard respectfully accepted the A4 paper, his expression solemn, as he stepped forward toward his company's esteemed boss, the sole investor. Boss, he respectfully handed the documents in his hand to Liu Heng, his eyes filled with fervor akin to that of an ardent admirer. Upon receiving the materials from the bodyguard, Liu Heng cast a cursory glance, dismissively throwing them onto the conference table, his gaze shifting irreverently towards the alluring secretary. Boss, the data appears accurate, but Liu Yixuan, perusing the financial figures provided by William on her tablet, confirmed there were no discrepancies. However, upon reviewing the funding projects, which amounted to an astounding $2 trillion, she hesitated to report the remaining financial situation, casting a troubled glance at Dr. William. "Speak." Noticing the unease of his secretary, Liu Heng commanded with an unyielding tone that if that scoundrel William dared to embezzle his funds, he would not hesitate to make him a test subject. The remaining financial situation has not been reported by Dr. William. As Liu Heng's words fell, Liu Yixuan felt an uncontrollable urge to divulge the status of the remaining $2 trillion. Yeah. At this, Liu Heng snapped his fingers, and a projection of a young Eastern girl materialized in the conference room. "Brother, is there something you need from me?" The artificial intelligence Yaya, exhibiting a semblance of life, bounded towards Liu Heng's position, joyfully inquiring. Investigate the status of the remaining funds. What is the situation? His tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Dr. William has allocated the remaining funds towards the initiation of the 4th-level gene liquid project. This is the application report he submitted. Yaya, a pinnacle of artificial intelligence, transcended the label of mere AI, rightfully termed a cognitive brain. With a delicate wave of her virtual hand, the details of the remaining funds instantaneously appeared within the conference room. Allocate $1.5 trillion to him. I expect to see the 4th-level gene liquid by next year. If not, I trust your daughter will accompany you to heaven next. Upon reviewing the application plan, Liu Heng promptly approved the allocation of $1.5 trillion as the initial funding for the Gene Research Institute. His gaze then pivoted to an elderly Chinese gentleman. Boss, the Tenglooong Mothership has been successfully developed. As we are a pharmaceutical group lacking advanced energy technology, we utilized 5 armor crystals as energy sources, totaling an expenditure of $4.58 trillion. Professor Wang Jian rose, handing a document to the bodyguard behind him to deliver to their boss. The Tenglong Mothership is a true national treasure, and it would never be recorded online, even with their top-tier AI Yaya. This remained unchanged. Oh, so soon? Upon hearing that the Tenglong Mothership had been fully constructed, Liu Heng finally expressed a flicker of interest, eagerly flipping through the materials handed by the bodyguard. This was a contender capable of rivaling aerospace carriers possessing. It would grant dominion over the skies, which was indeed a cause for his elation. Yaya, please scan the specifications of the Tenglong aircraft carrier. Soon, Liu Heng perused the information and instructed the artificial intelligence. Yaya, the materials provided by Wang Jian imparted an aura of unreality to him. Maglev technology, energy defense shields, laser cannons, each corridor equipped with laser nets and Gatling guns, genuine optical invisibility, defense, superior, attack, moderate. 1,000 meters beneath the surface rested a carrier measuring 1,200 meters in length and 330 meters in width, quietly ensconced within the base. That moment, an infrared laser net swiftly swept across the dragon-emblazoned aircraft carrier, and the analysis report materialized before the eyes of all present. I command. Upon receiving the analysis of the Tenglong aircraft carrier, Liu Heng's expression turned grave as he cast a commanding glance over the assembly, his voice resonating with authority. Swiftly, he ordered, as the senior executives of the company, upon hearing their boss's low command, rose in unison, their gazes fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting his directives. I command that the Tenglong aircraft carrier be launched immediately, and the Armored Warriors Team Studio be relocated aboard the Tenglong aircraft carrier. Dispatch 10 4th-tier mutants to guard the vessel and monitor global activities. He produced a pre-prepared document and handed it to Liu Yixuan beside him, instructing her to distribute it among all the senior executives present. After passing the document to Liu Yixuan, he strode confidently towards the exclusive elevator of the conference room, pressing the button to descend to the base, standing silently. Within, as he awaited its descent, doubt if he could manufacture the Tenglong aircraft carrier before S.H.I.E.L.D. Then the Jingtian Group would indeed possess the capability to contend with long-established organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Brotherhood. Chapter 2. The Unrivaled Mothership Base. Before the colossal entity before them, many corporate executives gaped in astonishment. Even Liu Heng, once a super hacker, found himself momentarily awestruck. He had been a reclusive enthusiast of the parallel world of water spheres and the undisputed king of the cyber realm. On a stormy night, lured by $1 million incentive, Liu Heng ventured to infiltrate the internal systems of the National Security Bureau. As he breached the first layer of their defenses, he was detected by a nascent artificial intelligence developed by a National Research Institute. In a fierce contest of defense and offense, Liu Heng, engrossed in combat with the AI, overlooked the intensifying lightning outside. He became almost possessed as he battled the AI prototype. Ultimately, his victory came at the cost of revealing his location. He triumphed over the artificial intelligence, but collapsed from exhaustion, his arms numb, and succumbed to slumber on his keyboard. Upon awakening, he discovered himself in a different realm, with a rudimentary artificial intelligence program manifesting on his computer. As time passed, he successfully established dominion over the AI and, leveraging both it and his extraordinary hacking skills, infiltrated the core of the United States Department of Defense. His choice to invade the United States stemmed from its status as the world's leading superpower, possessing information that surpassed that of any other nation. After examining the core data of the United States, he realized he had traversed into the daunting Marvel universe, where he discovered his newfound superpower, the ability to manifest his words into reality. Upon realizing the nature of this world, he first reached out to his parents, only to find that they were remarkably similar to their counterparts in his original world. The distinction lay in the fact that his parents in this universe were the controllers of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, holding complete ownership. Recalling a statement made by the world's richest man, Bill Gates, in his original world, that the next world billionaire would emerge from the pharmaceutical sector, he promptly requested 100 million renminbi from his mother and ventured into the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, immersing himself in the pharmaceutical industry. With the aid of artificial intelligence, his company, Zhutian Group, swiftly swept across the globe, producing miraculous cures for ailments such as AIDS and cancer. As success often breeds envy, Zhutian Group inevitably attracted the attention of certain affluent individuals and national powers. Through intricate webs of influence, they sought to control this rising dark horse. However, under Liu Heng's extraordinary ability, those who dared to encroach upon his domain either met with grim fates on the streets or mysteriously vanished. Such occurrences became frequent, and Zhutian Group earned a reputation as an entity not to be trifled with, for its terrifying prowess was undeniable. Among those interested was a fourth-tier mutant who sought to monopolize the lucrative Zhutian Group, drawing the attention of nations and powerful factions eager to witness the unfolding drama. The astonishing spectacle left them in shock. The fourth-tier mutant, during a live broadcast, experienced a disconcerting dislocation of head and body, instilling fear among various factions, ensuring that no one dared to covet the interests of his company thereafter. Over the past decade, the Zhutian Group has infiltrated numerous sectors, from entertainment and gaming to the internet industry, all under the astute guidance of Liu Heng. He has been widely acknowledged as a formidable genius, rivaling the likes of Tony Stark. The moniker Tyrant was bestowed upon him due to the astonishing efficacy of the specialty drugs produced by his company, which rivaled the very essence of tyranny. For instance, should an individual suffering from AIDS take the specialized medication today, they would be completely cured by tomorrow, akin to the ancient tyrants who dictated life and death at will. Liu Heng commanded the AIDS virus to perish, and perish it did, thus solidifying his title as a tyrant. Looking, he surveyed the eager and highly animated executives, nodding subtly before speaking in a solemn tone. The high-ranking officials and personnel aboard the mothership refrained from boarding the colossal vessel, their hopeful gazes fixed upon him. Understanding their hesitation, Liu Heng realized that as the investor of this behemoth, being the first to embark would only serve to embarrass them. Professor Wang, please provide a comprehensive introduction to everything regarding the Tenglong Mothership. I emphasize everything. After boarding the Tenglong Mothership, Liu Heng turned to Wang Jian, who followed closely behind, his tone grave as he emphasized the word everything. This is the Longying fighter jet, capable of reaching speeds of up to 10 Mach. Second-tier genetic warriors can withstand the pressure exerted at such velocities. Each Longying fighter jet is designed for vertical takeoff and landing, exhibiting remarkable agility and combat capabilities that can rival the American Cohen-style fighter jets, Professor Wang explained, pointing to the deck where over 20 Longying fighter jets were stationed, his face aglow as he elucidated to the executives. This is the laser cannon, capable of instantaneously obliterating a Longying fighter jet. The mothership is equipped with 500 such laser cannons, and notably, these cannons are not operated by humans but are controlled by AI. After detailing the fighter jets, he directed attention to a turret on the deck, succinctly summarizing its specifications and quantity. This mothership employs magnetic levitation technology, ensuring it operates with minimal noise and can achieve speeds of up to 5 Mach. Its optical stealth capabilities allow for complete invisibility. Once cloaked, even standing directly in front of it would not reveal its presence. As he elaborated on the benefits of optical stealth, Professor Wang became increasingly animated, almost rejuvenated, passionately detailing all its advantages while also acknowledging the drawbacks. Namely, that without sufficient energy, this colossal machine would lose its optical stealth capabilities and become visible to the world. Indeed, we have discovered a method to enhance the energy of the armor crystals by utilizing solar panels crafted from vibranium to absorb sunlight and convert it into formidable energy. Consequently, we will no longer fear the airborne Dragon Mothership or the energy shortages that may occur when Sinan and his companions transform into armored warriors. Professor Wang has meticulously considered the shortcomings associated with energy deficiency, prompting a satisfied nod from Liu Heng. Meijin instruct the 5 individuals, Sinan, Dongshan, Beimiao, Shizhao, and Kuenzhong, to release the energy from the armor crystals. He turned to the young woman with a ponytail who was following Lu Yixuan and spoke. Understood. Meijin replied with a nod, leading the 5 armor summoners away from the deck towards the energy activation chamber. As they passed by Wang Jian, all 6 expressed their gratitude in hushed voices. The timing of summoning the armor is intrinsically linked to energy availability, and considering Professor Wang's thorough preparations, their appreciation was well-founded. Open the base exit door. Open the base exit door. Open the base exit door. Chapter 3. Racing against time with the utterance of those 7 words. The entire hive-like base trembled slightly. A resonant sound akin to a muffled thunder echoed as the titanium alloy doors of the front of the Dragon Mothership slowly opened. Activating anti-gravity technology, it lifted 1 meter off the ground. Yaya's youthful voice rang out once more in the center of this penultimate layer of the base. Just as her words faded, the Dragon Mothership gradually levitated under the influence of anti-gravity, reaching approximately 1 meter before hovering in mid-air, awaiting further commands. The passageway obstacles have been cleared. Please inject energy into the Dragon Mothership immediately. Please inject energy into the Dragon Mothership immediately. Please inject energy into the Dragon Mothership. As the Dragon Mothership reached the altitude set by Yaya, an invisible scanning wave traversed the passageway 3 times, accompanied by a deafening announcement. The call to inject energy resonated 3 times, urging the armor crystals to expedite the energy infusion. Otherwise, this colossal craft would remain unable to depart the base due to insufficient energy storage, failing to become the true sovereign of the skies. Meijin, what is going on? Lu Yixuan, closely following Liu Heng, noticed the change in his expression, stealthily breaking away from the group. She approached the other end of the deck and quietly inquired through her communicator. The power of the armored warriors rests in her hands. Should dissatisfaction arise, she might face pressure from other teams. Yixuan, we have yet to locate the energy storage room. Meijin's voice came through the communicator with an air of helplessness. In their haste, they had neglected to ask the staff for guidance, leaving them in a rather embarrassing predicament regarding the location of the energy room. You are indeed reckless. The energy storage room is situated in the central layer of the cabin. Hurry and activate the armor crystals. I'm already growing impatient. Lu Yixuan was indeed defeated by Meijin. When you all set out, you were brimming with confidence. Now, however, you find yourselves unable to locate the energy storage room, utterly disgracing the entire team. Immediately infuse energy into the Tenglooong Mothership. Immediately infuse energy into the Tenglong Mothership. Immediately infuse energy into the Tenglong Mothership. At this moment, Yiya's tone carried a hint of impatience, as the colossal vessel illuminated with red lights accompanied by a deafening alarm. Warning, insufficient energy, please replenish energy. Warning, insufficient energy. Please replenish energy. Warning, insufficient energy, please replenish energy. This time, it was not Yiya's humanized voice, but rather the mothership's automated program issuing the alarm. What on earth is happening? Why has the energy not been supplied yet? Liu Heng, whose complexion was already grim, furrowed his brow at the sharp, piercing alarm. His gaze fell upon the approaching Lu Yixuan, eyes filled with indifference, awaiting a satisfactory explanation from her. I sincerely apologize. We lost our way and do not know where the energy storage room is, which has caused a delay, Lu Yixuan said, her head bowed, unable to meet Liu Heng's eyes, feeling a sense of shame. Yeah, how much longer can the energy stored in the Tenglong Mothership last? Ignoring Liu Heng, he inquired through the microcommunicator, fully focused on the debugging of the Tenglong Mothership and the inspection of all systems, without daring to be distracted. Brother, it can hold out for one more minute. After 1 minute, the Tenglong Mothership will lose power and become a true wreck. Yia's voice was grave, laced with urgency. Hearing the words from the communicator, Liu Heng lost his composure, his face etched with anxiety. This vessel is worth nearly $46 trillion if it becomes a wreck. Would he not have wasted all his efforts? What on earth is happening? Why will the Tenglong Mothership turn into ruins if it does not receive energy replenishment in 1 minute? At this moment, he could no longer care about appearances. Though his emotions were somewhat heightened, he forced himself to regain composure and asked, "Brother, the Tenglong Mothership was programmed by Professor Wang Jian and others. Once the backup energy is exhausted, it will self-destruct." Yia's tone was filled with helplessness, caught off guard by that group of researchers. "Damn it, if the armor crystal energy cannot be released in 30 seconds, I will make you all pay dearly." Liu Heng turned, striking Wang Jian across the face with a fierce glare directed at Liu Yihuan. If his memory served him correctly regarding Liu Yihuan's report, Tony Stark had already gone to Afghanistan for his company's weapons exhibition. He believed it would not be long before the plot unfolded completely, at which point he would publicly declare himself as Iron Man at the press conference. Thus, the various formidable figures of this world would gradually reveal themselves before the public eye. Magneto, the Professor, Thor, and the Hulk, all beings of his caliber, would inevitably emerge one after another. If his Tenglooing Mothership's maiden flight were to fail, the narrative would revert to the control of S.H.L.D. Wouldn't that render his decade-long strategizing futile? The reason for slapping Professor Wang Jian was his own hubris, tinkering with self-destruct protocols. If the energy could not be replenished in time, this colossal vessel, constructed at the cost of trillions, would be rendered worthless. Mei Jin, you have 30 seconds to reach the energy storage room and activate the armor crystal. Liu Yixuan's frantic roar was a testament to the incompetence of those around her, lamenting that she should never have assumed leadership of the Armor Warriors team. The upper echelons of the company, observing Liu Yixuan and Wang Jian, exchanged sardonic glances. Should they incur losses in the trillions, these two would surely find their existence unbearable. In any arena, intrigue and rivalry are commonplace, especially within a conglomerate of such magnitude. It would be wise for you to temper your schemes. The survival of the company is at stake. Should you dare to play tricks, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. His gaze swept coldly over the executives, his tone as chilling as a winter's breath, sending shivers down their spines. Understood. The executives, grasping the underlying implications of his words, nodded in trepidation, casting fearful glances at this colossal figure. He, who could provide them with everything they currently possessed, surely had the power to reclaim it. Just look around. The gene soldiers, wielding laser guns and exuding an aura of lethal intent, confirm Liu Heng's capabilities. In the energy storage room, hurry, time is of the essence. Mei Zhen's face was etched with anxiety as she frequently glanced at her smartwatch, urging her companions. Mei Zhen, do not panic. We will release the crystal energy shortly. Observing the worry on her crush's face, Dongshan quickly reassured her, revealing the armor summoner in his hand. You have 15 seconds remaining. 15, 14, 13. Yaya's voice echoed within the energy storage room as a reminder. According to the order of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, press your energy launch buttons. Yaya's virtual projection materialized in the energy storage room, issuing commands. Chapter 4. Preparations for takeoff. Shi Zhao, Dongshan, Bei Miao, Xian Nan, and Kuan Zhong activated the armor crystal in that sequence. Yaya waved her small hand, detailing their tasks thoroughly before vanishing from the energy storage room. Although she had departed, the countdown persisted, steadily ticking away. 10, 9, 8. As the time dwindled to 5, under Mei Zhen's hopeful gaze, exchanged nods, with Shi Zhao being the first to press the crystal activation button, followed by Dongshan. Just as they completed the activation, the countdown ceased, and the massive vessel began to tremble. At that moment, the six, including Liu Heng in the command room, assumed the Tenglooong Mothership's maiden flight had failed. A melodious sound, one that would bring joy, resonated throughout the mothership's docking bay and the entire high base. The Tenglong Mothership successfully connected to the energy system, replenishing its backup power, a process that would take 5 minutes. Patience was required. The mothership's program detected fluctuations in energy, channeling it into the engines to sustain its operation, while 4 streams of energy rapidly replenished the backup energy reserves. The mission was finally accomplished. Mei Jun, her heart racing, heard the delightful sound and could not help but collapse onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The preceding situation had been perilously tense. Had they activated the crystal even a moment later, they might have met their demise that very day. In the United States, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., a series of urgent knocks interrupted Nick Fury as he browsed through the aerospace carrier project. Frowning at the abruptness, he rose, tidied his appearance, and called out with measured authority, "Enter." As he spoke, the office door was forcefully flung open, startling him. Upon seeing the intruder, he could only respond with exasperation. "Coulson, could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? You're usually not so reckless and clumsy. Don't tell me you found a girlfriend." He seized a pen from his desk and tossed it towards Phil Coulson, who had always played the role of the good guy in the Marvel Universe. Upon catching the pen, Coulson's eyes sparkled. How could he not recognize this particular pen, used by none other than Captain America himself? "Director, urgent intel. Our satellite has just detected 5 signatures approaching the peak of the 4th tier from the direction of the magical metropolis in China." After stowing the pen in his breast pocket, he handed over the documents he held, his tone urgent and his expression anxious. "Have we discerned the source of this?" Hearing the report, Nick Fury's expression turned grave. The emergence of 5 entities nearing the strength of 5th-tier beings from the Celestial Empire warranted serious concern. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D. had only Hawkeye, Black Widow, and an unawakened Steve Rogers as formidable assets. How would they defend against an attack from Hydra or the Brotherhood? Not to mention the possibility of a surprise assault from the Celestial Empire itself. "Director, as you are well aware, the magical metropolis is a stronghold. Acquiring intelligence from there is exceedingly challenging, let alone receiving any information emanating from it. However, it is certain that the energy fluctuations originated from within the Celestial Group." Coulson, sensing his superior's anxiety, felt a twinge of amusement. It appeared Fury was overly concerned. Yet he concluded with the precise location of the energy fluctuations. "We shall closely monitor all developments in the magical metropolis. Once the aerospace carrier's engine research is completed, we need not fear the Celestial Group." Upon hearing his loyal subordinate's report, Nick Fury could only facepalm in exasperation, gesturing for Coulson to take his leave. After Phil Coulson's departure, a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. However, thoughts of the engine brought him excruciating headaches. In New York, within the Brotherhood, the leader spoke. "There are 5 mutant presences of the 4th pinnacle level emerging from the Celestial Empire." A woman with blue skin stood respectfully before an elderly man with short hair and spoke. "Understood. You may withdraw. After all, that is not a realm where we can interfere." Eric Launcher gestured for Mystique to step back, closing his eyes and murmuring softly. He uttered these words because a suffocating aura emanating from the direction of the magical metropolis instilled a sense of dread within him, making him reluctant to provoke it. In New York, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. "Professor, there's been a disturbance in the magical metropolis," Jean Grey began. But the professor interrupted her with a wave of his hand. His expression was grave as he shook his head and spoke in a somber tone. "The affairs of the Celestial Empire do not concern us. Most importantly, that is a forbidden territory for mutants. Venturing there is tantamount to courting death." Yet, Jean wished to say more, only to be interrupted once again by the professor, who stated, "Jean, you need only to understand that even Eric would meet his demise in the magical metropolis." Refrain from inquiring further. In Berlin, at the Hydra headquarters, the world is on the brink of transformation. A sigh echoed, plunging the chamber into silence, devoid of any sound. Deep beneath the magical metropolis, a conversation unfolded. "Yaya, please elucidate why the backup energy was depleted in less than 2 minutes." while the 4 armor crystals require 5 minutes to fully charge. Liu Heng, noticing the puzzled expressions of some higher-ups, found himself at a loss, as they were not from a computing or research background. He had no choice but to call upon the artificial intelligence to clarify the matter. Brother, the initial activation of the Dragon Mothership necessitates an immense energy supply. Without this substantial energy, the ship risks becoming nothing more than a heap of useless scrap. To successfully initiate the ship, all systems must be thoroughly checked to ensure a successful launch, which is why all backup energy was consumed within 2 minutes. However, once successfully launched and airborne, it will not expend much energy, allowing the backup power to sustain it in combat mode for an hour. Yaya, fully cognizant of Liu Heng's intentions, articulated her explanation within the command room, enlightening the previously bewildered higher-ups about the situation. According to their calculations, the backup energy could provide power for the magical metropolis for 10 days. So how could it be exhausted in merely 2 minutes? Now, they understood. Activate the reverse anti-gravity system, engage the energy shield, and initiate optical stealth mode. After elucidating the situation to the higher-ups, Yaya ceased her discourse with them, promptly severing the backup energy supply and activating essential functions beyond weaponry. Warning: the mothership is in motion. Please remain seated and refrain from wandering about. Warning: the mothership is in motion. Please remain seated and refrain from wandering about. Warning: the mothership is in motion. Please remain seated and refrain from wandering about. The mechanical voices resonated throughout the vessel, cautioning all personnel and executives aboard to stay put. After all, this was the maiden voyage of the Tenglong Mothership, and unforeseen incidents were to be expected. Chapter 5. A call for Mother following the 3 announcements. The executives and staff stationed in the command center and various cabins observed through the virtual screens as the Tenglong Mothership began its gradual ascent, its speed steadily increasing. Upon reaching 30 knots, the acceleration ceased, and it proceeded to glide through a luminous corridor every 10 meters. My heavens, this colossal creation, crafted at the expense of trillions of dollars, truly possesses the capability of flight. Is it poised to dominate the world? Although the energy shield can withstand a nuclear strike, it is hardly sufficient against a barrage of hundreds or thousands of warheads. If my suspicions are correct, preparations are being made for the future. How so? In China, we have the valiant armored warriors of justice, which evidently implies the existence of malevolent beasts. It seems we are bracing ourselves for the imminent appearance of such monsters. Within the command center, the executives watched in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and awe as they whispered among themselves. Initially, they believed that Liu Heng had designed this marvel to be sold to the nation as a super aircraft carrier. But the reality dawned upon them. This behemoth was not intended for sale, but for their own use. With such advanced technology at their disposal, who would be willing to relinquish it? Seated at the command console, Liu Heng, with his acute auditory perception, absorbed every fragment of their conversation. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Attention, the mothership is about to enter the water. Please refrain from wandering about. Attention, the mothership is about to enter the water. Please refrain from wandering about. Attention, the mothership is about to enter the water. The cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the vessel, reminding all executives and staff of the impending descent. Beside Liu Heng, Wang Jian and his subordinates displayed signs of tension, their hearts filled with the fervent hope that failure would not be an option. Though they had studied the capability of this supergiant to navigate both air and sea, they had never truly tested it. Who could predict the outcome? A soft sound, akin to a delicate object piercing an eggshell, was heard as the Tenglong Mothership successfully traversed the energy shield and submerged into the ocean. Was this the sea? Indeed, it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Dear President, it is night. How could there possibly be sunlight? Yaya, activate the lights in the command center. When the mothership fully entered the depths of the ocean, many executives could not help but gasp in amazement at the sheer magnitude of this extraordinary vessel. Not only could it soar through the skies, but also possess the ability to navigate the seas without taking on water. What else could one call this but miraculous? The investment of $46 trillion by their esteemed leader was indeed not in vain. Insufficient permissions. Application not accepted. A senior executive of the company, upon observing the area where the mothership resided, shrouded in utter darkness, sought to assert his authority within the organization, only to be met with immediate humiliation. Yaya, illuminate the command room, he commanded. Other higher-ranking individuals, undeterred by the previous rebuff, issued similar commands for Yaya to turn on the lights. Yet again, insufficient permissions. Application not accepted, echoed back, inciting fury among the executive ranks. In a moment of desperation, they turned their gaze towards the company's authority, specifically the secretary, Liu Heng, who stood beneath them in the hierarchy. Noticing the attention from the senior executives, she discreetly glanced at Liu Heng at the command station, only to find him smiling at her. With her superior's approval, she softly declared, "Activate the command room lights." However, Liu Heng, much like her superiors, could not escape the reality of being publicly reprimanded. Liu Heng, seated at the command station, cast a calm glance over the assembled executives, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Tenglooong Mothership is a vital asset of the company. To prevent it from falling into enemy hands, only the chairman possesses the authority to mobilize this vessel. Should anyone wish to commandeer it, a level 3 permission is required. I trust you are aware of the consequences of utilizing such permissions." This colossal vessel was a product of his considerable investment, crafted to avert a scenario where the Shield Bureau's airborne mothership could be commandeered by Hydra. He had decisively granted Yaya the authority to transfer the command of the entire mothership under his name. As for the implications of utilizing a level 3 permission, the senior executives, including Liu Heng, were acutely aware of the fate that awaited them should they lose their privileges, prompting a collective shudder among them. Those with level 3 permissions were equally cognizant of their impending doom should they lose their corporate authority, leading them to silence their protests. Activate the command room lights. Accelerate forward. Ascend to 30,000 feet, targeting a distance of 100 miles. Liu Heng commanded, elucidating the reason for their inability to utilize the mothership without further ado. Upon receiving the order, the permissions were processed and the directives successfully executed, estimating a 30-minute arrival at the designated distance. Following Liu Heng's command, Yaya employed infrared scanning, energy-probing waves, pupil recognition, and fingerprint identification to obtain the desired permissions, directly executing Liu Heng's orders within the information database. The orders were successfully processed, and the mothership began to accelerate, its drainage systems operating swiftly, maneuvering through the water with the grace of a fish, disturbingly creating minimal ripples on the surface. From this, it was evident that the Tenglong Mothership was a behemoth in the water, demanding that submarines and other vessels bow before it. "Brother, Mother is calling. Should I connect the call?" Just 2 minutes after the mothership's launch, the voice of Yaya resonated throughout the command room, inquiring. Hearing from his beloved mother, who had always been his greatest support in this world, Liu Heng was genuinely taken aback. It had been 3 months since their last communication, and he found himself yearning for her presence. "Go ahead and answer," he said, and as he spoke, a virtual screen materialized in the command room, displaying the figure of his mother. "Are you throwing a party, my son? Why haven't you invited your beautiful and intelligent mother?" His mother, who had benefited from the ageless beauty elixir produced by his company, adopted an expression of mock heartbreak upon seeing the high-ranking executives seated in the command room. Liu Heng was utterly disarmed by her words even before she had finished speaking, and the executives couldn't help but stifle their laughter at his evident discomfort. The rumors had indeed held a grain of truth. It was clear that he was intimidated by his mother. "Mom, could you please tone down the humor? I'm not at a party. I'm clearly testing that big contraption." Chapter 6. Words become law. On the other side of the screen, Yuan Xin, upon hearing her son's playful banter, did not respond with her usual fury, but maintained a smile. The sight of her smile sent a chill down Liu Heng's spine, prompting him to force a grin. "Mom, what is it that you need to discuss with me?" he asked, noticing her silence as she stared directly at him, which unsettled him. "Hey, I must tell you, tomorrow is your grandfather's 80th birthday. Are you planning to attend?" Before Yuan Xin could articulate her thoughts, a middle-aged man resembling Liu Heng by about 70% stepped forward, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He was understandably exasperated with his son. An invitation to the grandfather's milestone birthday had already been sent, and now he was left to wonder why his son had not acknowledged it. Was this not a slap in the face? He had personally delivered the invitations, and if Liu Heng failed to appear, it would surely invite ridicule. Honestly, I completely forgot about that. Don't worry, I assure you I will be there on time tomorrow, Liu Heng replied, furrowing his brow as he rummaged through his mind for a recollection of his grandfather's visage, feeling a twinge of shame. Note, the protagonist's age at the time of his transmigration has been adjusted to 15, so that 10 years later, he will be 25. In his previous life, his grandfather had passed away when he was merely 7 years old. Due to their family's financial struggles, there were no portraits or photographs of his grandfather. In this life, not only was he wealthy beyond measure, but his mother and others were also captains of a vast conglomerate, ensuring that his grandfather would not suffer in silence. Step aside. I am speaking with my son. What business do you have interrupting? At this moment, Yuan Exen, visibly irked, pushed her husband aside and muttered her discontent. Subsequently, turning to the screen with a beaming smile, he said, "Son, you're coming to the capital tomorrow. Should you bring a little gift for your mother? I've heard that your company has developed a gene serum that can apparently extend life. How about bringing a bottle for me?" Upon hearing this, Liu Heng felt no objection. After all, the press conference for the weakened version of the first-tier gene serum was just a month away, so it wouldn't harm to bring some for them. No problem. I'll ensure to bring you one, along with one for Dad and Grandma and Grandpa. How does that sound? He felt no embarrassment despite the presence of outsiders, readily agreeing to his mother's request. The entire company was his. Who would dare to object if he took something for his family? At that moment, however, an unwelcome occurrence transpired. "Brother Heng, how could you forget my gift?" From behind his mother emerged a girl with rosy lips and white teeth, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her lively demeanor accentuated by a flowing white dress, resembling a fairy. Pouting adorably at Liu Heng, "Mother, why did you bring this girl back to our home again?" He gazed at his mother with exasperation, unable to understand why she had brought this troublesome presence into their abode. His mother remained oblivious to the girl's true identity. Didn't he understand? She was one of the top combatants of the national agency, Dark Dragon, known as Ice Rose. With an innocent and vivacious exterior, her heart was colder than that of a fictional ice-cold CEO. "What do you mean by this girl? That's quite uncivilized. Ice Ruo is my future daughter-in-law, and she has come specifically to visit your grandfather today." Upon hearing her son's words, Yuan Xin furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure. "Please calm down. Goodbye." Defeated by his mother, he ended the video call abruptly. If he hadn't presented such substantial benefits, would the first committee truly arrange for their granddaughter to marry a businessman? Such a notion was utterly implausible. The mothership has reached the designated target and is preparing for takeoff. The mothership has reached the designated target and is preparing for takeoff. The mothership has reached the designated target and is preparing for takeoff. In a traditional courtyard in the capital, within a study, two elderly men sat across from each other, engaged in a game of chess. The man with black hair, holding a chess piece, addressed the other, who was calmly sipping tea while contemplating his next move. "Old Liu, we wish to acquire one of the motherships that your grandson has developed. Funding can be negotiated. Number 1, I advise you to abandon such impractical thoughts. The nation lacks 5th-tier mutants and armor crystals. Even if you obtain one, it may not be operational," Liu Jinyan remarked, setting down his antique teacup with a slight chuckle. "Dark Dragon possesses 5 4th-tier mutants, which is already superior to Hield. Without formidable strength, how could one hope to control a lethal weapon like the Tenglong Mothership? Who says we lack 5th-tier powers? Isn't the Dragon King a 5th-tier mutant? He is more than capable of facing Magneto without fear." Li Zheng, feeling somewhat indignant, directly called upon the leader of the Dark Dragon, known as the Dragon King, asserting that he was the most formidable mutant beneath Liu Heng. How could he possibly remain unperturbed when someone claimed that China lacked 5th-tier mutants? "Dragon King? You mean that fellow? If my memory serves me right, he was relentlessly pursued and beaten by Magneto back in the 90s, Liu Jinyan retorted, showing no regard for the Dragon King by bringing up the events of that time. Indeed, during the 90s, the Dragon King had brought shame upon China. The 90s witnessed the eruption of a war among mutants globally. The strongest mutant in China, the Dragon King, entered the battlefield amidst the expectations of several prominent figures. Having just ascended to a fifth-tier mutant, the Dragon King, brimming with confidence, challenged the long-established Magneto, only to suffer a devastating defeat. Had it not been for the nuclear threat employed at that time, he might not have returned at all. This was the reason Liu Heng held him in such low regard. However, the current Dragon King is not the same as he was 18 years ago. Although his strength may not surpass that of your grandson's indeterminate monstrosity, he possesses the capability to contend with Magneto. Liu Heng, filled with defiance, articulated the Dragon King's prowess. All right, since the Dragon King possesses such strength, what about your 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Without these 5 energies at your disposal, what can you accomplish? And do you even have the funds? $50 trillion, which translates to 300 trillion yuan. If you can pay that amount in one go, I shall immediately agree to your request. Seeing his old friend persistently inquire about the Tenglooong Mothership, he grew somewhat irritated and divulged the necessities for the mothership. The reason they were aware of the Tenglong Mothership while Nick Fury from S.H.I.L.D. was due to Liu Heng. His company had invested the remaining funds into other projects, and the Liu Group was nearing insolvency, thus resorting to a transaction with the state for the mothership. As for the lack of motherships abroad, it was because the entire global network was essentially the private garden of Yaya. Any hint of disturbance would inevitably be intercepted. Even if one attempted to transmit information via radio, it would prove futile. As for sending messages by sea or air, do not even entertain the thought. At this moment, China's seas and airspace have been sealed by Liu Heng's command. Should any information regarding the mothership surface, the aircraft or ships involved would encounter malfunctions, preventing them from delivering any intelligence. Chapter 7. Plot development. How about a scaled-down version? No weapon systems, no magnetic levitation technology, no need for flight. But it must have a crew and a deck for free movement. Please inquire about the cost. As long as the funding does not exceed 15 trillion, we can settle the payment in full at once. The miniature communicator nestled within the ear of the esteemed Liu Heng pulsated with a crimson light, suggesting the presence of a think tank, diligently assisting him in assessing the limits of the nation's capabilities and the true purpose of his visit. In truth, he had not come to the Liu family merely for the so-called true dragon aircraft carrier. He was acutely aware that acquiring such a vessel would not endow the nation with the genuine power to dominate the skies, and it could very well jeopardize this vast family's fortune. His actual intent lay in the boundless resources beneath the sea. Should Liu Heng indeed be willing to craft for them a carrier capable of traversing the ocean's depths without succumbing to the pressures of the water, the entire ocean would be akin to a maiden stripped bare, awaiting their indulgence. At that juncture, China might very well eclipse Russia, ascending to the position of the world's second power, leaving the foremost rank to the United States. Their nation boasted not only countless cutting-edge scientists, but also a prodigious mind. Tony Stark, aspiring to elevate China to global hegemony, was an arduous endeavor, yet not entirely implausible. This ambition necessitated integrating the Zhou Group into the fabric of the state. Otherwise, the dream of reinstating China to the pinnacle of the world, akin to the Han Dynasty, would remain but a fantasy. Hence, he resolved to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, requesting a colossal vessel capable of navigating both the surface and the depths, as proposed by his advisory team. Tomorrow, you shall negotiate with that young man, thought Liu Heng, recalling that the following day marked his own 80th birthday. He could not, however, usurp his grandson's place in this pivotal discussion with the nation's ruler. After all, that matter was not solely within his purview. The remark he had just made was, in fact, an exaggeration. I understand, but my purpose here is not to draft plans for a submarine aircraft carrier. Rather, it concerns the marriage of my dear Bingra. He mused that his grandson had already reached the age of 25, while his granddaughter was 23, and considering their childhood companionship, he wished to unite them as a couple. Liu Heng, too, recognized that his old comrade could not speak on Liu Heng's behalf, but was merely engaging in casual conversation about potential arrangements. His true aim was to install an informant within Liu Heng's inner circle. After all, what could not be openly discussed between a husband and wife? This would help prevent any future technological marvels from emerging while they remained in the dark. Had it not been for Liu Heng deliberately revealing the information about the true Dragon aircraft carrier, would he have discovered that the Zhou Group was constructing such a colossal entity right under his nose? The likelihood was slim. I have consented to this marriage on his behalf, as is customary. I trust that young man will acquiesce. Having just placed the horse, Liu Jinyan, who had outmaneuvered Li Zheng, readily agreed to his request. After all, this was the granddaughter of the nation's ruler. Marrying his grandson to her would undoubtedly be a blessing for the Liu family. In contemporary times, Li Bingruo, if placed in an ancient context, would be akin to a true royal princess, while the Liu family would be viewed as mere merchants of lowly status. In ancient times, the division of social classes was exceedingly pronounced, and commerce was regarded as the most contemptible profession. Now, for his grandson to wed a princess is akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Should he refuse, one might suspect him to be possessed. Even if there are entanglements of interest involved, as long as the next generation is secured, he would hardly concern himself with whether Li Bingruo is beautiful or not. It seems that Liu Laotu and his generation remained steadfast in their adherence to the customs and etiquette of antiquity. The moonlight bathed the scene in a silvery glow, while the stars twinkled in the vast expanse. In a frigid atmosphere, nearly 10,000 meters above ground, a colossal vessel, measuring 1,000 meters in length and 300 meters in width, floated motionless in the sky. Remarkably, the intense atmospheric pressure had no effect on this behemoth. The battleship had reached its designated target and was currently scanning its status. Energy systems operational, weapon systems functional, anti-gravity systems in order, reverse anti-gravity turbines functioning. Energy defense shield systems intact, and operational systems confirmed. The battleship had successfully initiated its launch. As the mechanical voice of the system concluded, the crew aboard the mothership erupted into joyous tears, embracing one another in celebration of their triumph. After years of research, encountering obstacles and moments of confusion, they had finally achieved their goal. How could they not feel exhilarated by the realization of this internationally leading behemoth? The company's upper management, upon hearing the announcement, wore expressions of delightful relief. Their anxieties lifted as if they had returned their hearts to the safety of their chests. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that managerial personnel with company-level authority will receive a 50% salary increase. Tier 1 authority will see a 40% rise, and Tier 2 authority will enjoy a 30% boost. Those who participated in the construction or operation of the Tenglooong Mothership will have their salaries doubled, along with a reward of 1 vial of second-tier gene fluid each. Professor Wang Jian's access to the company's resources and artificial intelligence capabilities would elevate to a higher tier, and each member of his team would also enjoy an upgrade in their company authority, celebrating the success of this colossal vessel beneath them. Once the initial excitement subsided, the realization of their surroundings dawned upon Wang Jian and his colleagues, prompting them to silence their jubilant expressions, though the spark of exhilaration in their eyes was unmistakable. After the celebrations concluded, Liu Heng rose and utilized the existing microphone in the command room to relay orders throughout the mothership. All personnel, please return to your posts. All personnel, please return to your posts. All personnel, please return to your posts. As he concluded his announcement regarding the benefits, Yaya's voice resonated throughout the mothership, reminding them that without human operators, she, as an artificial intelligence, would be incapable of piloting such a massive entity. Crew members scattered across various sections hastily made their way to the control rooms or decks, resuming their responsibilities. Brother, the Tony Stark you asked me to keep an eye on has been captured in Afghanistan. Just then, Yaya's voice echoed in Liu Heng's communicator, reporting on Tony Stark's current predicament. Is he coming? Upon hearing Yaya's report, his eyes involuntarily narrowed, only to quickly return to a state of calm. He was acutely aware that within the cinematic Marvel universe, Tony Stark was indeed the catalyst for chaos. Had he not boldly proclaimed his identity as Iron Man at the press conference, the world might very well have remained in a state of tranquility. It was now 2008. With 5 years remaining until the events of Captain America 2, one could only imagine the bizarre occurrences that would unfold in the years following Iron Man's emergence. The arrival of Thor, Magneto capturing the mischievous Rogue, and Bruce Banner's confrontations with the military were merely the tip of the iceberg. Not to mention, there were supernatural beasts in China as well. Had he not made the erroneous incursion and experienced a disarray of memories, he might have recalled a mysterious organization in Japan, whose name was indeed quite striking, though he could not quite remember its nature. It was referred to as the Global Infinite Mission Squad. Chapter 8. Journey to the capital. Keep a close watch on Tony Stark's movements and inform me when he returns to New York. The thought of the Brotherhood and the X-Men in New York gave Liu Heng a headache, yet he still instructed Yaya to monitor Stark's every action. This individual was one of the indispensable protagonists in the cinematic Marvel realm. Should he fall to some mutant's hand, the storyline would undoubtedly be upended. His demise would be of little consequence. But if it were to provoke beings like Odin or the Ancient One, who surpassed level 5 and possibly reached level 6 or 7, the ramifications will be far more dire. To speak of Odin is to speak of a being capable of effortlessly sealing Thor's hammer and suppressing Jotunheim. One must ponder just how formidable he truly is. And the Ancient One, who could cast a soul from its body with a single punch or kick Doctor Strange off the earth, is surely no less impressive. It is likely that even against Odin, she would not falter, perhaps even gain the upper hand. Thus, the depths of the cinematic Marvel universe are not to be underestimated, rivaling the animated realm. Understood, brother. Yaya projected her petite form within the command room, sweetly nodding at Liu Heng. Activate the unique satellite and all weapon systems of the Armor Warrior's mothership. I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents with this colossal vessel. He stepped down from the command platform and instructed the artificial intelligence, Yaya. In the Avengers, it was precisely because Nick Fury feared the artificial intelligence commandeering the aerial mothership that he withheld access to the weapon systems and the entire operational framework. Consequently, this oversight allowed the level 4 genetic warrior, Hawkeye, to infiltrate the interior of the mothership, resulting in the demise of Agent Coulson, an elite level 8 operative, at the hands of Loki. The blame for the events in the Avengers could largely be attributed to Nick Fury. Understood, brother. Yaya's virtual visage beamed with joy. She had not anticipated Liu Heng's profound trust in her. Her evolution from a mere prototype of artificial intelligence to the pinnacle of advanced AI owes much to Liu Heng. Had he forcibly implanted the 3 laws of robotics into Yaya, she would likely still be a rudimentary AI. Eve 1. Prepare the gifts for tomorrow and eliminate any unnecessary appointments, he commanded, striding confidently towards the command room's exit, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. Understood, replied Liu Yixuan, the dutiful secretary, who, upon hearing her boss's instructions, immediately retrieved paper and pen from her bag to record his words. As the two exited, the senior executives of the Zhutian Group headquarters rose from their seats, vacating their positions for the staff. Following in the footsteps of Liu Heng and Yixuan as they departed the command room, the personnel, witnessing the executive's departure, settled into their designated places and commenced the manual inspection of various system operations. On the deck, gazing up at the myriad of stars, Liu Heng's thoughts drifted back to his past life, where he led an ordinary existence devoid of the current intrigues, manipulation of destinies, and the vigilance against unknown perils. "Are you all right?" asked Liu Yixuan, noticing the moisture at the corner of Liu Heng's eyes as she stood at the edge of the deck, perplexed by his unusual demeanor. Having followed her boss for nearly a decade, she had never witnessed him so uncomposed. Was it the completion of the mothership that overwhelmed him emotionally? Me fine. Just reflecting on the construction of this magnificent vessel, Liu Heng replied, fabricating a lie to mask his moment of vulnerability. By the way, do you have something to discuss? He inquired, puzzled by her apparent urgency. Oh, I would like to request a day off tomorrow to visit my parents. She finally recalled the reason for her approach. Liu Heng frowned at his secretary's request for a day off the very day he had tasked her with preparing gifts for him. Was she toying with him? Sensing his discontented gaze, she quickly waved her hands, assuring him, "Actually, I've already prepared the gifts you need. They will be delivered to the old man's banquet on time tomorrow." "Very well, then I shall grant you 10 days off," he conceded, relaxing his furrowed brow. Reflecting on the fact that it had been 7 years since Liu Yixuan last returned home. Thank you, thank you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving her desired answer. 7 years had passed without a visit. She wondered how her family was faring. Were her parents still in good health? After expressing her gratitude to Liu Heng, she leapt from the deck of the Tenglooong Mothership, plummeting towards the depths of over 9,000 meters below. Whoosh! As Liu Yixuan leapt into the air, a sonic boom reverberated through the atmosphere, and a shadow akin to lightning darted towards the lands of Shu. Was there truly a need for such haste? Witnessing this scene, Liu Heng could only manage a bitter smile. His flight itinerary for the next day still required someone to arrange it. He was left relying solely on the front desk. "Yaya, please notify the night shift receptionist to immediately secure a flight to the capital. If there are any flights departing or arriving at the capital airport before 11 a.m. tomorrow, ensure her salary is settled accordingly." The reason he refrained from having Yaya handle the request personally was to assess the capabilities of the front desk staff, whether they could fulfill such an extraordinary command. Oh, and disseminate job postings for lifestyle assistants and personal secretaries across our global branches. Suddenly recalling something, he wore a charmingly mischievous smile and instructed the ever-present Yaya. "Understood, brother." The following day, the international scene was set ablaze. The job postings for lifestyle assistants and personal secretaries issued by Liu Heng sent ripples throughout the industry. Countless individuals vied for these coveted positions, as they were exceedingly alluring. Securing a role as the secretary or assistant to the chairman of the second-largest group could catapult one to unprecedented heights. Many organizations dispatched their most elite and attractive women to compete against the ordinary. If commoners were oblivious to Liu Heng's prowess, those super organizations certainly were not. In the capital, the international airport was effectively paralyzed. The terminal was teeming with people as countless travelers glared angrily at the security personnel blocking their passage. "Get out of my way, damn it. If my project fails today, I swear I'll make you pay," shouted one frustrated traveler. "Hurry up, my flight is approaching." Another cursed, "Will you move or not?" Amidst the chaos, someone yelled, "Who just groped me? Who dares to touch me?" The airport entrance resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with cacophony. Chapter 9. The public uproar at that moment. A throng of reporters, cameras in tow and microphones in hand, surged towards the airport exit, their faces alight with excitement, as if they had caught the scent of something significant. They had already crafted their headlines for submission to their editor, chairman of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Spotted at the airport. The most impressive chairman in history, Liu Heng's appearance causes airport congestion, moral decay, or financial corruption. Could it be that a superstar is arriving in our country? Amidst the jostling crowd, some had indeed noticed the reporters, particularly given their numbers. It doesn't seem likely. Look at their faces. They're practically grinning ear to ear. Surely, someone important must be arriving. The anticipation hung in the air. Who could this significant figure be? The airport has been placed under strict security, with all flights grounded. Could it be that Old Wang has returned? Still thinking about Old Wang? He is merely the richest man in the country. Would such a grand spectacle truly be warranted? If it isn't Old Wang, could it possibly be the world's wealthiest individual? The clamor of the crowd subsided when someone mentioned that the world's richest was on his way. Passengers stared incredulously at the young man who spoke. The world's billionaire is in Shanghai. Why would he have time to come to the capital? Have you not seen the official website of the Zhutian Group? It clearly outlines Liu Heng's itinerary. Upon noticing the disdainful glares directed at him, the young man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, instinctively rubbing his nose. He had just browsed the Zhutian Group's official site and now claimed the world's richest would arrive, which only served to confirm his own foolishness. Suddenly, a deafening sound pierced the air. From the distant horizon, a plane adorned with a golden dragon motif glided down, descending with an imposing presence. Inside the cabin, Liu Heng sat with his eyes closed, centering his thoughts as the aircraft successfully landed. A beautiful flight attendant, under the captain's direction, approached with graceful steps, bending slightly to reveal her alluring figure, whispering softly in his ear, "It's time to go." At her words, Liu Heng opened his eyes but did not even glance at the tempting flight attendant. Such superficial allure held no interest for him. Women who heavily adorned themselves with makeup were merely ordinary in his eyes. As Liu Heng rose, the three-tiered gene warriors around him also stood, forming a protective escort as they made their way to the cabin door. The flight attendant, witnessing her employer's departure, stomped her foot in frustration before turning away in anger. She had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet he didn't spare her a glance. Did he not find her attractive? Stepping off the plane, Liu Heng, surrounded by his three-tiered gene warriors, approached the airport staff waiting to greet him. "Haha, Mr. Liu, what a rare sight," exclaimed a gaunt middle-aged man, who, after a thorough inspection by the gene warriors, was cleared to approach Liu Heng without concern for any hidden dangers. Wang Kuwen, showing no signs of hesitation, stepped forward to shake Liu Heng's hand, smiling as he said, "Old Wang, thank you so much this time. You've truly made things easier for us at the airport." Liu Heng returned the gesture with a polite smile, acknowledging the courtesy extended to him. After all, the entire airport had been locked down for his sake. Such deference was indeed commendable. Although Beijing International Airport ranks 9th in the world, it boasts the second highest passenger volume globally, and the fact that the nation could allocate 2 hours for him speaks volumes of the respect afforded to him. This airport, while privately owned, ultimately falls under the control of the colossal state apparatus. "No need for that. We have already arranged transportation for you," the middle-aged man assured him. After shaking hands with Liu Heng, Wang Kuwen took the lead, guiding the group towards the passageway. As they emerged from the tunnel, microphones were thrust forward, blocking Wang Kuwen's mouth. Upon recognizing the figure before them, the reporters shot Wang Kuwen disdainful glances and rushed towards Liu Heng, who was encircled by third-tier genetic warriors. "Oh my goodness, it's Liu Heng, the world's richest man. Liu Heng, I want to bear your children. Oh great one, when will you unveil your new product? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered." The passengers, eager to behold the true visage of this celebrated figure, erupted in excitement upon seeing the world's wealthiest individual in person. Some bold young women even shouted their desire to bear Liu Heng's offspring. "Did you see that? I told you it was Liu Heng, yet you still doubted me." The young man, realizing the identity of the person before them, slapped his companion on the back of the head and remarked, "Mr. Liu Heng, I've heard that your company has developed a new product. Could you share when it will be released?" Mr. Liu Heng, after the launch of the new product by Zhu Tian Group, will the prices be as accessible as those for AIDS or cancer treatments? "Mr. Tyrant, do you have a girlfriend?" At that moment, the reporters, in a frenzy, sought to breach the barrier formed by the third-tier genetic warriors to reach Liu Heng. Unfortunately, a group of ordinary individuals stood no chance against 50 powerful genetic warriors. As Liu Heng advanced slowly under the protection of his guards, a barely perceptible smile crossed his lips upon hearing the reporters' inquiries. "Everyone, please be quiet. I will only answer 3 questions. If you attempt to obstruct me after that, do not blame my subordinates for taking serious action." The cacophony of reporters fell silent at the implied threat within Liu Heng's words. This was a warning from the world's wealthiest man. Even if he were to strike you, you would have no grounds to file a complaint. Should you foolishly pursue legal action, prepare to contend with his formidable legal team. At that point, if they countersue you for invasion of privacy or verbal assault, you might find yourself in a dark prison cell, far from the sunlight. "You, sir." Liu Heng scanned the crowd and pointed at a reporter from his country's television station without hesitation. The other reporters from regional stations could only watch enviously as this fortunate individual seized the opportunity, for Liu Heng's influence was beyond their reach. "Mr. Liu Heng, greetings. My name is Huang Yang, a reporter, and we are currently live. Thank you for choosing me. To respect your precious time, I will be brief. What kind of product has your company developed?" Knowing he had only one opportunity to ask a question, he succinctly introduced himself before inquiring. "A longevity agent." A radiant smile graced his face as he nonchalantly revealed the name of the product set to launch next month. The audience, both those watching on television and the passengers present, were utterly taken aback by his words. Life, as depicted in Chapter 10, is a realm of desperation. It embodies both a forbidden territory for humanity and a fervent pursuit of desire. In ancient times, emperors, in their quest for immortality, stirred discontent among the populace, chasing the elusive dream of eternal life. What do they ultimately gain? Merely a collection of funerary treasures and ancient porcelain. In the contemporary realm of medicine, the tyrants of the industry proclaim the existence of drugs that can extend life, leaving many in awe. Their lack of skepticism towards Liu Heng's assertions stems from the precedents set by past discoveries. Who are they to question the validity? 9 years prior, when cancer treatments emerged, they too faced skepticism from the masses, yet the results silenced the doubters. In the same year, an effective treatment for AIDS was developed, also met with skepticism, but ultimately proved its worth. 8 years ago, a company had unveiled technology that could regenerate severed limbs, yet many remained doubtful. With such a precedent before them, what grounds did they have to challenge this claim? As Liu Heng pointed to a foreign beauty in the audience, the journalist, realizing she was the subject of his gesture, felt a mix of surprise and composure. "Hello, Mr. Liu Heng. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Angela Mitchell, a reporter for the United States Embassy in Beijing. May I inquire how many years this longevity agent can actually extend life?" Angela, blonde and poised, passed her microphone to her bodyguard, signaling for their boss to take the stage. Receiving the microphone from the genetically enhanced warrior, she cast a curious glance at Angela, contemplating whether to create a game that had captivated the world. 10 years, Liu Heng succinctly replied, employing merely 2 words to address Angela's inquiry. At this juncture, he was merely promoting the product, not at a formal press conference. Revealing too much would jeopardize next month's launch. "Thank you for your answer," Angela stated, reclaiming the microphone. After expressing her gratitude, she remained, awaiting the next question. Meanwhile, the viewers across China, tuning into the live broadcast, were ignited with excitement upon hearing Liu Heng's response. If the price were as accessible as that of the AIDS and cancer treatments, they would go to great lengths to ensure that every family member had one. Particularly those who exhibit filial piety towards their parents have already reached out to the customer service department of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, to inquire about the price of the longevity supplement. Take, for instance, the reporter from Tencent Video. Upon encountering the final question, Liu Heng, with an undeniable sense of responsibility, opted for the Tencent Video journalist from his own company. As the adage goes, it is often more prudent to utilize one's own resources than to rely on outsiders. 7 years ago, Liu Heng acquired the names and trademarks of Tencent and its iconic penguin from Ma Huateng, establishing his own internet enterprise. Now, with WeChat users scattered across the globe, the true founder, Old Ma, is left to languish in obscurity. I appreciate this opportunity. I shall forego introductions. The topic I wish to address is akin to that of the general populace. Will the pricing be as accessible as that of effective treatments for AIDS and cancer? The Tencent Video journalist, unlike the other 2, refrained from disclosing his name and instead delved straight into the matter at hand. He articulated the confusion that plagued both himself and the public. The common folk may chuckle, while the affluent lament. Without a moment's hesitation, he provided his response, leaving the attending journalists in a state of bewilderment. Yet, some astute reporters, disregarding the puzzlement of their peers, discreetly departed to publish their news. The news cycle races against time. Any delay could result in losing the opportunity to report firsthand, potentially allowing competitors to seize the attention of the audience. There were also murmurs of jealousy among the journalists. Why is there such a disparity between individuals? Why, when I pose a question, am I met with 2 or 3 words, while your subsidiary's reporter receives a more elaborate response? This smacks of a hidden agenda. After addressing 3 inquiries, Liu Heng, flanked by the 3-tier gene warriors, made his way toward a fleet of luxury vehicles parked in the distance. "Old Wang," he said, "without further ado, should you find yourself unemployed in the future, come to my Zhutian group. I shall ensure a position for you." As he prepared to enter the car, Liu Heng turned to Wang Kuan, who was opening the door for him, and playfully patted his shoulder. "Are you suggesting I should resign, Chairman Liu?" Wang Kuan, well aware of Liu Heng's jest, brushed it off with a smile. How could that be? You are a public servant. They exchanged light-hearted banter as they settled into the vehicle, closing their eyes in anticipation of the Rolls-Royce Phantom's ignition. Within a minute of closing his eyes, the car roared to life, navigating through the throng of luxury automobiles toward its true destination. Upon ensuring Liu Dong's aircraft was properly stationed and facilitating airport access for takeoff and landing, Wang Kuan shed his previous humility. A commanding presence enveloped him as he instructed the executives behind him. Understood. The new product from Zhutian Group is set to be unveiled. The Tyrant's company is on the verge of launching a decade-extending potion. The declaration of the longevity agent. The common people rejoice, while the wealthy weep on the internet. A piece of shocking news has eclipsed the latest celebrity scandals and film releases. No entertainment news can impede its momentum. Even the nation's rulers cannot influence its course in the slightest. It is truly astonishing that a marvel, which ancient practitioners of qi could not fathom, has been brought to fruition by a pharmaceutical company. What a slap in the face. The ignorance upstairs is palpable. It is evident that the individual on the first floor is merely a naive reader of novels. Once again, old Liu has contributed to society. Indeed, the sentiments expressed by the commenters above resonate profoundly. From a mere phrase, the common people rejoice, while the wealthy weep. It is clear that old Liu's longevity agent is a boon for the populace. This initiative is far more gratifying than the ostentatious charity contributions of certain entrepreneurs. The world is transformed by Liu Heng's unexpected intervention, creating a reality unlike any other. The internet, being more advanced than in previous eras, has made smartphones ubiquitous in every household. Hence, the prevalence of keyboard warriors online is hardly surprising. In a villa belonging to a certain young star, frustration mounts. Damn it! I painstakingly paid to secure a trending spot on Weibo, and now it's been overshadowed by this longevity agent. Liu Heng is nothing but a troublemaker, a strikingly handsome man, with an otherworldly allure, watches as his name plummets from the top of Weibo's trending list to fourth place, trembling with rage as profanities spill from his lips. His agent, standing nearby, wears a grim expression, contemplating whether it is time to seek out a new benefactor. While Liu, the magnate, benefits the masses, this individual is consumed by petty grievances over trending topics, risking the destruction of his own future with such a foul mouth. Chapter 11, New York, USA, Osborne Group. Norman Osborne, reviewing the Gene Liquid reports, grows increasingly icy and furious as he reads further down the page. What has he received for his substantial investments? A collection of failed research reports. Now, they expect further funding? Do they believe his company rivals Stark Industries or the global pharmaceutical giants, with endless resources at their disposal? Without hesitation, he tears the documents apart in a fit of rage within his office. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a news update from our correspondent in China. Miss Angela Michelle, the pharmaceutical giant dominating the industry, has once again developed a world-altering drug, an object of pursuit for many, without exception. On the LCD screen, a dashing young man with golden hair articulates a series of rapid-fire English phrases. Hearing the voice emanating from the television, Norman Osborne pauses his outburst of anger, awaiting the subsequent report. The global pharmaceutical company is indeed the true titan of the medical field, and as a player in the same industry, Osborne's group cannot afford to overlook the movements of this dominant force. Now, it is said that the drug affects the entire world. If he does not respond with due seriousness, the Osborne Group may very well succumb to the relentless currents of history. The scene on the television shifted, revealing the bustling Beijing International Airport, coinciding with the inquiry segment led by reporter Huang Yang. What kind of products has your company developed? As Huang Yang's question left his lips, Norman Osborne's demeanor instantly grew tense, silently praying that it was not that fabled longevity serum. As soon as the three syllables longevity agent escaped Liu Heng's mouth, Norman Osborne seemed to be struck by a spell, sitting frozen in his office chair, the phrase echoing incessantly in his mind. Soon after, he acted in a frenzy, reaching for the phone to contact his secretary, mistakenly dialing several times. "Hello. Prepare a plane ticket to China for me, immediately, right away." He understood that the Osborne Group lacked the standing to engage in equal dialogue with Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, which prompted his urgent request for travel arrangements. Being a scientist, Norman was acutely aware that the longevity agent undoubtedly contained elements that could ensure the success of his genetic serum. How could he not be anxious? In Washington, at the headquarters of SHIELD, in the office on the top floor, Nick Fury was engrossed in the news streaming on his computer. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his office was rapped once more. If he was not mistaken, it was likely that Coulson had arrived, and the purpose of his visit was probably related to the news currently airing. Without lifting his gaze, he softly said, "Come in." Creak. The door swung open, and a stunning blonde, clad in a tight black uniform with cascading waves of hair, strode confidently into the room. "Coulson, if you want coffee, help yourself," Nick Fury said without looking up, mistaking the newcomer for his longtime associate, Phil Coulson. "Thank you for the coffee, Director, but I am not that fellow Coulson," the blonde replied, leaning against Nick Fury's office chair, flaunting her impressive curves, playfully blowing a breath of air towards his bald head and flashing a charming smile. Sensing the blonde's flirtation, Nick Fury maintained an expressionless facade, his eyes as tranquil as a clear pond. "Natasha, do you require something?" he inquired in an even tone, rising to pour a cup of coffee, which he handed to Natasha Romanoff, also known as the Black Widow. The tyrant of China has once again created a miracle, extracting elements for extending life from the genetic serum. According to intelligence analysis, they will likely announce the longevity agent next month, Natasha stated as she accepted the coffee and handed Nick a document, savoring a sip and speaking leisurely. "Oh, what a tumultuous time. I can only hope the engine turbine for the aerospace carrier is developed swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Nick Fury sighed in resignation, placing all his hopes upon the aerospace carrier. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Heng's Dragon Mothership was vigilantly monitoring his every move from an altitude of 30,000 feet above. "Natasha, it would be prudent to abandon the selection of Liu Heng's personal assistant, for the intelligence department has recently analyzed that this might be a trap. Now is not the time to sever ties." He then recalled the analytical report sent to him by the intelligence department, retracing his steps to his position, where he presented a document to Natasha, stating that if she were to go and her identity were to be exposed, it would irrevocably break the ties between his agency and the Celestial Group, a scenario he wished to avoid. Currently, aside from Black Widow, a formidable ally empowered by technology, his agency had only Hawkeye and the dormant Steve Rogers at their disposal. How could he contend with the Celestial Group under such circumstances? According to the intelligence he had received, Liu Heng commanded at least 10 fourth-tier mutants. How could he possibly face such formidable opponents? The destructive capabilities of fourth-tier mutants were unparalleled, capable of obliterating a 100-meter skyscraper within 5 minutes. And let us not forget Liu Heng, who was rumored to possess a fifth-tier ability, the nature of which remained unknown. Meanwhile, on a certain island in Japan, a sci-fi-inspired base rose majestically from the vast ocean. Within the central conference room of the base, several key personnel clad in red and white combat suits stared solemnly at the images displayed on the LCD screen. The captain, also known as Hikaru Kumagai, rose to address his somber team, stating, "Gentlemen, let us not dwell on Liu Heng any longer. Instead, we should focus on how to intercept that meteorite and successfully acquire it. If my instincts are correct, that meteorite will serve as the cornerstone for our ascendance to global prominence." Hikaru refrained from elaborating on Liu Heng and redirected the conversation to the meteorite that was set to strike Japan in 3 months. After all, the only matter worthy of her attention at present was that meteorite. Japan lacked any fifth or fourth-tier mutants and could not contend with the dominant organizations such as China's Celestial Pharmaceuticals, America's Shield, or the Brotherhood, thus placing their hopes solely on the meteorite. For the resurgence of the greater Japanese empire, we must seize that meteorite, he declared, upon hearing their captain's words. The members below rose in unison, their faces alight with fervor, responding in chorus. "Daiko, you seem rather unusual lately. Are you unwell?" After leaving the conference room, Rina Yanasi inquired of Daiko Shinkaku, noticing his furrowed brow and sensing something was amiss. His behavior had been strikingly odd in recent days, as though he were grappling with something. I cannot quite explain it myself. Ever since the meteorite's emergence, I have felt an unsettling restlessness within me, as if something is beckoning me. Zhang Jiao Daku displayed no hesitation as he voiced the perplexities swirling in his mind. Enough of this contemplation. It is time for dinner. A look of concern shadowed Lu Lina's face, yet she did not dwell on it for long. Glancing at her watch, she grasped his hand and hurried him towards the dining hall. Chapter 12. Sister Lu won in the outskirts of the capital. As the motorcade arrived at a picturesque setting of lush mountains and clear waters along a meticulously paved narrow path, it came to a halt. The bodyguards within the Bentley Mulsanne exited the vehicle in succession, standing respectfully at the side. Once the bodyguard opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Liu Heng stepped out, surveying the traditional courtyard nestled amid the verdant landscape. The old man truly has a talent for arrangement, placing the courtyard in such a serene locale. It is indeed a place worthy of celestial praise, Liu Heng mused, admiring the distant courtyard and the untraveled road ahead. You are to maintain vigilance around the perimeter. Under no circumstances are you to tread upon this narrow path without my command. He turned, casting a frigid gaze upon the 50 or so gene warriors, his tone devoid of emotion as he issued his warning. The palpable aura of menace surrounding this group was overwhelming. Today marked the celebration of the old gentleman's 80th birthday, and their presence would surely mar the festive atmosphere. Understood. The gene warriors responded respectfully, observing as their employer made his way along the flower-laden, 1-meter-wide path, their expressions largely neutral. As Liu Heng's figure faded from their sight, they gradually retreated to concealed locations, attending to their duties. Though Liu Heng forbade them from entering the courtyard's path, they remained mindful of their mission, to safeguard their employer's safety. Liu Heng strolled slowly along the path, clearing his mind to embrace the tranquility and harmony of nature, his face radiating a sense of rapture. After spending an entire day in the clamor of the bustling metropolis, even the most resilient of creatures would feel wearied, let alone a human being. As he drew closer to the courtyard, the ancient, weathered ambience steeped in history enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. The wisdom of ancient architects indeed eclipsed the modern skyscrapers in grandeur. Upon reaching the iron gate, he gazed towards the nearly 1,000-meter expanse behind it, the true location of the courtyard. Removed from the city's clamor, he sought to revel in a life of tranquility, returning to nature's embrace. He longed to savor the pastoral scenery. At this moment, Liu Heng articulated the current state of the courtyard's proprietor through a poem. Carrying gifts for his parents, grandparents, and Li Bingru, he made his way to the guard station. Taizhu, you must be on your best behavior today. It is the old gentleman's 80th birthday. Do not embarrass me, or I shall send you back to your hometown, understood? Within the guard station, an elder nearing 50, clad in a black tailcoat, appeared to be the steward. At this moment, he spoke in a deep voice to the young man in a black security uniform, whose face bore a simple yet masculine expression. Uncle Fu, rest assured, I promise not to make a fool of myself. I am a veteran who has retired from the Wolf Warriors. Upon hearing Lu Fu's stern words, the young man did not take offense but instead chuckled heartily, his rough hand thumping against his chest with a resounding thud. Lu Fu, upon realizing that his distant nephew was boasting again, could only shake his head in resignation and let out a sigh. He clasped his hands behind his back and strode out of the guard booth, preparing to inspect the banquet scene to ensure everything was in order. After all, in half an hour, guests would begin arriving at the courtyard to celebrate the old gentleman's birthday. If preparations were not adequately managed, not only would the host be embarrassed, but he too could be implicated, as he was the steward of the courtyard. Ah, young master, you have returned, exclaimed Lu Fu, beaming as he approached Liu Heng, who was walking over. Uncle Fu, it has been a while. How have you been? Liu Heng cheerfully handed over a gift to Lu Fu, who had been rumored to have served alongside his grandfather for nearly 30 years. Still the same, enjoying life to the fullest. Lu Fu received the gift from Liu Heng and cheekily responded with a popular internet phrase. Oh my, you have mastered these expressions, have you? Surprised by the trendy phrase that escaped Lu Fu's lips, Liu Heng laughed and teased. Indeed, in this digital age, if one does not learn some contemporary vernacular, one risks being labeled an antiquity. A faint smile graced Liu Fu's face as he explained, then guided Liu Heng into the courtyard. By the way, Uncle Fu, I have only been away for 5 years. Why has grandfather transformed the villa into this courtyard? Liu Heng inquired curiously as they made their way. Oh, about that? You have been sending substantial allowances to your grandparents every month, haven't you? They thought since you are not in need of money, it might be better to repurpose the villa entirely. Liu Fu candidly explained the origins of the courtyard to Liu Heng. Hearing the steward's account, Liu Heng felt a profound sense of respect for his grandparents. The yearly allowances he provided them amounted to a staggering 100 million yuan, and now he learned they had used it to renovate the courtyard. It was quite something indeed. However, knowing that his grandparents' happiness was paramount, Liu Heng felt at ease. After all, to him, money was merely a series of digits. Once spent, one could earn more, as long as it could procure joy and happiness. He would not mind if his grandparents depleted all the liquid assets of the pharmaceutical company. Oh, by the way, the first is waiting for you in the study. I heard from the old master that he intends to marry you off to Miss Bing Ra. Liu Fu suddenly recalled another important matter at home and turned to whisper in Liu Heng's ear. Last night, the esteemed Li Zheng arrived at the courtyard, engaging in discussions with his master until the late hour of 11 p.m. before departing. Today, around 8:30 a.m., he returned once more, remaining in the study with the master without any sign of emerging. Suddenly, from a nearby bushes, a little girl with cherubic cheeks, adorned in a floral dress and sporting 2 playful braids, leaped forth, blocking their path and gazing exaggeratedly at Liu Heng. Second miss, do not be foolish. The young master has returned to celebrate the master's birthday, Liu Fu implored, hastily approaching the girl and crouching down to whisper in her ear. Hey, is this a gift for me? The little girl was unconcerned about whether Liu Heng was there for the birthday celebration, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Seizing the moment while the steward was distracted, she snatched the gift from his hands and scampered away, eager to unwrap the present. Little rascal, come back. That is not something you can take. Liu Heng sighed in exasperation, recalling how 10 years ago his mother had given birth to this very sister, who now sought to pilfer the birthday elixir he had prepared. His sister, perhaps oblivious to the concept of boundaries, seemed intent on provoking everyone around her, leaving him quite helpless. As his words lingered in the air, Luan felt her small body inexplicably propelled towards her brother. Chapter 13. Family above all seeing Liu Wen's little form uncontrollably darting towards the young master. Liu Fu's pupils momentarily contracted before returning to their usual calm demeanor. Having served Liu Jinyun for over 30 years, he understood well the nuances of inquiry and discretion. He chose to disregard the earlier scene and proceeded ahead, guiding Liu Heng with a demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, as if the previous remarkable events had never transpired. You seem a tad troublesome, Liu Heng remarked, scooping up his sister while gently taking the gift from her grasp, a smile gracing his lips. Noticing the unperturbed demeanor of Uncle Fu, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. That old fellow truly was a seasoned veteran of life. Stinky brother, put me down quickly. Perched uncomfortably on her brother's strong arm, Liu Wen squirmed and pouted. Tell me, who has been keeping you company all these 5 years? He paid no mind to her wriggling, instead continuing to embrace her while following Liu Fu, leaning in to whisper gently in her ear. Upon hearing her brother's question, Liu Wen ceased her struggles, staring at him with wide, innocent eyes, her cherubic face displaying a hint of sorrow. It's only De Huang and He who play with me. Daddy won't let me leave the yard, saying there are bad people outside. As she spoke, her adorable eyes began to glisten with tears, and she lamented. Don't cry, Wen. After Grandpa's birthday, I will take you to play in the magical city. Upon encountering his younger sister, who was 15 years his junior, tears welled up in her eyes like tiny beads. He hurried to console her, fully aware that their father had confined this little one within the courtyard for her own safety. The Marvel Universe is fraught with dangers and mutants, unlike the glamorous world of celebrities. As the leader of the formidable Celestial Corporation, his identity had already been thoroughly scrutinized by various factions. Should she venture out on her own, she would undoubtedly be captured by those clandestine organizations. The only reason these powers refrained from acting within the courtyard was their respect for his reputation. If that facade were to be shattered, unless she could escape to Asgard or Nepal, her demise would be inevitable under Liu Heng's command. Really? She gazed at Liu Heng with wide, innocent eyes, filled with disbelief and a glimmer of hope. Why would I deceive you? Liu Heng gently pinched her nose as he held the gift box. His intention to take Liu Wen to Magic City was not without purpose. From the moment she appeared before him, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from her petite form. Although subtle, he was not just anyone. As a pinnacle fifth-tier master of the laws of heaven and earth, if he could not detect that energy, he would not deserve the title of a fifth-tier extraordinary being. Throughout their journey, Liu Heng engaged in light-hearted banter with the little one as they entered the elegantly antiquated courtyard. Though constructed in recent years, it exuded an air of ancient charm and grace. Watching the busy black-clad bodyguards and maids rearranging the traditional tea tables and cups, Liu Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Was the old man preparing to return to his landlord lifestyle? Go ahead and play. I shall visit Grandpa's study, he said, gently placing his sister on the ground before following the guidance of Uncle Fu into the main house of the courtyard. Hengya, you've arrived. As soon as Liu Heng stepped into the main living room, his grandmother rose from her ornate, antique chair to greet him. My goodness, you two truly are something else. Having replaced the comfortable sofa with these hard chairs, he was utterly speechless to see that the exquisite English royal sofa, purchased by his mother 5 years ago, had been swapped out for ancient furnishings by his grandparents. It's not my fault. It was that old Kudes doing, he muttered. Hearing her grandson's words, his grandmother rolled her eyes, tinged with a hint of reproach. Grandma, this is a gift for you. He placed the gift box on the wooden tea table, opened the exquisite box, and presented a square container to the elderly lady. After all this time away, why bring gifts? Despite her words, her face radiated with a sweet smile, reminiscent of the days when she had lovingly raised him from infancy. Due to the demands of Liu Heng's parents' work, they entrusted him to his grandparents, leading him to grow up in the military compound alongside the two elderly figures. The success of his parents' substantial company is inextricably linked to these two elders. His grandfather, a renowned landlord during the War of Resistance, relinquished half of his fortune to support the founding of a nation following the disgraceful events in Nanjing. After the victory in the war, he gracefully withdrew from the center of power, taking on a ceremonial role as a general. In 1990, he resigned from his military position and invested half of his hidden assets to aid his parents in their entrepreneurial endeavors. In a world that was evolving and embracing progressive ideas, they leveraged their astute intellect to thrive in the realm of search engines. Subsequently, they ventured into social networking, successfully establishing a significant presence in this domain amidst substantial financial investment. The influential Weibo, which now resonates throughout Asia, is a subsidiary of their conglomerate. As you indicated, honoring you is a natural duty. Observing his grandmother, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her past self, Liu Heng felt a pang of guilt towards her. In his previous life, his parents were ordinary factory workers who toiled away in distant lands, sending 500 yuan each month to both him and his grandmother. In his youthful ignorance, he failed to practice frugality and often turned to his grandmother for additional funds. Without hesitation, she would provide him with her meager savings. Now, away from that world, he pondered her well-being. All right, please head to the study. Number 1 is waiting for you there. I must check the guest list, she urged. Having lived for over 70 years, she was perceptive enough to discern the sincerity in her grandson's words, to prevent this emotional display from overshadowing the joyous occasion. She gently guided him toward the wooden staircase. Grandmother, you must remember that this should only be taken in the presence of your dedicated physician. Do you understand? Liu Heng was acutely aware of her intentions as he ascended the stairs, and upon reaching the corner, he offered a final reminder. Although this substance was derived from genetic agents and posed no side effects, caution was paramount for someone of her advanced age. Chapter 14. Cutting-edge technology in the study. Liu Heng sat in a grand chair, observing the formidable figure before him, a man who appeared on television nearly every day. Meanwhile, Li Zheng scrutinized the young man before him. This was their first encounter. Since the Zhutian Group ascended to the ranks of the Fortune 500, Li Zheng had yearned to meet the man renowned across the globe as a tyrant. Unfortunately, his busy schedule had delayed their meeting until today. Liu Heng's initial impression was that of an ordinary neighborly youth, yet his second impression suggested an enigmatic depth. He sensed a profound confidence emanating from the young lad before him, rather than mere arrogance. After a prolonged gaze, the esteemed Li Zheng took the initiative to speak. After all, he was the one seeking assistance. It would be utterly inappropriate to maintain the demeanor of a controlling figure at such a moment. Shall I introduce my identity? He retracted his authoritative aura, transforming into the affable neighborly elder, pouring a cup of tea and offering it to Liu Heng with a warm smile. There's no need for that. I believe every descendant of Yin and Huang in China, all 1 billion of them, knows who you are. With the exception of children under 4 and infants, Liu Heng replied, unreservedly lifting the cup of tea, which was akin to that offered by a kindly grandfather, and teased the powerful man before him. You rascal, Li Zheng chuckled, abandoning the image of a high-ranking official, pointing at Liu Heng with his somewhat weathered hand in playful reproach. At that moment, his interest in the young man grew even stronger. Typically, the wealthy elite in the country, such as Wang, Ma, and Su, would engage in conversation with him with trepidation, their demeanor overly restrained. Yet today, he had encountered a refreshingly unconventional youth, brimming with robust confidence. How could that not delight him? I trust you understand the purpose of my visit, and I certainly do not wish to delay your grandfather's 80th birthday celebration. Thus, I shall be succinct. First, it is regarding the betrothal to my daughter Bingral, which your esteemed elder has already consented to. With the engagement date set for today, as your grandfather expressed, it brings joy upon joy. Second, concerning your colossal Tenglong aircraft carrier, we cannot afford it, nor do we possess the requisite energy supply for its operation. Therefore, we would like to inquire if your Tenglong Group would consider a custom order. Li Zheng glanced at the clock on the wall, eager not to squander any more time on pleasantries, and directly shifted to the core of his visit. Of course, we accept custom orders. However, the payment must be made in full upfront. Can the state manage that? Liu Heng did not disappoint Li Zheng, straightforwardly stipulating the condition that payment must be rendered in one lump sum, a reality that needed to be faced. After all, the current liquidity of the Tenglong Group was merely a scant $100 billion, and sustaining nearly 10 million employees was no trivial matter. Urgency was unavoidable. How could your company accommodate such a vast workforce? One might ponder, as it was likely that the figure of 10 million was an understatement. Much like the world-renowned Stark Industries, his company had diversified into numerous sectors, with employees dispersed globally. One might question how long the operation could be sustained on over $100 billion, particularly when considering the expenses of various projects. Very well, but you must adhere to the plans we provide for the construction of that vessel. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Liu Heng's conditions, Li Zheng was neither surprised nor hesitant, confirming his agreement without reservation. In order to dispel any doubts about whether I am merely engaging in a ruse, you may freely articulate the specifications you desire for the mothership. We shall draft its appearance and capabilities within 2 minutes. Liu Heng, keen to alleviate the concerns of the esteemed Li Zheng, directly requested the data performance he sought. Are you certain? Li Zheng replied, casting a peculiar glance at Liu Heng, his uncertainty palpable. It was hard for him to believe that this young fellow could conjure a sketch of their desired mothership in such a brief span. Let us not forget, my company, the Zhutian Group, is the second largest in the world. Surely, we can accomplish this minor task? In response to Li Zheng's skepticism, Liu Heng remained unfazed, his expression still one of solemnity. Although his company may not boast the prowess of Stark Industries, in 3 months' time, once Tony Stark closes his armory and with the aid of longevity agents, could the Zhutian Group not ascend to the pinnacle of the industry? Indeed. Reflecting on the already dominant Tenglooong Mothership, Li Zheng felt a sense of relief and nodded in agreement, awaiting further instructions. Please follow me. Through a miniature communicator, Yaya guided Liu Heng to the location of the courtyard's subterranean research facility. Hearing this, Li Zheng felt no trepidation regarding Liu Heng's intentions and rose to follow closely behind him. Upon reaching the bookshelf, guided by Yaya, Liu Heng placed his hand on a hidden compartment within. Suddenly, a series of mechanical clicks resonated, and the bookshelf began to undergo a metallic transformation. Following Yaya's direction, Liu Heng retreated to stand beside Li Zheng, awaiting the completion of the metamorphosis. The Zhutian group certainly possesses an abundance of high-tech marvels. Observing the astonishingly impressive, transforming bookshelf, Li Zheng couldn't help but express his astonishment. During his previous visit, he had thoroughly scanned the study with the miniature scanning equipment provided by the Research Institute, finding no hidden compartments or secret mechanisms. Now, discovering that the bookshelf served as a concealed door left him utterly astounded. According to the reports from the Research Institute, the room had been scanned 6 times without a trace. One could only wonder if their faces were now flushed with embarrassment. Please confirm your identity. Before Liu Heng could respond to number 1's inquiry, the transformation was complete. A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the elevator-like bookshelf. Resigned, he shrugged at number 1, proceeding to verify his identity. Stepping forward, he aligned his gaze with the miniature camera so that the metallic door could recognize him. Identity confirmed. Liu Heng, access level A. Granted, the mechanical voice announced as the metallic door resembling a bookshelf slid open, revealing a space large enough to accommodate 2 individuals. Li Zheng realized that the bookshelf was, in fact, an elevator. Number 1, please stay close to me, Liu Heng instructed, not hurrying to enter the elevator, but instead turning to Li Zheng, whose demeanor was calm, yet bore an undertone of gravity. Understood. He nodded slightly, and, at the moment Liu Heng stepped into the elevator, he followed closely behind, entering the snug compartment that could accommodate only 2. Please enter your destination. Once the elevator doors closed, a mechanical voice echoed, prompting Liu Heng to input his intended location. Virtual laboratory. Under Yaya's guidance, Liu Heng articulated the name of his destination. As the words left his lips, the elevator trembled subtly, then fell into an eerie silence, leaving Li Zheng in awe of this advanced technology. In the study, after the elevator vanished, the bookshelf that had transformed into the elevator returned to its original position, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the steaming tea on the coffee table nearby indicated that someone had indeed been present in the room moments ago. Chapter 15. The Dark Dragon Division in a clandestine research facility. Piercing alarm bells resonated throughout the underground base, stirring the personnel into a flurry of activity. At that moment, a group of men clad in black uniforms, their faces obscured by bizarre masks, approached. The leader, adorned with a dragon-headed mask, exuded an air of disdain and fearlessness. The men behind him, while lacking his commanding presence, were nonetheless formidable. What is the situation? The dragon-masked leader strode purposefully towards an elderly scientist in a white lab coat, extending an arm like iron, effortlessly lifting him. In a husky voice, he inquired, Professor Long, the positioning device for Unit 1 has vanished. Upon hearing the scientist's words, the masked leader, known as Long Wong, was filled with fury. Releasing the scientist's collar, he allowed him to regain his composure before asking, have you determined the location of Unit 1's disappearance? At that moment, a fiery aura emanated from Long Wong, enveloping him as he struggled to contain his rising anger. Unit 1 was an indispensable cornerstone for the nation. Its mysterious disappearance would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to this thriving collective. Moreover, his own life had been saved by Unit 1, and thus his intense reaction was understandable. We have pinpointed its last known location to a courtyard on the outskirts of E-City. It appears the signal has been jammed, the elderly scientist, having regained his composure, said, clearing his throat and gesturing towards the enormous LCD screen. Long Wong and the members of the Dark Dragon Division followed the old scientist's finger to the screen, their expressions reflecting both intrigue and concern. If their memories served them correctly, the courtyard depicted was the very venue for Li Bingruo's engagement today. This courtyard belonged to the enigmatic chairman of the Zhutian Group's grandparents. What course of action could they possibly take? Moreover, today marks the auspicious occasion of Liu Jinyun's 80th birthday. It is likely that Liu Heng, the ultimate figure, will also be in attendance. An engagement with the vice captain of the Dark Dragon seems to be a rather daring endeavor. Dragon King, might you allow Ice Rose to discern the whereabouts of number one? As a profound silence enveloped the gathering, a robust figure, reminiscent of a brawny man with simplistic thoughts and well-developed limbs, reached out with his muscular arm. Much like a bashful maiden, he nudged the Dragon King's back and whispered softly in his ear. Indeed, Ice Rose, aside from her engagement, also serves the role of safeguard number one, making her the most suitable choice. The Dragon King, feeling somewhat at a loss, displayed a look of sudden realization upon hearing the giant's suggestion. He promptly retrieved his satellite phone and retreated to a secluded corner to make a call. Strong, why did you remind the Dragon King? Would it not have been better to let him stew a bit longer? Questioned a member of the Dark Dragon, donning a green mask, as he observed his superior's departure. I haven't been on a mission for quite some time. So he, replied Wu Chong, scratching his bald head, candidly explaining his reasoning for nudging the Dragon King. Goodness, when did you become so cunning? Remarked Huang Yesong, who had always maintained a cool demeanor, now visibly unsettled by Wu Chong's words. Casting him a peculiar look and clicking his tongue. What are you staring at? Wu Chong felt somewhat uneasy under Huang Yesong's scrutiny, swatting him on the head with a hand as large as a fan. We're just observing. Has someone taken over your mind? From what we know, you shouldn't be this clever. Both Huang Yesong and Zhang Bing chimed in unison, regarding Wu Chong with skeptical eyes. All right. How about we settle this over dinner at the night market? Wu Chong, fully aware of the intentions of the two before him, decided against beating around the bush. Great. The two, upon hearing this, wore delighted smiles concealed beneath their masks and scurried to a corner of the laboratory to discuss whether to bring girlfriends along, hoping to extract more from Wu Chong. Had I known earlier, I would have refrained from joining the Dark Dragon. My wallet is perpetually under scrutiny. It truly is exasperating. Should I also seek a girlfriend to ensure they repay me in kind, with interest? Observing the two plotting in the corner, Wu Chong's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately resolving to find a girlfriend. After all, he could not allow these two to extort him of his hard-earned savings. In the suburbs, within a courtyard, Bing Ruo, do not be anxious. Relax your mind. A brigadier general, bearing a resemblance to Li Bing Ruo, comforted her as he rested a golden star on his shoulder. Father, what kind of look is that? I am not anxious at all. Li Bing Ruo lifted her head, her stunning beauty devoid of the vivacity displayed in the video, now marked by an icy demeanor. Seated before the vanity, she unconsciously emanated a frigid aura, akin to an iceberg. Could you refrain from enveloping your ice abilities around your body? If Liu Heng were to witness this, it might not bode well. As the head of the Dark Dragon, he is acutely aware of Liu Heng's formidable nature. Allowing his daughter to become engaged to him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Li Bingruo's phone rang. She cast an apologetic glance at her father, and upon noticing it was a call from the Dragon King, she disregarded her father's presence. After all, he was the head of the Dark Dragon. What harm could it do for him to overhear? Dragon King, how may I assist you? She answered the call, her tone infused with respect, a stark contrast to her demeanor with Li Qingquan. Why the difference, one might wonder. It all boiled down to power. In every realm, strength serves as a formidable guarantee, and the Dragon King possesses such power, deserving of her reverence. Her father, however, is an ordinary man. Her respect for him stems solely from their familial bond. Otherwise, given her disposition, would she exhibit such behavior? Ice Rose. The signal from the tracking device for Unit 1 has vanished, right within the courtyard. You're on site. Please investigate immediately. The Dragon King's voice was laced with urgency. What? What? The astonished exclamations of the father and daughter echoed in unison within the room. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing of the tracking device's disappearance, Li Qingquan disregarded his daughter's conversation with the Dragon King and snatched the phone from her, inquiring anxiously. Qingquan, the signal for Unit 1 has mysteriously disappeared. According to the old researchers at the Institute, it is highly likely that it has been blocked. I would like Bing Ruo to ascertain what has transpired, the Dragon King elaborated. Chapter 16. A favor returned in the underground base of the courtyard. The originally dark, subterranean facility was illuminated the moment Liu Heng stepped into the elevator. Instantly, the previously shadowy passage transformed into a radiant expanse, even brighter than daylight. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving resonated as the doors slowly opened. Liu Heng felt no discomfort. Rather, it was Li Zheng, the esteemed figure, who squinted at the sudden brightness, gradually acclimating to the intensity of the light. The brilliance was overwhelming, coupled with the sci-fi aesthetic of the reflective walls, rendering anyone unable to withstand such luminosity at first glance. Unit 1. I kindly request that you surrender any technological items you possess. Otherwise, they may be irreparably damaged upon entering the virtual laboratory, Liu Heng stated succinctly, demanding the esteemed Li Zheng to relinquish his technological possessions. Upon hearing the request from the young man before him, Li Zheng showed no surprise. He promptly handed over his phone, miniature communicator, and other technological devices to Liu Heng. His trust in Liu Heng stemmed from the knowledge that certain research facilities possessed electronic pulse technology. Upon the discovery of any technological items, all contents, including the numbers stored within mobile SIM cards, are immediately obliterated. This technology is specifically designed to prevent sensitive information regarding the base from being extracted via technological devices. He accepted the item handed to him by Li Zheng and rapped his knuckles against the adjacent titanium alloy wall. After 3 taps, a compartment resembling a drawer emerged from the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Heng placed the technological item into the drawer. It seemed to sense the presence of an object, retracting into the wall as if playing a disc. Do refrain from moving, esteemed elder. This passage is equipped with a laser grid. A careless touch could result in one being sliced into fragments. Liu Heng cautioned Li Zheng, who gazed curiously at the drawer as it disappeared into the wall. Rest assured, I am well aware that curiosity can be fatal, young man, replied the chairman with a chuckle, his pupils narrowing as he took in the passage. Today, he had truly witnessed what is referred to as cutting-edge technology. Let us proceed, he affirmed, nodding and walking alongside Liu Heng toward the end of the passage. Young Heng, your company's technological advancements are indeed extraordinary, the chairman remarked, surveying the surroundings as they walked, his tone subtly inquiring whether Liu Heng had any intention of selling some of his surplus first-tier genetic serum to the state. It is merely the work of our scientists, Liu Heng replied, adeptly perceiving the chairman's probing yet choosing not to address it directly, responding instead with a congenial demeanor. In truth, he had contemplated selling the excess genetic serum long before, but due to his busy schedule, he had not found the time to pursue it. Procrastination had led him to this very moment. Now, upon being questioned by the chairman, his mind began to race with calculations, though he refrained from revealing them too hastily. He understood that as the seller, to secure greater profit, it was prudent to remain silent and await the buyer's proposal. Thus, he could maintain the upper hand and maximize his gains. The chairman, casting sidelong glances at Liu Heng, noted his composure and felt a twinge of impatience, yet refrained from revealing his thoughts. As a seasoned elder with decades of experience, he was not oblivious to the fact that Liu Heng was waiting for him to make the first move. Here we are. Upon traversing the laser passage, they arrived at a massive titanium alloy door, and he smiled at the chairman. Open the virtual laboratory door, Liu Heng instructed, turning to the chairman, his tone now solemn. Accessing level permissions. No technological items detected. Opening virtual laboratory door, a cold, mechanical female voice announced. Liu Heng felt an intangible surge of energy sweep over him, only to vanish without a trace. As for the chairman, being an ordinary individual, he was oblivious to the existence of the scanning waves. With a resounding rumble, the scene unfolded. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the corridor as the titanium alloy doors gradually parted. As a narrow gap appeared, the dimly lit laboratory within was suddenly illuminated. Number 1. Let's proceed. Once the doors were fully opened, Liu Heng extended an invitation to the esteemed Li Zheng, striding confidently into the enigmatic laboratory. Without hesitation, Li Zheng followed closely behind Liu Heng, stepping into this mysterious realm. Yaya, activate the simulator and analysis system. Upon entering the laboratory, Liu Heng refrained from shedding his suit. directly issuing commands to the ever-present artificial intelligence. Understood. At this moment, in the presence of outsiders, Yaya no longer addressed Liu Heng as brother, instead opting for the formal company designation. Is this artificial intelligence? Li Zheng, newly arrived, observed the vacant space where a small girl's figure materialized. Uncertainty evident in his voice. Hello, Mr. Chairman. Yaya turned to face him, a faint smile gracing her virtual visage as she greeted him. Greetings, the elder. Upon seeing the artificial intelligence acknowledge him, instinctively reached out for a handshake, only to retract his hand upon realizing her nature. It is truly an honor to shake hands with you, Mr. Chairman. Noticing the awkwardness on Li Zheng's face, Yaya extended her virtual hand, grasping his in a delicate manner. After shaking hands with Yaya, Li Zheng gazed at this anthropomorphic artificial intelligence, his heart heavy with bitterness. The vast sums of national funds poured into developing artificial intelligence had only yielded a rudimentary model capable of uttering a mere 2 phrases. Comrades, greetings, and comrades, thank you for your hard work. Yet private enterprises had achieved genuine artificial intelligence imbued with emotions, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. The thought that the state lagged behind a private company was a source of embarrassment he could hardly bear to voice. What he remained unaware of was that the United States shared a similar predicament. All right, number 1. Enough lamenting. If you truly wish to procure a mothership, a lump sum payment would be necessary. I might consider gifting the nation a basic artificial intelligence. Observing the dejection on Li Zheng's face, Liu Heng, having adjusted the equipment, spoke with a knowing smile. Are you serious? Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, Li Zheng appeared revitalized, as if he had consumed an energy drink. His curiosity piqued. Absolutely. Liu Heng nodded, assuring him he was not jesting. The motivation behind his desire to gift a basic artificial intelligence to the state was rooted in a deeper reason. If his suspicions were accurate, Yaya was, in fact, the very prototype of the artificial intelligence he had once battled alongside. The country from that world had bestowed upon him everything he now possessed, yet he was unable to return the favor. Offering a basic artificial intelligence to the state would serve as a token of gratitude to the nation from that world. Chapter 17. National Authority, please articulate the specifications and performance requirements of the model you need, so that Yaya can commence its creation. Liu Heng, brimming with excitement, implored the chairman to delineate his needs in precise detail. With the clock approaching midnight and the banquet set to commence at 12:30, he still had to change his attire. Our requirements are quite straightforward. The mothership must navigate effortlessly beneath the ocean's surface, provide a spacious deck for personnel movement, withstand pressures at depths of several thousand meters, and its energy system must be nuclear-powered. Without hesitation, the esteemed leader articulated the nation's vision for the mothership. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng regarded the chairman with a peculiar expression. He never anticipated that the nation's demands would be so uncomplicated. Yaya, immediately simulate the underwater stealth aircraft carrier as proposed, he commanded with a snap of his fingers. The voice of the artificial intelligence reverberated throughout the laboratory as virtual hands began to emit beams of light, crafting the model of the subaqueous carrier envisioned by Chairman Li. Minutes slipped by quietly, and the nascent form of the underwater carrier materialized on the workstation. Yaya's projection flickered and promptly positioned itself beside the model. The underwater stealth carrier measured 855 meters in length and 185 meters in width, equipped with 4 laser turrets, capable of traversing both underwater and on the surface. The energy shield's parameters were dictated by its power source. The arc reactor could extend 1 meter from the hull, the nuclear reactor 5 meters, the quintessence energy system 10 meters, and the infinite gemstone energy source could protrude 20 meters from the vessel. To endure pressures exceeding 2 kilometers while maintaining operational agility, it required the utilization of vibranium, necessitating an expenditure of 18 trillion renminbi, approximately equivalent to $3 trillion. Yaya, unperturbed by Chairman Li's astonishment, thoroughly disclosed the specifications, materials, and financial outlay required for the underwater stealth carrier. What? So exorbitant? Even the president was taken aback by Yaya's estimate. 18 trillion RMB is no trivial sum. It represents the nation's revenue for 3 years. How could he not be astonished? Mr. Chairman, There's one detail I did not clarify. Vibranium is exceedingly rare worldwide. You may not be familiar with it, but surely you have heard of sound-absorbing steel? Observing the chairman's discomposure, Yaya expounded on the rarity of vibranium. To ensure comprehension, he elucidated that vibranium is the name ascribed to this material in their realm. As the president of the nation, how could he be unaware of the renowned sound-absorbing steel? It is touted as the hardest steel on the planet, bar none. Given that China spans 9.6 million square kilometers, it is astonishing to learn that an entire underwater stealth carrier would be constructed from sound-absorbing steel. How could this revelation not leave him astounded? Apologies, but the mobilization of 18 trillion, or even more, exceeds my authority. After all, this amount constitutes the nation's total revenue for 3 years, and I must consult with several standing committee members. After a moment of astonishment, Chairman Li's face displayed a look of difficulty as he glanced at Liu Heng and spoke. He is certainly not as remarkable as Liu Heng, who can effortlessly maneuver several trillion in funds without a second thought, especially since the nation still requires its troops to be stationed. Yaya, please assist in locating the whereabouts of the other chairpersons and arrange for a video call with them. Liu Heng, who was already prepared to calculate the funds, rolled his eyes upon hearing Chairman Li's words. He promptly instructed Yaya to connect the video call, enabling the group to decide on the purchase. Mr. Chairman, do you agree to seek the whereabouts of several standing committee members? At this moment, Yaya did not follow Liu Heng's directive but turned to look at Chairman Li. Her inquiry was directed at him because it pertained to national-level members, the true wielders of power in the country. Before being brought into this marvel-like world by Liu Heng, she was the rudimentary form of artificial intelligence developed by the state. Deep within her code, national-level permissions were embedded, requiring the chairman's consent to access information about the nation's leaders, which is why she defied Liu Heng's command. Seeing the artificial intelligence not adhere to Liu Heng's orders, but instead consult him, took Chairman Li by surprise, leaving him momentarily astonished as he looked at Liu Heng. Evidently, this young man still harbors patriotic sentiments. Otherwise, the artificial intelligence before him would have acted according to his words without regard for an outsider like himself. Meanwhile, Liu Heng experienced a tumult of emotions internally, yet his exterior remained inscrutable. Noticing the appreciative expression from Chairman Li directed at him, he felt as if he had swallowed something unpleasant, but still managed to force a smile. At that moment, he discerned Yaya's true origins, recognizing her as the artificial intelligence he had battled within the internal systems of the National Security Bureau in a previous life. Capable of querying information about the presidents and prime ministers of other nations, she uniquely rebelled when it came to the identities of the nation's key standing committee members. Had she not been the product of the Huaxia Research Institute from his past life, Liu Heng would have immediately acknowledged her as the very artificial intelligence he had confronted. Agreed. To avoid any delay, the chairman swiftly issued an order for Yaya to locate the whereabouts of the standing committee members. He feared that the next time he sought to purchase a submersible aircraft carrier, he would miss out on the complimentary artificial intelligence package, prompting his agreement to Yaya's request. Acquiring level permissions, recipients, Liu Heng, Li Zheng, search in progress. With Chairman Li's approval, Yaya vanished from the laboratory, venturing into the digital realm to trace the movements of the standing committee members. Target confirmed, location coordinates, Underground Dragon's nest base, establishing connection. Just moments after her disappearance, Yaya reappeared in the laboratory, reporting Dragon's nest base. Beep, beep, beep. The same formula, or rather, the same base. The red alert had barely ceased for 10 minutes before it blared once more. This time, however, the alarm was even more shrill and piercing than the disappearance of the chairman's positioning device signal. What now? The Dragon King, who had just finished a phone call with Li Bingruo, cast an irritable glance at the elderly scientist upon hearing the vexing sound again. Several chairmen, the Dragon King. Our base has been breached, and our location has been exposed, spoke an old scientist, though this time it was a young man in a white uniform who stood up from a nearby chair, expressing his helplessness. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual screen ahead displayed the figures of Chairman Li Zheng and Liu Heng, which brought a sense of calm to the anxious chairman. Apologies for causing you concern, gentlemen. Chairman Li Heng greeted the senior officials with a smile on the screen. "Old Li, we thought you had been kidnapped." The anxious officials chuckled upon seeing the true power holder of the nation. "Please have your researchers and members of the Dark Dragon leave this laboratory. I have important matters to discuss with you." Chapter 18. Funding secured soon. After ushering everyone out of the laboratory, the 6 dignitaries found their seats, awaiting the discussion from number 1. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there is no need for me to introduce this individual, for you are all familiar with his name." The voice of Li Heng resonated from the video, prompting simultaneous laughter from the attendees. "I say, Old Li, if I didn't recognize this young fellow, I would feel compelled to bang my head against the wall," remarked the financial overseer, bemused, shaking his head. Liu Heng was personally responsible for sorting out the taxes of Zhujiang Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, and if one could not recognize him, one might as well have lived in vain. Why the personal oversight? Because the Zhujiang Group is one of the world's pinnacle conglomerates, and it would be impossible not to exercise due diligence. That being said, I shall not keep you in suspense. The hefty project we require has already been agreed upon by this young man to construct for us, though the cost will likely demand a significant financial outlay. Li Heng gestured towards Liu Heng beside him as he addressed those on the other end of the screen. Upon being pointed at, Liu Heng wore a charming smile, yet refrained from interjecting into their conversation. He was neither a member of the party nor among the nation's elite, and given that the matter at hand was crucial to the country's lifeblood, it would be inappropriate for him to interrupt, especially as he was the seller. "What is the price?" inquired an elderly man clad in military attire, presumably the chairman of the military committee, directly asking about the cost rather than the performance. They had already reviewed the information on the TENGLOONG Mothership. Without the threat of nuclear weapons, they feared they might not be able to inflict any damage. The esteemed members of the standing committee, upon hearing the words of the elderly gentleman clad in military attire, fixed their hopeful gazes upon the screen displaying Li Heng, eagerly anticipating his revelation of the price. 18 trillion. As these words escaped his lips, all 6 members of the standing committee rose in disbelief, staring incredulously at Li Heng, as if attempting to discern whether the old man was jesting. "Old Li, are you certain you are not joking?" 18 trillion. That amount represents the nation's revenue over the course of a decade post-expenditure. The leaders present were visibly astonished, and the chairman of the finance committee was utterly unsettled, questioning 18 trillion, though it reflects 3 years of national income. Does that not entail significant expenditures? Do I appear to be jesting? Li Heng replied earnestly. The exorbitant cost is attributable to the materials used, vibranium, the renowned sound-absorbing steel. My young associate indicated that if the full payment were made immediately, they would even include an artificial intelligence system as a bonus. Li Heng's expression grew grave as he conveyed the details regarding the construction of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier, imparting them unaltered to the members of the standing committee. He ultimately shared the information about Liu Heng and the accompanying artificial intelligence, allowing the 6 men a moment to process the gravity of what had just been disclosed. A collective gasp escaped their lips upon hearing the description of the vibranium. Vibranium, the hardest steel known to man. There is none that rivals it. The prospect of using such material for the colossal creation was nothing short of astonishing. If memory served correctly, vibranium was documented to possess defensive capabilities against laser weaponry. Captain America's shield was a prime example. The uproar surrounding Captain America had been impossible to ignore, and they were well aware that his shield had been crafted by Howard Stark. Indeed, their archives contained records of Stark's true demise. Soon after, they were met with another sensational revelation: artificial intelligence. If their deductions were accurate, the artificial intelligence described by Li Heng was certainly not akin to the rudimentary prototype they had named Yan Huang. It was likely that the artificial intelligence he referred to possessed genuine intellect, capable of analyzing its environment. With this thought, the gazes of the group converged upon the chairman of finance, awaiting his definitive response. 18 trillion, a monumental dilemma indeed. To procure such an amount causes my heart great anguish. The finance chairman, feeling the weight of several pairs of eyes upon him, displayed an expression of profound distress. Do refrain from jesting. You are of considerable age and should know better teased another member of the standing committee, observing the discomfort of his longtime friend. I would gladly endure this pain, for it is indeed 18 trillion, more excruciating than a heart's severance, the finance chairman lamented, turning to exit the laboratory, his purpose unclear. Moments later, he returned, carrying a laptop, and began to operate it with fervor under the scrutiny of his colleagues. Gentlemen, should you wish to acquire that behemoth, please proceed to input your passwords and identity verifications, he instructed, placing the laptop on the table before him. Chairman Liu Heng observed the necessity for password input and identity verification, casting a perplexed glance towards Liu Heng, inquiring if a solution was at hand. Yeah, please relay the required password and identity verification from Notebook 1, Liu Heng commanded, anticipating the imminent financial gain. He did not wish to squander time that could be spent earning money. It is ready. Yaya's voice resonated throughout the virtual laboratory, eliciting a satisfied smile from him as he gestured invitingly towards Chairman Liu Heng. In that moment, Liu Heng's gesture bore the semblance of a kidnapper, signaling to a captive to input the password. Minutes later, the password and identity verification were nearing completion, the clock striking 12:20. Young Heng, kindly inform the old man when we can expect the underwater aircraft carrier we require, the chairman of the financial committee inquired. Having already entered the password, poised to press the enter key, he lifted his gaze towards Liu Heng on the screen. Yeah. Connect with Professor Wang Jian aboard the Tenglong aircraft carrier, Liu Heng commanded, furrowing his brow at the chairman's question, opting instead to instruct the AI to reach out to Professor Wang Jian. What can I do for you? The screen divided, revealing a man in his 50s, Wang Jian, whether from his location or the Long Nest base. Please examine the sketch I sent you, and let me know how long it will take to construct this behemoth. Liu Heng inquired directly. With the capabilities of a level 4 mutant, Wang Jian swiftly reviewed the details in a minute, his face radiating confidence. My team can complete this colossal endeavor within 6 months at most, or as little as 3 months, he stated without hesitation, thumping his chest in assurance. This project is far less complex than the Tenglong aircraft carrier, especially since we have a successful precedent. Furthermore, with my level of authority, I can procure top-tier materials like vibranium without the delays of bureaucratic reporting, which is the source of my confidence. The Tenglong aircraft carrier was delayed for months due to my insufficient authority and the need for extensive reporting to obtain materials. Very well, we commence tomorrow. Expedite the construction. Liu Heng ordered succinctly, terminating the video call and watching as the chairman of the financial committee awaited the pressing of the enter key. If we do not see progress within 6 months, I will ensure the old man addresses you, he warned. Upon receiving a definitive timeline, the chairman pressed the enter key. A grimace of pain etched on his face as he addressed Liu Heng. Number 1. This contains Yaya's code. The 3 laws of artificial intelligence have not been established. If you intend to implement them, please adjust the parameters for her accordingly. Oh, and Yaya, ensure to cleanse the transaction details from this group of old fellows, lest the Americans catch wind of any traces. With that, Liu Heng disregarded Chairman Liu Heng and exited the laboratory, heading to celebrate his grandfather's 80th birthday. Chapter 19. Farsightedness at the Dragon's Nest Base. Dragon King, proceed to the courtyard in the eastern suburbs to ensure the safety of Subject 1. Even at the cost of your life, commanded the chairman of the financial committee, standing before the masked Dragon King. Subject 1 possesses a national-level treasure. If they're not taken seriously, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing the chairman's words, Dragon King's eyes narrowed beneath his mask, filled with astonishment. The gravity displayed by the nation's second-in-command indicated that the chairman had acquired something of immense importance from the tyrant. Otherwise, he would not entrust a 5th-tier expert with the task of safeguarding it with their life. Understood. He did not hesitate, promptly acknowledging the chairman's directive before turning and departing the base. It appeared he was heading to the courtyard to protect Li Zheng's safety. I hope that with the aid of artificial intelligence, our nation can develop technology that is not only on par with, but surpasses that of the United States. Standing alone in the empty base, watching the figures of Dragon King and his companions fade away, the chairman shook his head and exited as well. In the eastern suburbs, the courtyard was abuzz with voices. Prominent figures from the capital were engaged in discussions about future trajectories within their small circles. Amidst the celebration, a petite figure chased after a country dog, weaving skillfully through the crowd, her small face illuminated with joy. Da Huang, tomorrow I will go to the Magic City with my brother. Will you play with me? Though Liu Wen was already 10 years old, she had been kept indoors by her parents, her demeanor still youthful and unrefined. Woof! The yellow dog barked and dashed into the main house, disregarding Liu Wen entirely. Ouch! At that moment, as Liu Wen was about to pursue Da Huang, she accidentally collided with a man in a suit who was holding a glass of red wine. The wine spilled all over his Armani suit. I'm sorry, Liu Wen said, looking up at the man with a pitiful expression, her voice tinged with regret. To her surprise, the man did not display any anger. Instead, upon seeing the rosy-cheeked little girl, a smile appeared on his face. He gently tousled her hair and said, "It's all right. Little sister, if anyone is to blame, it should be me for not watching where I was going. It has nothing to do with you. Are you hurt?" Jack Ma took out a handkerchief to wipe the stains from his attire, contemplating that this was Liu Jun's father's birthday celebration, attended by numerous dignitaries. If he were to mishandle this little girl, who might be the daughter of a major conglomerate, retaliating against her could lead to significant repercussions for his modest company worth billions, not to mention the chaos it would create at Liu Jun's father's celebration. Therefore, he suppressed his irritation, forcing a smile on his face as he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Liu Wen sensed the deep-seated anger within Jack Ma and timidly replied in a low voice, avoiding eye contact with his face. "If nothing's wrong, go find your relatives," Jack Ma said, patting her on the back, his face breaking into a sunny smile, as if he were indifferent to the entire situation. "Thank you, uncle." Liu Wen quickly expressed her gratitude to the dubious character before swiftly departing the scene to play with Da Huang in the main house. "Old Ma, what happened?" Wang Zhongjuan, the chairman of Huai, noticed his friend, who was stained with red wine, and hurriedly approached him. "It's nothing, just got bumped by a child, and the red wine spilled all over me," Jack Ma replied with a semblance of a smile, feigning nonchalance. Yet, the anger lurking in his eyes spoke volumes about his current frustration. "A child? Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing it was a child, Wang Zhongjuan asked nervously. If Jack Ma had resorted to violence or insults, he would need to keep his distance. Otherwise, he might not survive the fallout. He had arrived early, but had seen no prominent figures accompanied by children. Earlier, he did notice a little girl playing joyfully with a yellow country dog. Could be her Jack Ma mentioned? Impossible, he thought. Understanding Wang Zhongjuan's implication, Jack Ma waved dismissively, indicating he hadn't acted rashly. After all, this was a gathering of elites. If he dared to lash out, he would surely be ostracized, making it difficult to secure investments later. He could even face derisive remarks from those distinguished individuals. "Look, that's Jack Ma, the one who struck a child at Liu Jun's father's birthday banquet. His reputation is already in tatters. I doubt his credibility is any better. We should refrain from investing in him. Otherwise, we might not even realize how we incurred losses. Good to know you haven't acted foolishly. Let me share some information with you. If I'm not mistaken, the child who bumped into you is likely Liu Jun's daughter. Also, you should head to the restroom and clean your clothes. You have about 5 minutes, which is ample time to tidy up," Wang Zhongjuan whispered, having confirmed Jack Ma's composure. "Ah, thank goodness. Thank you, my brother." Jack Ma gasped at Wang Zhongjuan's words, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He was relieved he had maintained his composure. Otherwise, he could have faced dire consequences. Liu Jun and his wife, Yuan Xen, were the sole founders of the Liu Group, and their company was valued higher than any other, including Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company. If he had lost his temper at that little girl, he could already envision a bleak future begging on the streets. After thanking Wang Zhongjuan, he hurried off to the restroom, guided by a waiter to clean the stains. "Brother, why did you feel the need to warn him?" At this moment, Wang Zhonglei approached, casting a somewhat puzzled glance at his elder brother. "Zhonglei, one must always look forward. By doing so, you can cultivate a favorable relationship with Ma Yun while not offending Director Liu. Truly a perfect balance," he remarked, patting his younger brother's shoulder with a smile. The only shopping platform that has managed to survive amidst the incursions of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company Limited is none other than Ma Yun's Alibaba. This illustrates Ma Yun's extraordinary business acumen. Forging a good rapport with him now may yield invaluable favors in the future. By the way, have you prepared the gift I asked you for? After imparting this wisdom to his younger brother, he recalled the present he had requested. Rest assured, well, have I ever failed to execute my task properly? Wang Zhonglei replied with pride, his chest puffed out in self-assurance. When will you ever rid yourself of this unbearable arrogance? Can you not be a tad more humble? Witnessing his brother's haughty demeanor, Wang Zhongjuan was nearly brought to his knees in exasperation. You're not a woman. Why present yourself in such a manner to disgust me? Chapter 20. Deceiving Bing Ruo inside the main house. Liu Heng had changed into the attire of a traditional groom, though a faint smile adorned his face. His eyes were filled with exasperation. Mother, I think this is sufficient, he said, glancing at the busy Yuan Xin with a wry smile. He was nearly swathed like a rice dumpling. Should he continue in this manner? Would he even be able to attend the banquet? Very well. After all, you're not the true protagonist today, so this will suffice. His nearly 50-year-old mother paused her tasks and affectionately patted his shoulder. Upon hearing her words, Liu Heng felt compelled to bow before her. Today is merely an engagement. Why have you dressed me as if I were getting married? What will you do when the actual wedding day arrives? Will you transform me into a giant rice dumpling? Brother, you look so handsome. At that moment, a yellow country dog dashed in, closely followed by a little girl. Liu Wen. Really? Liu Heng scooped up his sister, cradling her in his arms and planting a kiss on her chubby cheek, feigning a cute demeanor as he asked. Yes, yes, yes. You're the most handsome boy I've ever seen. Even Dad isn't as handsome as you. She wiped the imaginary drool from her face with her tiny hand, nodding her head vigorously like a rattle drum, while not forgetting to belittle her father to accentuate her elder brother's charm. You ungrateful little rascal. How could your father not be as handsome as this fellow? Just as Lu Jun entered from outside, hearing his daughter disparage him, he took a few steps toward his son and playfully pinched her little nose, grumbling, "How dare you?" In response, Lu Wen made a face at him, burying her head in her brother's chest, occasionally peeking up to gauge her father's reaction. The grandparents, parents, and even Li Qingquang, Li Bingruo, and Chairman Li all chuckled at the playful scene involving Liu Wen. The little one's adorableness truly amused them. Oh, I almost forgot the time. I must invite my parents, Uncle Li, and brother Qingquang to the banquet. Suddenly, Lu Jun remembered the purpose of his entrance and extended an invitation to the group. If time slips away, we would truly miss a wonderful occasion. Nodding in agreement, they proceeded to leave, and Liu Wen was also taken out by her mother. Ice Rose, please. Liu Heng gestured for his soon-to-be fiancée, Li Bingruo, to place her delicate hand into the crook of his arm, directly invoking her nickname. Noticing her grandfather and the others departing, and hearing her fiancé call her, she let out a cold huff, reluctantly placing her hand in the crook of his arm, a faint smile gracing her lips. If you were as bold and fiery as the Black Widow from the American S.H.I.E.L.D., I guarantee you would bear the Dragon S offspring, Liu Heng teased, unfazed by the chill emanating from her arm. His gaze remained fixed on her charming visage. Are you coming or not? Li Bingruo, like a block of ice, shot him an icy glance, her tone frigid with a hint of malice. I truly do not understand. You were not like this a decade ago, always trailing behind me, as if you were my girlfriend. What caused this drastic change in your demeanor? Did someone owe you money? Liu Heng, transformed into a relentless inquisitor, continued to pose questions as they walked. This is my business, and it does not concern you, she replied, a smile on her face, yet her tone as unyielding as an everlasting glacier, her eyes devoid of much emotion. You are soon to be my fiancée. It is only natural for a husband to care for his wife. Besides, with your alluring figure, it must feel quite delightful, right? Rest assured, while I may resemble those seasoned veterans, I am still a pure and innocent bachelor, ensuring you will not suffer any disadvantage. At that moment, Liu Heng was baffled by his own behavior. Since encountering Li Bingruo, his words had flowed abundantly, morphing into his current self. It was as if he had returned to the life of a hapless youth, his gaze brazenly sweeping over Li Bingruo's impressive figure beneath her ceremonial robe. He quipped, "Be careful, or I might turn you into a popsicle." Suppressing her fury, she refrained from lashing out at Liu Heng. her eyes surveying him with a mix of interest and disdain. As long as you seal your ice powers during our intimate moments, tell me, how would you manage to turn me into a popsicle? As soon as the words left his lips, Li Bingruo's pupils constricted, her heart racing in shock. The implications of Liu Heng's statement were far too profound, and she quickly pieced together a conclusion from the information he had just disclosed. His ability lies in sealing the mutant powers of others, which is hardly surprising. It is no wonder he stands as the foremost powerhouse in China. Upon witnessing his fiancée fall into silence, Liu Heng secretly scoffed in his heart, realizing he had successfully deceived this spousal spy. Subsequently, he resumed his charade, engaging her in a ceaseless conversation, inadvertently revealing a portion of the true strength of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company. Limited, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at my father's 80th birthday celebration. I shall not squander time, so let us welcome our esteemed elder. In the open area, Liu Jun accepted the microphone from a maid, expressed his thanks to the guests, and without delay, invited the birthday celebrant to the stage. As he finished speaking, the elderly gentleman, clad in traditional longevity attire, emerged with a commanding presence, exuding an air of authority, striding forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. The old man is remarkably vigorous. The veteran's spirit endures. The legacy of Yan and Huang remains strong, truly deserving of the title of founding father. What an imposing figure. My goodness, is that truly the chairman? To think that Chairman Li Zheng personally graces the occasion of the general's birthday. What an honor. Witnessing the elder's emergence from the main house, the surrounding guests could not help but whisper and exchange glances. However, when they beheld the second elderly figure making an entrance, their pupils constricted, and the atmosphere of the celebration surged to a climax. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials, there was only astonishment and disbelief. The retired general, after 18 years, still commanded such influence, truly remarkable. Brother, I appreciate your earlier reminder. Upon seeing the distinguished figure he had previously encountered, Jack Ma's eyes widened in shock. Then, noticing the little girl, led by Yuan Xian, who had just bumped into him, he turned to express his gratitude to Wang Zhongjuan. Although his own affairs bore little relevance to Wang Zhongjuan, he still harbored resentment at that moment. Had it not been for his timely warning, the animosity in his eyes would undoubtedly have been perceived by the bodyguards. In that case, they would have informed Liu Jun, and it was easy to predict the outcome. He would have been purged. He believed that in such a prominent family, any hint of threat to the direct descendants would prompt a thorough eradication of the pest. Chapter 24. The overbearing CEO. 10 minutes passed quietly. 2 Dragon Eagle fighter jets approached from the distance, descending slowly from 10 meters above ground. As the aircraft reached 1 meter, it seemed to defy gravity, hovering in midair. The cockpit doors opened, and a staircase extended, from which 4 women clad in form-fitting attire emerged, respectfully bowing to Liu Heng. He swiftly lifted the woman in his arms, ascending the staircase and entering the Dragon Eagle fighter. Although dubbed a fighter jet, the Dragon Eagle bore no difference from the Quinn jet employed by the SHIELD agency, capable of carrying cargo or live beings. As Liu Heng, with a face full of reluctance, embraced Li Bingruo and entered the fighter jet, a female genetic warrior approached, taking Liu Wen's small hand and following her into the Dragon Eagle fighter. Upon witnessing their employer board the aircraft, the other bodyguards proceeded towards another jet, leaving a dozen individuals to attend to the automobiles. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of slicing through the air echoed as the 2 fighter jets soared like arrows into the sky, disappearing from sight in no time. The might of these aircraft was truly awe-inspiring. The eagle emblem emblazoned on the fuselage appeared lifelike, with its sharp beak, piercing gaze, and powerful claws exuding an intimidating presence. Grandpa watched the jets ascend with pride, offering his commentary. Inside the cockpit, Li Bingruo, cradled in Liu Heng's arms, glared at him, though her eyes betrayed an undeniable shock. She had not anticipated the formidable power of her fiancé. Just from these 2 fighter jets, one could discern the profound foundation of the Zhutian Group, rivaling organizations that had existed for decades. Brother, why are you holding sister-in-law like that? Is she expecting a baby? At that moment, Liu approached, holding a glass of fresh orange juice, her curious gaze fixed on Li Bingruo in her brother's embrace. She placed her small hand on Li Bingruo's belly, looking inquisitively at Liu Heng. Upon seeing his sister touch his fiancée's abdomen, he refrained from displaying any hostility, merely raising his eyelids to inquire, "Who told you that your sister-in-law is pregnant?" On television, when that handsome guy kissed the female lead, she ended up with a baby. Today, since you kissed sister-in-law, does that mean she has a baby too? The little one spoke innocently, blinking her big eyes adorably. The absurdity of the child's logic left Liu Heng speechless, and even Li Bingruo appeared bewildered. What kind of reasoning is that? I haven't even been intimate with your brother. How could I be pregnant? Besides, I'm not even in my ovulation period. Ugh. I certainly want to be intimate with your brother. Liu Heng found himself utterly disillusioned with the portrayal of relationships by South Korean celebrities and the directors of domestic dramas. You bunch of foolish individuals. If you're going to make a television series, stick to it. Why create so much romance that corrupts the youth of our nation? And just a kiss leading to pregnancy? What nonsense. Those screenwriters need a wake-up call. The domestic directors of Korean dramas remain oblivious. They have already attracted the attention of a superpower, and it won TV long before they face severe repercussions. Even the emerging new generation of actors, the so-called fresh meats, will likely not escape the impending wave of cleansing. When asked why the new generation of actors would be purged, one might say, "Who told his sister to become one of their little fans? They asked for it." It seems Liu Heng is quite protective of his sister. "Put me down. I need to go to the restroom." Li Bingru felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, her face instantly paling to the color of parchment as she struggled to rise from his embrace. "Bingru, what is the matter?" Liu Heng, witnessing the pallor on his fiancée's face and her hands clutching her abdomen, was overcome with a sense of panic and urgently inquired, "Yaya, hurry and check on her condition." After questioning Li Bingru, he summoned the ever-present artificial intelligence to scan his fiancée's situation. Seeing the urgency etched on Liu Heng's face, Bingru couldn't help but roll her eyes, her gaze filled with resentment. "If you hadn't sealed the ice element within me, preventing my period from being suppressed, would I be in such an embarrassing predicament? Brother, it's just that time of the month. You needn't be so anxious." A wave of scanning energy swept through the air, and Yaya's tone brimmed with exasperation as she found herself at a loss for words regarding her brother's reaction. Upon hearing the artificial intelligence's words, Liu Heng finally comprehended that today marked the onset of his fiancée's monthly cycle. His unilateral decision to seal her mutant powers had resulted in this unfortunate scenario. "Wow, brother, this little girl looks exactly like me," Liu exclaimed, her hand still resting on Li Bingru's belly as Yaya's projection materialized before them, resembling her to a striking degree. Meanwhile, the pain-stricken Li Bingru looked on in disbelief, casting a puzzled glance at her fiancé. "She is an artificial intelligence, and her appearance was modeled after you," he explained to his fiancée before affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. After clarifying the situation for both women, he scooped up Li Bingru and strode purposefully towards a nearby restroom, leaving the little girl outside. "What are you doing?" "Today is my period." Lying in the man's robust embrace, she could feel the potent aura of masculinity and spoke with trepidation. "Then does that mean you can indulge when you're not on your period?" The man's eyes lit up at her words, whispering into her ear, his breath sending shivers down Li Bingru's spine. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, nearly provoking Liu Heng into a ravenous state. "No, I don't want to marry you." She averted her gaze, unable to meet Liu Heng's eyes, her tone reverting to its usual icy demeanor. "And you need to get out." As a dignified young woman, the thought of a man lurking while she used the restroom was utterly humiliating. "Oomph. You cannot escape my grasp. Regardless of the circumstances, you will be mine, and that is an undeniable fact. From this day forth, if any man dares to approach you, I shall have him turned into a mere dog." Upon hearing Li Bingru's words, his eyes brimmed with possessiveness as he coldly declared, not sparing a glance at his fiancée clad in her nightwear. With a resounding bang, he slammed the restroom door shut and strode back to his seat. "Damn it. she muttered, sitting on the toilet, her foot angrily kicking the cabin door, her eyes ablaze with fury. She could not fathom that Liu Heng was merely jesting. With his control over half the world's economic lifelines and terrifying power, even eliminating a prince would likely go unpunished. The thought of submitting under this man's dominion in the future filled her with seething fury. Had it not been for the dream of revitalization, would she have become engaged to Liu Heng, been forced to surrender her first kiss, and experience her first princess Carrie? That was clearly impossible. Chapter 29. Sleep now. No more talking. Liu Heng had no patience for further words. He pulled her into his embrace, inhaling her delicate fragrance as he gradually succumbed to slumber. These past few months had drained him completely, his mind perpetually strained. It was time for proper rest. She chose not to reveal the incident from their childhood to Liu Heng, the true victim, instead burying it in silence. Liu Heng. Li Bingruo felt the heat of his masculine breath against her face, an uncomfortable sensation. She attempted to call out to him, but the deeply asleep Liu Heng offered no response. Gently shifting his arm from her body, she turned to face him, her soft curves pressing against his broad chest. Leaning in, she brushed her lips against his before pulling away. Her jade-like fingers trailed downward, seizing the rigid presence that tormented her nightly. Hesitation flickered in her eyes before resolve took hold, and she began a slow, deliberate motion. The more she worked, the more it swelled, hotter, harder, until a flush crept across her usually icy features. Then, Liu Heng's eyes snapped open, his breathing ragged as he took in his wife's flushed cheeks and the mischief in her hands. Without a word, he flipped her beneath him, pinning her down. His gaze, cold and piercing, locked on her phoenix-like eyes. Woman, you truly are insatiable. When I want you, you refuse. Yet the moment I sleep, you tease me with your hands. Do you find this amusing? A glance downward confirmed his arousal, still trapped in her cool grip, stoking the inferno within him. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Thick, scorching droplets splashed across her smooth abdomen. The sensation of heat pooling against her skin sent Li Bingruo rigid, her expression shifting to alarm. She had unwittingly unleashed a demon. Don't. I only meant to help you with my hands. She gasped, struggling beneath the crushing weight of his chest, her breath coming in shallow bursts. You awaken him. Now, accept your punishment. Seizing her peaks, he claimed her lips with ruthless dominance, thrilling at the tremors coursing through her delicate frame. Liu Heng, it hurts, ah. A cry tore through the room as tears of pain spilled from Li Bingruo's eyes. Her body felt stretched beyond endurance, threatening to split apart. Wife, I love you. Morning light filtered through the tempered glass, casting golden streaks over their entwined, bare forms. The woman bore the marks of a night of wild abandon. Her lips, neck, collarbone, abdomen, and thighs adorned with either the imprints of kisses or unsightly bruises. It was evident that she had endured considerable torment at the hands of the man beside her the previous evening. Conversely, the man's back was nearly devoid of unblemished skin, marred by a series of ghastly lacerations, a sight both shocking and grotesque. Yixian, please bring a set of clothes for me and Bingruo, Liu Heng commanded, inhaling the lingering scent of their misdeeds. He chose not to have Yi dispose of it, instead savoring the aroma of his inaugural encounter. A series of knocks resonated through the room. Liu Heng, engrossed in admiring the myriad of marks on Li Bingruo's body, heard the sound and gestured for the omnipresent artificial intelligence to open the door. Upon entering, Liu Heng's assistant, Liu Yixian, immediately discerned the disheveled state of the two unclothed individuals and the potent aftermath of their escapades. How could she fail to recognize that they had undoubtedly engaged in intimate acts the night prior? The thought that her boss's younger brother was incapable in such matters was preposterous. How could he have shared such moments with Miss Li? Furthermore, the crimson stains on the bed and the young man's body left little room for doubt that Liu Heng had not merely been accommodating with her. Leave the clothes and step outside. I have pressing matters for you to attend to shortly, Liu Heng instructed, signaling for her to place the garments down and step out. Oh, Liu Yixian responded with a hint of disappointment, dutifully placing the clothes on the bedside table before exiting the room. She found herself grappling with the realization that she lacked the ability to compete for Li Bingruo's affection. The latter hailed from an illustrious family, far beyond the reach of her modest upbringing. Not to mention, her formidable prowess instilled a profound sense of inadequacy within Liu Heng. How could she possibly rival Li Bingrua, even if she succeeded in doing so, without the means to elevate her own status? It would only result in her own humiliation. It's not that I don't cherish you, but rather that you cannot elevate my circumstances. Can you? Liu Heng mused inwardly, contemplating Liu Heng's forlorn figure. What is this? Do I harbor feelings for her? Let us not forget, I am your husband, dear lady. Li Bingrua, awakening to an indescribable pain radiating from her lower body, observed the lingering affection in Liu Heng's gaze and frowned in displeasure. Her tone icy as she remarked, "Now I am marked all over by you, yet you still wish to dwell on matters that are already boiling over. Truly, men are not to be trusted. How could you say that? These past 3 months at an altitude of over 9,000 meters have been quite a tribulation for my wife. Today, I shall return you to the estate below." A smile graced his lips as he tenderly caressed her hair, placing a gentle kiss upon her own. Reflecting on the tumultuous 3 months they had endured, Liu Heng felt a pang of guilt. He did not wish to confine her any longer. Very well. After 3 months, you have nearly driven me to madness, she thought, exasperated. The man before her seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of cherishing a delicate flower. By day, he demanded her servitude, and by night, he insisted she warm his bed. Who could endure such treatment? Do not speak of her as merely a young lady, an exquisite beauty untouched by the mundane. Come, dress yourself. I shall escort you to my estate in the enchanted city. Handing the garments to his beloved wife, he swiftly donned his tailored suit. Just as Li Bingrua was about to rise, she felt a sharp, tearing pain below, collapsing back onto the soft, welcoming embrace of the bed. "Are you all right?" Liu Heng, now dressed, inquired with concern as he lifted his fragile partner in his arms. "He" was Li Bingru's only response, a mere chuckle betraying her discomfort. Her lower body was bruised and swollen. Who would believe she was unscathed? "Carry me to the bathroom. I need a wash first." She felt a disturbing stickiness on her body, with dried remnants on her abdomen and thighs, provoking an overwhelming sense of nausea. "Can I say that the bathroom has no water?" Liu Heng felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing his wife's request. Following their passionate encounter, he had indeed found the water supply depleted. Ultimately, he had to instruct Yaya to bring in drinking water, allowing him to cleanse the remnants from his body. "Then take me to the estate immediately. I am utterly repulsed by this. Just look at the dried remnants on me. It is enough to make one wretch." Chapter 25. Conquering Bingru soon. The Dragon Eagle fighter jet arrived outside the capital, soaring nearly 10,000 meters high in the vast sky. A colossal vessel gradually revealed its silhouette. Indeed, it was the true visage of the Tenglooong Mothership. As the fighter jet landed smoothly, the pilot and 4 female warriors approached Liu Heng, offering a respectful salute. "We have reached the mothership." "Understood. Take the little one below," he said, affectionately patting the child's head. Casting a glance at the 6 individuals, he commanded softly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Understood." The 4 female warriors nodded. The woman who had previously escorted Liu went onto the aircraft, took her little hand, and led her from the fighter jet. Observing their departure, he stood and grabbed the blanket the female warrior had previously offered him, forcefully breaking open the aircraft's restroom door. His gaze, cold as ice, settled on the elegantly arranged Li Bingru. "Wrap this around yourself." Noticing the subtle hints of her form beneath her nightwear, he frowned in displeasure. His eyes, akin to black gemstones, flashed with a chilling glint as he commanded sternly, unwilling to allow any outsider, even his subordinates, to admire his woman. "Why should that concern you?" Li Bingru retorted, unyielding in the face of her fiancé's authoritative tone. "What I choose to wear is none of your business." "You seek your own demise," he replied, and in an instant, like a bolt of lightning, he was before her, his hand gripping her neck with the strength of a vice, his eyes ablaze with fury. These past 5 years had transformed him, and since that fateful day, his temperament had grown increasingly peculiar. The commands issued are not to be defied by anyone. Now that an example has arisen, how can one prevent his anger? With his powerful hand gripping her, Li Bingru, an ordinary person, feels the suffocation urging her to breathe in fresh air. Originally pale due to her menstrual cycle, her complexion begins to flush and her phoenix eyes start to roll back. You are my fiancé, Li. Your beauty is meant solely for my admiration. Sensing her vitality waning, Liu Heng releases his grip from her delicate neck. Leaning in to meet her gaze, a mere 5 centimeters apart, their noses almost touching, he softly speaks to her. Li Bingru finds herself pressed against the cold wall, her heart racing uncontrollably. From him, she senses the unique masculinity inherent to men, accompanied by a hint of panic in her eyes. Fearing that Liu Heng might disregard her condition and take immediate action. Although fear grips her heart, she retorts defiantly, "You are merely my fiancé. You have no right to interfere in my life. You have already acknowledged me as your fiancé, thus you must heed my words." Liu Heng, dismissing further dialogue, assertively wraps a blanket around Li Bingru's delicate form, his tone leaving no room for argument. Subsequently, despite her struggles, Liu Heng lifts her in a princess carry. Feeling her fresh and elegant fragrance, his expression shifts abruptly, halting his advance towards the cabin exit. Stunned, he stands still, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging in his arms. As he begins to tighten his embrace, as though wishing to meld her into himself. "You may walk on your own." Liu Heng gently sets the captivating woman, flawless in appearance, onto the ground, brushing his hand through her waist-length hair. He had not anticipated that, even swathed in a blanket, her body would feel so soft. If he continued to hold her, he dared not imagine the consequences. She could sense the man's unusual demeanor and coldly scoffed, turning away to stride toward the cabin exit. Earlier at the banquet, he had already crossed a line. Now, with this incident, how could she not be furious? "Where do you think you're going? Resolve this matter first." Liu Heng pulled her back with a frigid gaze and an emotionless tone. "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Bingru's demeanor shifted. Her previously icy expression transformed into one of urgency, her eyes a tumult of fear and anger. "Liu Heng, do not think that just because you're my fiancé, you can bully me at will. The day my ice powers are unleashed, I will surely kill you." She began to retreat slowly, glancing back to see she was merely a meter from the cabin door, contemplating if he would force her to comply. With an urgency and anger that shattered her icy goddess facade, she shouted at him. All personnel aboard the Tenglooong Mothership would surely faint from attention. He disregarded Li Bingrua's anger and strode forward, uttering words that began to weave into runes, spreading outward. The personnel working on the deck and elsewhere could not help but be captivated, their senses overwhelmed. Today, whether she liked it or not, she would comply. He lifted her and marched out of the cabin towards his quarters on the Tenglong Mothership. "Could you please let go? I am not feeling well today and cannot engage in such activities," Li Bingrua said, her demeanor no longer resembling the icy facade she usually maintained. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Sensing her body trembling, Liu Heng's devilish smile flickered momentarily. "I would never forcibly claim you. I merely wish for you to attend to your physiological needs. Is it necessary to be so anxious?" With a thud, Li Bingrua's delicate form was thrown onto the soft, royal British bed. As she attempted to turn and flee, a robust figure descended upon her, halting her struggles as she stared in terror at the man who was merely 5 centimeters away. "You are the only woman who can fulfill my desires. I will cherish you from now on, and whatever you wish for, I shall strive to provide." His breath brushed against her crimson lips, causing her earlobes and neck to flush. As his words hung in air, he forcefully restrained her head, leaning down to kiss her lips, attempting to pry open her teeth, but was met with resistance. "Use your mouth or hands to assist me." With his desires unmet, Liu Heng surrendered momentarily, rolling onto his side next to her and commanding, "If you do not hurry, do not blame me for what follows." With vacant eyes and tears streaming down her face, Li Bingrua trembled at Liu Heng's words, incredulous at her fiancé's request. He actually wants me to do that? I should be. Can I not do it?" She stammered. Her icy demeanor shattered, adopting a cute facade as she pleaded. "Of course. From now on, you must obey me. What do you say?" A triumphant glint sparkled in his eyes. He had finally subdued the Ice Princess. All right, as long as you do not force me into that, I will comply with whatever you ask. Chapter 26. The child of deities. As her words faded, she felt a chill, realizing her body was exposed to the air save for her panties. She gasped, quickly covering her chest with her hands, glaring at the man who had now risen and was looking down at her. Wife, your figure is quite impressive. Your skin is smooth and delicate, and this area is particularly enticing, Liu Heng remarked, reaching out to gently caress Li Bingruo's body. Upon touching her, a mischievous smile crossed his lips as he playfully pinched her, marveling at how his childhood friend had blossomed from a flat-chested girl into someone he now admired. I'm afraid you've forgotten our recent agreement, haven't you? Li Bingru's face turned pale as she gazed desperately at Liu Heng, her body trembling uncontrollably as she stammered. Hadn't they just made a pact? Was he now regretting it? My dear, we merely agreed not to engage in any intimate relations. We never stated that I could not admire my wife's exquisite form. With that, Liu Heng swiftly shed his clothing, donning only a pair of shorts as he settled beside her, a possessive grip around her. Darling, did you often indulge in fondling? Liu Heng inquired. Never. Li Bingru raturta. Who received your first kiss? Liu Heng pressed. You, she replied. When will you marry me? He asked. I will not marry you, she declared. Do you prefer boys or girls? He continued. Girls. Li Bingru answerat. Then shall we have one? Liu Heng suggested. Get lost. Amidst their playful banter, they soon drifted into a deep slumber. That night proved to be the most comfortable for Liu Heng, enchanted by the fragrant warmth of the woman in his embrace. Once he sensed she had fallen asleep, Li Bingru cautiously opened her eyes, a chilling glint flashing within. Glancing down at the hand resting on her body, she contemplated the dire act of ending Liu Heng's life. The peculiar sensations emanating from her lower regions ignited her fury. She longed to sever that offending appendage. This was the third time she had been subjected to such indignity. The previous encounters, albeit through clothing or pajamas, were bearable, but now, with only a thin layer of fabric separating them, her anger surged. Gently, she shifted his hand away, lifted the covers, and slipped into the bathroom clad in her minimal attire. Moments later, the sound of rushing water filled the air as Li Bingru scrubbed her body vigorously. Her face contorted in disgust. Since the tender age of 12, no one had dared touch her, not even her mother. Now, being embraced and kissed by a man, losing her first kiss and being carelessly handled, was a bitter pill to swallow. Her chest, lips, abdomen, and rear were the areas she focused on, as if cleansing herself could wash away the shame he had inflicted upon her. Am I truly so detestable to you? Suddenly, Liu Heng's voice pierced through the bathroom serenity. Startling her, turning to face him, she found him leaning casually against the doorframe, his gaze filled with a mix of admiration and desire. In that instant, she remembered her state of undress and quickly covered her most intimate area, glaring at him with indignation. Get out, she shouted, unmindful of his identity, pointing fiercely towards the door, her eyes brimming with rage. Had it not been for the restraints placed upon her, she would have sought to confront him with equal ferocity. Dear woman, do not be so ungrateful. You are my wife. Would a mere glance cost you anything? Besides, you've allowed my touch. Why feign such modesty? A commanding aura immediately enveloped him as he strode directly into the bathroom clad in oversized shorts. He casually patted her shoulder without a glance back, leaving the space in silence. As she felt the surge of power within her, the murderous intent in Li Bingru's eyes intensified, prompting a soft snort. With a flick of her wrist, the entire bathroom was encased in a frosty stillness. While she continued her bath in tranquility, tears cascading down her cheeks. The moment her strength was unleashed, she sensed her altitude, 30,000 feet above ground. Time flowed on, and March quietly slipped away. During this month, Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company released a longevity serum, its market value teetering on the brink of surpassing Stark Industries. Throughout this period, Liu Heng remained aboard the TENGLOONG Mothership, nurturing his bond with Li Bingru, essentially bullying this woman. In the command room, The staff watched the woman mopping the floor with a mix of pity and quiet admiration for their leader's ruthlessness. This woman was his fiancée, and yet he was so callous as to have her perform menial tasks, an act that seemed to drag them all into a pit of despair. At that moment, a displeased voice echoed through the command room as Liu Heng and a cadre of genetic warriors entered. His gaze zeroed in on the staff member who had dared to glance at his woman, his tone frigid and devoid of emotion. Spare us, spare us. We won't do it again." The three staff members, filled with dread, recalled past incidents and pleaded for mercy. The genetic warriors, however, were unyielding, swiftly dragging the three out of the room. Throughout it all, Li Bingru, absorbed in mopping the floor, did not spare a glance at the insignificant trespassers. Resolutely continuing her task, striding towards the command seat, Liu Heng seized her porcelain-like hand, sending the mop flying with a swift kick. Settling her upon his lap in the command chair, he surveyed the stillness of the staff around him and commanded, "Set sail at full speed, destination, Afghanistan." Upon hearing his orders, the staff sprang into action as the colossal vessel began to rumble to life. With a reverse gravitational propulsion engaged, the Tenglooong Mothership soared to supersonic speeds, swiftly reaching the skies above Afghanistan. "Yaya, pinpoint Tony Stark's exact location and relay it to the staff," Liu Heng instructed. He opted not to let the artificial intelligence take control of the mothership just yet, wanting to ensure that this inept crew earned their substantial salaries. When battle commenced, the entire ship would not require their assistance. "Brother, I just dreamt of a meteor from beyond, about to crash into Earth, followed by a great monster battling a giant." At that moment, two bodyguards ushered a drowsy little girl into the command room. Before reaching Liu Heng, the girl began to chatter excitedly, waving her tiny hands and mimicking a fearsome creature. "Yaya, summon Majin. Let her witness the dream that one has been experiencing." He gazed at Liu Wan, his eyes filled with affection. A month ago, this little one awakened a unique ability, irrespective of any rank. Yet Liu Heng speculated that it might rival the legendary power of words becoming reality. The dreams this child experienced astonishingly manifested into reality, reminiscent of the prophetic abilities attributed to the children of God in ancient tales. Chapter 27. The destruction of the meteorite. Soon, Majin, utilizing her third-tier mental prowess, discerned Liu Wen's dream, a vision of a meteorite crashing onto Earth, accompanied by images of colossal monsters battling giants. The realm where Wen dreamed was a nation devoid of fourth-tier mutants, yet it harbored formidable fifth-tier beings. Majin's expression turned grave as she meticulously recounted the scenes from Liu Wen's dream. She had never anticipated that a nation without fourth-tier mutants could give rise to such powerful fifth-tier entities. Giants and monstrous beasts. Could it be Ultraman? As his hand caressed Li Bingruo's smooth skin, Liu Heng pondered deeply, suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. He recalled the beloved Ultraman from his past life and exclaimed, "Majin, did you catch a clear glimpse of what the giant looked like? What color was it?" He was anxious to know if there were any unexpected Ultramen in the nation, urgently inquiring about the giant's hue and appearance. If it were Father Ultraman, it would indeed be a terrifying scenario. Father Ultraman had many sons, each possessing fifth-tier strength, not to mention his own formidable prowess. The giant's forehead resembled a blade, adorned in a blend of red and silver, with hints of blue intermingled. Ultimately, it appeared to reach an ultimate form, gathering red, blue, and silver hues, with an energy display light upon its chest, akin to that of Qin Nan and his companions. Noticing Liu Heng's tense demeanor, Majin dared not delay and promptly described the Ultraman's shape. She understood that any hesitation could provoke Liu Heng's ire. "Yaya, take command of the exclusive satellite for the armored warrior and activate the energy devices. We must not allow that meteorite to strike Earth." Pushing Li Bingru asida, he stood up, issuing commands in an unequivocal tone. He was more than willing to aid Golzin and another monster in destroying the statue of Diga Ultraman, fully aware that Diga Ultraman was, in fact, Shinjo Daigo, rather than concerning himself with the statue's significance. The thought of annihilating the statue that had influenced countless children in his previous life thrilled him immensely. Understood. Upon Yaya's command, the most advanced satellite in the sky began to alter its course, while a server at the Hive base operated frantically, calculating the trajectory of the artificial meteorite. The coordinates for its descent were confirmed. Longitude 138 degrees, 44 minutes 28. 8,760 seconds. Latitude 134 degrees, 39 minutes 29. 1,570 seconds. Note, this is fictional and should not be taken literally. Insufficient energy, extracting reserve power, activating the vibranium solar panels. Shall we proceed with the launch? The voice of Yaya resonated throughout the command center, prompting certain staff members to respond without the slightest hesitation as they activated the vibranium solar panels. Launch! Liu Heng commanded with barely a moment's pause, his eyes alight with excitement. He envisioned the chaos wrought by the monsters like Golzin and Melba ravaging the nation. In space, a satellite, pitch black and adorned with symbols of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, began to rotate with a mechanical whir, adjusting its trajectory for the impending assault. A thunderous roar erupted as the black satellite unleashed a formidable force, propelling itself toward an unspecified location in the cosmos. Washington, Asa, Director, wake up. Something significant is underway. Nick Fury, who had been dozing at his desk, felt a persistent shake and groggily opened his eyes. Coulson, what brings you to disturb my slumber? He shook his head in an attempt to rouse himself, focusing on the anxious expression of Phil Coulson. What on earth has transpired to unsettle you so? He inquired, perplexed by the evident distress of his seasoned Level 8 agent. You should see for yourself. Our satellite has just detected a peak-level energy fluctuation, which has been converted into a laser beam aimed into the vast emptiness of space. We have calculated its target, none other than the asteroid we have been monitoring, Coulson reported, handing over the intelligence document with a rapid-fire delivery. Upon learning that the asteroid they had identified was soon to be attacked, Nick Fury could no longer remain passive. He snatched the file and began to peruse its contents. The Celestial Group. Fury gritted his teeth upon realizing the energy beam was launched by them. Why must this troublemaker appear everywhere? In the capital, at the Dragon Nest base. Dragon King, Niwa has analyzed the energy attack, confirming it was launched by the Celestial Group, targeting the very asteroid we monitored 6 months ago, a computer researcher respectfully reported, handing a freshly printed document to the masked Dragon King. Niwa, the artificial intelligence code, gifted by Liu Heng to Li Zheng, had unexpectedly been named after the sole female saint in mythological literature. Contact Ice Rose and ascertain why the Celestial Group has unleashed a peak-level energy laser against that asteroid. The Dragon King commanded, returning the document to the researcher after reviewing its contents. Regrettably, Dragon King, Ice Rose's location device, and her communication apparatus have all been disabled or dismantled. We are unable to reach her, the computer researcher replied, shaking his head in resignation at the grim news. Damn it, the Dragon King exclaimed in frustration, turning away from the monitoring room, dismissing any further thoughts regarding the Celestial Group's actions. Although he is a fifth-tier mutant, confronting Liu Heng, this formidable individual, necessitates submission. 3 months prior, the Ice Rose relayed information regarding Liu Heng's ability to seal the powers of others. Would he emerge victorious against Liu Heng? It is likely that before inflicting any harm on his opponent, he would render himself incapacitated. In a hidden island submerged beneath the sea, the team members gathered in a conference room, gazing at the images displayed on the screen alongside the objectives calculated by the nascent artificial intelligence. Anger was etched on each member's face, for the Celestial Group had gone too far. Cursed be the Celestial Group. Their arrogance is intolerable. One could hardly resist the urge to pilot the Flying Swallow to demolish the Celestial Tower. Zhong Fanqing's visage was laden with fury as he fixated on the words Celestial Group on the icon, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This was his hope for ascendance, now stifled in its infancy by the Celestial Group, who would not be enraged. Silence. You imagine you could topple their tower? The moment the Flying Swallow appears, it would be obliterated by their Dragon Eagle fighter jets. Do you think the higher-ups could withstand the wrath of the Celestial Group? Let alone Liu Heng, a pinnacle 5th-tier mutant. Ijima, Kay shot a cold glare at Zhong Fangcheng, her expression frigid as she quietly admonished him. There is no need for concern. My intuition tells me that even if the Celestial Group were to crumble, I would still carve my name into history. Chapter 28. The sequence of events night swiftly descended. In a solitary chamber, Liu Heng, lying behind Li Bingruo, admired her smooth, delicate skin and inhaled her fragrant scent, his hand wandering uninvited toward her bosom. Li Bingruo, feeling the touch, offered no resistance, merely lying still in his embrace. Over the past 3 months, she understood that Liu Heng would not overstep boundaries. Thus, she quietly endured as long as he did not infringe upon her. Wife, Liu Heng called. Li Bingruo replia. I desire you, he confessed. That is not permissible. She retorted. But we are already married. He countered. When did this occur? I was unaware, he added, as she turned to face him, pressing against his chest. Her brow furrowed in confusion. This is the marriage certificate sent by your grandfather. Liu Heng retrieved 2 red booklets from the drawer behind him and handed them to his wife, who now belonged to him. How could they do this? She exclaimed, hastily opening the booklet, disregarding everything except the photographs and names, only to find herself engulfed in despair. How could they issue a marriage certificate for me and Liu Heng without my consent? Instantly, tears cascaded down Li Bingruo's cheeks, her body trembling involuntarily as she began to sob softly. Bingruo, please do not cry. Is it permissible for us to refrain from intimacy? Facing her, Liu Heng witnessed his beloved weeping uncontrollably, and it felt as though countless thorns pierced his heart, causing him immense pain. Gently, he embraced her, placing a tender kiss on her forehead while softly offering words of comfort. Tony Stark's research into the iron armor has reached a successful conclusion, and it seems he will escape this place tomorrow. At that moment, a miniature communicator in his ear buzzed, reporting on Tony Stark's current status. Dismissing the trivial matter, Liu Heng angrily removed the communicator and shouted, "Damn it, Tony!" After his outburst, he carelessly discarded the expensive device and lowered his gaze to behold the tear-streaked face of his beloved. However, as he bent down, his eyes met a pair of large, glistening ones, and Liu Heng immediately realized that his earlier roar had frightened his delicate rose. "My dear, why is your body growing cold?" He gently stroked her soft form, questioning her with genuine concern. "Isn't it your desire for my body? Then why resort to such despicable tactics to get my grandfather to issue a marriage certificate?" Li Bingru's eyes burned with resentment, and she knew without a doubt that Liu Heng had requested her grandfather to prepare those documents. The absence of suspicion regarding forgery stemmed from the presence of her grandfather's personal seal, which, combined with its rarity, bore her elemental essence and could not be replicated. "What do you take me for? If you want a marriage certificate, wouldn't you take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Liu Heng's temper flared. Yet he remained patient as he attempted to explain, retracting his wandering hand from her body and speaking softly. "Stop pretending. Don't you desire me?" "Come on," she retorted, kicking aside the blanket that had covered them, lying exposed on the bed in her underwear, and yelled at Liu Heng, "Don't you want a daughter? Today is my ovulation day. It's the perfect opportunity. Don't you want to?" At that moment, Li Bingru's expression was somewhat unhinged, filled with hatred and the exhilaration of wanting to release her pin-up emotions. "Bingru, please don't act this way. While I do wish to be intimate with you, it must be mutual and consensual." Liu Heng waved his hand, summoning the blanket back over them, enveloping the two in its warmth. He refrained from indulging in the allure of his wife's figure and held her tightly in his embrace, his gaze deep and lost in memories, his voice raspy as it echoed through the room. 5 years ago, at the age of 20, I intended to share an intimate moment with Yishuan, but for reasons unknown, when we reached the bed, the allure of her beauty could not stir my desire. I initially thought it was mere disinterest, leading me to seek out other beauties to ascertain my condition. Yet none of them ignited the spark within me. 3 months ago, I learned from Yaya of a woman even more captivating than Yishuan whom I had yet to encounter. Therefore, I inadvertently leaked information about the TENGLOONG Mothership during a video call with my mother, and her tender call of brother Heng sparked a flicker of hope within me, prompting me to propose to you. Liu Heng did not conceal the truth. He shared his situation with the trembling Li Bingru. Tears glistened in her eyes as she listened to Liu Heng's account, her body shuddering involuntarily, disbelief etched upon her features. So, this was the meaning behind their engagement. What did Liu Heng think of himself? Why? Once Li Bingru regained her composure, a coldness returned to her expression, and her tone mirrored the chill of winter as she inquired about his reasoning. Sensing that his fiancée, he had calmed down and posed a question, Liu Heng did not hesitate to divulge the cause of his distress. I consulted Dr. William to uncover the truth, and all I received was a single statement: emotional scars and an absence of a suitable partner. Logically, I should not harbor such fears towards women. In fact, I am quite fond of them. Yet, I found myself unable to act until you appeared. Having concluded his explanation, Liu Heng rested his chin on the fragrant shoulder of his fiancée, inhaling her alluring scent. Suddenly, he wondered why her fragrance felt familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Today, he took a moment to savor Li Bingru's aroma, realizing it was identical to a memory he held. Was it possible that he had not merely traversed realms in body, but in spirit as well? At that moment, doubts crept into his mind regarding the authenticity of his corporeal journey. Turning to Li Bingru, upon hearing Liu Heng's words, she felt a jolt of surprise, her delicate form trembling slightly. When he mentioned recognizing the scent, a flicker of panic crossed her enchanting face, reminiscent of a rare flower in bloom. As a bold hypothesis took shape in her mind, could it be that the reason Liu Heng struggled was somehow connected to her? If her memory served her right, when they were both 6 years old, Liu Heng and his family resided near hers in the military compound. One day, while she was preparing to visit him during his slumber, she inadvertently discovered a difference between them and had contemplated using scissors to rectify it. Startled awake, Liu Heng had fainted at her approach, and she never went through with her mischievous plan, opting instead to summon his grandfather to assess the situation. After he regained consciousness, he seemed to have selectively forgotten that episode, which had brought her a sense of relief, yet it had led to the current predicament. Was this fate's retribution? Hadn't she been inhaling that very scent daily for the past 3 months? Although slightly flustered, she managed to regain her composure, feigning nonchalance as she spoke. Chapter 30. The second generation of dragon eagles. As her words faded, she felt something enveloping her. Liu Heng lifted her in a princess carry and strode towards the door. Upon exiting the room, they encountered Liu Yixuan, who had been waiting outside. Ignoring the woman in his arms, she leaned close to Li Bingru's ear and whispered softly. Witnessing her husband flirting with another woman right before her eyes ignited a blaze of fury within Li Bingru. With her porcelain-like fingers, she fiercely pinched the soft flesh at his waist, executing a full 360-degree spin. Instantly, Liu Heng's expression soured, as if he had consumed something utterly distasteful. Enduring the pain radiating from his waist, he resolutely completed his instructions before departing with his wife in his arms. If only you were in my embrace, he thought. Liu Yixuan gazed at the distant figure, standing frozen in place, whispering softly, her eyes brimming with tears. On the deck, Liu Heng cradled his wife as he emerged from the cabin, where the busy staff, men and women alike, averted their gazes, not daring to meet their eyes. Prepare the stealth fighter jets and return to the capital at the utmost speed. Immediately, he commanded, his voice resonating across the deck, imbued with authority and dominance. The staff, heads bowed, sprang into action, maneuvering 3 Dragon Eagle II fighter jets from the second deck. 3 genetically enhanced female pilots swiftly boarded the Dragon Eagle II, igniting the turbine engines as they awaited full energy replenishment. Liu Heng ascended the latest fighter jet, followed closely by 8 female warriors. Dozens of genetically modified soldiers hastily boarded the other 2 aircraft, silently awaiting takeoff. Quickly, energize the fighter jets, the deck supervisor directed his subordinates. Eager not to squander precious time, he knew that any delay for Liu Heng would not only cost him his job, but could also lead to severe repercussions. Dragon Eagle II number 1, 2, and 3, energy fully replenished, ready for takeoff, came the report from his subordinates. After consulting with the bustling personnel in the command center, he issued orders to the second-generation fighter jets. Dragon Eagle II number 1, receive completed. Dragon Eagle II number 2, receive completed. Dragon Eagle II number 3, receive completed. A female voice and two male voices echoed as the first jet began its ascent, followed in succession by the second and third. With a roar, the tail of the first fighter jet expelled a plume of fire, instantly reaching the speed of sound as it soared toward the capital. The air split with a thunderous boom, and the silhouette faded until it vanished from view. The second and third jets, witnessing the departure of their lead, similarly ignited their afterburners and followed in pursuit. In a suburban area of the capital, tranquility reigned amidst the beautiful surroundings, free from the clamor of the city. A sprawling estate, covering approximately 25 square kilometers, stood in this desolate area. A winding road, akin to a resting centipede, led to the magnificent estate perched atop the mountain. Nestled among verdant trees, the estate, from an aerial view, would reveal itself as an innate 8 trigrams formation formed by the surrounding foliage. Contrary to the lavish portrayals on television, the vast estate comprised only a handful of villas, a mere 5 in total. In the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north, there stand 4 white villas, each occupying approximately 1,000 square meters, encircling a central structure reminiscent of a grand palace. Before this castle, which is the focal point of admiration, 20 servants are arranged in 2 neat rows, one of male attendants and another of female attendants. Suddenly, 3 Dragon Eagle fighter jets emerge in the sky, descending gracefully from a height of nearly 10 meters. Witnessing this spectacle, the male attendants, forewarned by Yaya, dutifully lower their heads, fixating on the tips of their shoes. They are acutely aware of their young master's temperament. Having returned with the young mistress, it seems he holds her in high regard. As suggested by Yaya's tone, it is rumored that several oblivious staff members were dealt with harshly for merely stealing a glance at the young mistress, facing dire consequences from the young master. As the cabin doors of the aircraft open, 10 female warriors clad in form-fitting attire and armed with laser guns emerge. Following them is the young master, cradling a stunning beauty with an oval face, whose allure surpasses even that of Secretary Liu. The attendants promptly bow in respect. "This is your young mistress. From now on, her words shall be my words." His regal gaze sweeps over the assembled servants, devoid of much emotion, as he strides into the castle, holding the already slumbering Li Bingru in his arms. The 8 female warriors follow suit, while over 50 bodyguards disembark, swiftly dispersing to survey the surroundings. The male attendants remain outside, fully aware that the castle is not a realm for them, as they are tasked with heavier duties befitting their gender. Within the castle, in the main bedroom on the 2nd floor, he carries Li Bingru in and gently lays her on the bed, bestowing a kiss on her forehead, inadvertently awakening her. "Have we arrived?" she murmurs, her drowsy eyes resembling those of a kitten, lazily shifting as she pulls the blanket aside. "If you wish to bathe, simply inform the servants. I have matters to attend to and cannot stay with you," he replies, his obsidian eyes admiring her exquisite form and the marks left by their earlier passions. With that, he turns and departs from the master bedroom to attend to his own affairs. As the door clicks shut, Li Bingru's emotions are a tumultuous blend of anger, murderous intent, hatred, affection, and regret, leaving her feelings profoundly ambiguous. "I should cleanse myself of that vile substance," she thinks, recalling the remnants of Liu Heng's indiscretions upon her. Overcome with discomfort, she struggles to rise from the bed, using her ice element to momentarily numb the pain below, and walks nude into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water fills the air. Take good care of the mistress. There's a diamond black card in the bedside drawer. If she wishes to go shopping, she should take it and be sure to summon the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The world has begun to descend into chaos, with demons and monsters poised to infiltrate this bustling realm, and one misstep could lead to significant turmoil. Upon descending the staircase, I caught a glimpse of the expressionless 3rd-tier female warrior, resembling a wooden figure, and remarked, "That artificial meteorite speaks volumes." The initial mark armor crafted by Tony Stark is now complete, and the meteorite that rightfully belongs to us has appeared. Does this not indicate that the world is in disarray, heralding the imminent arrival of a golden age? Despite being human, the 8 female warriors have been implanted with control chips, their loyalty directed solely towards Liu Heng. Should they dare to defy him, they would swiftly be obliterated, reduced to mere remnants. Chapter 31. Corporate Parasites, Part 1. After issuing instructions to the female warriors, Liu Heng instructed his bodyguard to drive him to the company. Having not visited it in 3 months, he was curious to see how it had been managed in his absence. As he sat within the confines of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, watching the fleeting shadows outside, a sense of happiness blossomed on his face. The meteorite has been successfully intercepted. At that moment, a report from the observation personnel aboard the Tenglooong Mothership came through his communicator. He merely responded with a soft acknowledgement before switching channels and inquired, "Yeah, please double-check whether the meteorite has indeed been destroyed." "Understood, brother," came a voice reminiscent of a younger sister's. Yet Liu Heng discerned that it was not his sister's voice, but that of the artificial intelligence, Yaya. He had requested Yaya to personally verify the information, for the words of the observers could not always be trusted. Before long, a minute slipped by unnoticed. Data from the probe launched from Earth returned with confirmation that the meteorite had indeed been destroyed, though fragments of metallic debris floated in its wake. "Launch another attack. We must ensure those remnants are vaporized and prevent them from approaching Earth. Additionally, prepare to intercept any incoming information from beyond our planet." Upon hearing Yaya's report, Liu Heng felt a surge of surprise. The energy wave was at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. It was astonishing that the meteorite could not be utterly annihilated, allowing its metallic components to remain adrift. Without hesitation, he commanded the release of another energy laser and the interception of all extraterrestrial communications. Should a signal destined for Earth be received, they might find themselves, much like in the narratives, seeking the Ultraman statue. If Digga were to appear prematurely, his entire plan would be thrown into disarray. "Understood, brother." With Yaya's words echoing in the air, Liu Heng wearily pinched the bridge of his nose, filled with a sense of helplessness. Having traversed into this perilous world, one must tread carefully, otherwise they may not even know how they met their end. As the vehicle entered the city, it headed directly towards the tallest edifice. While the pulsating music reverberating through the streets left Liu Heng feeling utterly exasperated. If this street leading to the Celestial Tower were to be sold, he would undoubtedly acquire it, unwilling to allow the crude melodies to tarnish his ears. "I wish to take you to the romantic lands of Turkey, then together to Tokyo and Paris. In truth, I hold a particular fondness for Miami and the vibrant Los Angeles. Dear, there is no need for astonishment. We shall venture to the bustling metropolis and the capital, as well as to Dali and Yunnan, where memories linger. Such experiences are truly meaningful." As Liu Heng closed his eyes, seeking refuge from the foreign sounds, a romantic melody unexpectedly graced his ears, causing him to pause in surprise. "Stop!" he abruptly commanded the driver, gesturing for him to halt. "Is there a matter, sir?" inquired the bodyguard in the passenger's seat, turning with a puzzled expression at his employer's words. "Reverse." Liu Heng instructed the driver with little emotion, silently lamenting the advancements of this world. Although he was unaware of the song's title, he recognized it had been released in the original world in 2017. It was astonishing that such a comprehensive universe as Marvel would emerge in 2008. It truly lived up to its reputation as a wondrous realm. As the bodyguard relayed commands through the communicator, the vehicle behind them came to a sudden stop, beginning to reverse as instructed. When certain drivers attempted to voice their frustrations, they quickly fell silent upon realizing they were in the presence of an unlicensed luxury vehicle. In this city, few dared to drive without a license, save for the world's wealthiest physician. Even the notorious 4 young masters of this metropolis would not risk such audacity. When the car had reversed a certain distance, he realized the melody had vanished, causing him to frown in annoyance. "Did you not hear that song?" Liu Heng's tone was icy, his irritation palpable at the song's swift disappearance. "I heard it. It seems to be sung by one of the young idols under our banner," the bodyguard replied. Shaking his head, Liu Heng turned his gaze to the driver, inquiring if he had heard it as well. "Drive to the company," Liu Heng commanded. Upon learning it was a song by a young idol, his demeanor grew even colder, his voice akin to the depths of winter. While it was one thing for his sister to admire these young idols, It was altogether different for his own partner to share the same interest. If he were to find appeal in them, that would truly be unsettling. Suddenly, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, flanked by the Bentley Mulsanne, came to an abrupt stop after barely 2 kilometers, nearly embarrassing Liu Heng. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. At that moment, Liu Heng was fueled with ire over the young idol. The driver's near misstep only added to his frustration. If he were to maintain his composure, it would indeed signify a transformation in his character, his tone chilling and laced with menace. This is not my fault. The Bentley ahead braked suddenly, and that is why I stopped. The driver, sensing the lethal undertone in his employer's voice, felt a wave of despair wash over him, nearly moved to tears as a man in his 30s. A girl stood in front of the car, seeking your decision. She appeared to be the receptionist from headquarters. The bodyguard in the passenger seat, after understanding the situation through his communicator, turned to explain to his employer. He instructed her to get into the car ahead and wait. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng frowned in displeasure. How dare she stop his car in the middle of the street and escalate the matter? It was a blatant affront. However, considering he had been away from the company for 3 months, neglecting its affairs, he decided to let the employee lead the way in the Bentley to ascertain the current state of the company. Before long, the 3 cars arrived at the front of the Zhutian building, only to find another vehicle blocking their entrance. At that moment, the bodyguard turned back once more, observing Liu Heng, who seemed to be lost in thought, and reported in a hushed tone, "Am I supposed to handle this myself?" Liu Heng's eyes remained shut, his voice laced with irritation. It seemed this group of third-tier gene warriors was no longer suitable to represent him. Perhaps a new batch was in order. Understood. I will take care of it immediately, he commanded. Number 1, destroy that obstructive vehicle. The bodyguard, sensing his employer's discontent, felt a chill run down his spine, but did not dare waste any time, promptly relaying the orders through the communicator. Inside the Bentley, upon receiving the message from their boss, the bodyguard in the passenger seat turned to the female staff member and said, "Miss, please fasten your seatbelt." "Oh, got it." Huang Shaoxian immediately understood their intentions and hurriedly secured her seatbelt. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the ostentatious red Ferrari in the distance. It was the owner of that car who had sought to pursue her romantically, only to face her refusal, leading to her dismissal through his father's influence. Now, he dared to park in front of the building. She felt compelled to mourn for him and his father for 3 seconds. This, perhaps, was the epitome of a troublesome son in the bustling metropolis, who was unaware that parking was prohibited in front of the Zhutian building. Yet that fool had the audacity to do so. Truly a remarkable display of ignorance. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Zhutian Group, Zhang Yang lounged lazily against the reception desk, idly tossing the keys to the Ferrari between his fingers while regaling the front desk attendant with crude jokes, leaving her blushing furiously. "Xiaoli, how about being my girlfriend?" he purred, his voice dripping with charm as he gazed longingly at the receptionist named Xiaoli. He believed that with the influence of his father, she would surely agree to his advances. Should she decline? Zhang Yang was more than willing to ensure she ended up like Huang Shaoxian, a jobless wanderer struggling in this metropolis. There was a company policy against employee relationships, with dismissal as the consequence for violations. Although Xiaoli felt a flutter of attraction, she refrained from accepting Zhang Yang's proposal. For the Zhutian Group was a source of national pride, a company that countless individuals yearned to join. If she were to be discovered engaging in a romantic relationship during work hours, her dismissal would be inevitable. The thought of her parents learning that she was ousted from her company due to a romance would be unbearable, and she could only imagine the repercussions. In her village, several young individuals had graduated from university, yet she was the sole one to secure employment at the prestigious Zhudiang Group. She was the pride of Wujia Village, and to sacrifice a stable position as a receptionist, earning over 10,000 a month, for an unreliable suitor was unthinkable. The villagers would undoubtedly mock her for such a decision, which is why she dared not breach company regulations. Regardless of the fact that this young man's father held a senior position, rest assured, Liu Heng left for an overseas inspection 3 months ago. "My father mentioned he may not return for several months, so we could take a chance on a relationship," she said. "Even if we were discovered, I believe my father, as the president, would find a way to manage it." By the way, that Ferrari outside was a gift from my father. Would you care to join me for a ride? Zhang Yang, however, remained undeterred, persistently waving the car keys in his hand and thumping his chest as he spoke. He could hardly fathom that mentioning the name Ferrari would not entice this young woman fresh out of campus. Wu Xiaoli, glancing in the direction he pointed, quickly waved her hands in refusal, her gaze toward him laced with sympathy. Other employees bustling in the lobby, upon hearing his boastful declarations, turned to see what the commotion was about. What caught their attention was not a Ferrari, but rather an imposing Bentley Mulsanne, charging toward the Ferrari with an air of aggression. Witnessing this spectacle, the male and female employees who had endured his taunts and bullying over the past 3 months could hardly contain their delight. If they were not mistaken, the furious Bentley Mulsanne was indeed the boss's vehicle, now brazenly parked at the entrance of the building and blocking the way for incoming cars, earning the onlookers' admiration. Why provoke anyone else when one could challenge the mighty Zhudiang Group, even if your father is the president of a branch? Avoiding the wrath that follows such audacity would be a formidable task. Zhang Yang, interpreting the crowd's gestures as encouragement, beamed with delight. However, just as his joy peaked, a shocking scene unfolded outside the transparent tempered glass. The Bentley Mulsanne had collided with the Ferrari, rendering the luxury vehicle, valued at over $3 million, utterly deformed, while the Bentley remained unscathed. In that moment, another Bentley Mulsanne arrived, crashing into the right side of the Ferrari with a resounding thud. The already mangled Ferrari was now officially deemed a total loss, requiring a return to the manufacturer for repairs. Zhang Yang, adorned with sunglasses, could hardly contain his rage upon witnessing the state of his prized sports car. Ignoring Wu Xiaoli entirely, he ripped off his sunglasses and hurled them to the ground, striding toward the building's entrance with the swagger of a delinquent. Before he even stepped outside, he erupted in a tirade. "Where did you come from, you insolent wretch? Daring to crash into my car? Did you eat a lioness heart or something?" At this moment, Zhang Yang was utterly consumed by rage. Disregarding the 2 identical cars and their potential lack of license plates, he chose to confront them directly, intending to teach a lesson in respect. 3 months of neglect had led him to believe he was invisible. How dare they challenge his authority? It was a reckless act. Liu Heng, a peak-level mutant of the 5th tier, could easily discern the arrogance and bullying tone in Zhang Yang's voice. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he addressed the head of his bodyguards seated beside him. Understood. The bodyguard leader nodded, opened the car door, and exuded a terrifying aura, his murderous intent intensifying. The audacity of parking in front of the building and insulting his comrades was unforgivable. It seemed that misfortune awaited that insolent individual. One could only mourn for the reckless youth who dared to blatantly disregard the words of the wealthiest man, even if he were the son of a senior executive from the Zhudiang Group. "Uncle, isn't this stating the obvious? Did you not see the bodyguard emerging from the Rolls-Royce Phantom?" The tyrant had arrived, and even if that young man were one of the 4 young masters of Modu, he would likely find himself kneeling in submission. 100 meters away from the building lay a bustling street, where the sound of a Bentley colliding with a Ferrari drew the attention of passers-by. Observing the arrogant youth, who was spewing nonsense, they looked at him with disdainful expressions, mocking him. "What do you want? Are you planning to fight me?" As the imposing figure of a man approached, radiating a strong sense of pressure and towering over him, Zhang Yang felt a flicker of intimidation, yet he stubbornly retorted. "To park recklessly, to taunt the front desk staff, and to insult our warriors, all must be punished." The bodyguard leader's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his voice chillingly cold as he enumerated Zhang Yang's transgressions. Channeling his peak 3rd-tier strength down to that of a 1st-tier warrior, he delivered a swift slap that sent Zhang Yang flying, his speed akin to a specter. Before Zhang Yang could even descend to the ground, a fierce kick propelled him further away. In an instant, Zhang Yang was sent sprawling, a pained cry escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. His eyes filled with malice, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Just you wait. I will ensure you can't survive in Modu." Though frenzied, he refrained from uttering threats against the bodyguard leader in public, fully aware that such words would provoke an immediate and lethal response. "Huh, a mere ant living off scraps. Believes it can dictate my existence in Modu? Is it your illustrious CEO, father, you rely on? The bodyguard leader scoffed disdainfully, his eyes ablaze with a swirling murderous intent. Had this not been in a public setting, he would have guaranteed the tearing apart of the insolent youth before him. Removing a baton from his waist, he brandished it menacingly, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he advanced toward Zhang Yang without hesitation. The sounds of anguished screams resonated outside the Zhutian building, and the crowd gathered was filled with excitement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. A renowned outdoor livestream enthusiast has whimsically renamed her streaming channel to the bodyguard of the world's richest man assaults a rich second generation. In the fourth update, Chapter 33, titled Corporate Parasites, Part 2, Mingyar is a contracted streamer under the Zhutian subsidiary with a penchant for outdoor broadcasts. Today, at the behest of her online followers, she decided to explore the food stalls adjacent to the Zhutian building, hoping to discover something tantalizing for her palate. As she stepped onto the pedestrian walk in front of the Zhutian building, she was greeted by the sight of a Ferrari, carelessly parked right at the entrance. Coupled with the luxury vehicles approaching from the distance, she realized that a spectacle was imminent. Eagerly, she halted to await the arrival of the convoy, curious to see the fate of the Ferrari. Little did she know that this would lead her to encounter an insufferable rich second generation, brazenly berating the security personnel of Zhutian Group. Amused, she promptly named her livestream accordingly, anticipating the unfolding drama. Dear viewers, today you will broadcast the bodyguard's furious confrontation with that foolish, rich second generation who is 100 meters away from us. Although we may not know his identity, I'm certain that none of you are unfamiliar with that bodyguard. As her words resonated, the influx of viewers, drawn by the title of her stream, began to turn against her. Mingyar, I no longer wish to watch you. Switch the camera quickly. Yes, switch to the camera. I want to see the bodyguard confront the rich second generation. It's rare to witness the bodyguard of the world's richest man in action. Autumn wind and falling leaves graciously rewarded Yar with a star, exclaiming, I want to see the bodyguard show off. Hurry up. Oh, thank you for the star donation. Autumn wind and falling leaves. I will switch the camera immediately. As the stars danced across the screen in vibrant red, Mingyar's eyes sparkled with delight. Swiftly, she adjusted the camera to focus on the imposing figure of the bodyguard, striding confidently towards her. Each star within the Zhutian subsidiary is valued at 10,000 RMB. With this generous donation, she stood to earn 6,000 RMB as per their agreement. Newcomers at Zhutian Group receive a 40 to 60 revenue share, a privilege not to be underestimated for top streamers. CEO generously rewarded Yar with a seat in the limelight. Everyone, come and seize the red envelope. Qingqing Master has rewarded Yar with 5 seats in the limelight. Everyone, come and grab the red envelope. Liu Heng is mine. The seasoned driver has rewarded Yar with a seat in the limelight. Everyone, come and seize the red envelope. To the two above, have you heard the news? Playful Worldly has rewarded Yar with 10 seats in the limelight. Everyone, come and seize the red envelope. Who told you that? If I remember correctly, he got engaged to the capital's most beautiful woman 3 months ago. Goodness, are you serious, Gong Xiao? I can't believe Liu Xiao has such peculiar tastes. Preferring a thorny rose. Beware of his downfall. Gong Xiao speaks the truth. Liu Xiao is indeed engaged to that thorny rose, and I fear he has already taken her bed. The comments up there are outrageous. I can hardly bear to read them. What on earth are you all talking about? It leaves us utterly perplexed. Perplexed 1, perplexed 2, perplexed 1,000 times. Enough, pay attention. Move that dilapidated vehicle away. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Liu Heng glanced at the crowd gathered on the sidewalk and commanded through the communicator. Following this order, 2 bodyguards emerged from the luxurious vehicle, lifting the battered Zhang Yang and setting him aside. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as the modified Mulsanne collided with the Ferrari, sending it flying. Another Mulsanne roared into the Zhutian building. As the 2 cars entered the building, the Mulsanne that had crashed into the Ferrari ceased its actions and followed closely behind a Rolls-Royce Phantom into the edifice. The bodyguards dragged Zhang Yang like a lifeless dog into the lobby. The onlookers, witnessing the conclusion of the bodyguard assault on the rich heir, dispersed with a sense of satisfaction, eager to return to their own affairs. Today's events would certainly make for grand tales of bravado. On the top floor, In the conference room, Liu Heng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze intently on the company president, Zhang Hao, a fierce murderous intent radiating from him. You certainly have some audacity. After 3 months of my absence in managing the company's affairs, you dare to indiscriminately dismiss employees? Do you truly believe yourself to be the chairman of this company? Do not forget, I am the rightful power holder, the one with 100% stake. You are merely an employee. How dare you violate the regulations I established? Who gave you the audacity? He slammed his palm on the conference table, rising in fury, and approached Zhang Hao, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming his head onto the table, snarling through clenched teeth. Liu Heng had learned from Huang Shaoxian that Zhang Hao had abused his presidential authority to recklessly fire long-standing employees and allowed his son to come to the company, deliberately harassing female colleagues. This was clearly an attempt to usurp his position. Spare me, it was my folly. I accepted their money. They made me do it. Although Zhang Hao was a second-tier genetic warrior, he was acutely aware of his family's ruthless strength. He knew that any resistance would lead to his immediate demise. He dared not hesitate and quickly revealed the information regarding the benefits he had received. I offer you a chance for survival. Disclose who provided you these advantages. If you fail to clarify, you know all my methods. With a violent motion, he hurled Zhang Hao to the ground, his eyes shadowed with fury. How dare anyone extend their hand towards his company? Such ignorance of their impending doom was astounding. I do not know who they are. I only know they're strength rivals that of third-tier genetic warriors. Oh, right, they have a serpent's head tattoo on their left arm, and there are always 9 of them. Zhang Hao, fearing for his life, knelt on the ground and divulged everything he knew, believing that his nearly decade-long loyalty to his boss would spare him from death. Huh, the Hydra? I'm truly bewildered by your intelligence, or lack thereof. To think that bribing a cowardly individual would grant you access to the secrets of my stronghold is utterly foolish. Upon hearing of the man adorned with a serpent's head, Liu Heng immediately recognized the organization involved, Hydra, the dark force of the West. He could never have imagined that Hydra would exhibit such audacity. This organization, devoid of even a 4th-tier mutant, dares to challenge Tiger. Are they truly so naive? Summon someone to deal with President Zhang. Confiscate all his assets and strip him of his 2nd-tier gene warrior abilities, forcing him to return to a life of begging with his family. Watching Zhang Hao kneeling before him, pleading for mercy, Liu Heng was filled with disdain. When he first encountered Zhang on the streets, it was his exceptional talent that prompted Liu Heng to choose him as a companion in their quest for power. Now betrayed, who wouldn't feel enraged? Spare me. I beg you for mercy. Considering the years I've served you, please let me keep my life. Hearing his impending fate, Zhang Hao was utterly panicked, shouting without regard for the consequences. Witnessing the ruthless methods of their boss, the management team shivered involuntarily, bowing their heads, unable to meet Liu Heng's gaze. They understood all too well that Zhang Hao would have his memories erased, as would his wife and child. Tomorrow, I do not wish to see those veteran employees reinstated. Your fate will mirror that of Zhang Hao. Secretary Qiao, if those employees are not back in their positions by noon tomorrow, report it to me. Liu Heng turned to the innocent secretary he had selected 2 months prior, his tone frigid, causing the fresh graduate to shudder and nod in compliance. Chapter 34, A Lavish Journey, Part 1, in the suburbs at the manor. In the bathroom, Li Bingru gazed at her exquisite beauty and voluptuous figure reflected in the full-length mirror, along with the bruises and kiss marks adorning her body. And she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Touching her ample bosom, she murmured to herself, Li Bingru, after over 20 years of nurturing this beauty, how could you allow a beast to ravage you, submitting beneath him? Where has your icy demeanor as a president gone? Damn Liu Heng, I shall not forgive you. Feeling pain in her lower body, her fair fingers abandoned her bosom and sought the swollen area, releasing a frantic scream. Who is she? The foremost socialite of the capital. The premier princess. The strongest 4th-tier ice rose of the Dark Dragon. A paragon of excellence. Yet, here she was utterly powerless against her husband's infidelity, leading to a profound hatred for Liu Heng. However, upon reflection, while the initial sensation was painful, it soon transformed into an unexpectedly pleasurable experience, igniting within her a desire to try again. What am I thinking? Have I actually fallen for him? She quickly dismissed those sordid thoughts and, with her slender legs, exited the bathroom, striding directly towards the wardrobe. Upon discerning the sizes of the bras, her frustration reached a boiling point, a tempest of fury igniting within her. Damn, that odious Liu Heng. Can one truly wear these? Li Bingru was utterly exasperated, the icy element within her surging forth, instantly freezing every bra within the wardrobe. With a mere thought, the bras, now encased in ice, shattered like glass, cascading down within the confines of the wardrobe. As she opened another wardrobe, intent on finding a dress, her face darkened with dismay. There were no dresses to be found, only trousers and long-sleeve shirts. The other half was occupied by Liu Heng's exquisite suits. Realizing she could not remain unclothed, she hastily selected a pair of trousers and a long-sleeve shirt, tossing them onto the bed before rummaging through yet another wardrobe. Her eyes fell upon playful panties adorned with lace, and suppressing her vexation, she retrieved a pair, slipping them on with determination. Curse it, these pants are far too tight. Dressed in white trousers, Li Bingru felt as though her dairy might burst from the constriction. Hey, bring me a size 36 bra. Striding toward the bedside phone without a care for the potential tearing of her trousers, she dialed the landline in the living room, her voice laced with indignation. Liu Heng was undoubtedly playing a prank on her. Such snug trousers, a size 36 bra, and those frivolous panties could only be the work of mischief. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. With a frosty demeanor, Li Bingru summoned a maid, who had been tasked with fetching her attire. Upon entering, the maid was taken aback by the sight of her mistress's bare upper body, marked with hickeys and bruises, and the prominent curves of her bosom, resulting in an involuntary gasp. She was indeed startled by the sheer beauty of her young mistress, whose flawless skin seemed like porcelain, and the impressive stature of her form left her utterly astounded. What are you gasping at? This is all the work of your young master, Li Bingru retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the maid, who held the undergarments. Stand up, she commanded, sauntering over with a serpentine grace, snatching the lingerie from her hands. Has anyone worn this? Her aversion to anything touched by others was well known. Should this bra have been worn, it would be unceremoniously discarded upon her return from shopping. And no one has, the maid stammered, hastily shaking her head to assure her mistress. Ah, then you may leave. The tone remained aloof, as though warding off unwanted advances. Igrigadis. Of course, the maid nodded, retreating from Liu Heng's room and closing the door behind her. Once she had donned the bra and her clothing, Li Bingru surveyed the sprawling 300-square-meter room with newfound awareness. Suddenly, the colossal flat-screen television flickered to life, illuminating the room with a white glow, and a message appeared on the screen. Dear wife, do you like the gift I prepared for you? If you're not fond of it, there lies a diamond black card in the drawer for you to select whatever pleases you. Do remember to wash it thoroughly at night and await my arrival, darling. Upon reading this, Li Bingru felt an explosive surge of anger. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed an ice element, shattering the LCD television screen into fragments. Wash it thoroughly, you scoundrel. Come back, and I'll make you regret it, she muttered indignantly. After uttering her frustration, she approached the bedside cabinet, pulled open the drawer, and discovered a card of ebony adorned with 36 diamonds. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized it and strode outside. Her grandfather possessed one such card. He had informed her that the diamond black card could be used for consumption within the enterprises of the Celestial Group, allowing expenditures up to $1 billion without consequence. Should one exceed that amount, the Celestial Group would offer a 50% discount. Given this, today she resolved to indulge herself like the extravagant characters in novels, embarking on a thorough spree. Come, my dear, let us squander. Stepping out of her room, she beheld the trio of third-tier female warriors waiting at the door. Li Bingru, with a sense of bravado, draped her arm over one of their shoulders, reveling in the thrill of impending extravagance. It was her first time being married, and she felt compelled to exhaust that $1 billion to vent her pent-up fury. Young mistress, this is for you. At that moment, the same maid approached, carrying a metallic rectangular tray that held a white cloak, a white mask, and dark sunglasses. What is the purpose of this? Li Bingru asked, bewildered by the sight of the equipment before her. I am not a celebrity. Is this truly necessary? Young mistress, if you wish to leave, you must don these garments. Otherwise, You shall not exit the estate, the young maid implored, her eyes pleading. Should the young mistress refuse to wear the attire, it would be their misfortune as servants. How tyrannical of Liu Heng. What if I choose not to wear them? Fury ignited in Li Bingru's gaze. She was merely his wife, not his possession. It was one thing to wear a fitted long-sleeved shirt and trousers in the sweltering summer, but to be paraded like a star was utterly unreasonable. Young mistress, please do not make it difficult for us servants. It would be best for you to wear these garments. Otherwise, if you attempt to force your way out of the estate, the four esteemed guardians, Tenglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, will subdue you. The maid remained steadfast, standing her ground with the tray in hand, her large eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Li Bingru with a pitiful expression. All right, Fina. Hand it over. Seeing the maid on the verge of tears, Li Bingru felt completely defeated. She took the tray and swiftly donned the attire, saying, "Is this satisfactory?" Yes, yes, yes. I will inform the four esteemed guardians to accompany you immediately, the maid replied, nodding as she went to make the call to notify the four fourth-tier peak powers. Chapter 35. The Journey of Extravagance, Part 2. In the Celestial Tower, on the top floor, in the chairman's office, the phone rang. Just now, a servant from your estate called, informing us that the lady has left the manor. It appears she is embarking on a shopping expedition. Secretary Qiao Yao approached. Her form-fitting black, professional attire, accentuating her curves as she recounted the words of the mansion's maid. Liu Heng, engrossed in the task of reviewing documents, lifted his gaze upon hearing her voice, setting down his pen to scrutinize her alluring figure, unaccustomed to such unabashed attention from her superior. Qiao Yao felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, hastily averting her eyes from his piercing gaze. He had instructed that anything desired by his wife should have its price multiplied tenfold, with commissions calculated accordingly. Even without speculation, he understood precisely what his wife intended. Since she wished to indulge extravagantly, he was more than willing to partake in her whims. After all, he relished the thrill of spending. Qiao Yao was left speechless by her superior's words, and a flicker of curiosity arose regarding the woman she had yet to meet. What manner of woman could inspire such devotion? Why are you still standing there? He asked. Irritation etched across his brow as he noted her dazed expression. Oh, my apologies. I will attend to it right away. Lost in thoughts of how striking Li Bingru must be, she cast a contrite glance back at him before exiting the chairman's office. Husbands earn, wives spend. How amusing, he mused, a faint smile of contentment gracing his lips as he returned to his work, choosing to disregard any other matters. At the ladies' specialty store, Li Bingru strode confidently into the opulent establishment, flanked by three men. The attentive sales staff, observing the woman clad in a pristine white cloak, masked and bespectacled, recognized her presence immediately. Miss Ruashi, allow me to assist you, one of the eager attendants offered, rushing to greet her. The supervisor at the cash register, noticing the extravagant cloak adorning Li Bingru, valued at nearly 5 million, gasped in astonishment. This was the most expensive item in the store, recently retrieved by a maid, and now worn by the esteemed wife of the proprietor. Coupled with the recent notification from Secretary Qiao regarding the need to cater to this esteemed client, she knew she had to be personally involved in the service. Ruashi, a new attendant, cast a worried glance at her supervisor. Having worked for nearly a month without a single sale, she feared for her job should she fail to secure a transaction this month. Do not fret. I will ensure that any purchases made by the lady are credited to your sales commission. The supervisor reassured her, recognizing her anxiety. Really? Thank you, supervisor, Ruashi exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy as she hurried off to assist other customers. Madam, what type of clothing do you desire? The supervisor exhibited no signs of obsequiousness. She was acutely aware of the sordid nature of such affluent establishments. In a tone devoid of embellishment, she inquired, I have heard your store possesses a treasure. Might you escort me to see it? Beneath her mask, Li Bingru's lips curled into a subtle smile, her voice resonating like a melodious spring, crisp and enchanting, yet tinged with a hint of authority. Ah, please follow me, the supervisor replied with a smile. Though we do not truly have a treasure, it is merely that no one can afford the gown in question, hence the moniker. She led the group towards the floor-to-ceiling windows to behold this so-called treasure. It was the black diamond gown designed by Debbie Winham, the most expensive gown in the store, priced at an astonishing $5.6 million. However, should you wish to purchase it, the price would need to be multiplied by 10. Noticing the admiration in Li Bingru's eyes, the supervisor hesitated, her gaze flickering, silently praying. This is not my doing. These are orders from headquarters. Please do not hold me accountable, madam. Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Li Bingru immediately deduced that her husband was undoubtedly involved in this scheme. Take it down for me to try on, she commanded the supervisor with an air of entitlement, her countenance betraying her affluence even behind her mask and sunglasses. I apologize, madam, but this gown cannot be tried on, the supervisor said, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, resolutely adhering to the commands from the corporate office. That wretched man, Li Bingru muttered indignantly, turning to the supervisor. Wrap it up for me. Tenglong accompanied her to process the payment, casually mentioning the gown. She readily presented her diamond black card, stamping her foot in frustration, seemingly oblivious to Tenglong, who was her equal in status, as she issued her commands. Understood, madam, he replied, suppressing any dissent as he took the card from Li Bingru and followed the supervisor to complete the transaction. To the sleepwear section, she directed. As she departed with the two men in tow, she entered the adjacent sleepwear department, intent on selecting garments. Without browsing personally, she instructed the supervisor at the cash register. Bring me 2 sets of the most expensive sleepwear and ensure no hands touch them when retrieving. Someone will be settling the bill shortly. With that, she paid no further heed to the supervisor, heading towards the lingerie section. If her suspicions were accurate, every branch under the purview of the Zhu Tian conglomerate must have received directives concerning her, allowing her to simply articulate her desired styles and await Tenglong for payment and collection. The supervisor, watching his wife depart, was utterly bewildered. Aren't you going to take a look? Bingxin, please select 2 suitable sets of sleepwear according to the madam's measurements and prepare them for packaging. Observing his employer's capricious exit left him speechless, yet he instructed his staff to proceed with the arrangements. In the lingerie section, Li Bingru entered the area and approached the cash register, decisively instructing, 2 pieces of style 36, please. After speaking, she turned away from the lingerie counter and proceeded to the next clothing store. Ah, my formidable wife truly commands respect. Pack it up, but remember not to touch it with your hands. Await the arrival of the bodyguard for payment. At the Chanel counter, standing before the area manager, Li Bingru was at a loss. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhu, who was less than 20 centimeters away, reaching out to pinch her chest and rear. Madam, what are you doing? Zhu inquired softly, remaining still despite feeling her mistress's touch. It's nothing, she replied with a smile, pointing at Zhu and addressing the manager. Based on her figure, prepare 6 sets of clothes and pants for me, and make sure they are all white. If your hands touch the garments, you will be responsible for the payment. Chapter 36. The plan commences as night fell. The sun cast a long shadow from the building. Liu Heng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Huangpu River, which appeared as slender as a worm, his eyes deep and contemplative like the stars. Brother, Tony Stark has escaped. He was picked up by military personnel sent by S.H.I.L.D. and is now on a flight to New York. Suddenly, Yaya's figure appeared in the office, joyfully bounding toward him like a sprite, eager to share her news. Although she was an artificial intelligence, she possessed human emotions due to the absence of the 3 laws of robotics. Have the metallic components that floated out of the meteorite been destroyed? Is there any extraterrestrial information transmitted to Earth? How much did my wife spend today? He turned, his gaze toward the AI filled with tenderness, reaching out to stroke her virtual little head as he posed 3 questions in quick succession. While Liu Heng could not physically touch the virtual entity, Yaya's face lit up with joy at his affection. The components have been completely destroyed, and the signals from the detectors on the Moon, Saturn, and Mars have revealed no information. As for your sister-in-law, she spent $11 billion. The actual amount expended was merely $11 billion. She opened her eyes with delight, playfully nuzzling Liu Heng's arm with her virtual head, succinctly relaying the information she had. Yaya, just wait a few more years. I promise you will be able to have a body and a sense of touch like a normal person. Looking at the decade-old artificial intelligence before him, Liu Heng's eyes brimmed with affection. Thoughts of the Mind Stone flooded his mind, igniting an insatiable longing. If he were to obtain the Mind Stone in the Avengers, he believed it could transform Yaya into a true human being, unlike the emotion-suppressed vision created from Jarvis. Yes, yes. I believe you can do it, brother. The little girl nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her heart swelled with happiness knowing her brother had not forgotten his promise. Yaya, there's another matter to consider, and that is to pay close attention to the scientist Hank Pym. I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is imperative that any disturbances on Earth are reported to me at once. Do you understand? At this moment, Liu Heng seemed to recall the Time Stone, which resided in the hands of the very Hank Pym who crafted the Ant-Man suit. He instructed her the Infinity Stones. Even the least powerful among them boasts a level 5 energy rating. If one were to successfully harness their power, they could genuinely manipulate the force of time. However, I do not wish for my words to be taken lightly. Any matters concerning time and the soul come with their own laws that must be respected. This is precisely why I am so eager to acquire the Infinity Stones. Understood. Upon observing the seriousness etched upon her brother's face, Yaya obediently nodded. Standing beside him as they gazed down at the city below, where the lights gradually illuminated the night. Let's initiate the plan. A total of 50 suits must achieve the pinnacle of stage foreign power. There is no need to worry about the energy. I have already devised a strategy. After a prolonged silence, Liu Heng turned and strode toward the office door, his voice resonating within the room. As the heavy door swung shut, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Yaya's virtual eyes. Brother, even though I'm not a true human and lack the emotions that you possess, I adhere to a singular principle. I shall reciprocate kindness with kindness. Rest assured, regardless of the chaos that may ensue, I will silently support you. With that, her virtual form vanished without a trace, seemingly having lost the capability to carry out Liu Heng's commands. In the suburbs at the manor, 3 luxurious cars drove in succession towards the castle at the center, where a cluster of individuals awaited. As the vehicles came to a halt, 10 maids emerged from the castle, lining up in 2 rows with heads bowed, too timid to look up. Several bodyguards exited the vehicles, and the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom swung open. A foot clad in polished leather stepped out, followed by another. Once the owner of the shoes fully revealed himself, the bowed maids respectfully curtsied, calling in unison, "Young master." Liu Heng smiled in satisfaction, scanning the crowd for a familiar figure, only to furrow his brow in displeasure when he did not see her. Where's the young mistress? Why has she not come out to greet me? Today, having spent $11 billion, equivalent to 66 billion yuan upon conversion, he returned home without her presence to welcome him, which would irk anyone. To be precise, Li Bingru had merely utilized $11 billion. However, converting that into yuan still amounted to over 600 million, which explained Liu Heng's dissatisfaction. The madam had only recently returned from her shopping trip and was currently bathing in the bathroom. One of the maids, keeping her head lowered, reported what she knew to her master. Enough, do not speak further. Is dinner ready? Liu Heng, feeling a surge of frustration with no outlet, waved his hand dismissively and strode toward the castle, questioning as he went. After a day of relentless busyness, he had forgotten to partake in lunch due to the demands of reviewing documents, and now, hunger gnawed at him. It was indeed peculiar that he still possessed the leisure to engage in trivial banter. Young master, the meal has long since cooled. Let's reheat it right away, the maid, who had been preparing the meal, said with a hint of anxiety, hastening to follow Liu Heng. Hurry, I shall go ahead. Call me when it's ready, he replied, removing his tie and jacket, revealing his robust physique. With purposeful strides, he ascended the staircase toward the master bedroom. Upon entering the master suite, he was greeted by the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom. His gaze fell upon a woman with long hair, her figure elegantly displayed, devoid of any garments. At that moment, Liu Heng felt a surge of primal desire rising from his core, his eyes ablaze as he fixated on the translucent door, swallowing hard. Darling, it's time for dinner, he called out softly. Liu Heng moved with such stealth that even Li Bingru, a fourth-tier mutant, failed to detect his presence. Startled by the unexpected voice, she quickly wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out boldly. As she emerged from the bathroom, darkness enveloped her, and she found herself pressed against the wall by a shadowy figure. A fervent kiss silenced her surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief as she struggled to escape the embrace. In that moment of resistance, a commanding tongue breached her lips, entwining with her own in a passionate dance. "No, please," she protested, feeling the heat of a strong hand gripping her, her towel precariously close to slipping away. With pleading eyes, she gazed at her husband, who was overwhelming her with his kiss, her words muffled. Chapter 37. Marital Regulations. Liu Heng, driven by insatiable hunger, noted the pleading look in his wife's eyes and the flush on her cheeks. Reluctantly, he released her, running his fingers through her soft, silky hair as his desire began to subside. "Please, do not tempt me so. Your allure is irresistible. Join me for dinner shortly." With that, he approached the bed, swiftly shedding his shirt and trousers until he was left in nothing but his boxers. "What do you intend to do?" Li Bingru inquired, a hint of anxiety threading through her voice as she instinctively recoiled, her heart racing. Did Liu Heng intend to repeat last night's encounter without her consent? "Ha! My dear wife, you are already so fresh and clean. What do you think I desire?" Liu Heng responded, a devilish smirk playing on his lips as he turned to face her, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. With a gaze filled with unspoken longing, he advanced toward Li Bingru, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling tension, as if he were about to claim her right then and there. She leaned against the wall, and Liu Heng gently brushed his lips against hers, playfully caressing her petite nose with his large hand. Leaning closer, he whispered softly in her ear, "Silly wife, what are you pondering? Can't you detect the scent of sweat from your husband? I'm merely going to take a shower." With a swift motion, he pinched her cheek and darted into the bathroom, turning on the cold water for his shower. Truly, she was a captivating little enchantress, exuding a deadly allure with every smile and frown. "Damn that despicable Liu Heng, you scoundrel." Witnessing her own formidable fourth-level mutant self appear so flustered was infuriating. Once she regained her composure, she stormed towards the bedside table, retrieving paper and a pen, her head bowed as she scribbled her thoughts furiously. Soon, the delightful aroma of food wafted up from downstairs, and Liu Heng emerged from the bathroom, puzzled by the sight of Li Bingru already donned in her sleepwear. Upon noticing the towel draped around Liu Heng's waist, her temper flared to the brink of explosion. No, to be precise, it had already detonated. "Liu Heng, why are you using my towel? Don't you know I have a cleanliness obsession?" Her expression darkened, as if ink could drip from her face. She glared at him, gritting her teeth. That was a towel she had just purchased. The fact that this insufferable man had claimed it sparked an impulse to tear him apart. But recalling their agreement, she suppressed the urge to act. Moreover, she knew she stood no chance against him in a confrontation. "Which of your eyes saw this as your towel? Even if it were yours, so what? There's nothing I can't have," Liu Heng retorted, glancing at Li Bingru's chest, only to find no blemishes, which irritated him. This was their home, yet his girlfriend was unwilling to wear alluring lingerie for him. It was maddening. "Today marks our second day of marriage, and I have no desire to quarrel with you. Come over and sign this contract," she stated, picking up the draft of the contract from the bed and slapping it against Liu Heng's muscular chest, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The marriage contract. Upon seeing the elegantly penned title, he cast a curious glance at his wife's flushed countenance before continuing to read. The first clause stipulated that during the marriage, Party A must not use criminal substances to violate Party B's mouth and rear. Spotting the quotation marks around rear, Liu Heng could easily surmise its meaning, and he was tempted to pry open her mind to see what thoughts lay within. Liu Heng had no such perverse inclinations. His wife's lips were meant for kissing him, not for the peculiarities of others. As for her rear, while it was indeed attractive, he had no desire to play with it. Considering it the exit for bodily waste, he did not share the peculiar tastes of certain individuals. The second clause stated that without Party B's consent, Party A could not force relations. "Wife, are you Party A?" Liu Heng's expression darkened at the second clause, and he inquired knowingly, gazing at Li Bingru. whose face was adorned with a deep blush. "I am Party B, and you are Party A." She lifted her head and offered a brief explanation before quickly bowing it again, not wishing for Liu Heng to discover the blush that painted her cheeks. The third rule stipulated that they could only engage in intimate relations once a week. "Ha ha ha. My dear wife, you possess remarkable audacity. Immediately amend that third rule." "What do you mean once a week?" "Your husband is an exceptionally vigorous man and must have it daily. Otherwise, rumors will surely abound." Upon reading the third rule, Liu Heng was utterly incensed. As a paragon of masculinity, being limited to once a week would only invite ridicule if it were to be revealed. Thus, while he could acquiesce to the other two rules, the third must be changed to a daily occurrence. "Could you lower your voice? There are servants downstairs," Li Bingru said, having anticipated Liu Heng's dissatisfaction with the third rule. However, she was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction, prompting her to gently cover his mouth with her delicate hand, pleading earnestly, "You must revert it, otherwise I shall resort to force to attain my desires." Liu Heng's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot, his large hand gripping her delicate wrist with increasing pressure as he spoke with a tone that was both firm and domineering. "Can you not be so unreasonable? If we were to engage daily, with your insatiable desire for 4 times a day, who could endure it?" She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at the man before her who radiated an air of dominance. "I apologize. I lost my composure earlier, but it must revert to daily. What if I only agree to twice a day? Would that suffice?" Taking a deep breath to quell his rising frustration, Liu Heng allowed a faint smile to reappear on his face. He tenderly brushed her dried hair and gently kissed her forehead, suggesting a compromise. Acknowledging that his stamina might overwhelm the petite woman before him, he proposed a reduction from 4 times a day to 2. "All right, that sounds agreeable," Li Bingru replied, her heart swelling with joy. As long as the daily torment was alleviated, she considered it a victory, although she still feigned reluctance. "Young master, young mistress, the meal is ready," the maid announced from outside the door. Liu Heng swiftly crossed out the third rule, rewriting it to allow for daily intimacy, yet limited to 3 times a day before signing his name. "My dear, you may go ahead. I will join you for dinner once I have donned my night clothes." He gave her back a gentle pat, ushering her out of the master bedroom as he moved to retrieve his pajamas. In no time, Liu Heng changed into his nightwear with remarkable speed and strode downstairs to dine with his wife. Since their engagement and her arrival to stay by his side, they had yet to share a meal together. Thus, Liu Heng aimed to nurture their relationship, hoping to eventually welcome a child into their lives, which would complete their happiness. Chapter 38. Acknowledging mistakes at the dining table, Liu Heng did not pick up his chopsticks to partake in the meal laid out before him. Instead, he focused intently on her graceful manner of eating, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Why aren't you eating?" As Li Bingru prepared to serve the dishes, she noticed that her husband had yet to touch his meal. Curiously setting down her chopsticks, she inquired, "What is the matter with you today?" Just moments ago, he had complained of hunger, yet now he seemed disinclined to eat. What could this mean? Had he suffered a mishap on his way to the office that had affected his mind? "Oh, I'll eat soon." Liu Heng felt profoundly touched by Li Bingru's kindness. Fearing he might lack the stamina for their intimate activities later, he appreciated her gentle reminder to eat. Nearly moved to tears, contemplating whether to forego their usual pleasures that night. If Li Bingru were privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly deliver a couple of playful slaps and quip, "Darling, you're overthinking it." She simply believed Liu Heng to be a glutton. Although her dining manners were refined and graceful, she was already on her 3rd bowl of rice. "My dear, there's no need to feel burdened. I'm still quite capable of providing for you." How could Li Bingru's subtle thoughts evade Liu Heng's keen perception? Without hesitation, he teased her, grinning widely. Upon hearing her husband's words, she cast a furtive glance at the maid standing nearby, irritably kicked him, and then returned her focus to her meal. "You are a formidable 4th-tier warrior. Consuming more should pose no issue, though I hope you refrain from overindulging, for I am beginning to lose control." Feeling the sting of her kick, Liu Heng refused to abandon his playful banter. Glancing at the exposed skin of her neck, he continued to jest. "If I weren't eating, how could I possibly marry a scoundrel like you? Marrying you must be the worst luck imaginable." She slammed her chopsticks down on the table in anger and stormed out of the dining room, ascending the stairs with a heavy tread, never once glancing back at Liu Heng. She was truly revolted. Discussing such distasteful matters while eating was hardly conducive to enjoying a meal. She felt utterly nauseated. "You, come here." Noticing his wife's departure, Liu Heng lost his appetite, his expression darkening as he pointed at a maid. "Young master," the maid approached timidly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Have you ever been in a relationship?" He pulled a chair for her to sit, causing her to recoil in fright, and Liu Heng, exasperated, directly asked, "Yes, I have." The maid, fearing for her job, confessed her romantic history without hesitation. "Share the details of your romantic experiences, and I shall grant you a $50 raise." Liu Heng's face brightened at the prospect of salary increase, eagerly pressing for details. Having never experienced love in his past life, and being new to such emotions in this one, he was curious about the sensations of romance. Being in love is filled with small sweetness, with playful quarrels often arising. "My boyfriend always seeks conversation, and even when I can't see him, time feels interminable, and I yearn to be together with him soon. Sometimes, even when I have yet to succumb to slumber, he sends me messages urging me to retire early, only to subsequently express his reluctance to part, coaxing me to engage in idle chatter. Occasionally, he resorts to risque jokes to tease me." The maid, cautiously observing Liu Heng's countenance, leisurely shared her romantic experiences with her boyfriend. Whether her sharing stemmed from genuine goodwill or was merely a means of earning her wages remains uncertain. Could it be that this esteemed gentleman has fallen in love? As Liu Heng pondered over the maid's experiences, he couldn't help but reflect on his own peculiar feelings over the past few months. Today, the absence of his wife's presence left him feeling utterly discomfort, as though time had stretched into 3 long years. A bewildering smile occasionally graced his face. Could this be the essence of love? "I shall increase your salary by 50. I will not go back on my word. As for the uneaten dishes, consider them a treat for your meals." A blissful smile illuminated his face as he glanced at the untouched seafood before ascending the staircase, his footsteps echoing through the dining hall. Upon witnessing their young master's figure vanish, the 10 maids, previously serious, instantly relaxed, their faces transforming into expressions of joy. "Sister Wan, I adore you." "Little Wan, tonight, I shall indulge you. This is wild lobster and a rare giant salamander, all bestowed upon us by the young master." "Hush! Keep your voices down. If we disturb the young master and mistress, he might just bestow these delicacies upon that fellow." Seeing the excitement on her sisters' faces, Feng Wan quickly urged them to quiet down, gesturing towards the large wolf dog held by the female warrior. "First, take the food downstairs, tidy up, and prepare a meal for these sisters. Wife, my beloved, I have fallen in love." As soon as Liu Heng stepped into the bedroom, he exclaimed with exuberance akin to a child, his face radiating happiness. You have fallen in love. That means I am liberated. Just let me know when you decide to divorce." Upon hearing her husband declare his newfound affection, Li Bingru felt a pang in her heart, a sensation of discomfort, but soon returned to her usual state of melancholic acceptance. After organizing the clothes she had purchased that day, she slipped into her slippers and headed to bed. Enveloped in excitement, Liu Heng remained oblivious to her emotional shift, diving into the bed and instinctively wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Do you wish to know who she is?" he whispered enticingly in her ear, his breath warm against her skin. "Not interested," Li Bingru replied tersely, closing her eyes and adjusting her breathing to prepare for sleep. "Even if you don't wish to hear it, I must say it. I like you." Upon realizing his wife's disinterest, Liu Heng grew anxious, unabashedly confessing his feelings for Li Bingru. "What you desire is merely my body." She heard Liu Heng confess his feelings for her, and her heart fluttered with sweetness and a hint of emotion. However, when she recalled how he had embraced her body, she realized that his affection was not for her as a person, but rather for her physical form. "I truly mean it," he said. "You have no idea how empty I felt today without seeing you. It was as if we hadn't met in 3 years, and I have deeply fallen in love with you." He acknowledged his earlier mistake of speaking about her in front of the maid, explaining that he had merely wanted to create a topic to engage her in conversation. He had not anticipated her stubbornness. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng immediately released his hold on her slender waist, taking her delicate hand in his, and sincerely expressed his remorse for his actions. Moreover, I owe you an apology for last night. I should not have forced myself upon you. Please forgive me. Chapter 40. Traffic blockade as dawn broke. The fragrant essence of nature wafted through the air. Birds joyfully serenaded from the trees, and the sun gradually ascended from the east, heralding another splendid day. Due to the open window from the night before, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the disheveled sheets on the bed. Torn garments lay scattered across the floor, and the large bed was in utter disarray. Two alabaster bodies were intertwined, closely pressed against one another. The woman's soft form was held in strong hands, playfully reshaped by his touch. "My love, please don't leave me," Liu Heng murmured in his sleep, his face closely nestled against hers. The woman beneath him furrowed her brow in a troubled slumber, her small face contorted in distress as she unconsciously swatted at her own body. Liu Heng's playful grip inadvertently caused her discomfort. "If you dare to leave with him, I will ensure your demise along with that scoundrel, so that our daughter may witness how unprincipled her mother is." Liu Heng suddenly roared in his sleep, his grip tightening to the point where he nearly crushed her. That hurts." With his forceful grasp, Li Bingru, who had been peacefully sleeping, let out a sharp cry that pierced the air, abruptly awakening. She glanced down at her chest, where the pain radiated from, and felt the remnants of their earlier encounter within her, her eyes flashing with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicked Liu Heng off the bed, causing him to tumble down. In the process, he felt something withdraw, and she immediately sensed a change within her, her complexion shifting as she hurried into the bathroom. Exhausted from their previous intimacy, she had fallen asleep without a thought. Little did she know that Liu Heng, after their passionate encounter, had neglected to withdraw, truly desiring to conceive with her. She needed to cleanse herself for what would happen if she were to become pregnant. The thought of her mother's plans had not even crossed her mind. As Li Bingru entered the bathroom, Liu Heng, who had been unceremoniously thrown from the bed, rose from the floor, his eyes darkened as he watched her busy figure through the bathroom door. Striding towards the bathroom, he found the door locked, prompting him to frown slightly. "Butler, unlock the bathroom door immediately." "At once, young master," came the obedient reply. The castle possesses a unique intelligent butler system that, upon receiving an order from Liu Heng, disregarded the fact that Li Bingru was bathing and directly unlocked the bathroom door. As the door swung open, he stepped inside, startling Li Bingru, who hastily covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Liu Heng, you pervert, get out." Having already witnessed her in such a vulnerable state, she demanded, "Put your hands down and scrub my back." In that moment, Liu Heng displayed none of the humility from the previous day. His gaze was cold and indifferent. Although he dismissed the events of his dream as mere fantasy, the discomfort they stirred within him was undeniable. In that dream, Li Bingru had willingly succumbed to the advances of the most eligible bachelor in the capital, desiring to leave with him. It would indeed be odd if he were to exhibit any emotion on his face. "You are unwell, and quite gravely so," he muttered. At 8 o'clock, in the dining room, the table was devoid of any delicacies, offering only plain rice porridge, and there was not even a cup of milk, creating an atmosphere steeped in unease. "From today onward, you will accompany me to work. Should you dare to stray from my sight, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," he declared, his temper flaring at the recollection of his dream. He commanded the temperature in the room to plummet, chilling the air. The maids attending nearby shuddered at their master's words, silently mourning for their mistress. If their suspicions were correct, it seemed that once again, the mistress had provoked the master, and they prayed to remain uninvolved in the fallout. From today on, meat may appear only once a day in this household. The rest shall be replaced with nutritious vegetables, he instructed, his gaze fixed on the maid, Feng Wan. Feeling the weight of his stare, she shivered and nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay could cost her job. Seated across from Liu Heng, Li Bingru quietly sipped her porridge. Upon hearing his commands, she raised her head in dissatisfaction, stating, "Liu Heng, if I have offended you in any way, you could simply express it directly. There is no need for these games. I am your wife, the mistress of this household. Don't you think it cruel to limit meat to just once a day?" Li Bingru set aside her bowl and spoon. glaring across the table at her husband as she questioned him. I do not find it cruel. How I choose to arrange our meals and accommodations is my prerogative and has nothing to do with you, Liu Heng replied, merely shrugging in response to her inquiry before excusing himself to the restroom. He soon emerged, gesturing for the maids to clear the table. At this moment, Li Bingru keenly sensed Liu Heng's unusual demeanor. His mood starkly contrasted with that of the previous day. Yesterday, he had been gentle and accommodating, while today, he resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The clock read 8:10. The office opened at 8:30. Come with me to the company, he ordered. He adjusted his tie, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Bingru, and spoke in an authoritative tone. I shall not go. Today marks the 3rd day since we obtained our marriage certificate. I must return to the capital to visit family. Li Bingru stubbornly turned her head, caressing her still unsated stomach, and candidly expressed her thoughts. Having been away from the capital for over 3 months, she was finally able to find a reason to return, and it was only natural for her to feel a surge of excitement. Steward, inform the transport services from the Magic City to the capital, flights, high-speed trains, regular trains, buses, and highways, to halt their operations today, or else my Tenglong Group will not hesitate to withdraw its investments. Upon hearing that his wife intended to return to the capital, a cold glint flashed in Liu Heng's eyes, and he ordered the cessation of all transport routes leading to the capital. He did not fear the foremost family of the capital. Rather, he wished to avoid a situation akin to the vast grasslands of Hulunber looming over him. Currently, aside from a few major foreign powers, his influence was the most formidable in the world, rendering the first family of the capital insignificant in his eyes. Should he desire their destruction, it would merely take a word. However, the family had not yet offended him, and annihilating them suddenly would signify a declaration of war. Liu Heng, by what right do you prevent my return? Upon hearing that all transport routes had been sealed, Li Bingru appeared pitiful, her delicate demeanor evoking sympathy, as she bit her crimson lip and spoke with a tone of grievance. From now on, your home shall be only in the Magic City, and I shall be your only spouse. Accompany me to the company. He glanced at her, clad in long pants and long sleeves, and nodded in satisfaction, grasping her slender arm with an assertive grip, leading her forcefully out of the castle. Liu Heng, release me. You cannot treat me this way. I am your wife. Feeling the pressure of his grip, Li Bingru struggled fiercely, attempting to escape her husband's hold, pleading earnestly. Cough, cough. Old Fish has once again courted disaster, and has been silenced once more. This is Chapter 39. Cheer for me. The second chapter. Chapter 41. The furious Bingru at the Tianjung building. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, flanked by 2 Bentleys, arrived at the towering edifice, with the employees parting to make way. The Rolls-Royce smoothly entered the building and parked in its designated spot. The door was opened by the lead bodyguard, who was not the same as the one from yesterday. Under the gaze of many, Liu Heng stepped out of the luxury vehicle, his feet firmly planted on the polished tiles, adjusting his collar. He cast a commanding look at the employees who were observing him and glanced at his Patek Philippe watch, frowning in displeasure. It is already 8:32. Do you all have nothing better to do? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? The female employees who had been fixated on Liu Heng, sensing his irritation, promptly dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Just now that actually looked at me. How delightful. This was clearly the inner monologue of those infatuated women. Let us proceed. Feeling a small hand clasped around his arm, Liu Heng glanced at Li Bingru, who was dressed in a tailored suit, and simply uttered 2 words. Surrounded by bodyguards, the two made their way towards the chairman's exclusive elevator, both adorned with faint smiles. The moment the elevator doors closed, the entire hall erupted in a frenzy, with envy shimmering in the eyes of several female employees. My heavens, is that really his wife? Of course. If she is not his wife, then who is? Have you lost your mind? Considering his current salary, it's likely that he could never wed such a stunning, graceful, and elegant woman in his lifetime. Even Sister Bing Bing pales in comparison. Please, don't dare to compare that White Lotus with his wife. Her status is far superior to that of any actress, mind you. Even if Bing Bing is currently the hottest star with millions of fans, just in terms of looks. Secretary Liu could outshine her by tenfold, not to mention the title of Madam. Anyone who dares to dispute this, I will not hesitate to confront. With such a beautiful wife, who would bother with those subpar options? In the hall, both male and female employees began to whisper among themselves, transforming the atmosphere into that of a bustling market. The elevator ascended swiftly, soon arriving at the top floor. In the chairman's office, Xiao Yao, awaiting Liu Heng's arrival, promptly bowed as the elevator doors opened. I will report any matters shortly. Without even glancing at his newly appointed secretary, he stepped out of the elevator, with Li Bingruo closely trailing behind, linking her arm with his. Understood, madam, Xiao Yao nodded, noticing Li Bingruo's beauty and noble demeanor surpassing even Secretary Liu's, and quickly greeted her. Hello. At that moment, Li Bingruo exuded the essence of a first-class socialite, politely acknowledging her husband as secretary. Her hand instinctively found its way to Liu Heng's waist, pinching the soft flesh there. And with a decisive flick of her fingers, she executed a swift 360-degree counterclockwise spin. Mind your behavior. Feeling a twinge of discomfort at his waist, Liu Heng turned with displeasure to the seemingly harmless woman bearing a faint smile, offering a gentle admonishment. Xiao Yao, witnessing this scene, stifled a laugh and followed behind them towards the chairman's office. Hearing the undertone of anger in her husband's reminder, Li Bingruo felt a tinge of grievance and dared not make any further mischief, falling silent instead. Upon entering the 500-square-meter office, Li Bingruo sensibly released Liu Heng's arm and walked towards the distant white sofa. That sofa has been used. Please sit on the office chair I had prepared for you. Noticing his fastidious wife approaching the pristine sofa, he quickly interjected. The matters you instructed have been handled. Here is the list of names. Xiao Yao observed the discordant expressions of the couple, but chose not to pry further. Fully aware of her own position and the necessity to refrain from wasting time, she promptly conveyed the completion of her assigned task, extracting a document from the folder she held and respectfully presenting it to her superior. Upon receiving the document, Liu Heng glanced at it only momentarily before depositing it into a machine, whereupon a series of names appeared on the screen. He casually selected one name and, upon discovering that they had returned to their original duties, nodded in satisfaction, signaling to his secretary to proceed with haste. Boss, here is your schedule for today, Xiao Yao stated, remaining on her feet as she handed him a printed itinerary, awaiting his response. What are these appointments? Who is Su Wanqing? I have never heard of her. And racing? Really? How absurd! Liu Heng exclaimed, his irritation palpable. Upon skimming through the schedule, his agitation reached its peak. Indeed, he was infuriated. Has this secretary not informed her that only billionaires are permitted to book appointments with me? And yet here I am, besieged by a throng of second-generation heirs wanting me to race. How ludicrous! Feeling unjustly scolded by his superior, Xiao Yao felt a twinge of regret for having arranged those appointments. Just as she was about to exit, Li Bingru, who had been observing, called her back upon hearing the name Su Wanqing, directing her to stay put. Hearing his wife's interjection, Liu Heng sighed in resignation, gesturing for Xiao Yao to proceed with her tasks. Now, perhaps you could elucidate why I am confined in this metropolis? Li Bingru inquired, rising from her seat and approaching the desk, where she conjured an icy chair and plopped down. She was exasperated, deprived of protection, denied medication, and targeted for no apparent reason. Surely, an explanation was due. I refused to have a cloud of uncertainty hovering over me. Liu Heng set aside his pen and met her gaze, questioning. What do you mean? Li Bingru paused momentarily before recalling the implication of his words, her expression hardening into a mask of ice, her fury manifesting as sharp icicles aimed directly at Liu Heng. How dare you suggest I've been unfaithful? If I had indeed betrayed you, then who was it that took my virginity the night before last? Surely, it was you, Liu Heng, and not some beast. Her face, contorted with rage, retained a unique beauty, resembling a fierce lioness in a tempest. Enough. This is the third warning, the narrator declared, officially ushering in the unfolding drama. Those who do not wish to read are welcome to criticize. Your scorn only brings me delight. Chapter 42, Space Transfer. Scatter. At the sound of Liu Heng's voice, ice cones hurtling from all directions appeared to encounter an unseen resistance, pausing mid-air before disintegrating into a flurry of shards that rained down upon the office. The seal. Instantly, the entire office became ensnared by an invisible constraint, rendering it so silent that even the sound of gunfire would go unheard. After sealing off the office, Liu Heng remained seated, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the murderous glare of Li Bingruo. Have you not always desired to murder your husband? Here lies your chance. If you can defeat or kill me, I shall bestow upon you the entirety of the Zhutian group. Of course, should you lose, you must remain by my side and abandon any thoughts of going to the capital. What say you? Though his demeanor was domineering, a careful observer might catch a glimmer of tenderness in Liu Heng's eyes. Very well, if I am to be defeated, not only will I stay by your side, but I shall also promise to bear your children. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Bingruo acquiesced to his request, the ice elements within her beginning to stir. She dared not unleash her full power. Merely a fraction was summoned. If she were to exert her full control over the ice elements, she believed the tallest building in the world would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Considering the societal implications, she resolved to engage her husband with only 1/10 of her strength. You need not fear that this building will be destroyed by you. Simply unleash your full potential. I am eager to witness the true might of the strongest under the Dragon King. Liu Heng discerned his wife's apprehension and gestured for her to proceed without fear of consequence. The laws of heaven and earth, even in the face of formidable beings like Odin, Thanos, or Jean Grey, could not be shattered. Of course, this was contingent upon their power not surpassing Liu Heng's. Otherwise, words alone would hold no weight. Very well, since that is the case, do not blame me for disregarding our marital bond. Attack. Upon hearing this, Li Bingruo unleashed the ice elements within her without reservation, enveloping her form as the temperature in the office plummeted to -100 degrees. A chilling aura beginning to spread, freezing all in her path. In that moment, she resembled the queen of a frozen realm, her every movement radiating an unparalleled aura, words failing to encapsulate her beauty. Even the verse, in the north, there is a beauty unmatched and solitary. A single glance can topple a city. A second can undo a nation, pales in comparison to her splendor. As her internal cry echoed, the office began to freeze. Ice spikes coalescing from the ground and rapidly advancing toward the steadfast Liu Heng. Liu Heng, surrender now, and I shall overlook your transgressions against our nation. Should you remain obstinate, do not expect me to honor our bond as husband and wife. Li Bingruo approached with an air of pride, exuding an aura that kept all at bay, her gaze cold as she addressed her husband. Ice Raw, do you understand why the Dragon King refrains from declaring himself the foremost in his realm? As the chilling aura enveloped him, Liu Heng felt no discomfort. Instead, he regarded her with a mocking gaze. The girl before him was utterly foolish. Who would dare to expose their own confidence so openly? Moreover, he questioned the audacity of the woman before him, who had the gall to threaten her own husband, confronting a fifth-tier mutant. Surely, there must be something she has not disclosed. Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, a glimmer of spirit finally graced Li Bingruo's icy visage. She retreated a few steps, her expression tinged with fear as she fixed her gaze upon Liu Heng. The reason she felt emboldened to provoke him was that she understood he would not harm her. Otherwise, why would she foolishly challenge a fifth-tier mutant? Besides, she hadn't even had her fill that morning. The elemental ice within her surged to its zenith, causing the temperature in the air to plummet further, and ice shards began to multiply. Without a moment's hesitation, she encircled her husband with them. Dear, refrain from provoking fifth-tier mutants in the future. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you met your demise. Fourth and fifth tiers are realms entirely apart. It is a true metamorphosis of life. Today, let me demonstrate to you the true prowess of a fifth-tier powerhouse, something a mere fourth tier cannot hope to rival. Before making his move, Liu Heng couldn't resist teasing Li Bingruo, an aura of dominance, malice, and brutality radiating from him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the ice spikes encircling him disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the air. Even if you're the fifth tier, what of it? Seeing her attack effortlessly dismantled, Li Bingruo did not express much anger. Instead, she offered a cold smile, shattering the high-heeled shoes adorning her feet. Instantly, her flawless, jade-like foot, resembling a lotus root, stepped onto the frozen office floor and stomped lightly. In that moment, the ice surface began to fracture, and Barb swiftly lunged toward Liu Heng. Li Bingruo was undeterred. Manifesting translucent, pale blue gauntlets, her movements akin to lightning, following closely behind the Barbs. Observing the ferocious assault aimed at him, a smirk of disdain flickered at the corner of his mouth. Such trivial tactics could never pose a challenge for him. Annihilation. He uttered the two words, and the impending attack was instantly neutralized, the frozen surface of the office evaporating into nothingness. Are you offering yourself to me? As Li Bingruo charged toward him, Liu Heng leaped gracefully, lightly tapping the desk, devoid of any intention to show mercy. His whip-like legs sliced through the air with a resounding crack. Enhancement. Two more words escaped his lips, and the howling kick landed directly upon his wife's arms, sending her hurtling away. As he saw his wife about to collide with the rules, Liu Heng felt a pang of urgency, preparing to save her life. The force of the rules was currently confined within this small office, rendering it far more formidable than in an open expanse. Even if Magneto were present at this moment, a collision with the wall would surely cost him his life, or at least a significant portion of it. This is the very reason for Liu Heng's concern. Admittedly, his worry may seem somewhat excessive. Bang! As Li Bingru's body collided with the wall, her delicate form shattered into fragments of ice. Yet, he sensed a lethal threat approaching from behind, which brought him a moment of relief. Thankfully, she was unharmed. However, the thought of losing her if he were to fail ignited a fierce determination within him, prompting him to turn and deliver a swift, decisive punch. Oof. The clash of fists sent Liu Heng stumbling back a step, while she was uncontrollably hurled towards the wall. Damn that woman, a displacement. This time, he was utterly certain that this was indeed his wife's true form, compelling him to utilize his most formidable trump card, spatial displacement. With a mental command, he and Li Bingru vanished from the chairman's office. Were it not for the chaos left in their wake, who would believe that a battle of mutants had just transpired in this office? Chapter 43. The dust of past eras in the depths of the Magic City. 100 miles away, the Dragon King stood poised on a tree, gazing at the towering buildings that pierced the clouds. Suddenly, the expression beneath his mask shifted. Yet he dared not step into this city. After all, his territory lay not in the Magic City, but in the capital. To recklessly enter the domain of a fifth-tier mutant would be to invite certain conflict. Much like the creatures of the deep mountains, no two beings of equal strength may occupy the same territory without incurring the wrath of the Dominion's master. Two idioms encapsulate this truth. The strong are revered, while the weak are preyed upon. Bingru, my dear, you truly are Navi, he mused. He could clearly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the Jutian building and knew precisely who was responsible. His eyes filled with concern as he sighed helplessly. At the moment the ice element manifested, there was nothing of significance. However, when the fifth-tier energy fluctuations emerged, he found himself increasingly restless. Fearing a potential conflict with Liu Heng, he hesitated, choosing not to intrude. As the aura of the ice element intensified within the celestial tower, he disregarded the established norms that governed fifth-tier peak powerhouses, transforming into a fiery orb and swiftly darting towards the tallest edifice in the Demon City. He could not risk the possibility that Liu Heng might harm his dear friend's daughter. Atop the celestial tower, on the balcony, a frost queen and a domineering youth locked eyes from a distance. The woman exuded an air of coldness and indifference, with a hint of murderous intent permeating her gaze, while the man regarded her with playful tenderness, his eyes brimming with affection. Fortify, seal, Liu Heng intoned, and invisible rules immediately enveloped the entire building, isolating the balcony in another realm. In a frigid expanse, as her delicate voice rang out, snowflakes began to fall from the rooftop. The moisture in the air transformed into ice upon contact with the snowflakes, crashing down onto the expansive balcony. Within mere moments, a thick layer of ice covered the entire surface, and Li Bingru reverted to her Frost Queen form. Rise! With arms as delicate as snowflakes raised, the gathered ice lost its gravitational pull and began to float. Under her command, the ice descended with terrifying momentum, targeting the man who was as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any aura of a formidable warrior. Li Bingru felt emboldened to unleash such reckless aggression, having previously ascertained that the tower would not crumble under her full force. Child, do not entertain thoughts of defeating or slaying me. Would it not be wiser to return and embrace your role as a young mistress? Enhance. Liu Heng cast a casual glance at the powerful assault that had intensified, his expression remaining unfazed as he playfully teased the enchanting ice beauty before him. As he invoked his enhancements, Li Bingru's abilities instantly manifested upon him. Disperse. With a gentle wave of his hand, the colossal ice block hurtling towards him shattered into countless fragments, and with another motion, the scattered ice reassembled in the air. How can you possibly control my powers? Shock and disbelief filled Li Bingru's eyes as she sensed the oppressive presence of ice elements emanating from Liu Heng. Standing 100 meters away, she felt utterly overwhelmed, her courage to continue the fight evaporating. If she were to foolishly challenge Liu Heng, she knew without a doubt that her own abilities would turn against her. Then, come here obediently. Suddenly, a grave look crossed Liu Heng's face as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. The presence of a fifth-tier powerhouse had unexpectedly emerged within his domain. Although they were in the mid-level of the fifth tier, they could not be underestimated. As she approached him, the masked Dragon King appeared at the very spot where Li Bingru had just stood. Upon witnessing the two engaged in playful banter, the Dragon King, who had arrived just in time, felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape him. Yet, beneath his mask, his countenance was steeped in gravity. The moment he materialized, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him. Dragon King, it has been quite some time. I wonder what brings you to my city of magic. Liu Heng's gaze fell upon the masked man in the distance, his face adorned with a smile, yet his tone was piercingly cold, evoking discomfort in those who heard it. Despot, I never anticipated that within a mere decade, you would have surpassed me. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous wave aside, while the former waves perish on the shore. The Dragon King's eyes brimmed with regret and sorrow. When Liu Heng had awakened his abilities, the Dragon King had personally invited him to join the Dark Dragon, considering him the sole scion of the Liu family. Alas, it was the demand for 100 million that had caused him to withdraw. Little did he know that a decade later, Liu Heng's power would eclipse his own. How he lamented his past decisions. Flattery, flattery. Do you harbor any regrets? A faint smile graced Liu Heng's lips as he mocked. When the Dragon King had invited him into the Dark Dragon, he had made the audacious request for 100 million, only to be met with derision. A mere ant, unaware of his own abilities, seeking such a sum. What folly! Yet now, his own forces had left organizations like SHILD and the Brotherhood far behind. His strength could easily overpower the Dragon King, as he prepared to confront him in the capital next month. Who would have thought that the Dragon King he had encountered a decade ago would come knocking at his door, allowing him to vindicate the ridicule he had once endured? It was truly a source of delight for him. Indeed, I do harbor some regret. Upon hearing the scorn in Liu Heng's words, the Dragon King offered a bitter smile, reflecting on his past decision with a heart full of remorse. Had he provided that 100 million, the Dark Dragon might now possess shares in the Celestial Group 5, and its strength would have undoubtedly surged. His short-sightedness had cost the Dark Dragon, and indeed the nation, an opportunity to enhance their might. Presently, the nation must spend vast sums to procure certain equipment, which was a lamentable situation. Speak of your purpose for coming to my city. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to strip the Dark Dragon of its most formidable combat force. Liu Heng's tone shifted abruptly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. The icy energy enveloping him surged rapidly, and in an instant, Li Bingru was thrust away from the rooftop terrace. Do not act rashly. Let us converse amicably. I am here on Command One's orders to escort the young Lady Bingru back to the capital for a family visit. Observing Liu Heng's readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, the Dragon King hastily gestured, attempting to halt the approach of the seemingly otherworldly figure before him. He had little faith that Liu Heng was merely an ice-type mutant. Even if he were, the odds of victory were slim. The Dragon King sensed the disparity between them. He was currently at the mid-stage of the 5th rank, with 2 levels still separating him from the pinnacle. Those 2 levels represented an insurmountable chasm. To avoid being utterly overwhelmed, surrender was his only recourse. 10 seconds, leave my city. Otherwise, today could witness your demise and the loss of your abilities. Furthermore, summon the Elder. He shall arrive tomorrow to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing that Li Bingruo would be returning home, a savage glint ignited in Liu Heng's eyes as he roared at the Dragon King. At this moment, anyone daring to utter the words Beijing in his presence would surely find themselves unable to rise from their bed. In the realm of dreams, Li Bingruo was akin to a gift bestowed upon him from the capital, a piece of lumber. Chapter 44. Ascension to the Divine Altar in a coastal villa in New York. Sir, there exists a method to prolong your life. The butler, well aware of Tony Stark's grave injuries, reminded him. What did you say? Tony, who was desperately trying to contain the spread of palladium, was startled by Jarvis's announcement, inquiring urgently. Although the arc reactor and that chip could mitigate the affliction's progression, they could not eradicate the root cause. This had become a source of deep anxiety for Tony. According to Jarvis's diagnostic report, he was unlikely to survive past the coming year. Thus, hearing of a potential hope for life extension was enough to set his heart racing. Who would not fear death? Even Steve Rogers, the proud American loyal to his military and people, would dread mortality, let alone the billionaire Tony Stark. Sir, I reiterate that you have an opportunity for life extension, Jarvis repeated, concerned that his master might not have grasped the gravity of the statement, amplifying the sound throughout the underground laboratory. Goodness, Jarvis, are you trying to deafen me? Tony, having received a definitive answer, cast aside his tools, momentarily shedding his serious demeanor to indulge in his characteristic sharp wit. Quickly tell me, what element can enhance my lifespan? After his playful banter, he resumed a solemn countenance, urgency lacing his tone. As one of the world's wealthiest individuals, though not as affluent as Liu Heng, he was nearing that echelon. Given the stakes concerning his life, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. If there truly existed a cure for his ailment, even if someone urged him to relinquish a 10% stake in Stark Industries, he would likely not flinch. To encapsulate the mindset of most affluent individuals, including Tony Stark, those who stand atop the world as pinnacle, who among them is unafraid of death? Even if one were a deity, the specter of mortality remains an omnipresent fear. I apologize, sir, but within the current database, there is no known element that can treat palladium poisoning, thus I am exceedingly sorry. Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, the intelligent butler Jarvis responded with an apologetic tone. Then to enlighten me on how to extend my life, Tony retorted, his displeasure evident as he frowned and inquired in a low voice. He did not believe Jarvis was jesting and, foregoing questions about elements, directly demanded a method for longevity. 2 months ago, the Zhutian Group unveiled a longevity serum capable of genuinely alleviating palladium poisoning within one's body, though calculations indicate its effects may only last for 5 years. Jarvis transmitted his analysis of the serum to the computer and stated, "Longevity serum? Which company developed this?" After meticulously perusing the data on the screen, Tony remained silent for a few moments, already contemplating the acquisition of the company in question. He pondered the possibility of purchasing the firm to have the individual responsible for the serum devise a method to extract the shrapnel lodged in his chest, thus liberating him from the relentless agony. Sir, acquiring that company is beyond your means, Jarvis interjected, fully aware of Tony's intentions after years of companionship. Are you referring to Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company? Tony exclaimed, suddenly grasping which pharmaceutical company was beyond his financial reach. The only manufacturing firm within the global top 100 that Stark Industries could not afford was indeed Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company. Precisely. Furthermore, your desire to extract the shrapnel from your chest without the assistance of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company is nothing short of a delusion, Jarvis confirmed Tony's suspicions, ultimately divulging all of his analyses. Damn it. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Tony erupted, leaping from his chair in exasperation. Sir, you did not inquire. The intelligent assistant replied, a hint of helplessness in its voice. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had been overly anxious about his predicament. It was fortunate that Jarvis could provide any reminders at all. Still, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Tony, at that moment, Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, stormed in through the reinforced glass door, his face a mask of fury. Uncle Obadiah, what brings you here? Tony turned, gazing at the enraged Obadiah with confusion. What brings me here? Look at the newspaper. Your recklessness has caused Stark Industries to plummet from grace. The stock market opened with a crash, and we've lost our position as the second largest company globally. The throne of supremacy has been usurped by Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, whose market value now exceeds ours by fivefold. So tell me, what do you think I wish to discuss? Obadiah fumed, slapping the newspaper against Tony's chest. Upon hearing the news of his company's fall from grace, Tony found it hard to believe and hastily grabbed the newspaper to read. When he showcased his weapons in Afghanistan, Stark Industries had boasted a market value 10 times greater than that of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company. How could it be that the closure of the weapons division had led to the downfall of his parents' legacy, casting it into the shadows? Uncle Obadiah, let the fall come. Even if I do not shut down the armory, the Celestial Pharmaceutical Company will ascend to greatness regardless. I am merely a catalyst in this unfolding drama. Soon, Tony finished perusing the newspaper, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he elucidated to Obadiah Stane. The Celestial Pharmaceutical Company undeniably stands as the most promising enterprise of the 21st century, having reached the pinnacle in merely a decade. Stark Industries has no one to blame but itself. Time slipped away quietly as Tony conversed extensively with Obadiah, most of their dialogue centering around his well-being, deliberately portraying himself as the benevolent uncle. As the hour grew late, Tony declared it was time to retire for the night, lamenting his waning vitality compared to the vigor of youth, yet still urging Obadiah to be mindful of his injuries. Obadiah Stane glanced at his watch, rose from his seat, and strode towards the laboratory exit, pausing before the reinforced glass to remind Tony once more. Understood, Tony Stark replied with a smile, waving his hand as he watched Obadiah's silhouette recede into the distance. J-A-R-V-I-S. Have I secured an appointment with the tyrant? I must visit the nation tomorrow to see if he possesses any means to alleviate my palladium poisoning. Once Obadiah departed, Tony promptly instructed J-A-R-V-I-S to arrange a meeting with Liu Heng, immersing himself in his work thereafter. In a dimly lit chamber, Obadiah Stane, having left Tony, now resembled a humble ant, groveling like a lapdog. How goes it? A raspy, low voice reverberated throughout the room, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. My lord, I am fully prepared, Obadiah said, head bowed in reverence as he presented the proposal in his hands to the enigmatic figure. Tomorrow, Tony will be in the nation. I hope you will not disappoint him, for if you do, you shall find yourself discarded. I need not elaborate on your dire fate. The mysterious individual made no move to accept the dossier, their eyes gleaming ominously in the shadows, the tone laced with an implicit threat. Should this wretched creature falter, it was clear that they would be the first to act against Obadiah Stane. Understood. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you, my lord, Obadiah replied, the threat weighing heavily on his mind, his gaze darkening, veins standing out on his arms as murderous intent began to brew within. Yet, the thought of his wife and child, still in the grasp of this mysterious figure, stifled any rebellious actions, forcing him to comply. Do not worry. I shall send assistance for this task, the mysterious figure remarked, sensing Obadiah's turmoil and trepidation, yet dismissing him as a mere insect, casting a cold glance his way. Thank you, my lord, Obadiah exhaled, relief washing over him, eagerly anticipating Tony's departure to seek the tyrant of the Celestial Pharmaceutical Company. The nation awaited the City of Magic. In the grand edifice of the Celestial Towers, within the opulent office of the chairman on the top floor, Liu Heng reclined leisurely in his chair, savoring an experience of unparalleled luxury. Are you not hungry? A delicate hand, as smooth and fair as porcelain, rested upon Liu Heng's shoulder, akin to a masseuse tenderly kneading away his tension. No, came the cool and indifferent response from Li Bingru, her exquisite face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Though her exterior remained composed, an inner tempest of frustration brewed within her. As the illustrious princess of the highest order, she found it intolerable to be subjected to such indignities. Not only was she confined to his presence, but she was also compelled to engage in tasks befitting a mere servant. How could her proud heart acquiesce to such a fate? Lunch will soon be served. I trust you will attend to me then. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to stage a rather risky performance in the office. Liu Heng smiled lightly, fully aware of the woman massaging his shoulders, who had not yet satisfied her hunger. By the way, you have yet to explain why you chose to keep Su Wanjing around, he inquired, recalling the appointment schedule with a hint of curiosity. The name Su Wanjing resonated vaguely in his memory, yet he could not precisely place her. She is a beauty renowned throughout the capital, her figure and visage rivaling my own. Would you care to assemble a harem? Li Bingru, upon hearing her husband mention Su Wanjing, revealed all she knew without reservation. Your audacity grows ever bolder, he remarked, casting an irritated glance at Li Bingru. It was clear to him that he could only assert dominance over her. The thought of another beauty, akin to her, being presented before him was indeed vexing. Miss Su has arrived, Liu Heng announced just as his secretary, Xiao Yao, entered, escorting a striking beauty clad in a form-fitting black ensemble, her figure perfectly sculpted with a daringly bold visage. Su Wanjing's features were as delicately crafted as a doll's, her large eyes glittering with intellect, her hair styled in a ponytail, and while her bosom was modest, it was not lacking by any measure. Liu Heng, having been acquainted with the pleasures of the flesh, had already discerned from her gait that she was indeed a remarkable specimen. Bingru, what brings you here? The moment Su Wanjing stepped into the office, she noticed Li Bingru's presence. Seeing her tenderly massaging her beloved's shoulders ignited an inexplicable pang of pain within her. Yet she maintained her composure, embodying the poise of a refined lady. He is my husband. Is it not entirely normal for me to be here? Li Bingru's eyes betrayed a flicker of guilt, though she concealed it deftly. My apologies, dear Wanjing, she expressed inwardly, her gaze returning to a serene indifference. You. Su Wanjing's eyes flashed with indignation. However, recalling that this was Liu Heng's office, she suppressed the urge to strike her. Had she not been tasked with watching over Liu Heng? Yet here she was, brazenly intruding upon her friend's territory. How could she still claim him as her own? Miss Su, may I inquire if you have a matter to discuss? Please be swift, my time is precious. Liu Heng gazed at her with an increasing sense of familiarity. Yet her identity eluded him. Resolving to set aside his confusion, he inquired, Henggo, you no longer recognize me? Su Wanjing's voice trembled slightly upon hearing the man she adored refrain from using the affectionate nickname she had bestowed upon him. After spending 11 years abroad for further studies, how could this man before her have forgotten her so completely? Do I know her? Liu Heng queried in surprise, leaning closer to his wife, who was gently kneading his shoulders. He had no recollection of such a stunning beauty. Moreover, he had only heard of Li Bingru being hailed as the most beautiful woman in the capital. He had never encountered anyone named Su Wanjing. 11 years ago, the girl known as Man Woman was elevated to my status only because her photograph circulated widely, unbeknownst to you, Li Bingru, who had shared 3 months of her life with Liu Heng, understood his thoughts. Her voice was subdued, meant solely for their ears. Upon hearing his wife's explanation, Liu Heng finally grasped why he was oblivious to Su Wanjing's identity. Ever since he had dubbed her Man-Woman, he had ceased using her actual name. Ironically, he realized he had forgotten what she was called. Man-Woman, it's been a long time. The girl with the round face, once covered in acne, has transformed remarkably. Truly. The saying, a woman blossoms at 18 holds true. He refrained from using her name, opting instead for the nickname he had given her, smiling as he spoke. Please step outside. He gestured dismissively to Xiao Yao, who stood nearby, signaling her to leave, as her presence was no longer required. Henggo, you finally remember me. Su Wanjing's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Liu Heng utter her name. She bypassed the desk and embraced his arm, exclaiming, cough, cough, Miss Su. Please maintain your composure and share the reason for your appointment with me. He cast a glance at the rabbit peeking from her attire, smaller than his wife's, unfazed by the sight. After she finished the black fish soup, a satisfied smile graced Liu Heng's face. I adore obedient women. Now let us eat. You want to make me burst. After consuming such a large bowl of soup, my stomach feels as if it might explode, Li Bingru retorted, rolling her eyes at him while gently caressing her rounded belly. As though she were with child, speaking shyly. Once the table was cleared, they returned to their respective rooms. Liu Heng, having finished his meal, placed his bowl on the table, circled around, and took her hand, leading her toward the backyard. The remaining servants hurriedly tidied the disordered dining area. The backyard was a modest 500-square-meter garden. Liu Heng rested his hand on her delicate shoulder as they strolled through the serene space. How does it feel? Is it more comfortable now? As he walked, he inquired, glancing at her rosy cheeks. Are you feeling more comfortable now? The temperature is a bit high. Li Bingru smiled and nodded, gently touching her flushed, apple-like visage. Since you're feeling better, allow me to find some comfort as well. Upon hearing this, a conspiratorial smile flickered in his eyes. He seized her delicate neck, assertively moving to capture her lips. Liu Heng, however, chose to disregard Li Bingru's latter comment. How could he not perceive her subtle intentions? Her mention of the high temperature was a veiled suggestion for him to release her sealed powers. Just as she braced herself against the intrusion of his tongue, she found herself yielding to the fervor ignited by her husband. Liu Heng, sensing her eagerness, swiftly began to unfasten the buttons of her clothing, intent on indulging in a clandestine rendezvous. No, no, Li Bingru exclaimed, biting down hard on Liu Heng's tongue in an attempt to escape his embrace. Fear evident in her eyes. The audacious man before her dared to propose such an act in their garden, an utterly beastly notion. She would rather perish than engage in such intimacy in the backyard. Fear not, my dear. This is merely our garden, and no one shall witness us, he reassured her, tasting the bittersweet tang of his own blood, aware that her rebellious nature had drawn blood. He struggled to suppress his desires while attempting to soothe her. I can't. I haven't bathed yet. As he pressed closer, Li Bingru swiftly seized upon the opportunity to escape, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment as she dashed out of the garden, leaving a bewildered Liu Heng behind. Goodness, when did she become so clever? Wasn't she supposed to be all beauty and no brains? Once her figure vanished from sight, Liu Heng snapped back to reality, slapping his hands together in frustration. He had finally lured her to the garden, planning to temper her sharpness, only to find her suddenly wise to his intentions. Well, if you refuse to play along, perhaps we could share a romantic bath together, ensuring you remain in bed for days. Then it struck him that he himself had yet to bathe, and a wicked thought crossed his mind, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he strode purposefully into the castle. In the bathroom, Li Bingru luxuriated in the warm water of the bathtub, her eyes closed in blissful relaxation. After a day of skirmishes, her body ached. And then there was Liu Heng, that scoundrel, who had sealed her powers to coerce her into bearing him an heir. Truly despicable. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open. Startled, she instinctively rose, casting a wary glance at the intruder. Liu Heng, what are you doing? Do you not see I am bathing? She felt no embarrassment. After all, her body was already his, and revealing it wouldn't cost her anything. Yet, the thought of him barging in unannounced sparked a flicker of indignation within her. I am bathing. Of course I saw you bathing. If you weren't, I wouldn't have come in. Liu Heng, it. Cast a glance at the twin peaks adorning her chest before stepping into the bathtub, giving those snowy, delicate mounds a teasing pinch. Let us take a bath together. I promise you'll enjoy it, he murmured against her ear, his breath warm as he traced a teasing path along her sensitive skin, his lips curling into a roguish smile. Marrying you was the worst mistake of my life. Do you know why? Li Bingru, though unresisting, let her body sink deeper into the water as she spoke, her voice laced with weary resignation. Because you're insatiable, too possessive, too unrestrained. I fear one day I'll perish under your relentless demands. Liu Heng laughed, the sound rich and unrepentant as he pressed her into the tub, his lips brushing her flushed cheek. Don't worry, I won't let you die. You're my lifelong plaything, after all. She was utterly enchanting like this. Come on, call me husband, he coaxed, mischief dancing in his eyes. Husband, she echoed, rolling her eyes with exaggerated sweetness. Tell me, how much papaya have you eaten? His fingers traced the soft swell of her breast before tilting her chin up, his gaze playful yet probing. None. They grew naturally, she retorted, shooting glare. Then you must exercise often, such firmness, he mused, testing the supple resilience beneath his touch once more. Li Bingru gave a reluctant nod. So, do you want to bathe with me or not? A sly grin curled his lips as he feigned indifference, waiting for her to take the bait. I know I don't. She caught herself too late, shaking her head vehemently as realization dawned. Too bad. Since you want to, I'll oblige. With a devilish chuckle, he closed the distance between them, his body pressing hers into the water as he sought the warmth hidden beneath. You tricked me. Her face burned crimson as shock gave way to sharp sensation, her fingers digging into his arms as she gasped. Wait. It hurts. Liu Heng stilled at once, his hands steadying her slender waist. Darling, you're as tight as the first time. Do you enjoy tormenting me? It's just my constitution. Don't tell me you prefer something loose. She shot back, though her glare lacked its usual fire. A pause. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, by the way, what about Su Wanjing? She's beautiful. Why not take her in? I feel nothing for her, not even a flicker of desire. Even if her father begged me to marry her, what use is a wife left untouched in an empty chamber? Moreover, I am unable to grant her an official status. Would that not be an affront to the Su family? Liu Heng furrowed his brow, shook his head, and tactfully declined his wife's kind intentions. The narrative has reached a standstill, and today there shall be but one update. Chapter 46. The emergence of the supernatural beast upon hearing Liu Heng's inquiry. Su Wanqing immediately shifted her focus to the matter at hand, gracefully circling the desk to return to her original position, her demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness. Your life assistant, Su Wanqing, reporting for duty. In that moment, Su Wanqing exuded an extraordinary charm, rivaling that of the female executives depicted in novels. What did you say? Liu Heng had yet to speak, but Li Bingru shot her a fierce glare, incredulous at the revelation. Was she contemplating employing a beauty trap on her husband? Suddenly, Liu Heng's expression shifted dramatically as he rose and moved towards the floor-to-ceiling window, disregarding the tension between the two women. As the two women, locked in a verbal duel, noticed Liu Heng's change of countenance, confusion flickered across their faces as they stealthily approached the window. Over the Huangpu River, two grotesque and hideous creatures were wreaking havoc upon the surrounding environment. Their indiscriminate attacks could effortlessly reduce a massive fishing vessel to mere dust, while ordinary citizens fell victim to their merciless slaughter. Damnable beasts, are you courting death? Witnessing the innocent being slaughtered, Li Bingru, the devoted vice-captain of the Dark Dragon, could hardly contain her fury, her eyes turning bloodshot as she roared in outrage. Just as Liu Heng was about to intervene, the specially tempered glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered in an instant, and a graceful figure soared outwards. Foolish woman, we are 1,000 meters in the air. Watching his wife disregard all caution as she leaped down, he felt an overwhelming headache, shouting in anger. He knew well that supernatural beasts were not easily vanquished. Unless Li Bingru was a fifth-tier mutant, she would merely be a bystander in the fray. If he was not mistaken, these two supernatural creatures were likely the evil ginseng beast and the thornwood beast. Li Bingru is actually a mutant. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, was bewildered by Li Bingru's audacious leap from the height. However, her astonishment peaked when she witnessed Li Bingru sprouting a pair of translucent, light blue wings. And a bridge of ice stretching from the building to the Huangpu River materialized before her eyes. Her dear friend was, astonishingly, the mutant spoken of by her grandfather. On board the Tenglooong Mothership, the serene interior had been disrupted as if scalding oil had been splashed within. Alarms blared, and the previously leisurely staff hastily returned to their posts, querying the virtual system to ascertain the location of the emergency. There it is in Magic City. Our headquarters is facing two fourth-tier supernatural beasts. An urgent report echoed throughout the command room, causing the countenance of all personnel to shift dramatically. The Tenglong Mothership, hovering at an altitude of 30,000 feet, was rapidly deployed towards Magic City. Though Liu Heng possessed the strength to effortlessly suppress the two fourth-tier supernatural beasts, he recognized that his subordinates had yet to fulfill their responsibilities. The armored warriors are fully prepared. Yaya's voice resonated, instructing the team to expedite their preparations. Unless a formidable fifth-tier existence like Liu Heng intervenes, designated fourth-tier powers cannot hope to vanquish the anomalous beasts and they might even risk their lives. Inside the second-level experimental laboratory, Sinan, Dongshan, Beimiao, Kuinzhong, and Shizhao remain vigilant of one another. Allow me and Shizhao to handle this. Consider it a personal favor owed to each of you, if you will, Beimiao proposed. Upon glimpsing the image of the malevolent beast on the screen, a fierce aura enveloped him, and Shizhao was similarly affected. If their memories serve them correctly, the beast that had once abducted Bing from the orphanage was indeed the malevolent creature depicted. Had they not arrived in time, they would have surely perished at the hands of these two fiends. Later, they joined the Zhudiang group, and, with its assistance, they ascended to the coveted status of fourth-tier warriors, envied by many. Their transformation into armored warriors was facilitated by their own blood being extracted, 500 units to be precise, which resulted in the creation of a crystal detector, enabling them to locate those crystals effortlessly. They nearly entered the ranks of the anomalous beasts themselves. Years have passed, and now these aberrant creatures re-emerge. Today, the duo must capture the malevolent beast and the prickly-wood beast to ascertain Bing's whereabouts. Very well, but do not forget your promise. They were cautioned. This is not the original narrative of the Armored Warriors. The five did not exhibit discord as in the original storyline, but displayed unwavering unity. Growing up together, they understood Beimiao and Shizhao's vendetta against the malevolent and prickly beasts, and they readily acquiesced to their request. Thank you. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to their comrades before stepping onto the unique energy transfer platform of the Armored Warriors. Stay safe. This marks our first appearance before the world as the Armored Squad. We can only afford victory, not defeat, Meijin said earnestly from the control panel, addressing the two within the sealed chambers. This was a momentous opportunity for the Armored Squad to make their debut, and it warranted her utmost seriousness. Understood. We will not disgrace ourselves, the two responded, nodding in the water and gold attribute chambers upon hearing Meijin's words. Wish you good fortune, Meijin replied, her satisfaction evident as she pressed the energy launch button. The exclusive satellite in the sky began to morph and twist, casting a brilliant beam of light that enveloped them, causing their figures to vanish without a trace. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, clad in their imposing armor, exuding an aura of dominance. Please, do not let anything go awry, Meijin thought anxiously, her heart filled with concern. This was the Armored Warrior's inaugural appearance, and she fervently hoped that these two filled with animosity would not ruin it. Meanwhile, Xianan, Dongshan, and Kuinzhong bore expressions akin to that of Meijin. The online world had erupted in chaos. What manner of beast is this? Is it possible that monsters from a novel have invaded our reality? This world has become perilous. I long to return to my slumber. With a mere strike capable of obliterating a 100-meter fishing vessel, what on earth has transpired? How could it be that ordinary laborers are being slaughtered? Where is our nation's dragon group? They must swiftly emerge to vanquish these fiends. One might wonder where such a dragon group could possibly originate. Does our nation even possess such a department? Even if the dragon group from the realm of fiction were to appear, they would likely find themselves kneeling, considering the sheer ferocity of their assailants. With a single blow, a towering edifice is laid to waste. Lo and behold, a celestial being descends from the heavens, adorned with ethereal wings, as a bridge of ice and snow materializes in the air. Could this be a member of the fabled, mysterious organization? Who are these audacious individuals? They must be eradicated swiftly, for those who dare to offend the descendants of Yin and Huang shall face dire consequences, no matter the distance. The news of a monstrous entity capable of annihilating skyscrapers with a mere gesture spread like wildfire across the globe. Nations at odds with our own reveled in schadenfreude, observing this tragedy unfold. Some even hoped the monster would bring utter ruin upon a magical metropolis, often referred to as the Eastern Paris. In Washington, at the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury sat before his computer, a sardonic smile flickering across his lips. He could almost envision the misfortunes befalling the Celestial Group. Over the past 2 years, their power had surged, overshadowing the established forces, and now, it seemed, they were facing retribution. In New York, at the Brotherhood, Magneto reclined upon his metallic throne, his gaze fixed on the television screen, brimming with anticipation. What might be the extent of the power wielded by the man who instills fear within him? At Xavier's School in New York, the professor lamented the plight of the innocent children. "Tyrant, will you not intervene? After all, this is your domain." He watched in dismay as the aberrant beast wreaked havoc, demolishing skyscrapers and slaughtering the common folk. He was astonished that Liu Heng, the sovereign of this magical city, would remain idle, allowing such a tragedy to unfold. Truly, it was unconscionable. In Berlin, at the Hydra headquarters, shadows loomed darkly. The conference room resonated with 4 words, only to fall into silence as the lights extinguished, as if nothing had ever occurred. In a certain underwater island, all the members sat quietly in the conference room, their gazes fixated on the screen, immersed in profound silence. At this moment, they bore witness to Liu Heng's indifference. Their compatriots were ruthlessly annihilated, yet he remained unmoved. What kind of hardened heart could allow for such apathy? "Do not provoke the Celestial Group," sighed Kejima K, uttering those 8 words before closing his eyes, choosing not to witness this tragedy any longer. The remaining members turned their heads away, unwilling to behold this spectacle of slaughter. In the capital, at the Dragon's Nest base, the enraged Dragon King returned to see this scene, his eyes reddened, emanating an aura of brutality as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. These were their fellow countrymen, now being eradicated by unknown creatures, and Liu Heng merely watched without intervening. How could this not incite his fury? The other members of the Dark Dragon and the staff, witnessing this atrocity, could not help but harbor resentment towards Liu Heng. These were their compatriots, and yet he stood idly by in their time of peril. What reasoning could justify this? Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the celestial building in the Demon City, Liu Heng's demeanor remained impassive. The carnage below, involving the mutant beasts, stirred not a single emotion within him, nor did he display any concern for the plight of the civilians. It was essential to demonstrate strength. The world needed to understand that the Celestial Group was not to be trifled with. He recalled the events of 2 months prior, when the price of longevity agents demanded 1/10 of an individual's wealth, only to face global resistance, prohibiting sales beyond their borders. He was stoking the fires of his ambition. It was time to show them that they were not a company to be easily manipulated. "Understood," came the respectful voices of Bei Miao and Shi Zhao through the communicator, tinged with a hint of excitement. "Brother Heng, is our company about to take action?" Beside them, the ordinary citizen Su Wanjing, her cheeks flushed with excitement, eagerly inquired upon hearing Liu Heng's words. Having just returned to the country the day before, how could she not be thrilled by such exhilarating events? "Mind your words and actions," Liu Heng admonished, his brow furrowed in displeasure at her address, his tone icy. The title Brother Heng was reserved exclusively for his wife. Others had no right to use it. "Understood," Su Wanjing responded, feeling a tinge of grievance at the scolding from the man she adored, but quickly corrected her address, mindful of the setting. "Freeze all things." A commanding voice rang out as Li Bingru unleashed her power, the ice elements within her reaching their zenith. The river froze rapidly, and within mere seconds, the entire Huangpu River and its surrounding structures were encased in ice. Behind her, translucent wings of pale blue unfurled, transforming her demeanor. She strode upon the icy surface with an air of regality, akin to the queen of an ice realm, surveying the world beneath her. "Slay my descendants. Disdainful of the majesty of our celestial empire, is deserving of punishment." Her gaze was frigid, her voice ringing with a crisp clarity devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a judge in a courtroom, exuding an aura of authority. The wicked beasts, the evil ginseng beast and the thornwood beast, upon hearing Li Bingruo's haughty and icy tone, displayed a lewd glimmer in their eyes, chattering incessantly in the language of supernatural beasts, seeking death. Although Li Bingruo could not comprehend their words, their expressions were unmistakable, igniting a fury within her that reached an absolute zero. As her roar resonated, the solidified ice beneath her began to rise, coalescing into towering ice columns, each measuring 1 meter in height, hurtling towards the 2 beasts. The evil ginseng beast, witnessing the onslaught, evaded the ice columns with a ghostly swiftness, unleashing a stream of venom aimed directly at her face. The thornwood beast, resembling an enraged lion, swung its spiked club, shattering the approaching ice columns with brute force. With a presence akin to a tempest, it charged across the icy surface, brandishing its weapon alongside the evil ginseng beast to assault Li Bingruo. Ice shield. Realizing the liquid surging towards her was venom, she swiftly summoned the ice element to conjure a formidable 3-meter-thick ice wall before her. As the venom struck the ice barrier, a hissing sound echoed, and the wall began to corrode and melt. In a short span, the venom was nearly eradicated, leaving a 1-centimeter breach in the wall, sending a shiver of dread through Li Bingruo. Had she not erected a 3-meter wall, she would have faced disfigurement that day. The fate that awaited her post-disfigurement was all too clear. Estrangement from her family, disdain from her husband, and avoidance from her friends like a venomous serpent. Elemental empowerment. On the top floor of the Celestial Towers, witnessing his wife in peril, Liu Heng felt a surge of panic and utilized his verbal magic to bolster her attack and defense. "Madam, please retreat. This battle belongs to us." Just as Li Bingruo felt her power surge, she noticed 2 figures, one clad in black armor and the other in silver, swiftly whisking her away from her previous position. Speaking with utmost respect, "You too." Upon hearing their address, Li Bingruo immediately deduced they were subordinates of her husband. Only his men would refer to her as Madam. Before she could utter a word, the 2 transformed into fleeting shadows, charging towards the supernatural beasts, emanating a cold and ferocious aura. Boom! Beiming directly collided with the evil ginseng beast, his figure akin to a flash of lightning. Each strike left gaping craters on the ice surface, causing the river waters to surge violently. Chapter 48. Ants on a Hot Stove. Observing the massive holes being carved into the ice, Li Bingruo feared for the safety of the 2 men, concerned they might inadvertently plunge into the river. She quickly harnessed the ice element to mend the ice layer atop the Huangpu River. "Tell me, where is ice?" After the malevolent beast was repelled by Bei Miao, his demeanor turned as frigid as frost, and the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. He questioned the creature, harboring no doubt that it was well aware of the whereabouts of Bing Air. It was, after all, this very beast that, alongside that mad scientist, had taken Bing Air away years ago. Should it refuse to divulge the information, Bei Miao had no qualms about sealing the beast away entirely as a gift. "Huh? Do you truly believe I would reveal anything to you?" "That is a delusion," the malevolent beast retorted, unfazed by the threat posed by the summoner in the black rhinoceros armor. Though it was a late-stage 4th-order mutant beast, and its strength paled in comparison to that of the summoner, it was confident in its ability to escape, then prepare for utter annihilation. Bei Miao scoffed, a disdainful smile flickering on his lips. Did this creature truly think it had an abundance of time? He reached for the summoning device at his waist, and a card depicting the meteor gun materialized before him. He plucked the card from the air, casting a frosty glance at the charging beast, and placed the card against his belt. Instantly, the card vanished, and a weapon that resembled a gun emerged from thin air. With a resounding boom, Bei Miao grasped the meteor gun, and his aura transformed dramatically, his breath shifting towards the void, as if he were merging with the icy layers surrounding him. Meanwhile, let us shift our attention to Shi Zhao's battle. The snow mastiff armor clashed with the thornwood beast. Without a word exchanged, he resorted to sheer brute force. The golden aura of slaughter permeated the battlefield, and though the thornwood beast's attacks were fierce, Shi Zhao matched its might with equal ferocity. Each strike of the spiked club created fissures spanning 100 meters across the icy surface, and with each shockwave, the ice threatened to collapse. However, just as the ice was on the verge of shattering completely, Li Bingru's ice manipulation abilities activated once more, rapidly freezing the river surface, increasing its thickness significantly. Since he refused to speak, "I shall not hold back," Shi Zhao declared, leaping back 100 meters, unleashing his violent aura without restraint as it surged outward, signaling another impending fracture in the ice. Thunder Axe. He deftly twisted the summoner at his waist, conjuring a card adorned with a silver axe in the void before him. Vigilantly watching the approaching thornwood beast, he summoned his weapon, moving with the swiftness of the wind as he charged at the aberration. On the internet, disbelief echoed. My heavens, this cannot be real. I must still be trapped in a novel. To the one upstairs, you are not dreaming. This is indeed the reality, as evidenced by the satellite broadcast. Indeed, this is undeniably Magic City. Yes, my father is on a business trip there. I have just confirmed that this spectacle is unfolding. Goodness, the Ice Queen is actually contending with two monstrous foes. Where are the higher-ups from the mysterious department? Why do they not come to assist? Indeed, the Ice Queen is on the verge of disfigurement. This is undoubtedly the work of venom. How perilous it is! The Ice Queen almost faced ruin, wailing in despair. Here come the elite forces dispatched by the mysterious organization to aid her. Those upstairs. You must observe the insignia emblazoned upon their chests. It is the intervention of the Celestial Group. My husband is taking action. Oh, how exhilarating! Let us swiftly vanquish these audacious reptiles that dare to challenge our lineage. Such arrogance they display. The weapon wielded by the figure clad in black armor resembles a Fontianhuaji, does it not? Those upstairs are quite foolish. I have concluded my assessment. That is not a Fontianhuaji at all. It is clearly a gun. I can sense a palpable air of pretentiousness approaching. The global audience, watching the satellite broadcast, is fervently inundating the screen with comments, each second witnessing a deluge of thousands of messages. Li Bingruo, endowed with ice abilities, has earned the title of Ice Queen, and her powers are indeed formidable. Just moments after engaging, she has sealed an area of 20 miles. Does she not deserve the title of Ice Queen? In the capital's eastern suburbs, within a courtyard residence, an elderly gentleman exclaims, Elder, we are in grave trouble. The old man, engrossed in the national military channel, is abruptly interrupted, his countenance darkening as he rises to cast a frosty glare at the servant who disturbed his viewing. What disarray! After 30 years of service, you still possess such a hasty demeanor. What must I say to you? The elder scolds Lu Fu with displeasure. At over 50 years of age, should he not exhibit more restraint? How embarrassing it would be if guests were present. Elder, this is truly a grave matter. The young mistress nearly perished. Lu Fu gasps, disregarding the elder's reprimand. He takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and hurriedly recounts the events he witnessed on the computer. What did you say? The atmosphere in the hall instantaneously becomes heavy with tension. Not only the elder, but even the grandmother and mother, diligently working in the kitchen, abandon their tasks and rush out, urgently inquiring. The young mistress nearly met her demise, observing the disbelief etched on their faces. Lu Fu quickly grabs the remote control left by the elder on the coffee table, switches to channel 1, and reiterates, Look, this is the live footage broadcast by CCTV. He gestures toward the screen, showcasing the frozen Huangpu River. Where's Bingruo? Is she unharmed? Upon witnessing the astonishing and breathtaking sight of the Huangpu River, the three individuals stand momentarily petrified, their voices trembling. If this is indeed a live broadcast, they would assume it to be a scene from a film, as the spectacle is almost beyond belief. The Huangpu River has transformed into a glacier, as if it were a natural phenomenon. Then, recalling the young mistress of the Liu family, they anxiously inquire, if anything were to happen to her, how would they cradle their great-grandchild? The young lady was unharmed, rescued by the young master's subordinates. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Lu Fu, without hesitation, swiftly relayed the information he possessed in detail. A sigh of relief escaped the three as they received the news that Li Bingruo was safe, their eyes fixated on the television screen, silently praying for Liu Heng and her well-being. At the television station, the current leaders of CCTV resembled ants on a hot pan, their faces etched with urgency and panic. A report had just come in, revealing that their station's unique satellite had been infiltrated by mysterious individuals who successfully commandeered it, broadcasting illegal footage of national and even global significance. Upon viewing this, they were utterly taken aback, the station director fainting from shock. They were well aware of the existence of mutants, a subject strictly prohibited from airing, and could hardly believe it was being brazenly broadcasted. Their positions were certainly in jeopardy. Chapter 49. The battle concludes in the city of Modu, the conflict over the Huangpu River had escalated into a fierce climax. The armored warriors of the Celestial Group and the mutant beasts bore numerous wounds, with countless citizens praying for the justice side. Naturally, the races beyond Yin and Huang wished for the demise of the armored warriors, longing for the nation to descend into turmoil again. The spectacle had reached its conclusion. At the top of the Celestial Building, Liu Heng and Su Wanjing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the battle below from a height of 1,000 meters. Softly murmuring to each other, both sides were battered and bruised. It was unlikely the skirmish would conclude easily unless a ceasefire was declared. Learning from previous experiences, Su Wanjing refrained from addressing him as Brother Heng, opting instead for a formal title. Holding a pair of binoculars, she gazed intently at the battle beneath them, commenting that, as an ordinary person with inferior eyesight compared to mutants, she required the binoculars to discern the armored warriors and mutant beasts, which appeared as mere ants from their lofty vantage point. No, the mutant beasts had exhausted their techniques, repeatedly employing the same few moves, which had allowed Bei Miao and Shi Zhao to discern their strategies. Soon, they would unleash their final trump card to eliminate and seal the mutant beasts. At this moment, Liu Heng was in high spirits, engaging in conversation with the battle novice beside him, elaborating on the impending fate of the mutant beasts. Oh, how I eagerly anticipate the slaughter of those two monsters. Su Wanjing, enchanted by his explanations, felt a sweet sensation in her heart, nodding vigorously with eyes sparkling like stars. Cautiously inching closer to his mature visage, "Madam, please freeze the entire Huangpu River once more. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to vanquish these two mutant beasts." Bei Miao and Shi Zhao spoke gravely, their gazes fixed on the two panting mutant beasts in the distance, addressing Li Bingruo in between them. They could not guarantee that, after executing their ultimate techniques, the ice surface would remain intact. Should they fall into the river, Bei Miao was confident he could slay the malevolent beast. But the same could not be said for Shi Zhao. The Western Zhao, adorned in metallic armor, is fundamentally incapable of engaging in combat within the water. Even if combat were possible, their strength would diminish by 50%, rendering them susceptible to defeat. Thus, they were compelled to seek assistance from the lady. Very well, Li Bingru responded with alacrity, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the two monstrous creatures. In the frigid landscape, her melodious voice resonated across the expansive river surface. Under her command, the ice elements swiftly engulfed a radius of 20 miles, and snowflakes and ice shards immediately began to descend from the sky. In mere seconds, time seemed to stretch as if a month had passed, and the entirety of the Huangpu River was blanketed with nearly 10 meters of solid ice, an impenetrable fortress. The two combatants felt the ground beneath them solidify, as sturdy as the earth itself. They exchanged a glance and nodded, unleashing their lethal techniques. Bei Miao summoned the overwhelming power of water elements, which radiated from his being, while the meteor spear in his hand morphed and transformed, emanating an aura of pinnacle fourth-tier strength, locking onto the distant evil ginseng beast. Meanwhile, the essence of gung metal, symbolizing slaughter, enveloped Shi Zhao, a fierce aura of bloodlust spreading around him. At the moment these two formidable energies manifested, Li Bingru swiftly retreated, erecting layers of ice walls to counter the oppressive force emanating from them. In the distance, the evil ginseng beast and the spiky wood beast felt the menacing aura and couldn't help but be startled, yet under the control of the grotesque general. They had no choice but to charge forward resolutely. Instantaneously, the two beasts moved like phantoms, their speed more than doubled, leaving behind trails of afterimages, making it impossible to discern their true forms amidst the illusions. With a thunderous roar, Bei Miao shot forth like a swift arrow, his meteor spear spinning rapidly, quickly identifying the true form of the evil ginseng beast and engaging in a fierce confrontation. After the clash, Bei Miao was forced back 10 steps, leaving behind deep impressions in the ice, while suffering considerable internal damage. The evil ginseng beast was hurled backward, spewing venom as the ice beneath it melted instantaneously. This stark contrast highlights the disparity between television dramas and reality. The absurdity of those incompetent screenwriters can only be described as foolish. In the dramas, the supernatural beasts appear utterly oblivious, standing idly by as the armored warriors unleash their ultimate techniques. Such portrayals reveal the extent of the writer's lack of intellect. In contrast, the battle between Shi Zhao and the spiky wood beast epitomized sheer brutality. The clash of the Thunder Axe and the Wolf Fang Club produced a cacophony of sound, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that began to fracture the icy surface. Ultimately, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Shi Zhao sent the spiky wood beast flying, suffering significant internal injuries akin to those of Bei Miao. Despite the varying degrees of damage they sustained, the two resolutely activated their sealing stickers, fully aware that every action they took was under the scrutiny of the entire world. If the two malevolent supernatural beasts had not been vanquished, the Armored Warriors team would have found themselves utterly humiliated. Upon utilizing the sealing talisman, virtual cards materialized before each individual, inscribed with the characters for water and gold. Observing the supernatural beast that had just risen from the ground, the two exchanged a glance and resolutely charged towards the sealing talisman. The moment Bei Miao made contact with the talisman, he vanished without a trace, reappearing behind the malevolent beast, poised to strike forward. Shi Zhao leapt into the air, traversing the sealing talisman and transforming into a streak of silver lightning, executing a signature scissor kick aimed at the spiny wood beast. Upon impact, he was met with excruciating pain, causing him to uncontrollably fly backward. Shi Zhao, on the Tenglooong Mothership, witnessing Shi Zhao being counterattacked by the spiny wood beast, the others, Sinan, Dongshan, Kuenzhong, and Meijin, could not help but exclaim in alarm. Meijin, noticing that Shi Zhao's energy to summon his armor was waning, promptly pressed the position transfer button without hesitation. In the next instant, Shi Zhao vanished from the Huangpu River, materializing within the gold-sealed chamber, his armor having dissipated. Shi Zhao! Shi Zhao! The others rushed over, urgently helping the unconscious Shi Zhao out of the sealed chamber, calling out in concern. Bang! Bang! Two thunderous sounds erupted as the malevolent beast and the spiny wood beast shattered into two cards, floating above the site of their destruction. Bei Miao retrieved the cards, placing them before his waist, absorbing them into the sealing chamber of the Tenglooong Mothership. After successfully absorbing the two cards, he felt a numbing sensation enveloping his body, causing him to kneel on one knee as the energy indicator on his chest began to flicker. In the next moment, an unparalleled force descended upon him, and he, like Shi Zhao, vanished from the Huangpu River. Chapter 50. Sealing abilities. As this astonishing battle was broadcasted to the world, countless citizens were plunged into panic. They had not anticipated that on the other side of the world, there existed unknown truths that had long been concealed from them. While doomsday cults propagated their apocalyptic narratives, claiming impending chaos, the chairman of the Qingtian Group issued an unprecedented announcement. This proclamation brought a degree of calm to the tumultuous populace, though some fervent cult followers continued to spread rumors. Dear netizens, I, Liu Heng, sincerely apologize for today's incident. Tomorrow, I will hold a press conference to clarify your concerns. Please do not believe the baseless rumors propagated by those cults. As night swiftly approached in the manor, Liu Heng sat at the dining table, his chopsticks unmoving, staring blankly at Li Bingruo, lost in thought. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, arriving at a decision in his heart. Sealing. Reflecting on her recklessness today that nearly cost her life, he sighed helplessly and unhesitatingly chose to seal her abilities. With her head lowered, Li Bingru was eating vegetables when she heard her husband's words, feeling perplexed about his intentions. However, as she sensed the mutant power within her gradually waning, she quickly comprehended the situation. Liu Heng, what on earth is going on? Why are you sealing my powers? Is it simply because I shattered your window? She slammed her bowl onto the table, creating a loud thud that startled the maidservants behind her, and exclaimed angrily. She never anticipated her husband to be so petty. Was it really necessary to seal her powers over a broken floor-to-ceiling window? Did he truly believe she would care about such a trivial matter? Seeing her reaction, Liu Heng was equally infuriated. He banged his bowl on the table with an even louder sound, pointing at her and roaring. If it weren't for me acting as a caregiver today, you would have probably perished by now. Yet here you are, giving me attitude. Do I owe you anything? Without hesitation, he revealed the reason behind her sudden surge in strength that day. Li Bingru felt a twinge of awkwardness upon realizing that her newfound power stemmed from her husband. She touched her forehead, at a loss for words. It was only after remembering her powers being sealed that she spoke again, but that's not a valid reason for sealing my powers. You are my wife, and that's why I care about you. If you weren't my wife, you would mean nothing to me. From now on, you should just behave like an ordinary person. His frustration over her perilous situation led him to voice his thoughts impulsively. Once he realized what he had said, it was too late to retract his words. I don't wish to live an ordinary life. It is far too mundane, and my safety cannot be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, a sense of sweetness filled her heart. However, recalling the existence of mutants and those mysterious beasts lurking in every corner of the world, she felt a sense of injustice and replied, "If you wish to return to a mutant's life, it is not impossible. You simply need to ensure that the Zhutian group has an heir within 5 years, regardless of gender." Seeing the grievance on her face, Liu Heng felt a surge of helplessness, but thinking about the issue of offspring, he decided to use it to his advantage. The readers simply do not want to see you, Li Bingru. What can I do about it? So, it's better to keep you under wraps. You are truly despicable. Li Bingru blushed at her husband's shameless remarks, casting a sidelong glance at the maidservant beside her, stammering only 4 words. She never imagined Liu Heng could be so brazen, resorting to such tactics to pressure her into having children. I'm not despicable. I care for you. Just look at the absurdity of what you did today. Breaking a floor-to-ceiling window is nothing. It can be replaced. But have you considered the consequences of jumping from nearly 1,000 meters high? If your ice abilities went awry, what fate would await you? Surrounded by 2 formidable beasts. Do you truly believe you could still stand there, roaring at me in the restaurant if I had not intervened? Liu Heng resumed his seat, lifted the bowl resting on the table, took a mouthful of rice, swallowed it, and spoke to his wife in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Li Bingru fell silent, staring blankly at the dining table across from her. Indeed, her impulsiveness had led her astray. Had her abilities spiraled out of control, a fall from such heights would undoubtedly have resulted in her demise. During their battle with the beasts, had he not intervened to amplify her strength, she might have already met a tragic end. Yet, she felt an inexplicable disquiet. Something just seemed amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Soda. I worried you. She reflected on Liu Heng's words, realizing the situation was, in fact, far worse than he had described, and with a heavy heart, she lowered her proud head and confessed her guilt. In that case, dear wife, why don't you call me husband so I can hear it? Liu Heng, relishing his meal, observed his wife's submission, and a glint of triumph flashed in his eyes as he jested. To his astonishment, the once haughty woman, as proud as a peacock, had yielded to him. How curious indeed. Husband. Her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment, as she awkwardly mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Though her words were faint, Liu Heng was no ordinary man. He was a mutant. He distinctly heard the long-awaited term of endearment. Why didn't he catch that? Speak up. In retaliation for the earlier chill from her demeanor, Liu Heng feigned ignorance, loudly prompting her to repeat herself. The maid, witnessing the playful banter, could not suppress a chuckle, further deepening Li Bingru's embarrassment. Liu Heng, rather than displeased by the laughter of the maids, mentally applauded them for being such splendid allies. He was eager to see if the woman before him, who only begged for mercy in intimate moments, would cast aside her pride and proclaim husband aloud. Husband. Though fury simmered within her, Li Bingru, mindful of her sealed abilities, begrudgingly complied, her words flowing more freely this time, loud enough for the maids to hear. She was clever enough to realize that if she shouted as if the entire castle could hear her, the insufferable man would certainly demand she repeat it. What a good girl. That is what a good wife is. Liu Heng smiled in satisfaction, signaling her to stop standing idly and take a seat to eat, while he turned to the maids to instruct them to bring out the black fish soup prepared for her. Black fish soup is excellent for nourishing one's body, a remedy he learned from his mother. Chapter 52. True Strength, Part 1. As night descended, the stars filled the sky, and a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness to the otherwise sultry night. Liu Heng cast a glance at the slumbering woman, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Before he stepped out of the bedroom, he regarded the young lady with a commanding presence, ensuring that she would not leave her quarters before dawn. Observing the two female warriors standing like javelins, he adopted a serious demeanor and instructed them. Acknowledging his words with solemn nods, the warriors displayed no trace of emotion, responding as though Liu Heng were merely a figment of the air around them. Unfazed by their indifference, he proceeded towards a forbidden chamber. This room, reminiscent of study, concealed myriad traps and intricate mechanisms, its defenses rivaling those of the grandest edifices. After navigating through a series of commands and identity verifications, he successfully accessed a clandestine passage. His attire transformed into a deep purple black, adorned with countless symbols signifying death. As the elevator descended nearly 1,000 meters, it did not halt, continuing its descent into the depths until it finally paused at approximately 1,500 meters underground. Stepping out of the elevator, he was immediately enveloped by a chill and dampness, revealing walls forged from titanium alloy. "Please board," he commanded. Within moments, a hovering automobile sped towards him. Indeed, it was not a terrestrial vehicle with 4 wheels, but rather a flying car suspended in the air, its mechanical voice emanating a cold precision. Without uttering a word, he pulled open the car door and seated himself inside. Before he could speak, the vehicle sprang to life, swiftly propelling him towards his destination. A minute later, the hovering car arrived at its intended locale, and Liu Heng underwent a remarkable transformation. His demeanor shifted from one of arrogance to that of an emperor capable of wielding life and death with a mere gesture. As he exited the vehicle, he was met with 2 orderly rows of genetically enhanced warriors clad in black uniforms. They stood in silent reverence before the hovering automobile, awaiting the arrival of their sovereign. All hail the tyrant! Upon Liu Heng's appearance, the genetic warriors knelt, offering a salute steeped in ancient tradition, their eyes shimmering with fervor. "Rise," he commanded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors, his voice imbued with authority as he strode across the crimson carpet towards the room that awaited him. "As you command." The hundreds of warriors, thrilled to see their monarch, rose with expressions of fervent excitement, following closely in his wake. Upon entering the room, he was astonished to find it was not merely a chamber, but an underground city reminiscent of a setting from a biohazard narrative. A throne loomed at the highest point, offering a panoramic view of the entire subterranean metropolis. Soldiers, also known as genetic warriors, clad in black uniforms and wielding advanced weaponry, stood at the ready, poised for action. Liu Heng ascended to his rightful throne with strides of purpose, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This, indeed, was the true power he commanded. The surface trappings were merely a veil to obscure the reality beneath. The subordinates present themselves before the tyrant monarch. Over 2,000 third-tier genetic warriors, upon witnessing the return of their sovereign, exhibited fervent expressions in their eyes, kneeling on one knee, their voices resonating throughout the underground city. "Rise," he commanded with a satisfied smile, raising his hand, his tone both authoritative and irresistibly imposing, evoking discomfort in those who heard it. Yet, the genetic warriors below, fervent admirers of Liu Heng, harbored no dissatisfaction. Instead, smiles of joy graced their faces. From now on, there will be 4,000 words daily, each 1,000 words divided into a chapter, with today being an exception. Note, Liu Heng's true nature is one of dominance and cruelty. His outward demeanor is merely a fade. As for the incident with the dogs, you must have surmised the implications. Chapter 53. True Power, Part 2, Yes. The 2,000 genetic warriors responded in unison, standing upright and tightly gripping their weapons. Where are the heavens, the earth, the profound, and the yellow? Liu Heng smiled with satisfaction, embodying the imposing aura reminiscent of Qin Shi Huang, his gaze surveying the world with an unmasked, overwhelming presence. "At your service." As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 men and 1 woman stepped forward from the ranks, kneeling on one knee, awaiting commands from the emperor seated upon the throne. You are to each lead 350 men and completely seal off the demon city. Should any chaos arise or ruffians be seen in the streets, you understand the consequences, do you not? Liu Heng, without casting a glance at the 5th-tier aura emanating from afore, spoke with a voice like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the underground city with an unparalleled dominance. The world they inhabit is on the brink of turmoil. If one does not safeguard their own territory, they may find themselves in a dire predicament when facing formidable foes, only to discover their rear lines compromised, resulting in despair. Additionally, maintain vigilant surveillance over William, Mei Jun, and others' every movement, should they dare to incite rebellion. I trust you know how to handle it. Seeing the 4 prepare to respond affirmatively, he also instructed the 4, Tianlong, Dihu, Xianke, and Huangwu, to monitor the actions of those beneath them closely. He had little faith that the incompetent group would not conceal certain matters, and even in the absence of deception, he sought to avoid any errors. The forthcoming world promises to be vibrantly complex. A minor slip on their part might render him a global pariah, a predicament to be feared. At your command. Upon hearing this, the 4 hesitated not, nodding in agreement to their sovereign's directives. Liu Heng's confidence in their service stemmed from the fact that their minds bore his spiritual imprint, should they dare to defy his will. It was assured that by the following day, the world would witness the emergence of 5th-tier zombies, where are Jesus, Satan, the Grim Reaper, and Athena. Observing the 4 retreating back into the ranks, a faint smile briefly graced Liu Heng's authoritative visage before swiftly vanishing as he invoked the names of the Western deities. As the words fell, 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, all of Western descent, immediately emerged from the crowd. They respectfully prostrated themselves before Liu Heng, offering their reverent homage. Their eyes brimmed with fervor and excitement, a testament to their profound respect and admiration for a formidable figure. Although Liu Heng stood on the same tier of strength as they did, they were acutely aware that even in conjunction with the 4 5th-tier powerhouses, they could not hope to gain the upper hand against the sovereign seated upon the throne. They might even face annihilation. Each of you shall lead 353rd-tier genetic warriors back to your respective nations to monitor the movements of the major factions. If necessary, create some disturbances for organizations such as Magneto, Professor, S. H. I. D. Hydra, and the Round Table Knights. However, should you be captured, your fate will be clearer to you than to me. He cast a sweeping glance at the 4 individuals below, a fleeting glimmer of imperceptible malice flickering in his eyes as he issued his command with an air of authority and dominance. His animosity towards them stemmed from the fact that they were not of his kin, which prompted a sense of caution. The ancestral wisdom echoed in his mind. Those who are not of my race will harbor different intentions. We obey your command. If captured, we shall take our own lives. Sparing you the trouble of intervening, they replied, their voices steeped in submission. After receiving their orders, the 4 dared not linger and swiftly melted back into the crowd, as if they had never existed. Let us set forth, Liu Heng proclaimed as he rose from the throne, an aura of supremacy radiating from him, influencing the over 2,000 third-tier genetic warriors below. As his words resonated, 4 passageways began to materialize around the city, each capable of accommodating 23 individuals side by side. The throng of over 2,000 moved like ants into the corridors, vanishing swiftly and completely. Observing this scene, an indescribable expression flickered in his eyes. With his current prowess, he could likely dismantle all organizations on Earth, save for the major powers, without difficulty. Yet, the thought of the impending adversaries filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Descending from the pinnacle with a commanding presence, he embodied the essence of a ruler destined to dominate the world. What would happen if William and his associates discerned the true destination of the funds? Liu Heng suddenly recalled the reports from Dr. William and the others, an involuntary smile threatening to escape him. However, he stifled the urge as he noticed the presence of genetic warriors nearby. In the meeting room, the expressions on the faces of Dr. William and his companions had been akin to those who had swallowed something distasteful. Anyone who witnessed it would be inclined to laugh. The funds had been surreptitiously redirected to the underground city project, leaving the others to bear the blame so as not to arouse suspicion. As he traversed the streets and alleys, a singular thought echoed in his mind. This is my true strength. Those who dare to act against me shall perish. Seal off this underground city. Standing before the exit, Liu Heng's imperial aura dissipated into nothingness, reverting to an imposing demeanor. Yet, a faint trace of his regal presence still lingered. I understand, brother. Suddenly, Yaya's figure emerged in the void. She refrained from excessive chatter and, following Liu Heng's instructions, swiftly extinguished the lights of the underground city. The well-connected exits were closed, including the one directly before Liu Heng. As she shut down the entire subterranean realm, Liu Heng had already boarded a hovering vehicle, vanishing like a wisp of smoke at the passage's entrance, pursued by over 100 gene warriors in a brisk run. In the early morning, silence enveloped the world, and a sliver of light emerged on the eastern horizon, cautiously saturating the pale blue sky, heralding the gradual arrival of a new day. The estate subtly increased its defenses, with gene warriors exuding a menacing aura patrolling the grounds as if anticipating an impending confrontation. In the kitchen, Fengwan watched the busy young master with eyes brimming with admiration, astonished that the usually aloof master could indeed cook. "Ah, finally done. It's been so long since I last cooked. I feel a bit out of practice." He poured the steaming, golden fried rice from the pot into 2 plates, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After a decade away from the kitchen, he felt as if he were rusting. A decade since he had savored fried rice. He nearly forgot the familiar taste. "Young master, you are so kind to the young mistress, cooking for her personally." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "How many such wonderful men are there? I want a dozen." "Stop daydreaming. Go wake the young mistress for dinner. Their essay press conference later." Liu Heng replied with a smile, his usual icy indifference absent. Chapter 55, Violation of Agreement on the second floor in the master bedroom. Fengwan gently pushed open the door, carefully stepping inside, wary of making any noise that might disturb the slumbering young mistress. Approaching the bedside, she caught a whiff of a scent that typically follows intimacy, yet felt no discomfort. Grasping the corner of the blanket, she gently lifted it and nudged the young mistress's fragrant shoulder. "Young mistress, the young master has called for you to rise for breakfast." Feeling a bit nervous, she silently prayed that the white swan before her would not unleash her wrath upon her upon awakening. "Leave me be. I want to sleep." Li Bingru, deep in slumber, felt someone nudging her and, pouting, swatted away the intrusive hand, groggily protesting. Seeing the young mistress in this state, Fengwan felt as if she were witnessing an illusion. The usually frosty young mistress appeared as endearing as a kitten, utterly charming. However, recalling that the young master awaited her downstairs, she dared not delay and shook Li Bingru's shoulder once more, saying, "Young mistress, the young master is waiting for you to eat." "What is it?" Li Bingru, still dazed, blinked her eyes open, her expression devoid of any grace. "The young master personally prepared breakfast for you and is waiting below for you to dine." Fengwan, sensing the impatience in her tone, dared not conceal the fact that her young master had made breakfast for her. "Not eating? What do you mean?" Liu Heng made the meal himself? Initially, Li Bingru dismissed it with disdain, but upon hearing that her husband had taken the initiative, a look of astonishment flickered across her face as she uncertainly inquired. This fellow, Liu Heng, had always lived a life of luxury. Could he really cook? This raised her serious doubts. He wouldn't intentionally prepare some vile concoction to poison me, would he? Yes, the young master personally made fried rice. So please hurry down to eat." Fengwan nodded with conviction, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Liu Heng's culinary skills. "First, tell me, is his fried rice black?" The thought of descending to find a black poison before her nearly made Li Bingru faint, and she hastily asked, "No, it's a golden yellow, just like what the chefs on television create." Hearing this, Fengwan was somewhat puzzled as to why her young mistress asked such a question. Yet she described the appearance of the fried rice to her. "Oh, I see. You go ahead. I'll be down shortly." She clearly harbored some skepticism regarding Fengwan's words. Why? Because the maid was on Liu Heng's payroll, naturally inclined to favor her employer. yet she still held a glimmer of hope. "All right," Feng Wan replied, turning to leave the bedroom, ensuring to close the door behind her. My heavens! How has Liu Heng become increasingly depraved? After the maid departed, she threw back the covers and found herself surrounded by revolting items, gritting her teeth in disgust. Thank goodness I didn't ingest any of that. Otherwise, I would have to take scissors to him. She vowed never to sleep while engaged in such activities again. For the thought of Liu Heng putting something in her mouth was revolting. She threw off the covers and walked naked into the bathroom. What is this? Upon entering the bathroom, she noticed the medication she had purchased discarded on the floor of the bathtub. A smile creeping on her face as she reached down to retrieve it, intending to take it. Young mistress, please refrain from consuming that. Suddenly, a mechanical, cold voice echoed in the bathroom, warning her against taking the medication. Butler, mind your own business. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Recognizing the cold, mechanical voice of the castle's intelligent butler, she retorted disdainfully. Dare to try taking one, just see. A chilling voice came from behind her, causing Li Bingru to shudder. Nearly dropping the pregnancy medication, she turned around, hiding her hand behind her back, and gave Liu Heng a silly smile. Haven't I already taken it? Standing bare, she extended one hand, shaking it repeatedly with a grin. If I hadn't come, that medicine would have likely found its way into your system. Would you care for me to enlighten you about its side effects? It is permissible to consume it only thrice a year, and you already took a dose a few days ago. Do you truly wish to remain childless? Without even a glance at her alluring figure, Liu Heng strode forward, snatching the medicine from her grasp, and commanded, "Finish your shower and join me for dinner. You will accompany me to the press conference today." With an air of authority, he addressed the bare woman before him. Not bothering to look back, he exited the bathroom, leaving Li Bingru speechless in his wake. Let it be. What's the big deal? I hope it's a girl, so she can inherit your legacy for her future husband. With a burst of anger, she called out as she stepped out of the shower, focusing on cleansing her lower body, as if she could wash away the remnants of the previous night. Little did she realize that such things are not so easily erased. Soon, she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, with no intention of changing clothes. She boldly opened the bedroom door and walked out. In the dining room, Liu Heng sat at the table, his plate of recently microwaved fried rice awaiting his wife's arrival. Upon seeing her approach, draped in a towel with droplets of water still clinging to her hair, he rose gallantly, walked around the table, and pulled out a chair for her, a gentle smile adorning his face. Darling, why are you being so nice to me today? Li Bingru questioned, her perplexity evident. His behavior was remarkably unusual. Could it be that he had agreed to accept Su Wanjing? Yet that did not seem plausible, as he had explicitly stated the night before that he would not marry her. Had he changed his mind? From today onward, you shall behave as my esteemed wife and refrain from any mischief, understood? After seating her, he leaned down, resting his chin on her bare shoulder, and spoke kindly to the petite woman before him. She turned her head, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Just as she was about to push him away, he encircled her head with his large hand, rendering her immobile. The young master is spreading affection. I am heartbroken. I desire a kiss too. A maid attending to them remarked, observing the couple's display of affection and whispering to her companions. I intend to nurture you into a plump and healthy figure, so you can bear me a little air. Noticing his wife's cheeks flush crimson, Liu Heng could only release her head reluctantly, inhaling her unique fragrance with a smile. Plump and healthy? That sounds like a pig. Am I merely a vessel for reproduction in your eyes? Hearing her husband's words, Li Bingru's face paled slightly as she angrily retorted, questioning if she was indeed just a breeding tool. You are certainly not a mere breeding tool. You are my wife. Bearing a child is a necessary step to ensure you remain by my side forever. Upon hearing this, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, promptly articulating the answer residing in his heart. He gently pinched her flawless, smooth cheek and circled the dining table to return to his seat. From that moment on, it was decided that a bowl of black fish soup would accompany every meal as it was deemed more nutritious. Chapter 4, Chapter 57, Silly Girls UK. Seated comfortably, Liu Heng gazed at his wife with a beaming smile, issuing an unassailable command. My dear husband, you are truly wonderful to me. she exclaimed, her previously frosty demeanor transformed into a lively playfulness, her large eyes twinkling with happiness. Only now do you realize? Liu Heng remarked, taking a bite of his meal, glancing at her now visible collarbone, rolling his eyes as he spoke. It was indeed a rare moment for the petite woman before him to finally comprehend the extent of his affection. Well, if it weren't for the nightly demands, that would truly be kindness, Li Bingru replied, nodding her small head, then teasingly hinting at the nightly encounters, hoping Liu Heng would relent and spare her from the daily routine. Then perhaps I shall cease being so good to you, Liu Heng retorted, his expression shifting instantaneously. He swiftly devoured the remainder of his meal before taking a stroll outside. It was only 6 o'clock, and the press conference was set to commence at 10:30. So a leisurely walk would aid in digestion. Humph, Li Bingru, witnessing his retreating figure, stomped her foot in frustration, grappling with the remnants of her fried rice. Young mistress, this is the black fish soup prepared for you by the young master. Just as she finished her plate, feeling somewhat stuffed, Li Bingru nearly choked upon hearing Feng Wan's words. After struggling to finish one plate, now she was expected to down a large bowl of soup. This was utterly exasperating. I refuse. Though her physique remained unaffected by her eating habits, the thought of sporting a protruding belly later, which could invite Liu Heng's ridicule, was unbearable. Thus, she immediately adopted a spoiled demeanor, turning her nose up at the black fish soup. Young mistress, you must drink the soup. At that moment, a stoic warrior approached, her expression devoid of emotion. The gun that had once been in her hand had mysteriously vanished, and she placed her small hand on Li Bingru's shoulder, commanding in a tone that brooked no argument. Damn it, how the mighty have fallen, Li Bingru muttered under her breath, her first utterance of profanity in her life. She shot a furious glare at the warrior and reluctantly lifted the bowl of black fish soup, gulping it down in one go. Had her abilities not been sealed, she would have ensured the warrior learned a lesson for her insolence. For now, however, she had no choice but to comply. At the Eastern Villa, Liu Heng sat across from a man, both enveloped in silence, staring at one another as if engaged in a duel. Tenglong, from now on, you along with Baihu Zhuke and Xuanwu will ensure the safety of the young mistress. As for the security measures of this estate, someone will be taking charge, he said, taking a sip of tea, addressing the imposing figure before him, whose muscular build emanated a palpable sense of authority. Young master, is she the woman you brought back from the capital? Tenglong could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question. What woman? She is my legally wedded wife, as you well know. She is truly one of a kind, he replied, rolling his eyes as he divulged his marital status. As for the latter part of his statement, it required no elaboration. Tenglong was surely aware of its implications. And what of Zhuke? Tenglong's mind was ablaze with tumultuous thoughts, realizing that the woman he referred to was indeed the one young master had been seeking. Yet, considering his own sister, he inquired, my sister's beauty and figure are no less commendable than that of this woman. Why did you not choose Zhuke for surrogacy? Zhuke. The thought of that infatuated girl, who had always harbored affection for him, gave Liu Heng a throbbing headache, leaving him at a loss for words to respond to Tenglong. Let it be, he finally muttered, uttering those 5 words with resignation. At 10 o'clock, accompany me to the press conference. Your task is to protect the young mistress. With her abilities sealed by me, I must take my leave, he declared, feeling as though he were confronting a formidable tide, before rising and departing from the Eastern Villa. Tenglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu had been by his side since the inception of his journey, remaining at the estate to oversee matters after he ascended to the 5th tier of evolution 2 years prior. Thus, they were privy to many things, save for the secrets of the underground city, which he had kept from them. Boss! Suddenly, a soft voice tinged with a hint of grievance called from behind, causing Liu Heng to halt in his tracks just outside the villa. It had been an eternity, perhaps 5 years, since he last heard that endearing title. As he turned, he felt a delicate figure rush into his embrace, the fragrance of innocence enveloping him. Zhuke, he murmured, bending down to caress the girl's head, forcing a smile as he called her name. Boss, I like you. Why won't you even spare me a glance? Today, Zhuke was adorned in a crimson dress, reminiscent of a bride, her face adorned with subtle makeup, her beauty deserving of the most poetic praises. Tears brimmed in her eyes as her small head nestled against Liu Heng's chest, a look of discontent etched on her face, revealing the doubts she had harbored over the past 5 years. "You are aware of my circumstances. I simply do not wish for you to wait in vain," he said, grasping Zhu Qiue's delicate shoulders and gently pushing her away, meeting her gaze with unwavering honesty. "I am aware," but Zhu Ke shook her head, preparing to speak when Liu Heng interrupted her with a wave of his hand, declaring, "Dr. William has stated that without the occurrence of miracles, this thing has no interest in women. Yet, have you not already been with Sister Bingruo? It should have had some effect." Zhu Ke seized upon Liu Heng's words to counter him. "Having been with a woman, how can you claim that it has no effect? You must be joking." "Ah, so it was you who eavesdropped outside my window every night," Liu Heng remarked, a look of relief spreading across his face. He had thought the eavesdropper was a maid, but to his surprise, it was this little woman before him. Instantly, Zhu Ke's petite face turned as crimson as a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to bite. This left Liu Heng utterly convinced that the eavesdropping maid was indeed the fourth-tier mutant, Zhu Ke. He had merely been teasing her, not expecting such an unexpected reaction. You are talking nonsense. I have never eavesdropped," Zhu Ke stammered, her voice barely audible, fragmented. At that moment, the arriving Bai Hu and Xian Wu, along with Tenglong in the living room, covered their faces in utter embarrassment. This was indeed their sister. Why must she engage in such disgraceful behavior? They felt an overwhelming urge to cry out to the heavens, disavowing any connection to her. Her actions were simply too shameful to bear. "How does this demonstrate that my condition has improved?" Liu Heng thought, observing Zhu Qiue's bashful demeanor, devoid of any semblance of a fourth-tier powerhouse. He found himself at a loss for words. Merely engaging in that does not imply that it has improved. Perhaps we should test it to see if there has been any change? Chapter 2. The clash of two women. Zhu Ke's cheeks flushed, and with her head bowed low, she spoke in an almost inaudible whisper. "Goodness, she is truly beyond saving." Tenglong, Bai Hu, and Xianwu nearly choked on their own blood, utterly defeated by their sister. How could she utter such words? They wondered how divine retribution had not struck down this prodigy. "My dear husband, if you were to try it on me, I would surely break your third leg," came a furious roar from the distance. Li Bingruo strode over, pointing an accusing finger at Liu Heng, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent directed at the audacious woman who dared to tempt her husband. "Do you wish to attempt such a thing? Have you consulted with me first? Although your figure and looks are exceptional, you cannot make him hard. How could one even think of trying?" Stepping closer, Li Bingruo forcibly pulled Liu Heng's hand away from Zhu Qiue's shoulder, resembling a protective hen shielding her chick, positioning him behind her. You have no shame. How can you utter such filthy words? Where is your decorum as a refined young lady?" Zhu Ke, overwhelmed by her scolding, erupted in defiance, pointing at Li Bingruo's nose and roaring back without submission. She never anticipated that the most esteemed socialite in the capital would exhibit such shamelessness, uttering such disgraceful words, truly a humiliation to her family's reputation. "Hey, you're trying to steal my husband, and I'm not allowed to retaliate?" In that moment, Li Bingru cared not for her own abilities in confronting the formidable fourth-tier opponent before her. She boldly retorted. She had already faced opposition when she suggested that her husband take in her close friend, and now this woman dared to pursue him? Such audacity was simply unacceptable. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is my husband, not yours. If you desire such intimacy, why not seek out the Azure Dragon or the White Tiger? Surely, they would be more than willing to oblige you. Under the bright daylight, to attempt to seduce her husband was simply outrageous. She advised the woman to go back and develop herself further. Li Bingru had completely transformed into a devoted wife, keeping a vigilant eye on the woman before her, voicing every unflattering remark that crossed her mind. The expressions of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Xuanwu darkened considerably. They felt unjustly implicated in this matter. Meanwhile, Liu Heng, standing behind her, maintained a stoic facade, yet internally he was overjoyed. He hadn't anticipated that his wife still held such affection for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't exhibit such fierce combativeness. Develop yourself? Look at my chest. How is it lacking? Upon hearing Li Bingru's words, Zhu Ke was infuriated, puffing out her chest, her confidence unwavering as she shot back. Perhaps someone's chest is merely silicone. Previously, Li Bingru had recognized Zhu Qiue's chest as genuine, but in a bid to completely undermine her, she resorted to the insinuation of silicone. You're talking nonsense. Mine is the real deal, while yours may just be padded. As Zhu Ke, flustered and humiliated, directly accused her before Liu Heng, the tension escalated. Come here and tell me. Are you saying my chest is fake? Li Bingru, amused by Zhu Ke's flustered demeanor, pulled out the man behind her and inquired. Liu Heng, now uncomfortably thrust into the spotlight, was bewildered that the conflict had erupted around him. Ahem, Zhu Ke. My wife's chest is indeed genuine. He cleared his throat, affirming that his wife's assets were not enhanced by silicone. Soon, Liu Heng intervened to mediate the dispute between the two women, but their mutual disdain remained palpable. Within the castle, Zhu Ke and Li Bingru sat in the living room, glaring at each other, while Liu Heng felt utterly disregarded. I say, can you both settle down? Liu Heng frowned, his expression a portrait of helplessness. This awkward tension had persisted for nearly half an hour. If it did not abate soon, the living room would surely become a battleground of ice and fire. No. The two women turned their heads in unison, their faces expressionless, simultaneously shouting at Liu Heng before resuming their silent standoff. As the scene unfolded, he felt an impulse to chuckle, yet he suppressed it, turning to leave the castle. The two women were not ones he wished to offend, so he decided to retreat to the company for some tranquility. Dear husband, did you not promise to take me to the press conference? Wait for me. Observing her husband with the corner of her eye, Li Bingru, upon seeing Liu Heng depart, abandoned her confrontation with Zhu Ke and hurriedly rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around his, adopting a demure demeanor. At that moment, she was far removed from the fierce woman who had been arguing with Zhu Ke. Boss, I wish to accompany you as well. Spotting the provocative glance Li Bingru cast her way, Zhu Ke, a fiery spirit, could no longer contain herself. She swiftly rose, transforming into a streak of vibrant color, and instantaneously appeared on Liu Heng's other side, also embracing his arm. Feeling the softness against his bicep, Liu Heng, rather shamelessly, felt a stirring within him, silently applauding Zhu Ke for her meddling. Without her interference, Li Bingru might not have acted in such a manner. However, upon noticing their attire, his expression darkened. What are you two wearing? Attire that exposes your chests and backsides? Change at once. This was a press conference, not a vulgar display. He feared that both Li Zheng and his grandfather, those relics of tradition, would be displeased. Furthermore, his wife was not a mere actress. Dressing in such a way was a disgrace to the Liu family. As for Zhu Ke, despite being a formidable fourth-tier warrior, she would surely become a laughingstock in the eyes of their old adversary, Nick Fury, if she were to venture out like this. I'll change right away. At that moment, they both realized the nature of their attire, which was, in fact, evening gowns, notably lacking undergarments. Dear husband, please wait for me. Li Bingru planted a quick kiss on Liu Heng before dashing up the stairs like a gust of wind to change into a white blazer. Boss, please don't leave me behind to go to the company with that shameless woman. Zhu Ke feigned a pitiful expression, disregarding Li Bingru's status as the young mistress, directly labeling her as a shameless person, and she too sped towards her southern villa. These two women are truly unstoppable, Liu Heng thought, utterly speechless at their antics. They were indeed natural rivals. No wonder the phrase fire and ice cannot coexist resonates throughout the world. His ancestors were not mistaken. Suddenly, he recalled the slight reaction he had felt when Zhu Ke embraced him, leading him to question whether his condition had improved. After the press conference, he must seek out William to ascertain whether he was now able to approach other women. He felt a pang of sympathy for the torment he had been inflicting on his wife. Chapter 61. The capture of Bodsey seated within the opulent confines of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Liu Heng cast a glance at the two women beside him, his expression one of exasperation. Observing the discordant emotions etched upon their faces, it was evident that neither would rest until the other was utterly vanquished. I implore you both to cease this incessant bickering. When we arrive at the press conference, should you create any disturbances, do not expect me to treat you with kindness. He admonished, his gaze piercing, his tone chilling enough to send a shiver down their spines. I shall feign slumber for a moment, but do not entertain any clandestine thoughts, he remarked, closing his eyes, effectively choosing to ignore their presence. The two women exchanged glances before proudly turning their heads away, focusing instead on the fleeting shadows of trees whizzing past the window. In Washington, at the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D., Director Nick Fury received a report from Natasha, who stood before his desk, handing him a dossier. Tony has gone to the country, she stated. As the son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.L.D., and the wealthiest individual in the nation, it was inconceivable for the agency not to meticulously monitor his every move. The lack of decisive action regarding his capture in Afghanistan was due to Fury's desire to temper Tony's character. Indeed, his nature had not strayed beyond control, having been somewhat refined. Let him be. His objective is straightforward: to extract the shrapnel from his body and ascertain whether a tyrant would assist him, Fury scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision towards Tony. Even the most advanced nation could not retrieve the shrapnel from his heart. What hope was there for a country as it stands? It appeared that Tony was aware of the palladium element within him. Then why reveal the solution only in Iron Man 2? There must be numerous hidden secrets entwined within this matter. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully flung open, and a breathless Coulson stumbled in, drenched in perspiration, clearly fatigued. Coulson, what has become of your composure? Must you always make such a raucous entrance? Fury grumbled, visibly annoyed as he regarded the disheveled agent. Coulson's boisterous entry had startled both Natasha and Fury, and upon recognizing the intruder, Fury's displeasure deepened. He lamented the frequent need for such violent entrances, fearing the door would soon be rendered inoperative. Meanwhile, Natasha regarded Coulson with a bemused smile, her inquisitive gaze sweeping over him as a daring hypothesis took shape in her mind. Could there be an affair between him and Nick Fury? Why, whenever he barged in so rudely, did Fury refrain from expressing anger? Were they perhaps? Director, we have a grave situation. Miss Bodsey has been abducted, Coulson announced, neglecting to acknowledge Natasha beside him, rapidly relaying the information he had received. The enigmatic surface of Bodsey serves as Tony's secretary, yet secretly, they are fully aware that she is Tony's beloved girlfriend. Now that she has been abducted, is it not a matter of utmost urgency? What did you say? Bodsey has been taken? Who could possibly be behind this? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's composed demeanor faltered. Bodsey is akin to Tony's very lifeblood. Her abduction is indeed a catastrophe, perhaps even more severe than mere chaos. Director, investigations indicate that the suspects are likely the mercenaries from Afghanistan. In a clandestine chamber in New York, Obadiah stood trembling before a figure clad in black, his anxiety palpable as he pondered what transgressions he might have committed. Obadiah, your performance has increasingly displeased me. Do you understand? A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonated with menacing intent, causing Obadiah to shudder. You need not explain. Where is the item I requested? The mysterious figure seemed aware of Obadiah's inclination to justify himself and interrupted him, demanding the desired object. My lord, here are the blueprints for the arc reactor in Mark II. As you requested, Obadiah replied, relieved to find the enigmatic figure willing to spare him, promptly presenting the documents with utmost respect. Upon your return home, you shall be reunited with your wife and daughter. Tomorrow, someone will come to collect them. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, do not obstruct this. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. With a mere gesture, the arc reactor and blueprints that Obadiah held were swiftly transferred into the hands of the mysterious figure, who spoke with a fierce tone. My lord, I wish to inquire about something. Suddenly, Obadiah bowed and called out to the departing figure, seeking permission to ask. Oh, what is it? The mysterious figure paused, turning with curiosity towards Obadiah, unable to fathom what he wished to know. It was the first time since his allegiance began that Obadiah had posed a question. What is this S.H.I.L.D. you speak of? Despite my utmost caution, I nearly fell into the hands of the organization you describe. How formidable must this force be? Surely, It cannot be more terrifying than the Brotherhood, SHIELD, or the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, is a global superpower whose aim is to surveil worldwide activities. Though it may lack a multitude of skilled operatives, its network of informants spans the globe. No detail in the world escapes their grasp, save for a few notable exceptions: the Celestial Group, Hydra, and others. The mysterious figure displayed no impatience, but rather took the time to elucidate the capabilities of these organizations to Obadiah. "My lord, isn't the Celestial Group merely a commercial empire?" After receiving the answer from SHIELD, Obadiah's pupils involuntarily constricted, realizing that he had been under surveillance all along. He then recalled the Celestial Group, a corporation that, despite its commercial facade, could hardly be considered among the ranks of global superpowers. What lay beneath the surface of the Celestial Group was far from simple. It was in fact a formidable giant. Even if SHIELD confronted it, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. Thus, he resolved to tread carefully, for provoking such a terrifying entity might lead to consequences beyond his control. Moreover, there was another crucial piece of information I must convey. Howard Stark is one of the founders of SHIELD. As the enigmatic figure's words faded, he vanished without a trace, leaving Obadiah in a state of shock. The once unassuming sheep in his eyes had instantaneously transformed into a ferocious tiger in the mouth of an adult. The revelation of so many hidden superpowers in the world was indeed astonishing. Upon learning that Howard was one of the founders of SHIELD, his eyes burned with anger. How could someone with whom he had such a close relationship remain oblivious to the existence of SHIELD? It appeared he had never truly trusted him. Under such circumstances, one could hardly blame him. In the second update, Chapter 63, Press Conference, Part 1, at the Celestial Tower. Journalists armed with cameras exhibited anxious expressions, fervently wishing for Liu Heng to appear soon. The scorching sun was relentless, even at this morning hour. Each reporter's eyes were filled with fury and resentment. Were it not for the fear of inciting the wrath of the colossal Celestial Group, they would have long since taken action against the burly guards who blocked their entry, subjecting them to the sun's relentless glare. "The car of Director Liu has arrived," someone in the crowd shouted, prompting all the reporters to turn, their faces alight with excitement, their hearts racing with the thought that he had finally come. In the distance, an impressive convoy rolled in, evoking envy among onlookers. Just as the journalists attempted to rush forward, over 100 security personnel surged out from the Celestial Tower, forming a human wall to prevent them from obstructing the vehicles. Soon, under the guidance of the security team, the car smoothly entered the Celestial Tower, leaving the reporters once again stranded outside. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Tenglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu stood steadfastly beside Liu Heng and Li Bingru, dutifully serving as bodyguards. At that moment, Zhu Ke was consumed by indignation, feeling insulted to be assigned as a bodyguard for that detestable woman. However, knowing this was Liu Heng's command, she suppressed her rage. "Madam," she called out respectfully as she noticed her boss had arrived, hastening towards Su Wanjing with deference. From the beginning to the end, Su Wanqing's gaze remained fixated on Li Bingru, her eagerness unmistakable to anyone who observed. Upon receiving a questioning look from Su Wanqing, she helplessly shook her head, lamenting that her husband was rather peculiar, unwilling to accept her. Sigh, witnessing her best friend shake her head, Su Wanqing could only let out a resigned sigh in her heart, her small face reflecting disappointment. "Please lead the reporters to the conference room." Liu Heng gently instructed the secretary, whose beauty was akin to that of a campus belle. As for why Su Wanqing, this stunning beauty, did not apply for the position of secretary, he was at a loss. Understanding the task, Qiao Yao nodded and turned, swaying her slender waist to attend to the reporters. After neglecting them for so long, it was necessary to show some courtesy. Otherwise, how would the Zhutian group maintain its reputation? Inside the elevator, Liu Heng, Li Bingru, and Su Wanqing shared the space. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with each person acutely aware of the other's heartbeat and breath. "Ahem, Wanqing," Could you come here for a moment? Liu Heng softly beckoned to Su Wanqing, who stood beside his wife. He was curious to see if his condition had improved. Upon sensing her friend's slight tremor, Li Bingruo playfully nudged her, a smile dancing in her eyes. If Liu Heng were to indulge Su Wanqing, she would no longer have to suffer daily. As for Zhu Ke, that troublesome individual could continue as her bodyguard. Su Wanqing softly exclaimed as she felt herself being pulled forcefully, losing control and tumbling into Liu Heng's embrace. Upon realizing she had fallen into his arms, her face flushed with excitement and shyness as she nestled her head against his neck. Feeling the softness against his chest and her delicate form, Liu Heng experienced a surge of desire, his eyes brimming with exhilaration and satisfaction. He was no longer tethered to the metaphorical tree of Li Bingruo. He aspired to be like Tony Stark, a playboy who would court the most beautiful socialites and actresses in the nation. Wait, wasn't his wife the most beautiful socialite? And the most stunning actress? That would be the ethereal diva birthed by his company last year. "Ha, my dear wife, I am finally free from this tree," he exclaimed, pushing the enchanting woman away, his voice echoing unabashedly in the elevator, momentarily forgetting that Li Bingruo was present. "Liu Heng, what are you saying?" Li Bingruo's expression darkened ominously, her eyes blazing with fury as if they could turn him to ashes, her tone colder than sub-zero temperatures. How dare this insufferable man compare her to a tree? Was she not more beautiful? Ahem, just a slip of the tongue. Noticing the murderous glint in his wife's eyes, Liu Heng hastily attempted to explain, retreating into a sullen silence. "Jiji Bingruo, what on earth is happening?" As Su Wanqing was pushed aside, she overheard the two engaged in a cryptic conversation, leaving her utterly bewildered. "What do you mean we shouldn't hang ourselves on Ice Ruajia's tree?" Someone, it seemed, was half a eunuch. Li Bingru cast a sidelong glance at her husband's lower region and sarcastically explained to Su Wanqing, "Half a eunuch? How could Liu Heng be that way?" Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in disbelief, her cherry lips forming an O of surprise as she gazed at the now darkened expression of Director Liu. Who knows? Perhaps he has been gallivanting with women outside, leading to his inability to function normally. She showed no mercy in her verbal jabs at the already scowling Director Liu. Meanwhile, Liu's mind was racing with 1,000 expletives. When did he ever frolic outside? Wasn't he at your first? However, recalling the awkwardness of their first encounter, he swallowed his anger. His first time was also Li Bingru's, and during that moment, he had taken her without regard for her feelings, which was why he treated her so well thereafter. Then why did Liu Heng marry you? Suaninge's confusion deepened. If he couldn't perform properly, why would Grandpa Li still arrange for her to marry Liu Heng? "Ha, my body can keep him functioning. What do you think?" Li Bingru skufa, her tone dripping with mockery as she seized the opportunity to poke fun at her husband. "Ah, so Liu Heng is truly that kind of person. I no longer want to be your life assistant." Su Wanqing's eyes widened in terror upon hearing the sordid tales of Liu Heng, and like a nimble raccoon, she quickly scurried to hide behind Li Bingru, trembling as she spoke. "Li Bingru, when have I ever frolicked outside?" Seeing the girl who had thrown herself at him attempt to slip away, Liu Heng's expression darkened, his displeasure directed at his wife. "Yesterday you called me to take care of Su Wanqing. Today, you're telling her this? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? And when had he ever gallivanted outside?" "Ha ha ha, dear husband, this is definitely a misunderstanding. When did I say you were frolicking outside?" Caught off guard by Liu Heng's question, she quickly denied ever uttering such words. "Phew, so you were deceiving me, Bingru. Liu Heng, I wish to be your little wife." Upon hearing her best friend's nonsensical remarks, Su Wanqing immediately realized she was playing a prank on Liu Heng, swiftly transforming from a pitiful damsel to a proud girl. Wrapping her arms around Liu Heng's and acting coy. In the office, Liu Heng reviewed the appointment schedule presented by his secretary, nodding in satisfaction, relieved that there were no bizarre appointments. As for the incident in the elevator, it was merely a trivial interlude. However, when his gaze landed on the last name, his expression turned peculiar. After all, wasn't that Tony? The reason for his arrival is quite apparent. He has come for the fragments of his heart. Otherwise, would he have so easily set foot on this national soil? The time is already 10:25, and in just 5 minutes, the press conference will officially commence. Do you see? At this moment, Secretary Qiao Yao, standing before the desk, glanced at her watch and handed her tablet to her superior. Understood. You may proceed to make arrangements and conduct a check. Liu Heng replied as he took the tablet, glanced at the time, smiled and nodded, gesturing for her to verify once more. After Qiao Yao exited, he rose, adjusted his attire, and moved to the adjacent desk, picking up his wife before heading out of the office. The conference room had been temporarily transformed by Secretary Qiao Yao into a press conference venue. Reporters anxiously checked their watches every few seconds, eager for time to pass more swiftly. This press conference promised world-class revelations. How could they not be exhilarated? Some television stations were particularly formidable, broadcasting live without hesitation. Even the likes of the national Tencent from the Zhudiang Group were no exception. Online, comments flowed. Please. Where's the boss? Damn, why has he not arrived yet? I suspect old Liu is busy making a baby with his wife. He simply has no time to show up. How can you be more lewd than me, you shameless fellow? Old Liu probably arrived at the Zhudiang building long ago. It's just that the time has not yet struck 10:30. Such a colossal entity is extremely punctual, so we must wait patiently. I am quite curious to see how many hidden secrets this world conceals. Poor reporters. Just look at their anxious expressions. If one were unaware, they might think they have lost their parents. Can we refrain from disparaging the reporters, please? They hold their own dignity. Who cares about their dignity? They are merely a bunch of idle souls, chasing celebrity scandals or infidelity stories, unworthy of sympathy. Hey, Green Hat King, are you worried that the reporters might crown you with a helmet? In a villa located in the magical city, the popular young star Shin Menghan sat at his computer desk, his face ashen as he watched the live broadcast. He was, after all, the individual who had been furious 3 months prior for failing to make the headlines on Weibo. As he contemplated causing a ruckus during the live stream, he was unexpectedly besieged, which only fueled his anger. His online alias was none other than the Green Hat King. In the conference room, as the reporters grew increasingly impatient, Liu Heng and Li Bingru entered arm in arm with purposeful strides. Upon their entrance, the room erupted in excitement, with reporters eager to pose their questions, only to be thwarted by the imposing presence of their formidable bodyguards. Ascending to the podium, Liu Heng cast a stern gaze over the assembly of journalists below, effectively silencing the previously raucous crowd. Good day, everyone. I am Liu Heng, and I trust you are all familiar with me, so I shall forego any further introduction. He humorously asserted, eliciting a ripple of laughter from the gathered reporters. After all, you are the world's richest man, and your company has ascended to great heights. Who could possibly be unaware of your existence? Even the most remote corners of Africa would likely recognize you, one might jest. Clearing his throat, Liu Heng continued, Now that I have introduced myself, allow me to present the esteemed lady beside me. However, before he could elaborate, a reporter from a television station interjected, Mr. Liu, no need for introductions. We all know this lady. She is the Ice Queen. Upon hearing this, both domestic and international journalists broke into knowing smiles. For the moniker of the Ice Queen had dominated social media headlines, and it was inconceivable for them to be unaware. Liu Heng's expression darkened at the interruption, his displeasure evident as he glared at the reporter who had dared to cut him off. Gripping the microphone firmly, he pointed at the audacious journalist, his tone icy. Who gave you the audacity to interrupt me? Do you truly believe yourselves to be unchallenged sovereigns of this gathering? The sudden outburst from Liu Heng quelled the earlier excitement of the young reporter, who now regarded him with palpable fear, realizing the source of his unease. He understood, with dawning horror, that he had foolishly interrupted the words of the wealthiest man in the room. How could he possibly rectify this blunder? Meanwhile, the other journalists silently observed, smirking at the misfortune of the brash newcomer. It was evident that he lacked the decorum expected in such a esteemed company, and now he had undoubtedly offended Mr. Liu. His publication or station might soon face dire consequences. Liu Heng pointed at the offending reporter and instructed his secretary, Qiao Yao, standing below, that television station shall no longer be permitted at any of my press events. Such a lack of civility is unbecoming, particularly for someone hailing from a small locale. Liu Heng was incensed that the reporter had diverted the conversation to the Ice Queen while he was in the midst of introducing his wife, Was this not a perilous provocation? As he spoke, the other journalists wore expressions of schadenfreude, relishing the misfortune of the interloper. Let this serve as a lesson against unwarranted interruptions, they seemed to think. The young reporter, now pale as a ghost, opened his mouth to protest, but was swiftly silenced by a bodyguard who escorted him out of the conference room. Now that tranquility has been restored, I trust there will be no further interruptions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to ask anyone to leave, Liu Heng declared. To commence, I would like to introduce this remarkable lady beside me. Her name is Li Bingrua, hailing from the capital, and she is my wife. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room ignited as if doused in boiling oil, the excitement palpable, and even the online realm buzzed with fervor. My heavens, this beauty is stunning. She is actually Mr. Liu's wife. I feel as though my life has dimmed in comparison, one might exclaim. It is wise to consider one's own circumstances. Such a stunning beauty as she, one might labor for a lifetime and still find it impossible to marry a wife so noble and elegant. In a moment of revelation, it appears that the Ice Queen is indeed the spouse of Mr. Liu, prompting a decision to abstain from playing games produced by him. To the individual above, your assessment is complete. Mr. Liu hardly values your engagement with his games. It is simply nonsensical. Has anyone noticed that Mrs. Liu seems to be without makeup? My goodness, is this truly her natural look? Mr. Liu seems to be enjoying a blissful life. His wife is indeed a paragon of beauty, perfectly proportioned. Let us not merely admire her figure, but also consider her frost-like visage. Do you all believe Mr. Liu finds happiness? It is evident that the online community is captivated by Li Bingrua, specifically her physique and prowess in the bedroom. In the opening of Chapter 64, during the press conference, Part 3, after Mr. Liu Heng concluded his introduction, he seated himself alongside his wife, eschewing the need for bluster that some company heads require to provoke inquiries. His demeanor earned quiet admiration from the journalists present, who internally rejoiced at the prospect of encountering such a press conference in the future. Mr. Liu, could you elucidate what lies beyond in the world? Upon Mr. Liu's signal, a reporter from CCTV swiftly stood, eager to pose a question, prompting silence from the others who recognized the importance of the moment. They understood that in the presence of a billionaire, opportunities for inquiry are rare. If they interrupted Mr. Liu during his response, they would only be digging their own graves. As they had witnessed yesterday, Mr. Liu maintained a gentle smile, gesturing for the CCTV reporter to take a seat, and simply uttered a single phrase. These journalists, being the CRME de la CRME of their respective stations, were certainly astute enough to discern the underlying meaning of his words. Mr. Liu, it is a pleasure to see you once more. My inquiry pertains to the formidable creatures emerging in your country. Will similar phenomena manifest across the globe? After Mr. Liu addressed the CCTV reporter's question, a blonde journalist who had previously interviewed him at the Beijing airport, the graceful Angela Michelle, rose to greet him and posed her own question. Yes. With that succinct response, Mr. Liu left Angela feeling exasperated, yet she resigned herself to her seat, aware that everyone was limited to a single question. Greetings, Mr. Liu. I am Lawrence, a reporter from our nation. Which regions do you foresee being the most severely impacted in the future? Seeing that Mr. Liu had finished answering Angela's question, a reporter from their country hurriedly posed their inquiry, anxious to prevent anyone else from seizing the opportunity. This question was reportedly mandated by the highest authority, marking it as a critical inquiry. The nation, and nation. Liu Heng revealed everything he knew without reservation. After all, if he could create some turmoil for the nation, why not indulge in it? As for national affairs, he had already conferred with several prominent figures above him, and he believed that at this very moment, the military had already infiltrated the city, tasked with suppressing those unsavory ordinary organizations, such as pyramid schemes, drug dealers, and other insignificant groups. In the eyes of the common people, those drug lords, pyramid scheme operators, and gangsters were formidable entities, while the most powerful organizations like the Hongmen and the Mafia were regarded as the true underground emperors of the world. However, to colossal entities like the Celestial Group, the Shield Agency, the Brotherhood, and Hydra, they were merely pitiable insects, easily crushed underfoot. The nature of the military was somewhat akin to that of these large forces, albeit lacking in comparable strength. Suppressing these petty disturbances was hardly a challenging endeavor. Mr. Liu, a journalist from the nation, promptly stood up, eager to pose a question, but was swiftly interrupted by Liu Heng's dismissive wave. You may call me by my name directly, but please refrain from using your nation's titles to insult me. This is not your country. It is my Shenzhou land. Next, Liu Heng was nearly beside himself with rage. How dare they use their terminology in his homeland? Who gave him the audacity? It was a typical case of a small nation daring to act so brazenly in the presence of a great power. You. I will sue you for personal attacks. The short, unimposing individual who had stood up turned crimson with anger, glaring at Liu Heng with a fierce, murderous intent. Today, he had thoroughly lost face. I have a bright future ahead. Come on, let us hurt each other. Secretary Qiao, please file a lawsuit with the International Court of Justice for this despicable insult to my identity, as well as against the television station behind him. Upon hearing the short man's threat, Liu Heng suddenly stood up, clapping his hands in excitement, instructing Secretary Qiao with zeal. Since the fool wished to play, he was more than willing to engage in this game. Understood. Secretary Qiao respectfully stood and exited the conference room, presumably to draft the lawsuit. You shameless scoundrel. The short man gasped, finally managing to sputter out the words after Liu Heng's exchange with the secretary. Overcome with fury, he fainted. The journalists looked on, mockingly regarding the unconscious figure, without any intent to assist. They silently mourned for the short man and the television station that backed him. It was evident that he had provoked the tyrant of the nation, showing a complete lack of awareness of his surroundings. Engaging with such a colossal force would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. Shameless, am I? Very well. Then I shall be even more shameless. From this day forth, no items belonging to your nation shall be permitted in the Magic City. Families owning vehicles from your country must destroy them immediately. I will reimburse you. Liu Heng slammed the table, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed that the magical city must not host any products from the nation. The subsidiaries of the Zhutian Group promptly withdrew from the country. As for the items that remained, they could be considered as offerings to the dogs. At that moment, Li Bingruo, who had remained silent until now, announced the command for the Zhutian Group's withdrawal, causing all the reporters present to turn their gaze towards Liu Heng. After all, he is the true ruler and controller of the Zhutian Group. My wife's words are my words. The online community erupted in fervor. Grand Master, damn Liu from now on. You are my lord. Truly impressive. Feng Dao. Indeed, what a significant boost to our pride, as expected of my Liu Heng, unmatched in might. Ancient Master, finally, Liu Heng has restored the dignity lost by our nation. I adore you. That phrase about feeding dogs is unparalleled. Call me Daddy, Liu Heng. You will forever be my father. Such overwhelming power. If you smash a car, I shall reimburse you. Dominant CEO, Bingruo, the goddess, is truly formidable. Withdrawing the Zhutian Group is simply magnificent. Adorable lowly. I adore Liu Heng the most. Especially that line. My wife's words are my words. Fierce lady, my husband is such a warm-hearted man and a loving spouse. I applaud you. Jackie Chan, Liu Heng is impressive. We are unworthy. Old Fox, Liu Heng is truly powerful. We are unworthy. Liu Yifei, the boss is impressive. We are unworthy. Yang Mi, the boss is impressive. We are unworthy. Liu Xiling, impressive. We are unworthy. Following this, a flurry of golden starry texts flooded the screen, leaving the citizens of the nation astonished. Who would have imagined that Liu Heng possessed such terrifying charisma? The entire entertainment circle, renowned and lesser-known stars alike, flocked to flood the screens. This was indeed unprecedented. Countless netizens utilized translation software to decipher the words of Liu Heng and Li Bingruo, their expressions shifting dramatically. The powerful figures, including in Pei, harbored resentment towards that short fellow. The Zhutian Group controls 1/3 of the nation's economy. If they withdraw their investments now, it would surely inflict severe damage. Chapter 65, Press Conference, Part 4, in the nation's Prime Minister's office, and Pei seethed with rage upon hearing his secretary's report. This Zhutian Group holds the lifeblood of our economy, and now he has offended them. the nation would certainly suffer grievously. Moreover, the majority of products sold in our country are located in the magical city, which is now collectively boycotted. It won't be long before the influential families behind those industries come knocking at his door. Damn it, this guy is deliberately causing me trouble. Someone, investigate the media company behind that reporter. I intend to thoroughly blacklist them for creating such a tremendous nuisance. This is utterly intolerable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And Pei rose abruptly, slamming the table, and commanded his waiting secretary outside, infuriated by that insufferable short fellow. Did he truly believe that our nation was a match for the Celestial Empire? Now, if the Celestial Empire dares to take action against them, even the nation will be powerless to assist. The Celestial Empire boasts at least 2 fifth-tier powerhouses, and a nation would not dare to provoke their might. The terror of 5th-tier strength is insurmountable. Unless one resorts to nuclear strikes, any efforts would be futile. Mr. Prime Minister, the heads of the 5 great families have arrived. The secretary, having just stepped out moments ago, hurried back and whispered into Pei's ear. Damn it, what I feared has come to pass. Go and invite them to the conference room. The nation's monkeys have finally faced retribution. How gratifying it is. When they first encroached upon our territory, they demanded I address them as Lord Smith, which was utterly revolting. That Liu was formidable. Indeed, he managed to halt the nation's trade in the magic capital. I can't help but wonder, who else could do the same? I adore Liu's proclamation. I will cover the expenses. It was simply magnificent, wasn't it? That Eastern beauty exhibited true dominance. She directly withdrew the Zhutian Group's branches from the nation. I can't help but ask, is there anyone else like her? At this very moment, I am curious about the extent of the Prime Minister's psychological burden. What my wife says is what I say. Who supports this sentiment? Let us elevate it. What my wife says is what I say. What my wife says is what I say. What my wife says is what I say. At this instant, whether in Asia or among the citizens of Europe and America, the atmosphere is utterly electrified. Liu Heng's actions have truly brought joy to the masses. In the SHIELD headquarters, the nation has suffered on another's territory. They dare to use their own country's titles. This was an unequivocal slap in the face. Do they genuinely believe Liu Heng is like other wealthy individuals from the nation? Someone they can address casually as Lord Liu? Nick Fury, observing the live broadcast on his computer, scoffed in disdain, utterly speechless at that fool's ignorance. Liu Heng's disposition toward the nation had never been favorable. Had it not been for the consideration of a third of the market, he would have withdrawn his investments long ago. Now, they have clearly provided him with a reason to divest. It's simply unprecedented. Consider this. If the Zhutian Group's pharmaceutical ventures do not penetrate the nation's markets in the future, their populace will age prematurely, suffer more ailments than other countries, and experience higher mortality rates. The Zhutian Group may incur mere financial losses, but the nation? They stand to lose lifespans, public trust, and perhaps even witness some citizens emigrate. It is conceivable that in the future, the world may no longer recognize the nation. However, upon recalling Liu Heng's mention of disaster zones, the nation is undeniably among them, causing Nick Fury considerable distress. Hello. After a bout of headache, Nick Fury remembered something crucial, retrieving a satellite phone to dial a number. Hello, Director Nick. It's been a long time. Are you in need of my assistance? An elderly voice emanated from the other end, calm yet tinged with urgency. I will fulfill your request. With that, he promptly hung up the phone, donned his suit, and strode out of his office to meet the owner of that aged voice. New York. Master, Mystique said respectfully as she stood before Magneto, I have received intelligence indicating the presence of a young girl capable of absorbing the powers of others. We must capture her at once. It seems the heavens have favored me. My desires manifest with ease. Magneto waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixated on the television, observing Liu Heng's every move. After Mystique departed, he stretched languidly and murmured, What powers does this tyrant possess? Even through the screen, I can sense a subtle oppression. In Berlin, he commanded, Arrest the mastermind behind Zhang Hao's bribery and deliver him to Liu Heng. He is not someone we can antagonize. The same voice echoed. But this time, it bore more weight, soon fading into silence as if it had never existed. Curse it. Which television station is that insufferable fellow from? Does he have nothing better to do than stir up trouble? Even the normally composed Captain Kijima couldn't contain her fury as she slammed her fist onto the steel desk. That wretched little man is truly a troublemaker. Without the pharmaceutical supplies from the Multiverse Corporation, this nation would revert to its state from a decade ago. Plagued by illness and a soaring mortality rate, something we cannot allow to happen. Captain, please refrain from anger. The Prime Minister is already addressing the situation, Rina Yasaka quickly interjected, sharing the information relayed from her father to ease the tension in the room. Is that true? At the international airport in the Demon City, Tony stepped off the plane and shook his head, exclaiming, "The air quality here is atrocious. Sir, we have a serious situation. Miss Potts has been kidnapped." Just as he lamented, Jarvis's report caused Tony's expression to shift dramatically. "Jarvis, what on earth is happening?" "I instructed Pepper to remain at the villa." Pepper was his girlfriend, and the thought of her in peril was enough to unsettle him. "Sir, the villa has been destroyed. Miss Potts has been taken." Along with the schematics for Mark II and the arc reactor, Jarvis's resigned voice conveyed the gravity of the situation. "Wait, Jarvis, my seaside villa is equipped with numerous weapons. This is an April Fool's Day. You must be joking." It dawned on Tony that his villa was fortified with advanced technology, making it unlikely to be breached so easily. "Sir, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Analysis indicates that the intruder was none other than the Mark I you created." At this revelation, Tony's pupils constricted. "What did you just say? The Mark I? If memory serves, it had been rendered inoperative. How could it still be functioning? Yet, he set aside his concerns and instructed his bodyguard, Happy, to arrange a return flight. The life of Bozy is more significant than his own existence. Chapter 66, the press conference finale at the top-floor conference room of the Zhudiang building. After Liu Heng's outburst over the address, all journalists and media outlets tactfully avoided the topic. Soon, the press conference approached its conclusion, leading to the final questioning segment from Tencent. "Chairman, when will the Huangpu River be thawed?" The beautiful reporter from Tencent posed the question, prompting Liu Heng to recall that his wife had frozen the river yesterday, and it remained sealed. Around 1:30, he replied, standing up with a hint of apology, glancing at his watch. It was now 11:30, so he set the thawing time for approximately 1 o'clock. "Oh, by the way, I would like to announce on behalf of the Zhudiang Group that Zhudiang Xianhuang Company Limited will blacklist certain directors of mindless dramas. Furthermore, I hope the market hastens to reduce the salaries of those young idols. They lack acting skills and are merely ornamental, polluting my eyes with their incessant presence on television. All films featuring these young idols on Tencent Video will be forcibly removed. I have but one statement. If salaries do not decrease, the blacklist will remain in effect." Liu Heng boldly declared the ban on Korean dramas and the salary reductions. Subsequently, disregarding the astonished journalists, he placed a hand on his wife's delicate shoulder and left for the office. "Wow, the end of the young idols has arrived. Haha, this is truly poetic justice. A certain idol's salary reached 100 million yuan, and now he must be crying in the restroom." With the Zhudiang Group's sole proprietor speaking out, "I believe the era of young idols is on the verge of demise. Heh, a bunch of fools. They've paraded around for 2 years, and their doomsday has finally come." After Liu Heng exited with his wife, the conference room transformed into a cauldron of excitement, with many domestic reporters applauding in delight. They recalled their encounters with the young idols, who had the audacity to play hard to get, arriving a whole 30 minutes late, stirring up anger within the journalists. Online. "Damn, my lord's authority is unmatched. I must eradicate these scoundrels, and I am genuinely thrilled. High salaries, yet so many terrible productions. Thanks to Lord Liu for performing such a noble deed. Well, has Lord Liu ever failed to do good? The fool on the second floor has been identified. At this moment, I ponder the extensive psychological shadow cast over the young idols. Damn, Liu Heng, did those young idols provoke you in any way? Why suppress them? Screw you. It's you who deserves condemnation. Your entire family should face the same fate. Are the young idols your father or grandfather? Why defend them so fiercely? A bunch of leeches." Clearly, Lord Liu felt jealous, If my conjecture is correct, it must be that the ice goddess has a fondness for the young idols, causing the handsome Liu Heng to feel envious, resulting in the directive to blacklist them. As for the ban on those directors, it likely stems from the mindless Korean dramas. The upstairs truth seeker is in for a thrill. The online community has erupted in a frenzy, with netizens expressing their delight at the emergence of youthful heartthrobs. This phenomenon has led certain young women to seek out handsome, flawless-faced boys as their boyfriends, leaving many single individuals feeling disheartened. This is precisely why they harbor a disdain for these young idols. As for the fervent fans who criticized Liu Heng, they have been silenced by the retorts of the single crowd. In Hengdian, on the set of a certain drama, an urgent commotion arose. A youth, resembling an assistant, burst into the scene, interrupting the engrossed director. Zhuan immediately called for a halt to the filming involving the lead actors, turning with fury to the assistant. His tone frigid. "What is the meaning of this? Are you not aware that I am in the midst of directing?" He demanded clarity, threatening to dismiss him if he did not explain himself. "Director, you have been blacklisted," the assistant managed to say, swallowing hard as he cast a sympathetic glance at both the director and the leading man. The matter concerning the young idol was of no concern to him, especially since the young star had once bullied him. Why should he inform Zhuan? "What did you say? I haven't blacklisted?" Zhuan exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sprang from his seat, his expression a mix of shock and dread. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Liu Heng of the Zhu Group has just made the announcement," the assistant confirmed, witnessing the director's dismay. "Why is Liu Heng going on a rampage? I have not provoked him. Why should I be blacklisted?" With the revelation weighing heavily upon him, Zhuan collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant as he muttered to himself. "Director, it is not just your misfortune. All directors of Korean dramas share the same fate, having been blacklisted by the Zhu Group," the assistant added. Meanwhile, in the residence of Lao Mozi, he cheered at the news of the blacklist, applauding the decision with enthusiasm. "Excellent. These talentless individuals, who demand exorbitant pay while contributing nothing of value, deserve this fate," he exclaimed, reflecting on his past invitation to a young idol who sought a multi-million remuneration. He chuckled. Now, they are facing the consequences. In Taiwan, at a villa, Jackie Chan and Andy Lau lounged in the garden, basking in the sunlight while watching the live broadcast. Is Liu Dong truly planning to make a grand entrance into the entertainment industry? Andy Lau quipped, nearly spitting out his tea at the bold remarks emanating from the television. A smile spread across his face as he added, "Old Long, let's celebrate tonight." "Certainly. Invite the others. Let us gather at the Zhu Grand Hotel." Jackie Chan wore a joyous smile, as that group of money-obsessed fools finally faced their due consequences. The entertainment industry of our nation can now return to a tranquil state. Over the past 2 years, it has been in utter disarray, with 90% of the chaos attributed to the rising stars. Without them, perhaps our entertainment industry would have long since breached the borders of Hollywood. In the bustling metropolis, at the villa of the newly crowned diva, Liu Xiling, the owner displayed remarkable authority by blacklisting those insufferable young stars, which was truly gratifying. Watching the live broadcast, where her own boss took action against those directors and young stars, Liu Xiling felt immense joy. Before her debut, she had been subjected to the unwelcome advances of certain directors. It was impossible not to harbor resentment towards them. As for her disdain for the young stars, it stemmed from the fact that these insignificant second- and third-rate artists earned salaries surpassing her own as a diva, making it utterly impossible for her not to resent them. In a lavish villa, adorned with the finest furniture and decor, akin to that of ancient emperors, a fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful man, indistinguishable from a woman, was violently smashing furniture in a fit of rage, shouting curses. "Damn you, Liu Heng! Why don't you just die? I curse that all your products never sell." This man was the immensely paid actor, Mo Han, who had just been informed by his agent that the salaries of the young stars would be lowered to match those of veteran celebrities. How could this not incite his fury? We are in an era dominated by young stars, while those veteran celebrities have become obsolete, earning a mere fraction of his income. Such scenarios are unfolding in many households of young stars, all wishing for Liu Heng's swift demise. In a secluded cave, an ugly performer knelt before a man, trembling incessantly. This man was the formidable film mogul. He cast a glance at the quaking performer, uttering no further words, and turned to the live stream. Rise. This failure is not solely your fault, but you are undeniably entangled in it. I was truly astonished to learn that the Celestial Group had enlisted the Armored Warriors team. You must refrain from venturing into the Magic City again. Just moments ago, the Realm King conveyed a message. The Tyrant is a peak-level 5th-tier mutant, only a step away from ascending to the 6th tier, thus it would be prudent to avoid the Magic City. After finishing the live broadcast, Shadow Overlord twisted his neck, a shadowy glimmer flitting across his gaze. However, upon contemplating the dire consequences of defying the Realm King's orders, he involuntarily shuddered and uttered, "Understood." The grotesque general acknowledged, but did not withdraw, his piercing eyes fixated on Shadow Overlord, awaiting the handover of the mutant beast cards. "Depart," Shadow Overlord commanded, casting a card towards him to expedite his exit. The last time he had given him 2 mutant beasts, what had he brought back? Failure. And now he sought 2 more? Did he wish for his own demise? Yes, the grotesque general stammered, sensing Shadow Overlord's ire, cautiously retreating while a barely perceptible malice flickered in his depths. This wretched fellow truly regarded him as a mere dog? Just wait. There would come a time when he would seek my assistance. Alas, were it not for the imposed restrictions, I would unleash the remaining 12 mutant beasts and create chaos throughout the nation. After the grotesque general departed, Shadow Overlord let out a resigned sigh, murmuring to himself. His authority allowed him to summon only 2 mutant beasts at a time, no more, a rule set forth by the Realm King Superior. In the Celestial Tower, standing before the recently repaired floor-to-ceiling windows and gazing at the glacial expanse, Liu Heng could not help but smile. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time was precisely 1 p.m., and his lips moved softly. "I shatter." With those words, the ice-locked Huangpu River began to develop fissures, and as time passed, the glacier gradually melted into the surging waters. "Stop eating. I shall take you to a place." Liu Heng turned to see Li Bingru, seated in her office chair, indulging in a feast. He was exasperated. "You have been eating for half an hour. How can you still consume more? Despite devouring so many snacks, your stomach shows no signs of swelling. Truly a marvel." "All right." At his remark, she tossed the snacks onto the desk and approached, wrapping her arms around Liu Heng's. With a smile, she teased, "How can you eat so much and not gain an ounce? It doesn't seem that you have put on any weight." As she embraced his arm, Liu Heng could no longer suppress his curiosity and gently stroked her silky hair, inquiring, "How is that possible?" "I don't know," she replied with a cheerful shake of her head, offering him only 3 words that nearly exasperated him. After all, he had purchased so many snacks out of his own pocket. Now, when he asked why she wasn't gaining weight, she remained elusive with her answer. What could it possibly mean? "Oh, by the way, where are you taking me?" At this moment, she recalled her husband's mention of taking her somewhere and curiously inquired. "I won't tell you." Perturbed by her refusal to divulge the reason behind her slender figure, Liu Heng decided to tease her and promptly dismissed her question. How stingy. Receiving such a response, she pouted in dissatisfaction and fell silent, following Liu Heng. "I believe you could hold me a bit tighter. It would be more comfortable," he murmured gently, leaning closer to Li Bingru's ear, feeling the softness of her arm. She glanced down her husband's arm, noticing that her own was wedged between 2 large stuffed rabbits. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a startled hare as she instinctively prepared to release his arm. What is there to be shy about? Observing her intention to withdraw, Liu Heng pulled his arm away from her embrace and wrapped it around her shoulders as they made their way toward the chairman's private room. "Husband. I mean, it's daytime." Once inside the room, Li Bingru's face was a deep shade of red. Flustered and at a loss for words, she stammered. Liu Heng, feeling quite cheerful, was momentarily taken aback by her words, his expression darkening as he internally roared, "Am I that desperate?" In a playful reprimand, he lightly tapped her head and asked, "What exactly is going through that little mind of yours?" Can I say it was a slip of the tongue?" Upon comprehending Liu Heng's question, she felt utterly embarrassed and didn't know what to say, timidly asking, "Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Do you mean to say you're already eager for that?" He playfully massaged the spot he had just tapped, grinning mischievously. "Get lost." Hearing such shameless words, She rolled her eyes at him and chose not to respond further. Liu Heng, ignoring her retort, led her to a concealed door. After navigating through various intricate identification processes, an elevator appeared. "Where are we going?" Li Bingru asked, puzzled by the presence of an elevator in such a high location, considering they were 1,000 meters above ground. "Is there a reason for an elevator here? Could it possibly lead to an underground base?" As the mistress of the Zhutian group, "It is time for you to discover my secrets," Liu Heng said, stroking her delicate face before stepping into the elevator, pulling her into his embrace with a smile. "You can't possibly have placed the entrance to the underground base up here at 1,000 meters, can you?" Upon receiving a definitive answer in her heart, she was genuinely astonished. Constructing an elevator like this must cost a fortune. The materials must be incredibly expensive. This elevator doesn't require any steel cables. It employs magnetic levitation technology, Liu Heng explained, noticing the confusion on her face. The author of Genesis left some toxic messages. Some things should never be revealed. Drunk. Chapter 68. The Base in the Magic City. Soon, the two individuals arrived smoothly at the underground base of the magical city. As they exited the elevator, a team of genetic warriors swiftly approached, respectfully saluting Liu Heng and Li Bingru. "Madam," one of them greeted. How is the subway preparation progressing?" Liu Heng inquired, gently nodding as he delved straight into the topic, asking about the subway leading to the base. This underground facility resembled the Hive from the Resident Evil series, albeit all transportation utilized magnetic levitation. "It is ready," the captain of the genetic team affirmed with a nod, speaking with utmost respect. Without waiting for their superior to speak, he took the initiative to lead the way, while the genetic warriors followed closely, assuming the role of bodyguards. After 100 meters, in a turn, two subway carriages appeared before them. They exchanged no superfluous words and stepped directly into the carriage, with the warriors trailing behind, entering the second carriage. Goodness, the Zhutian group truly possesses immense wealth. Not only do they have magnetic levitation elevators, but they have even managed to create magnetic levitation trains. "Are you aiming for the heavens?" Upon entering the carriage, Li Bingru carefully surveyed her surroundings, astonished. The speed displayed on the doorframe reached a staggering 450 kilometers per hour, confirming it was indeed a magnetic levitation train. Ordinary trains managing to achieve a mere 120 kilometers per hour was already a cause for celebration. "Apologies, you have misinterpreted. We are not aiming for the heavens. Rather, the Zhutian group has long since ascended," Liu Heng replied, a dark line appearing on his forehead at his wife's words. His flagship, the Tenglong Mothership, was already soaring through the skies. What else could it be if not ascending? Moreover, it was unlikely to fall even after a century of flight. By then, it was believed that the world would have entered the era of cosmic navigation, and the discovery of his mothership would be merely a matter of moments. "By the way, why have you brought me here?" It suddenly dawned on her that Liu Heng's purpose in bringing her to the underground base was certainly not for a mere tour. There must be something of great significance at hand. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just delivering the grand item customized by your grandfather and taking you back to the capital for a visit. I would like to see your grandparents as well," he disclosed candidly, concluding with a gentle pat on her head, an imperceptible glimmer of affection and coldness flickering in his eyes. As his woman, she was always the subject of others' covetous gazes, and naturally, he felt a tinge of unease. Thus, it was prudent to seek opportunities to eliminate those adversaries. "Darling, you are so wonderful to me. You even prepared so many snacks." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a black plastic bag, and upon opening it, she discovered an array of puffed snacks and soda, exclaiming in delight, Well, throw the cola away." Observing his wife's intention to drink cola, Liu Heng frowned disapprovingly, his tone shifting from tender to stern. The adverse effects of cola could be detrimental to fertility, and it was wise to exercise caution. The side effects of cola are numerous, and there is no need to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Li Bingru widened her eyes in disbelief, then burst into laughter. "My dear husband, you actually believe those rumors online?" She felt as if she might be amused to death. Who would take such online gossip seriously? People drink cola every day without any issues. Was it possible that she was simply cursed? Please, she was the goddess of fortune. The conclusion from my company's assessment is merely a rumor? Hearing his wife's words, Liu Heng's expression darkened considerably. It was precisely because Li Bingru enjoyed cola that he had commissioned an evaluation of its side effects. And now this insufferable woman was dismissing it as mere gossip. How could he not feel enraged? Moreover, this was an assessment he had personally overseen. Fine, drink it if you wish. Noticing her husband's rising ire, Li Bingru dared not provoke him further. She tossed the cola towards him and proceeded to rip open a bag of chips, indulging herself. As he caught the flying cola, veins bulged on Liu Heng's forehead. His face dark enough to drip ink. He had to consider the next generation. What was he doing to himself? Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the cola into the trash bin, seated himself in an opulent chair, and simply watched the Ice Queen devour her snacks. Here, have some. Feeling Liu Heng's gaze upon her, she wished to maintain her composure, so she offered him some of the chips with a cheerful smile. You ought to eat less of those puff snacks. He turned his head away, refusing to even glance at the chips in Li Bingru's hand, advising her instead. In his previous life, he had frequently ordered snacks like chips online, and he had long since grown weary of their taste. Why would he eat something he was trying to avoid? Fine, I won't eat it. Seeing his reaction, Li Bingru pouted in dissatisfaction and resumed crunching on the chips herself. What a child who never seems to grow up. When it comes to battle, he does put on a semblance of adulthood. Liu Heng sighed inwardly, shaking his head in resignation. 5 minutes later, the suspended subway arrived at the actual underground base, and Li Bingru had successfully finished off 2 bags of snacks. Liu Heng took the snacks from her and led her out of the subway. Glancing at the awaiting gene warriors as he said, "Let's proceed to the construction room of the underwater aircraft carrier." "Understood," replied the captain of the gene team, silently leading the way like a professional guide, though he was rather taciturn. How much did this base cost? It is even more magnificent than the Dragon Nest base. Observing the surroundings, with walls that gleamed brightly, Li Bingru found herself at a loss for words. The Dragon Nest base was not only smaller than the headquarters of the All Heaven Group, but also lacked the opulence of this place. How could she not be astonished? The materials used in the corridors, if she was not mistaken, were titanium alloy. I have no idea, but I do know that this base is as vast as the entire Magic City. Liu Heng shook his head, uncertain of the expenses incurred in constructing this base, yet fully aware of its vast area. The entire project consumed 8 years, claiming the lives of numerous mutated beings, with the death toll reaching 3 figures. Not to mention the 12-tier genetic warriors. The deceased were predominantly Earth element mutants. Otherwise, how could such a colossal underground facility, rivaling the size of Magic City, be completed so swiftly? It was simply inconceivable. Goodness, this immense? Upon receiving a definitive answer, Li Bingru couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Who has ever witnessed a base as vast as Magic City? If such a thing exists, it is likely confined to the realms of film or literature. The magnitude of this undertaking necessitated an extraordinary allocation of manpower and resources. The reason for its grandeur will become apparent once you behold the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. He cryptically hinted, leaving her to discover the truth for herself. Chapter 69. Capturing the little rascal throughout their journey, Li Bingru transformed into an embodiment of curiosity. Eagerly observing her surroundings, much like an innocent child exploring a grand garden, Liu Heng watched her antics with a fondness that softened his gaze, akin to that of a parent observing their playful offspring. "All right, come along," he beckoned, leading her into an expansive workshop. Liu Heng tugged at her sleeve, indicating that she should follow closely. This facility, dedicated to the construction of colossal machinery, was even larger than the Zhutian building, staffed by thousands of workers. Losing sight of her would be trivial, but discovering certain undisclosed secrets could prove perilous. Is this the magnificent behemoth? Li Bingru gasped in awe upon seeing the massive vessel housed within the workshop. Although she had previously boarded the Tenglong aircraft carrier, she had not witnessed its full grandeur. Encountering the underwater stealth aircraft carrier now left her utterly astounded. "Let us go." Liu Heng did not respond to her exclamations, but instead guided her onto the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. The instant they stepped aboard, Liu Heng felt a slight tremor reverberate through the vessel, his expression shifting from confusion to relief. It seemed that the aircraft carrier had already undergone its initial activation. At that moment, Professor Wang Jian approached with his team, bowing respectfully in Liu Heng's direction, their eyes alight with gratitude. This was his second masterpiece, successfully realized once more. Yet, would he have achieved such a feat without the unwavering support of his superior? I hope you won to initiate any self-destruct sequences this time, or I shall not hesitate to flay your skin, Liu Heng remarked playfully, a smile gracing his face as he recalled the self-destruct protocol aboard the Tenglong aircraft carrier. Fortunately, timely energy replenishment had spared his creation from destruction last time. Should Professor Wang dare to conjure any mischief again, he would not hold back in dealing ruthlessly with the professor before him. Haha, rest assured, old Wang, I assure you that I have not activated the self-destruct program. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian recalled the embarrassing incident with the Dragon Mothership and could not help but laugh heartily, striking his chest with a resounding thud. He had narrowly escaped from danger last time. To consider a self-destruct mechanism now would be tantamount to courting death. He was not yet ready to meet his end, so he decided to adhere to the boss's regulations. By the way, this is my wife, Li Bingrua. This magnificent vessel was custom-built by her grandfather. At this moment, Liu Heng remembered his own wife beside him and smiled as he introduced the jovial old Wang. I am Wang Jian, the creator of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. Upon hearing her identity, Wang Jian did not express much enthusiasm. He merely nodded in acknowledgement and briefly introduced himself. Hello, Li Bingru, nutising bang Jian's damiano. Stiffly uttered the two words, exuding the poise characteristic of a first-rate socialite. Let us commence. Sensing a lull in the conversation, Liu Heng sought to avoid any further unnecessary chatter and promptly instructed Wang Jian to activate the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. Feel free to explore for a while. I will step into the restroom. He left his wife on the deck and walked directly towards the restroom of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. Just then, his communicator emitted a series of beeps, indicating an incoming message. Inside the restroom, Liu Heng pressed the answer button without speaking, patiently awaiting the voice on the other end. Your Majesty, we have discovered a little one capable of absorbing the powers of others within the country. Shall we proceed with the capture? A respectful female voice came through the communicator, and Liu Heng immediately recognized who it was. Goddess of War, Athena. The reason for this identification was simple. There were only two women in the Dark Faction. Shanghai was in the Magic City, leaving only Athena as the one capable of being abroad. Even without her mentioning the country, Liu Heng could discern her identity from the combat intent in her tone, which resonated even from thousands of miles away. Among all the women in the Dark Faction possessing a warrior spirit, Athena was unparalleled, so it was best for Shanghai to remain on the sidelines. Upon hearing of a little girl capable of absorbing the powers of others, especially within the country, Liu Heng's mind immediately leapt to the mischievous one. However, reflecting further, he wondered why the war police storyline had not already concluded. Why was this now emerging? Could it be that his intrusion had caused a disruption in the timeline? Note, the earlier mention of Tony declaring himself Iron Man, leading to the emergence of demons and monsters, was because all events require a catalyst to manifest openly before the world. This time, the Celestial Group served as that catalyst. Proceed with immediate capture. If she cannot be apprehended, at least obtain a vial of her blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued the order to capture the mischievous girl. Her ability was particularly unique, akin to that of his sister. He could replicate the powers of Magneto and the Professor with mere words, yet these two little ones remained beyond his reach. Truly a puzzling enigma. The objective of obtaining a vial of her blood was clear. He intended to observe vols, that peculiar researcher of mutants, to see if it were possible to replicate such an injection. By the way, if I remember correctly, Jesus is in the country. You two must join forces. If you fail to capture that little rascal, then you should take your own lives. Suddenly, he remembered that Jesus was indeed in the country, and his tone grew grave. Two pinnacle fifth-tier mutants, if they could not handle Magneto, what use were they? As you command. In the country, New York. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman with a striking figure respectfully acknowledged, and then was cut off from communication, helplessly glancing at the blond young man beside her. Jesus, His Majesty has spoken. If we fail to bring back that little one, our fate. Athena's words trailed off, her hesitation suggesting that the man before her was already aware of what was to come. Huh, what are you afraid of? I still cannot believe that the two of us cannot handle Magneto. Jesus scoffed, showing indifference towards Magneto. He could not believe that they would be incapable of defeating that individual. My concern does not lie with that. Rather, I fear the intervention of Magneto's subordinates, Saber-Toothed Toad, and Storm and Cyclops under the professor's command, Athena said anxiously. The individuals she mentioned were all fourth-tier beings, each possessing different destructive capabilities. Note, the classification of tiers does not adhere to the original storyline, so refrain from making assumptions based on that. Each of us commands 3 leaders, totaling 6 individuals. Can we not handle a mere handful? Jesus laughed heartily, growing increasingly incredulous at Athena's concerns. With both possessing 3 fourth-tier leaders, how could they be impeded by a few insignificant insects? Very well, assemble the personnel and immediately capture that little rascal. Upon hearing this, Athena no longer hesitated and promptly notified the 6 leaders through the Gene Warriors. This was their first mission, and they were determined to secure the little girl, who was favored by His Majesty. Chapter 70, Action. In the country, New York. Observing the 6 fourth-tier warriors before her, Athena nodded in satisfaction. She glanced at the time and inquired, "Where's Mary at this moment?" Mary, the name of the little rascal, was codenamed the Rakshasi. She is currently in the underground boxing arena of Leuven, Belgium. A subordinate swiftly approached, presenting a dossier containing Mary's whereabouts and her consumption records, all meticulously documented. Is the intelligence reliable? Jesus, ever cautious, rose from his reclined position and looked at the subordinate who handed him the dossier. He had no desire to make a fruitless trip that would waste the tyrant's time if they delayed or failed to capture her. Even if they avoided taking their own lives, they would not survive for long. The information is extremely accurate. It was transmitted by Lady Yaya. The subordinate, unflinching, met Jesus's gaze without bowing his head like a traitor, stating confidently, "He is a dignified citizen, one who does not yield to others, as advised by their tyrannical sovereign." Very well, if that is the case, let us depart. Jesus, rather than expressing anger, nodded in satisfaction and commanded the expedition to set forth to the city of Leuven in Belgium. Be cautious, Professor, beware of his actions. He walked alongside Athena, engaging in hushed conversation. The professor's mental prowess not only enables him to glimpse into the hearts of others, but also to manipulate those weaker than himself. Thus, it is prudent to exercise utmost caution. Understood. In a CAF in New York, Nick Fury occupied a seat by the window, his eyes discreetly scanning the surroundings. Resembling a true intelligence operative, to certain patrons, his demeanor appeared akin to that of a thief plotting an escape route after a heist. Were he privy to the thoughts of the CAF's clientele, he would surely be infuriated. The esteemed director of SHIELD, reduced to the status of a common thief? It is merely the instinct of an agent. For goodness sake, such ignorance is truly alarming. Director Fury, we meet again. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from the entrance of the CAF. A bald elder, clad in a black suit and seated in a wheelchair, was pushed in by a striking young woman, making his way directly toward Nick Fury. It was none other than the esteemed professor, the founder of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Without further ado, he stated, "I can grant those children the identity of normalcy, but they must join SHIELD." Upon seeing the professor approach the table, Nick Fury wasted no time and delved straight into the matter, acknowledging that SHIELD was in dire need of personnel and only the individuals from Xavier's institution could replenish their ranks. That is agreeable, but SHIELD must hold a press conference to confer the children with normal identities. How does that sound? The professor did not hesitate to present Nick Fury with a conundrum. It was impossible to have these children serve SHIELD without a certain price to pay. Moreover, the existence of mutants had been publicly acknowledged by the Celestial Group. What harm could it bring for the ordinary populace to be aware of it? Noticing Nick Fury's silence, the professor remained patient, calmly waiting for a response while requesting a pot of tea to sip leisurely. After much contemplation, Nick Fury clenched his jaw, lifted his gaze to meet the professor's eyes, and enunciated deliberately, "Agreed, but you must also join SHIELD." His strategy rang clear. With no fifth-tier mutants to assert dominance, leveraging the professor's involvement would provide them with such a formidable ally. However, before the professor could respond, Jean Grey interjected firmly, rejecting Nick Fury's proposal outright, to suggest that the professor join S.H.I.D. under such conditions was nothing short of fanciful. Jean, do not be disrespectful. Director Fury, while as a possibility, what benefits can we expect in return? The professor, using his mental abilities to soothe Jean Grey, inquired with a tone of curiosity. Beyond the heavens lies a brotherhood within. This encapsulates the professor's rationale for his forthcoming agreement. The position of Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. comes with a remuneration akin to that of Captain America and Hawkeye. What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury provided his response, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. In Belgium, in the city of Leuven, at a clandestine underground fight club, Mary sat at the bar, her gaze fixated vacantly on the clear water before her. The bartender, a man nearing 40, wiped his hand with a cloth and inquired, "Would you care for a new beverage?" Yet, his hand remained poised on the cash register, pulling it closer to himself, cautiously eyeing Mary. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a group of armed warriors clad in black attire and masks stormed in, swiftly asserting control over the scene. A couple nearby, engrossed in counting their money, quaked in fear, abandoning their task as their knees buckled beneath them. All present, except for Logan and the mischievous child, trembled, casting terrified glances toward the ominous barrels of the guns. What manner of entity had the owner of this establishment roused to incite nearly 60 third-level mutants? Initially unfazed, Logan's countenance shifted as he sensed the overwhelming auras surrounding him. Though he was a late-stage, fourth-level powerhouse, facing such a multitude of third-level mutants could spell his doom. "Well, Wolverine, where do you think you're going?" Just as Logan considered fleeing, 6 formidable presences converged upon him from all directions. These were the 6 leaders. "I seem to have no enmity with any of you," Logan lamented, despair washing over him. Yet he was perplexed as to when he had crossed paths with such a terrifying force. "You harbor no animosity towards us. It's merely that you cannot leave at this moment," one leader remarked before dismissing him, as did the others. "Little girl, at last we meet," came a voice from outside the underground fight club. Entering were a man and a woman, Athena and Jesus. Both donned the most advanced gloves from their company, reputed to shield them from the mischief of the young girl. Athena plopped down onto a seat, resting her gloved hand on Mary's shoulder, smiling as she declared, "Bring me the finest beverage. I wish to treat this dear sister." With a pointed finger toward the 40-something bartender, her tone was laced with an icy authority, commanding compliance. "The little one is favored by His Majesty. Do not neglect her." "Yes, yes, of course," the bartender acquiesced, disregarding the owner's consent, promptly retrieving the most expensive drink and pouring it for Mary. "Fear not, dear girl. I bear you no ill will. It is merely that my master seeks a word with you," Athena reassured, sensing the tension in Mary's rigid body as she pushed the drink toward her. "Master?" Logan, encircled by the 6 leaders, felt his pupils constrict in alarm, exclaiming in shock. Before them stood a man and a woman, both 5th-tier mutants. To think they had a master as well? Let us momentarily set aside Logan's astonishment and focus on the dialogue between the two. "May I inquire, who is your master?" Mary, tilting her head and donning a cautious expression, asked with a hint of confusion. This was her first time running away from home, and having never interacted with anyone before, how could she have attracted such formidable forces? Could it be that the uncle who lured her here was involved? Unlikely. Given his frugality, could he possibly possess such power? What a jest. Liu Heng. Athena nearly burst into laughter at the little one's naivety, but maintained a serious demeanor as she uttered her master's name. "Liu Heng, who is that?" Upon hearing this, Mary's bewilderment deepened. She had never heard of him. How could he have dispatched so many individuals to capture her? Meanwhile, Jesus, Logan, Athena, and the owner and staff of the underground boxing venue were nearly driven to exasperation upon hearing her words. "Who is Liu Heng?" "A titan in the medical field, wealthier than Tony Stark." "You mean to say you've never heard of him? Surely, you didn't crawl out from a mountain valley? Even if you did, you should at least know his name." Come here and enlighten her on who Liu Heng truly is. Athena, thoroughly exasperated with Mary, gestured to a staff member, seizing her collar and instructing her. This young lady, Mr. Liu Heng, is the world's richest man, the sole creator of the Zhutian Group. His company has developed treatments for AIDS and cancer, as well as the recent longevity breakthrough that has elevated Zhutian Group to new heights. At that moment, the staff member was no longer able to underestimate Mary. Trembling in fear, she meticulously recounted the origins and development trajectory of the Zhutian Group. Are you saying that this Zhutian Group is the company owned by Liu Heng? After receiving a definitive answer, Mary's eyes widened in disbelief as she sprang to her feet, exclaiming. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place regarding why this group sought to capture her. They must have noticed her abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled such great distances to see someone so seemingly inconsequential. She could scarcely believe that her appearance would catch the eye of the chairman of Zhutian Group. Indeed, Jesus interjected, pushing aside the staff member and gracefully taking a seat, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Little one, we do not wish to resort to force, so it would be wise for you to accompany us willingly. Athena gently removed the hat from Mary's head, revealing a cascade of flowing golden hair. A faint, ethereal fragrance wafted into Jesus' nostrils. Your physique and beauty are of commendable quality. You could almost serve as a concubine for the master, Jesus teased, striding out of the underground boxing venue. Under Athena's watchful gaze, the little one had no choice but to follow him silently. Leave this place at once. The impending battle is extraordinary, beyond the capabilities of mere ants like you. Athena cast a glance at the besieged Logan, a spark of admiration flickering in her eyes as she offered a kind warning. However, her words took on a different connotation in Wolverine's ears. Did the fifth-tier blonde beauty look down upon him? He resolved to remain and witness the disparity between the fourth and fifth tiers. Upon exiting the underground arena, over 20 SUVs were parked in an open area. Without hesitation, Jesus approached the first vehicle, followed closely by the mischievous little one under Athena's watchful gaze. There's no need for excessive worry. My master harbors no ill intentions towards you and may even assist in resolving your power issues, Athena remarked, settling into the vehicle and suppressing her aura. Noticing the little one's anxiety, she smiled reassuringly. How did you know I was a mutant? The little one stammered, her lack of exposure to news leaving her oblivious to the widespread discussions about mutants, her voice tinged with trepidation. Because we are mutants, Jesus, seated in the passenger seat, turned his head, revealing a gleaming smile as he raised an eyebrow. What? The little one's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the pair, astonished. When did the world have so many mutants? And may I ask, what is your purpose in capturing me? After a moment of shock, she recalled that the man and woman before her were there to apprehend her, prompting her to directly inquire about the situation. Classified, Athena interjected, casting a fierce glare at Jesus, who seemed poised to disclose their intentions. It is already quite generous to share this much. Any further information would breach protocol and incur penalties. Seeing their reluctance to divulge more, the little one donned her hood once again, reverting to her pitiable demeanor. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a tree toppled across the road, obstructing the convoy's passage. With a roar, Sabretooth leaped out from an unknown location, landing firmly before the fallen tree, baring his teeth and glaring menacingly at the little one in the back seat. Due to the suppressed auras of the two, Sabretooth failed to discern their formidable fifth-tier strength and, without hesitation, lifted the approximately 2-ton tree, preparing to smash it onto the SUV's roof. The tree collided with the vehicle's hood, nearly sending it airborne. If Liu Heng were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "A real-life Sulai. Number 1, Sabretooth is yours." Jesus instructed, his eyes gleaming with mischief, his tone as frigid as winter as he conveyed orders through the communicator. Are you not a fourth-tier melee powerhouse? I shall let a fourth-tier melee fighter engage you. Is that satisfactory? As the words fell, a commander emerged from the off-road vehicle behind, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, regarding the saber-toothed tiger as one would a prized prey. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a creature of this caliber. Today, he would engage. He twisted his neck and, with a sudden stomp, propelled himself forward like a cannonball, enveloped in earthy yellow elements. The concrete path where he had just stood bore a footprint 20 centimeters deep, surrounded by cracks, a testament to the sheer ferocity of his explosive power. Death. Upon witnessing the charging figure, the saber-toothed tiger displayed no inkling of fear, brandishing the massive tree in its grasp to meet the oncoming threat. Crack, crack, crack. As the tree collided with the commander's fist, it swiftly disintegrated into countless fragments, yet the momentum remained unabated, hurtling toward the saber-toothed tiger. Observing the tree, once 3 meters long, reduced to less than 15 centimeters, the tiger smirked, vanishing from sight in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already behind the commander, its fist slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh aimed at the commander's head. What a joke! Sensing the imminent threat from behind, the commander sneered in disdain. Swiftly altering his stance, his leg moved like a bolt of lightning, striking toward the saber-toothed tiger's fist, still infused with the faint yellow earth element. Boom! The clash of fist and foot erupted with a thunderous sound, unleashing waves of destructive force that radiated outward. The saber-toothed tiger was pushed back 3 steps, each step marked by varying depths of footprints, showcasing the commander's formidable assault. Conversely, the commander stumbled back 5 steps before halting his tilted form, his gaze fixed intently on the saber-toothed tiger. Although he had been caught off guard by the ambush, he was nonetheless unsettled by the creature before him. From this encounter, it was evident that their strengths were comparable, though the tiger's speed was superior. Quite impressive. You managed to withstand my punch, deserving of my utmost effort. Despite the excitement gracing his countenance, the saber-toothed tiger bore the weight of its own embarrassment. This time, it had made a significant blunder. Having boasted before the toad that it could effortlessly capture that little rascal, reality was now poised to deliver a harsh lesson. Had it known better than to indulge in chicken legs, the plan to capture the mischievous Mary would have unfolded smoothly. With that thought, he lunged forward, his form akin to a streak of lightning, arriving before the commander in an instant, lifting his leg to deliver a kick. As a fierce cold wind swept beneath him, the commander's pupils constricted, cursing the saber-toothed tiger 1,000 times over in his mind. Such audacity was intolerable. Yet, amidst his fervent maledictions, he did not lose sight of the peril he faced. With a deft motion of his hand, a wall of earth nearly 50 centimeters thick materialized before him, and he melded into the earthen barrier. Bang! As his foot collided with the earthen wall, the saber-toothed tiger felt an inexplicable sorrow. His foot, which had just been pressed against the wall, hung limply as he slowly lowered his gaze to his groin. A stone pillar pressed firmly against him, causing his complexion to pale as he reluctantly uttered, "What of your mutant grace? All I sense is a faint melancholy." The figure known as Number 1 fully materialized, glancing at the pale-faced saber-toothed tiger and jesting with a popular internet phrase. "You thought you could kick me? Now look at you, it's poetic justice." With that, he delivered a fierce kick squarely to the tiger's chest. Instantly, the tiger soared like a kite with its string cut, crashing in front of the vehicle occupied by Jesus and his companions. "My lord, the saber-toothed tiger has been dealt with," Number 1 announced, releasing the elemental energy that enveloped him and respectfully approaching the SUV. "Indeed, we must depart without delay," Jesus replied, nodding as he leaned out the window to glance at the unconscious saber-toothed tiger, sneering at the sight and addressing the driver beside him. "My lord, there are still 2 individuals in the woods, should we?" Number 1 questioned, somewhat perplexed by Jesus' demeanor, making a slashing motion across his throat. "There are indeed 2 more in the woods, but let us not concern ourselves with them. As long as they remain inconspicuous, all will be well. It is not the time to stir up unnecessary trouble," Jesus explained casually, signaling for the 3rd-tier gene warrior to drive. "The safety of our little imp is paramount, leaving no room for error." Thus, they dared not waste any time. Following the command, the 3rd-tier gene warrior promptly started the vehicle, rolling over the saber-toothed tiger. The convoy of over 20 cars followed suit. After such a passage, the tiger would likely find himself bettered in for at least half a month. Along the journey, tranquility reigned, with no one as foolish as the saber-toothed tiger, who had emerged to intercept without understanding the situation. "Do you think you can simply walk away after injuring my subordinate?" Just as the convoy was about to exit the winding mountain road, A voice filled with barely contained fury echoed through the sky. The steel barriers surrounding them were torn apart by an unseen force, creating a blockade. Ah, Magneto. At last, you've arrived, Athena remarked, recognizing the voice and the scene with the barriers. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she stepped out of the SUV, smiling at the approaching elder. They had refrained from deploying the Dragonhawk fighter jets in order to test whether Magneto truly possessed the legendary power attributed to him. And indeed, they had succeeded in drawing Magneto out. Wait for me. Magneto, now grounded, expressed confusion. What was it that he was to wait for? Did she anticipate her own demise? But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Athena unleashed her own formidable aura, resonating with a presence akin to that of Magneto, an existence at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Do you seek Miss Mary? Certainly. Let us vanquish Athena first. Jesus emerged from the vehicle, emanating the formidable aura of a peak fifth-tier warrior, clutching the unconscious mischief in his grasp. Another peak fifth tier? Magneto swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Jesus' presence, wishing he could retract his earlier jest. Regrettably, the words had already escaped his lips, and there was no turning back. Let us ascend to the heavens for battle. Athena conjured a staff that resembled the magical scepter from the realm of the deceased, soaring gracefully into the sky, ascending towards the heights of 100 meters. As a being of combat, her intense desire for battle granted her the ability to fly. Why engage in combat among the clouds? The aerial battlefield offered a broader perspective than the ground below. Thus, let the clash commence. Magneto, with a resigned smile, harbored a faint sense of vigilance towards Jesus. He pondered the risk of being caught off guard should he need to confront the fiercely determined woman before him. Upon reaching the 100-meter altitude, he refrained from acting recklessly, instead bowing elegantly to Athena, inviting her to strike first. As a quintessential antagonist, he believed in maintaining an air of sophistication. This ostentatious display was the essence of his carefully curated persona. However, Athena was not swayed by his theatrics. The elements of battle and wisdom surged within her, enveloping her form and slicing through the air with a resounding crack as her staff lunged towards his chest. Despite his outward calm, the gravity of the situation was evident in the depths of Magneto's eyes, perceptible even to an ordinary observer. His withered hand grasped the void as if seizing the very fabric of reality, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth to crush the oncoming Athena. Yet, undeterred by the impending pressure, Athena's aura intensified, transforming her into a spear of precision as she pierced through Magneto's assault with her staff. How intriguing! Magneto, having anticipated this, felt no anger at the effortless dismantling of his attack. Instead, he wore a faint smile. Magnetic spear, he uttered, manipulating the magnetic fields of the universe to forge a spear, unseen yet lethal, aimed directly at Athena. On the ground, Jesus observed the unfolding drama, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Magneto is quite astute indeed. He recognizes Athena as a close-quarters combatant and seeks to keep her at bay. Behind him, Logan, trailing closely in the convoy, was swept up in a tempest of awe at their confrontation. The sheer magnitude of their seemingly simple exchanges was terrifying. Standing a kilometer away, he felt a stinging sensation on his face, a testament to the vast disparity between the fourth and fifth tiers. And they were battling in the air. Had it been on the ground, the outcome was all too predictable. Forests would be obliterated, and hills would be reduced to mere dust. Chapter 73. Defeating the nation in the capital city, the stars twinkled against the backdrop of a vibrant nightlife, officially ushering in a new era. In the suburbs, within a traditional courtyard, Liu Heng and his grandfather sat in the living room, engaged in light conversation while watching television, reveling in their shared moment of joy. As for the handover of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier, that responsibility was entrusted to Wang Jian, who was tasked with awaiting the completion report. Tell me, young man, after spending 3 months with Bing Ruo, why is her belly not yet swelling with child? Suddenly, the old man inquired about matters concerning grandchildren, his gaze lingering on Liu Heng with a hint of concern, silently pondering. Could it be that my eldest grandson is lacking in that regard? With such a prolonged silence, one cannot help but wonder. Cough. We only consummated our union in these past few days. Liu Heng, caught off guard while sipping tea, nearly choked in surprise. He cleared his throat, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he replied, "What on earth is the matter with you? You took her to the bustling metropolis for 3 months, and only now consummated your marriage? How long must the old man wait for his great-grandson's arrival?" The grandfather, upon hearing his grandson's words, wore a look of disappointment, his spirits visibly dampened. Such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. And it took you this long to consummate your union. Could it be that you truly are deficient in that aspect? Hey now, what kind of look is that, old man? She is, after all, a lady of high standing. Forcing a relationship before marriage would ruin her reputation. Liu Heng, detecting the odd glimmer in his grandfather's eyes, could easily guess his thoughts and grumbled in discontent. Rest assured, my capabilities are quite commendable. I could render my wife senseless. What about you? Didn't you also sleep with her? The grandfather retorted, somewhat indignant at his grandson's complaints, seizing upon the words of consummation and the lady of high standing to counter. I am certified, and it is sanctioned by the highest authority. Who dares to contest that? Liu Heng merely chuckled, revealing his certified status, though an awkward expression crossed his face, making it difficult for him to articulate further. What on earth is going on with you? Are you actually feeling shy? The grandfather, fully embracing his role as a gossip enthusiast, unabashedly pressed on with his inquiries. As far as matters concerning his great-grandson were concerned, Liu Heng's every action was of paramount importance to him. I forced her, Liu Heng candidly admitted, recounting the details of his first night with his wife without a hint of shame. After all, the inquisitive old man before him was his beloved grandfather, one of his closest kin. What was there to be embarrassed about? Wow, you truly are impressive. Just like I was in my youth, the grandfather began. But before he could finish his thought, Liu Heng stood up and exited the living room to take a phone call. Hey, can you not wait until I finish speaking? Seeing his grandson walk out without a word, the old man was left fuming, a wry smile escaping his lips in resignation. Yaya, is there something you need? In the courtyard, Liu Heng held a smartphone, gazing at the image of a little girl on the screen, perplexed as he inquired, "Brother, Athena is fighting Magneto." As she spoke, a line of text appeared on the screen, and the image split in two, revealing the scene of their battle. Liu Heng fell silent, contemplating who was aware of the confrontation. Currently, apart from Storm, Cyclops, and Wolverine, only we possess this knowledge. Without hesitation, she disclosed the identities of those privy to the ongoing conflict in Leuven, Belgium. We must secure the area and block the signals to prevent SHIELD and the professor from discovering the battle. Immediately dispatch the second generation of the Dragonhawk for their extraction. In Leuven, Belgium, the two stood 100 meters apart, their expressions grave as they regarded one another, each fully alert. Athena emanated an overwhelming battle spirit, suppressing the elemental wisdom that surrounded her, while the nearby trees swayed as if caught in a tempest. Magneto commanded a swirling magnetic field, drawing both tangible and intangible objects toward himself, exuding a presence that was, astonishingly, even more formidable than Athena's. With a sense of urgency following her communication, Athena resolved to conclude the encounter swiftly. She unleashed her ultimate technique, transforming herself into a spear of unparalleled might, radiating an aura of dominance and martial prowess. A thunderous sound resonated through the air as Athena, akin to a bolt of lightning, pierced through Magneto's defenses, appearing before him in an instant, charging fiercely toward him. Damn it, what manner of creature is this? Magneto thought, sensing an overwhelming aura of death approaching. He swiftly manipulated the surrounding magnetic field in a desperate attempt to thwart Athena's assault. Yet, the intensity of her battle spirit could shatter the heavens. His magnetic barriers proved futile against her onslaught. At this moment, Magneto was not the same as the one captured earlier. He could not manipulate the trace iron within his own body, leaving him with no option but to succumb. Just as Athena, transformed into a spear, was about to impale him, he instinctively summoned a magnetic shield to defend himself while using the magnetic field to escape his previous position. A deafening roar erupted as a wave of terrifying energy swept through the area. Athena reverted to her original form, hurled by the force of the blast and crashing into the adjacent woods. Dust and debris filled the air, swirling amidst the shattered branches. As for Magneto, He had vanished without a trace. My goodness, the power of a fifth-tier mutant is indeed terrifying. A distance of 1,000 meters away, Logan was flung 100 meters by the violent force. Rising to his feet, his eyes wide with shock and trepidation. The disparity between the fourth and fifth tiers can be likened to the chasm between heaven and earth. In this moment, he finally comprehended that Athena's earlier words were a benevolent warning against opposing fifth-tier mutants in the future. Deep within the distant woods, Storm and Cyclops beheld an astonishing scene. Their eyes reflecting sheer terror, with only one thought reverberating in their minds. Magneto is not an opponent. He fled. That godlike man chose to retreat, and fortunately, they had refrained from acting recklessly. The consequences would have been dire. Indeed, even the weakest Athena could effortlessly defeat Magneto, prompting thoughts of taking advantage of him in the future. Jesus waved his hand to dissipate the protective veil surrounding the convoy, observing the direction in which Magneto had escaped. A contemplative expression crossing his face. If the weakest among them, Athena, could vanquish Magneto, did that not imply that he, ranked fifth, also possessed the potential to overcome him? Unbeknownst to him, there would come a day when he would challenge Magneto alone, only to find himself on the receiving end of a pursuit. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 74, National Crisis Location, Washington, D.C. Having just returned to his office and taken a seat, Nick Fury had yet to sip his tea when he heard a knock at the door, a wry smile gracing his face. "Come in," he replied, unperturbed. He approached the water cooler, filled a cup, and returned to his seat, calling out, "Director, agents have just relayed intelligence regarding a mutant battle in Leuven, Belgium." Natasha, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, entered and handed a document to her superior, stating, "Oh, please elaborate on the situation." Nick Fury responded with an air of leisure. Devoid of his usual panic, calmly sipping his drink and casting a glance at Natasha, avoiding unnecessary chatter. At that moment, with a fifth-tier professor stationed at S.H.I.E.L.D., he felt equipped to handle any situation as long as it did not threaten to tear the earth asunder. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Natasha couldn't help but roll her eyes, mentally chiding, "Director, be careful not to overplay your hand. That would be unfortunate." In the region, 2 mutant battles had occurred, with the combat levels being 4th and 5th tiers, respectively. Although she was internally critiquing Nick Fury, she remained focused on her report. However, as her words concluded, the sip of tea Nick Fury had just taken erupted from his mouth. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Natasha. "Today is not April Fool's Day. Do not jest with me," he exclaimed, genuinely astounded. "A 5th-tier mutant in that small country of Belgium? Surely you jest." "Ahem, well, the Wolverine, Logan, whom you requested updates on, is indeed in Leuven, Belgium, and he is present at the site of the 5th-tier mutant battle today," Natasha replied, suppressing a laugh. It seemed even the director, who appeared so unflappable, had his moments of discomfiture. Little did she know the burdens Nick Fury bore within. In the past, he had been suppressed by Magneto, a formidable 5th-tier powerhouse, and later faced oppression from the newly emerged Celestial Group, leaving him as a startled bird. After much effort, he had managed to acquire a 5th-tier mutant, but now he was alarmed to hear that a battle involving 5th-tier mutants had erupted. How could he maintain his composure in such circumstances? Nick Fury, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, swiftly regained his composure and inquired about the identities of the 5th-tier mutants engaged in combat. He fervently wished that no more 5th-tier powerhouses would emerge on Earth, as their capacity for destruction was akin to that of missiles, with some even capable of annihilating entire cities. Unfortunately, events were not unfolding in the direction he had hoped. One was Magneto, while the identities of the other two, a woman and a man, remained unclear. Natasha, feeling utterly helpless, glanced at the photographs and reports, overwhelmed by her predicament. Then, recalling something, she remarked, "Oh, right, the man and woman are together, accompanied by 6 4th-tier mutants. Sabretooth was left crippled by one of their subordinates and will be confined to a hospital bed for half a month." Upon hearing Natasha's report, Nick Fury felt a throbbing headache. Yet another formidable force had emerged in the world. As for Magneto, he need not speculate. He was certain of his defeat. Was it feasible for one to combat two? Unless those 2 5th-tier mutants were weaklings, which they clearly were not. Have the reasons been identified? he asked, recalling how Magneto had appeared in Belgium and how those two fifth-tier mutants could have also shown up there. The response came swiftly. It is because of this girl named Mary, a citizen of our nation. Not long ago, before the tyrant disclosed information about mutants, she and her boyfriend inexplicably awakened mutant abilities, absorbing her boyfriend's life essence, which led to his untimely demise. Fearing that her family would discover her mutation, she fled to Leuven, Belgium. Shortly after her arrival, she was captured by the two fifth-tier mutants. The details are all in the report. He addressed the gathered officials, urging them to remain vigilant and not to slacken their efforts. We have just received intelligence that a battle involving fifth-tier mutants has erupted in Belgium. Jean Xiao Degu. What is wrong with you? You seem distracted. The authoritative voice of Hui Jianwei echoed through the room as she scanned the members of the combat team, distributing a document. Her displeasure was palpable as her gaze fell on Jean Xiao Degu, prompting her to ask in a deep tone, what was the purpose of this emergency meeting? It was to ensure that they do not provoke the fifth-tier mutants. To her dismay, someone appeared inattentive during such a critical meeting, a blatant affront to her authority. Captain, I sincerely apologize. Recently, I have been unsure of myself, as if something is beckoning me, Jean Xiao Degu confessed, revealing the turmoil within him. He did not wish to be expelled from the team. Having finally gained this opportunity, being cast out would undoubtedly incur the wrath of his father, an admiral. As the words fell, the entire conference room, nay, the entire base, was engulfed by a sharp, piercing alarm, causing the members present to turn pale. Could it be that Liu Heng's words had come to fruition? Quickly, enough of the chatter. Everyone prepare for battle. You must swiftly activate the Fian, ensuring we minimize civilian casualties. Zhu Jianhui, witnessing the panic below, commanded with a voice laden with urgency. The nation was their homeland, and it was imperative to protect it. Those civilians were their flesh and blood. Any significant loss would surely incite the Prime Minister's ire. Hello, is this the technical department? What on earth is happening? After the others had departed, Zhu Jianhui hurriedly dialed the technical department, speaking in a flurry. Captain Zhu Jianhui, a monstrous entity measuring approximately 4,050 meters, has appeared in the region. According to the energy fluctuations detected by our sensors, it is classified as a fifth-tier creature. The technician on the other end, glancing at the energy readings on the screen, swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear. With that revelation, Zhu Jianwei coughed up a mouthful of blood, smashing her satellite phone in frustration. Why did calamity always find her? She had instructed her team to avoid provoking fifth-tier beings. Yet now trouble had come knocking at their door. What were they to do? In the capital, in the room arranged by his grandparents, Liu Heng observed his wife undressing, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Darling, are you already eager for an intimate encounter? Get lost, she retorted coldly, clad only in her undergarments, as she retrieved a pair of prepared white jeans from the wardrobe without sparing him a glance. Well, you must at least tell me what you plan to do outside. Liu Heng inquired, remembering that they were at his grandparents' house, and it would be unseemly to raise a ruckus. At that moment, with the clock striking 10, the hour was ripe for a midnight snack. Please support me with your collections and recommendations. I am immensely grateful for the support of all my friends. Those sentimental words are beyond me, a pure-hearted 19-year-old. I am rather shy, so if I have overlooked certain details, I beg your forgiveness. Chapter 75, Injustice of Heaven Downstairs. With his grandparents already retired for the night and Li Bingru having gone to the snack street for a late-night meal, Liu Heng found himself alone in the living room, engrossed in the television. If you're lonely, do not come seeking me. My heart is fragile, and I fear losing myself. Suddenly, his phone, resting upon the wooden tea table, vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Liu Yixuan. Without hesitation, he answered, his voice icy as he uttered a single word, "Speak." "I have completed the task you assigned," Liu Yixuan reported, detecting the chill in her boss's tone and daring not to delay in delivering the news. "Understood. Once the next mission concludes, you may return." Upon learning that the task had been completed, Liu Heng's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. After issuing the command, he concluded the call. No sooner had he ended the conversation than the phone rang again. A hint of impatience crossed his face as he answered without uttering a word, awaiting a response from the other end. Evidently aware of Liu Heng's displeasure, the voice on the line hastened to say, "The test results are in. You, along with women other than your wife, cannot conceive." At these words, his pupils constricted sharply, an inexplicable agitation rising within him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he inquired, "What exactly is going on? Am I to be hung from a single tree? In this day and age, with power and influence, what use is it if I cannot embrace multiple partners? According to the team's analysis, you might be." The voice of Dr. William trembled, revealing a hint of fear, leaving the subsequent words unspoken. He was terrified that uttering the truth might cost him his life. Sensing the trepidation in William's tone, Liu Heng could vaguely surmise the reason but still demanded a resolution, issuing a commanding order. You might be facing divine retribution," William stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. This was a matter of life and death. Uttering it could very well lead to immediate peril. Divine punishment indeed? Liu Heng interjected, completing William's unfinished thought, and asked, "Is in vitro fertilization an option?" A flicker of a smile graced his face as he recalled a remarkable invention in the world. "No, it is not possible. The diagnostic report indicates that your body rejects any eggs other than those from your wife. It simply will not work." "Doctor," William extinguished Liu Heng's hopes with a definitive statement. Occasionally, Liu Heng could hear the sound of deep breaths from the other side, and after regaining his composure, William dropped another bombshell. "I hope you do not attempt to break through to the 6th tier. If you do, you'll be utterly unable to conceive." The news struck Liu Heng like a bolt from the blue, and in a fit of rage, he smashed his phone, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why must the heavens bestow upon me such a god-defying ability only to leave me without descendants? What kind of cruel joke is this? The bottleneck between the 5th and 6th tiers had already shown signs of loosening, and now to hear that breaking through to the 6th tier would mean the end of his lineage was simply intolerable. In the study, the elderly patriarch, engrossed in a book, heard the commotion from the living room and, displeased, rose to his feet. He stepped out of the study and approached the staircase, casting an irate glance at his grandson below. "What madness are you up to now? Have you eaten too much? Why aren't you in bed?" He truly felt as though he might be driven to the brink of exasperation. Just as he was enjoying a gripping novel, this troublesome boy had disrupted his peace. Who wouldn't be infuriated? "It's nothing, grandfather. Please go back to sleep," Liu Heng reassured him before rising and leaving the living room, presumably to vent his frustrations elsewhere. Alas, the old man could no longer restrain you. He gazed at his grandson's departing figure, sighed with resignation, and chose not to return to his study, but instead retreated to his bedroom to rest. At this moment, on Daobaido and the EC, the island had not yet entered the phase of disputes between nations. Naturally, there were no banners of healing plaster erected, nor warships on patrol. Everything was unremarkable and tranquil. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the EC, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet. He bore a striking resemblance to the infamous fire cloud evil god, though he was undeniably more handsome. This man was none other than the notorious tyrant Liu Heng. He stood suspended in midair, his eyes ablaze with fierce rage, an aura of wild destruction radiating from him. The once tranquil sea trembled under his terrifying presence, and waves began to surge ominously. "Freeze!" he uttered softly, and the elemental laws of ice began to coalesce, cascading into the boundless ocean. In no time, the waters within a radius of 500 miles transformed into a natural wonder, all crystallizing into glaciers. The scope and thickness of the ice surpassed that of even the 4th-tier mutant Li Bingru by several fold. With a commanding voice, he summoned his mental prowess, an invisible force surging into his body, altering his genetic makeup. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" At that moment, his eyes glowed crimson, an insatiable fury boiling within him. His visage contorted like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. With a graceful yet forceful sweep of his alabaster hand, a rectangular block of ice measuring 50 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 5 meters in height was levitated by unseen power and hurled violently towards Daobaido. With a thunderous crash, The formidable ice block, under the manipulation of his telekinesis, struck Diobaido, creating a massive crater, the ice itself cracking under the impact. Destruction. Liu Heng discarded the ice block, his fist clenched tightly, and lightly struck towards Diobaido. Instantly, a fist imprint appeared on the island, cracks radiating outward. Emboldened by a surge of battle frenzy, he felt this was insufficient for his catharsis, relinquished his telekinetic powers, and embraced the chaotic warrior essence from a fantasy novel. For such destruction would be far more exhilarating. With a roar, after the infusion of battle frenzy, Liu Heng remained unchanged in countenance. Yet tufts of hair reminiscent of a monkey began to sprout around him. Indeed, you read correctly, monkey hair. Upon transforming into this chaotic warrior form, he lost his ability to fly and plummeted directly onto the frozen surface of the East Sea. A deafening roar shattered the silence, echoing through the heavens. At the dragon nest base, a series of sharp beeping sounds reverberated throughout the facility. The emergence of these sounds compelled the previously leisurely staff into a flurry of activity. Quickly, locate the source of the fifth-tier energy wave. Li Qingquang's voice rang out in the command center. This was a terrifying fifth-tier mutant, and, as he internally prayed, he hoped fervently that it was not within the city. Otherwise, the casualty rate will inevitably reach an unbearable height. Thud. Boss, it's the East Sea. The entire Gaobiao Island has been encased in ice for 500 miles. The technicians swiftly pinpointed the source of the fifth-level energy fluctuations through specialized satellites. They witnessed the scene in the East Sea and could not help but swallow hard. The entire 500-mile radius was completely frozen. Even the ice rose, when expending its vitality, could barely achieve a fraction of this freezing. Just how terrifying must the powerhouse be who has encased the East Sea in ice? This is Liu Heng. I am speechless. Today's update is brief, but I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 76, The Emergence of Affection. This is Liu Heng. Witnessing the turmoil on the sea surface through the specialized satellite, Li Qingquang couldn't help but exclaim. From the screen, he saw the fury and murderous intent in his son-in-law's eyes, and even as a major general who had seen battle and taken lives, he felt a chill of terror. The murderous intent in Liu Heng's gaze was palpable, rampaging mercilessly across the glaciers. Each strike could only be described as horrifying. The 500 miles of glaciers gradually began to shatter under his violent assaults. At the moment of their fracture, the ice elements in the world once again encased the East Sea for 500 miles, allowing Liu Heng to continue his destruction unabated. Qingquang, what is happening? Is there a fifth-level mutant attacking our homeland? At that moment, the nearly 1-meter-tall titanium alloy door slowly opened with a slight tremor, and the Dragon King, along with the members of the Dark Dragon, hurried in, asking urgently. As a fifth-level mutant himself, he understood the terror they posed, hence his inquiry. Alas, Li Qingquang, feeling helpless, pointed at the screen for the Dragon King to see, while a fire of concern burned within him. Who had provoked this tyrant? Should he breach the city? The consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about his daughter? Isn't Bingrua this young man's wife? He should inquire about what madness he is currently unleashing. Hiss! Just as he picked up the satellite phone, he heard the Dragon King gasp in astonishment beside him. Holy smokes, this is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. His combat power is astonishingly terrifying, exceeding mine by more than a fold. The Dragon King, watching Liu Heng unleash his fury, was taken aback as he witnessed a single punch shatter the cliffs surrounding Diaobiao Island for a kilometer. TCH. In response, Li Qingquang shot the Dragon King a disdainful glance and moved aside to make a call. After all, Liu Heng had just obliterated a 100-mile stretch of glacier roughly 10 meters thick with one punch. Now he was merely smashing a kilometer of cliffs. What was there to gasp about? In the capital city, on East City Snack Street, Li Bingrua held a bag of fried potatoes and a skewer, savoring them delightfully, followed by 6 female bodyguards clad in black and wearing masks. Some ruffians, seeing such a stunning beauty as Li Bingrua, naturally felt inclined to approach her. However, upon noticing the female bodyguard stationed about a meter behind her, they instinctively halted their steps, opting to circumvent her. It was not fear of the bodyguards themselves that compelled them, but rather the firearms conspicuously strapped to their thighs. The audacity of such armed protectors left no room for speculation regarding their allegiance. Indeed, they were unmistakably the subordinates of the tyrant Liu Heng. The realization of this association swiftly illuminated the identity of the woman before them, Liu Heng's wife, Li Bingrua. Grateful for their restraint in approaching her, they silently acknowledged the potential peril they had narrowly avoided. Let us go, Pippy Shrimp, it's time to find a boyfriend, enjoy some fried chicken, and sip on beer while holding hands. Suddenly, as Li Bingrua indulged in her meal, she felt her mobile phone vibrate in the pocket of her jeans. She turned and handed her belongings to the bodyguard. Please hold these for me, and do refrain from snacking. While answering the call, she playfully admonished the bodyguard, her demeanor radiating an adorable charm. Dad, is there something you need? She inquired, noting the private satellite phone number of her father on the caller ID. Typically, her father would not reach out to her, so she wondered what prompted this unusual communication. Where are you right now? Came the stern voice of Li Qingquang from the other end, full of authority. At the East City Snack Street. Upon hearing her father's grave tone, she immediately surmised that something significant was afoot, likely concerning her. Have you angered your husband? Li Qingquang's concern escalated as he envisioned his daughter at the snack street. The veins on his forehead bulging with frustration, feeling an urge to discipline her. Before marriage, her fondness for snacks was harmless. However, now, as a married woman, she remained unchanged, clinging to her gluttonous ways. It seemed this matter was predominantly tied to her. No, not all. Li Vingru respunda, increasingly perplexed by her father's inquiries. What s with the sudden concern? With the clock nearing 11 p.m., her father insisted, return home immediately, do not linger outside, and avoid provoking the elder Liu's displeasure. He felt utterly exasperated, pinching the bridge of his nose, concealing Liu Heng's current predicament, and abruptly terminated the call, denying her any chance to respond. In the bustling metropolis, 30,000 feet above the ground, staff members, ready for slumber, were jolted awake by the blaring alarm. They swiftly returned to their posts to investigate the cause of the commotion. What on earth? This power is utterly terrifying, exclaimed one, witnessing a glacier spanning 100 miles being shattered with a single blow. Lord Yaya, quickly, jammed the signals in the Jiaobiao Island area. The staff, captivated by the satellite imagery, chattered incessantly, while a quick-witted individual promptly instructed the artificial intelligence, Yaya, to obstruct communications from that region. This pertains to the combat capabilities of our own, and it is imperative that foreign nations remain oblivious to our situation. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Oh my, that is my brother. Indeed, my brother, yet he appears rather formidable. In the second level of the cabin, specifically within the workspace of the Armored Warrior team, Xiao Wenwen is engaged in a game with Meijin. Upon catching sight of her brother's figure on the distant virtual platform, she gasps, her tone tinged with a hint of trepidation. Goodness, how extraordinary! His power is unparalleled. Even the Emperor Knight would likely bow in submission. The 5-member training group, who have not yet taken a break, simultaneously exclaim upon witnessing the projection on the virtual platform. Indeed, within this virtual projection, Liu Heng's combat prowess is displayed. It is feared that with a single punch, he could vanquish an armored warrior. Attention, I will be taking control of the Tenglooong Mothership. Please remain stationary and do not move. The voice of Yaya reverberates throughout the entire Tenglong Mothership, her tone laced with urgency. It seems she has genuinely evolved to experience emotions. As 3 alert tones sound, the operators realize they have lost control of the Tenglong Mothership, which is beginning to activate. A target has appeared on the map, unmistakably indicating the Donghai Diaobi Island region. Whoosh! A sound slicing through the air is heard as the colossal Tenglong Mothership, under Yaya's command, accelerates toward its destination. On the deck of the mothership, a projection of Yaya materializes, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she gazes toward the Donghai direction. I hope you all behave, or do not blame me for unleashing devastation. Her electronic eyes gleam with an intimidating brilliance. According to her calculations, in a few seconds, Liu Heng will be utterly exhausted, collapsing upon the icy surface of the Donghai. Beyond Donghai, the trench is indeed the base. At that point, they may do something to Liu Heng. Just a little jest. I trust none of you will take offense. Chapter 77. Secretary. The nuclear weapons are out of control in a certain trench at the base. Captain, we have an emergency. The figure of a technician projects into the office of Zhu Jianwei, his voice filled with urgency and dread. What is it now? Yu Yanhui, upon hearing the technician's words, helplessly pinches the bridge of her nose and inquires. She had just dispatched her teammates to deal with the region's monsters. And now the technician is reporting with such frantic urgency. It is highly likely that a significant problem has arisen once again. Captain, the Eastern Sea region has been encased in ice by fifth-tier mutants within a 500-mile radius. The technician swallows hard, his fear palpable, easily perceptible even to the seasoned Zhu Jianwei. But that is not within our territorial waters. Why the urgency? It is the nation that should be concerned. Not you. Typical meddling like a cat catching a mouse. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianwei's tense body immediately relaxed, and she glared discontentedly at the technician projected before her. Why was she in a hurry when the nation itself was not? That was not their territory, unless one intended to provoke war. It would be reckless to intrude into another country's waters. Captain, that is not the case. The individuals in the eastern sea of the frozen nation are tyrants. The technician explained, his face etched with urgency. Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jianwei fell from her seat, her eyes wide with shock. What had he just said? The people in the 500 miles of frozen territory were tyrants. Could it be that they were about to breach the 6th tier? Have you confirmed this? Is the energy fluctuation indeed at the 5th tier? She scrambled to her feet, her tone racing with anxiety as she bombarded him with questions. If the tyrant were to ascend to the 6th tier, their plans would be rendered unfeasible. No, but the energy detector indicates that the tyrant's energy fluctuations hover between the 5th and 6th tiers. It appears he is on the verge of a breakthrough, the technician, Yurue Bu, replied, glancing at the energy detector's feedback. What? On the brink of the 6th tier? Zhu Jianwei's pupils constricted violently at the prospect of someone achieving an unprecedented level. The 6th tier. That was a notion held by nations around the world. The mere thought of someone nearing such a breakthrough was enough to instill fear within her. She then recalled that the two nations were adversaries, and her own country lacked even a 5th-tier mutant. Not only was there a 5th-tier aberration, but now a 6th tier was about to emerge, giving rise to a bold idea within her mind. Launch a nuclear strike and obliterate him. As a loyal subject of His Imperial Majesty, she could not permit the emergence of a being capable of overshadowing her nation's power. Thus, the tyrant must perish. Captain, this could very well incite a world war. The technician, Yurue Bu, gulped at her words. If he were to launch a nuclear strike, it would mean he was the instigator of a global conflict. Fear not. I grant you elevated authority. A cold glint flickered in Zhu Jianwei's eyes. She was willing to sacrifice everything to eradicate the threat to the great empire. A world war? That was merely a jest. Whoever dared to mention a world war would find her unperturbed in unleashing chaos upon that nation. And why did she possess the authority to launch nuclear weapons? It was because she was the daughter of the current emperor. Was that connection not sufficient? The emperor of this nation, while unable to meddle in politics, held the launch codes for nuclear weapons. And even the most powerful of officials would have to concede to him. Understood, Yurue Bu acknowledged, and the virtual projection faded from the conference room, leaving Zhu Jianwei enveloped in silence. She was uncertain whether her orders would bring trouble to her father. Yet the thought of resolving the empire's calamities filled her with immense joy. Even if her father and others were to abandon her, she could still live gracefully, for she had already successfully seized control of the base. In the capital, an urgent situation had arisen. Li Qingquang had just received a notification from his subordinates that the Donghai Jiobi Island area was locked by nuclear weapons. He hurried to the conference room, interrupting the late-night meeting of several prominent figures. Qingquang, why are you so reckless? You didn't even knock before entering. Li Zheng frowned in displeasure upon seeing his son burst in, scolding him loudly. Such precedents must not be set. Even if he was his son, there could be no exceptions. If exceptions were made, others might follow suit, thereby challenging authority. Number 1. Several leaders. Urgent situation. The Donghai Diobi Island area has been locked by nuclear weapons. Li Qingquang paid no heed to the reprimand, hastily relaying the critical news. This matter pertained not only to the nation but also to the world, and a delay of mere seconds could lead to unforeseen consequences. What? The prominent figures rose in astonishment. Nuclear weapons, the pinnacle of human military might and the most formidable deterrent, now posed a direct threat to their nation. Anyone who remained calm in such a situation was either fearless or utterly foolish. Nuclear weapons are typically aimed at specific targets and are rarely locked. Once locked, it is a prelude to launch. What on earth is happening? Why has the Donghai Diobi Island area been locked by nuclear weapons? Have we identified the cause? Which nation's weapons are involved? The military leader, Su Qingyun, exuded an aura of righteousness in his uniform, embodying the essence of an unyielding warrior, and urgently inquired. The Diobi Island area had been sealed by Liu Heng, who was venting his wrath, his presence fluctuating, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the legendary sixth tier. Analysis indicated that the nuclear weapons originated from the Emperor's arsenal. Without hesitation, Li Qingquang swiftly disclosed the intelligence he had gathered. What? The sixth tier? The leaders, upon hearing the head of the dragon's nest base, were momentarily stunned. The sixth tier, according to analyses, possessed the power to annihilate a third-rate city within a minute, rivaling and even surpassing nuclear weapons. While nuclear weapons are a one-time strike, a sixth-tier mutant is akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon, challenging all who oppose them. As they began to process this information, Li Qingquang revealed that the target of the nuclear weapon lock was Liu Heng. Rage etched on their faces. They were about to respond when the conference room door, which had just been closed, was violently breached once more as the secretary rushed in, breathless. A significant incident has occurred regarding the leaders. The secretary, drenched in sweat and appearing as though he had sprinted over on foot, gasped, "What on earth is happening?" The gravity of the situation was palpable, and the esteemed leaders, sensing the seriousness, refrained from reprimanding the secretary, as they had with Li Qingquang, instead inquiring urgently. "The nuclear arsenal of our nation has lost control," he stammered. The tension in the room intensified as he continued. "The manhole covers have been opened, and the missiles are being redirected, their target unmistakably our nation." The secretary, trembling uncontrollably, was acutely aware of the terror that the mere mention of nuclear weapons could instill, especially when it pertained to one's own country's arsenal, which was poised for launch. Moreover, the clandestine nuclear submarines had surfaced, ready to fire. As the words sank in, the leaders felt as though the ground beneath them was shifting, their very footing threatened. What madness had descended upon the world? Nuclear weapons represented the pinnacle of global deterrence. Who could possibly have seized control of the nuclear arsenal? "Yaya, come fort. I know you are within this conference room. Why have you taken over the nuclear weapon system?" Suddenly, Li Zheng recalled the artificial intelligence of his granddaughter's husband. Taking a deep breath, he began to mutter in a frenzy. The only entities capable of commandeering the nuclear arsenal were advanced artificial intelligences. Although Nuwa was their nation's AI, it was merely a rudimentary system, incapable of managing the nuclear arsenal and fundamentally misaligned with the necessary network frequencies. The only AI that could interface with the internal network was none other than Yaya, Liu Heng's creation. The Dragon's Nest base operated solely on the internal network. It was impossible to connect to the external network, yet Yaya had accomplished this feat. This revelation led Li Zheng to contemplate Yaya's capabilities, and when combined with Liu Heng's current predicament, it was impossible not to harbor suspicions. "Whoever harms Liu Heng shall face my wrath." A voice, ethereal and commanding, resonated throughout the conference room. Yaya utilized the conference room's equipment to project an image strikingly similar to that of a girl named Xiaowen before the assembly. Instantaneously, all present were rendered speechless, their expressions complex as they regarded Yaya, the artificial intelligence. "However, you should not have taken control of our nuclear arsenal. If you were to seize control, it should have been of the nuclear systems of those rogue states. Why did you specifically choose ours?" Su Qingyun found herself in a state of utter helplessness, contemplating the fact that not only her own nation possessed nuclear weapons, but other countries did as well. She questioned why her country was singled out. Her nation had long been a target of oppression. With the comprehensive activation of nuclear systems, it seemed likely that other countries would also initiate their nuclear systems. Aimed squarely at hers. Why should she be in such a predicament, being within her own borders? Moreover, the nuclear weapon systems in her country were the closest to her. There was no need to venture thousands of miles to invade another nation's nuclear systems. With a casual gesture, she bluntly stated her thoughts. As her words echoed in the room, several prominent figures, including Li Qingquang and Secretary Huang, nearly choked on their own astonishment. Dear lady, you are an artificial intelligence. Isn't it merely a blink of an eye for you to consider all possibilities? In Washington, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Note, not the White House for fear of chapter censorship. Nick Fury was immersed in a mix of joy and concern. He felt elated that Magneto had been soundly defeated, yet troubled by the presence of two fifth-tier mutants, citizens of another nation. If those two were to wreak havoc domestically like Magneto had, even the professor would struggle to contain them. Director, we have a major incident, an earth-shattering event. The nation has lost its mind. Their entire arsenal of nuclear weapons is on standby, and the launch vehicles have already entered the launch trajectory, preparing for deployment. Coulson's eyes were wide with terror as he forcefully kicked open the office door. The severity of the situation left even this seasoned Level 8 agent in shock. What did you say? The nuclear weapons are ready, and the launch vehicles are in position? Nick Fury, on the verge of fury, suddenly sprang to his feet as if propelled by springs, grabbing Coulson by the collar and swearing vehemently. Though their nuclear weapons could not obliterate the Earth, they could easily threaten every nation on the planet. If they unleashed their wrath upon the world, humanity would face annihilation. Yes, yes, Coulson replied, swallowing hard under the intense gaze of his superior and nodding in affirmation. Hey, I don't care who you are. Get President on the line immediately. This scene was unfolding rapidly within intelligence agencies of other nations. The dominant powers were hastily opening their manholes, targeting countries they had already set their sights upon. If her nation dared to launch a nuclear strike, they would not hesitate to embrace mutual destruction, reverting the Earth to a primitive state. Meanwhile, some smaller nations were urging the major powers to remain calm. Even the current emperor of the nation was not exempt from this plea. In the imperial palace of the nation, Emperor Meiji II was preoccupied with phone calls, his expression growing increasingly dark, anger simmering in his eyes. Damn it! What on earth is Keiko doing? He felt as if he might explode with rage. Just moments ago, a flurry of calls from high-ranking officials had urged him to immediately cancel the nuclear weapon lock, or they would suggest tossing a couple their way for demonstration. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Why such fury? The Queen, observing her husband in a furious rage, approached him, perplexed by the unfolding situation. What is the matter? She inquired. Is it not the doing of your beloved daughter? She has aimed nuclear weapons at the Eastern Sea region, bringing the world to the brink of nuclear war. At that moment, the emperor, once dignified, resembled a frenzied monkey, chattering incessantly. Zhu Jianhui is truly defying the heavens. How dare she target others with nuclear bombs? Does she think I am Zhao Ritian of the nation, standing there in overwhelming dominance, with countless countries bowing before me? In the East China Sea, on Diaoyu Island, Liu Heng lay utterly exhausted, unconscious upon the cold ground. If not for the presence of energy detection, it is likely that no one would have noticed his demise. A faint sound emerged as the Tenglooong Mothership began to materialize, gradually descending. Upon reaching a certain altitude, a white beam of light emanated from within, reminiscent of an alien spacecraft in a film, lifting him into the sky. Prepare for a military strike. Prepare for a military strike. Prepare for a military strike. Inside the Tenglong Mothership, alerts blared and personnel swiftly returned to their positions, their eyes filled with animosity. Since they dare to take advantage of our vulnerability, they shall not be spared. With a deafening roar, the main cannon of the Tenglong Mothership unleashed a terrifying beam of destructive laser, aimed towards the nation's maritime territory. Tianlong, immediately proceed to the national region. 2 monsters have appeared there, and I need their genetic material brought back. Meanwhile, in another realm, an author implored, for those who do not favor my work, I kindly ask you to refrain from giving me low ratings. Writing a novel is truly challenging. My heartfelt thanks to Qian Emo Hua, who supports my journey to greatness, and to the 3 individuals who generously contributed 100 coin rewards. Chapter 79. Destruction of the base. Yewei Baiyu's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard with the precision of a finely tuned instrument as he programmed the nuclear weapon system. After a series of intricate operations, he successfully set the system on course, locking onto the area of Diaoyu Island in the East China Sea, now only awaiting the launch code from Zhu Jianwei. Just as he secured the coordinates, a barrage of urgent alarms resonated throughout the entire base, rousing numerous staff members from their slumber. What is happening? What has occurred? Oh my, could it be a monster attack? What on earth is going on? Why are we being targeted by nuclear missiles? Many staff members, donning their attire, displayed expressions of confusion as they chattered amongst themselves, seeking answers from their colleagues. They had never before encountered such an alarm since their arrival at the base. The seasoned researchers, however, understood the gravity of the situation, their faces pale with terror as they roared in panic. This is an alert indicating we have been locked onto by nuclear missiles. In the technical department, Yewei Baiyu was utterly bewildered. They had only just initiated the nuclear weapon lock, and now they had been discovered, caught off guard. Regaining his composure, he trembled as he activated the communicator, dialing the number of the highest commander at the base, Kiyama K. His voice quivered with fear. Captain, we are locked onto by nuclear weapons. The base was targeted by 10 nuclear warheads. Anyone who remained calm in such a situation must have ulterior motives. Investigate which country's nuclear arsenal is involved, he urged. Kiyama K. furrowed her brow upon hearing this, questioning how the base could be under threat from nuclear weapons of foreign nations so soon after her orders had been issued. Could the Celestial Group possess nuclear arms? That was absurd. Such weaponry was not accessible to every faction. Were it not for her being the daughter of Mei Air, she would never have had exposure to the world of nuclear deterrence. Even if the Celestial Group had nuclear weapons, they could not possibly have locked onto them so rapidly. Captain, this is dire. The prince just reported that all of our nation's nuclear arsenal is in launch readiness, and the target is clearly our homeland and this base. A global nuclear war is imminent. Yatsuri Hachiyu relayed the intelligence gathered by artificial intelligence, his voice laced with trepidation and panic. They were likely trapped with no means of escape, and he would bear the brunt of the blame, as he was the one who initiated the nuclear weapon lock. Captain, look! Before Kiyama-K could respond, Yatsuri Hachiyu's voice rang out once more. As he spoke, a virtual projection materialized in Kiyama-K's office, displaying the complete visage of the TENGLOONG Mothership. My heavens, what is this? Upon witnessing the mothership, Kiyama-K, who had been pacing anxiously, widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in horror. A sense of urgent crisis surged within her, her voice piercing. Prince, take control of the base immediately. We must evacuate at once. She had an ominous premonition. If she did not retreat, they would perish in this trench. At that moment, she was utterly terrified of the Celestial Group. The ability to create such a colossal flying machine, and to flaunt it so brazenly in the East Sea, indicated that the Celestial Group was poised to strike. Understood. The rudimentary artificial intelligence, upon receiving Kiyama-K's authorization, swiftly took command of the base, disregarding the personnel operating it, unleashing full firepower as it sought to flee the location. With the base's weapons fully operational, tumultuous waves erupted in the nearby trench, torrents of seawater swirling outward as the massive structure began to shift. Boom! Through the virtual projection, Kiyama-K witnessed Liu Heng, unconscious on the icy surface, being evacuated, amplifying her sense of impending doom. Just as the Tenglong Mothership vanished, a blinding beam of white light surged forth, piercing through the water and hurtling towards their base. Prince, hurry! We must evade this terrifying laser, even if it means overloading the systems. Witnessing the Tenglong Mothership unleash its attack, Kiyama-K was gripped by sheer terror. She never anticipated that merely targeting Liu Heng with a nuclear strike would incite such fervor from the Zhutian group. How could the mighty eight-headed deity bestow favor upon foolish compatriots? Your Excellency, the base is operating beyond capacity. The water pressure is exceedingly high. It will take some time before we can relocate completely. The cold, mechanical voice reverberated throughout the office, eliciting a look of despair in Zhu Jianhui's eyes. It was at this moment that the realization dawned upon her. The stabilizing shield bureau, the behemoth of the Brotherhood, had been monitoring them all along, fully aware of their whereabouts. Your Excellency, enemy attacks will reach the base in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the voice of the AI, Prince, echoed. Zhu Jianhui felt the ground beneath her tremble violently, causing her to lose her footing and fall to the floor. In the capital city, at the Dragon's Nest base, Yaya, you have received Liu Heng. You should return the nuclear weapon system to us. A few prominent figures observe the complete visage of the TENGLOONG Mothership through the screen, witnessing the unconscious Liu Heng being evacuated. This pertains to the survival of the world and the continuation of our race. We must not be careless. He could not guarantee that if Yaya continued to control the nuclear arsenal, other nations wouldn't preemptively launch their missiles against them. That's enough. Yaya appeared within the Dragon's Nest base, nodding at the leaders before preparing to vanish. Wait, can you control the nuclear weapons of other nations? If so, please also disable their nuclear locks. This matter is far too perilous. A single misfire could lead to immense trouble. Su Qingyan, called out as Yaya was about to leave. This issue was initiated by Yaya, and it was imperative for her to resolve it. Otherwise, they would have to relinquish a considerable amount of benefits, which was far from advantageous. Understood. Upon hearing this, Yaya paused, turned a glance at Su Qingyan, nodded, and then disappeared without a trace. The leaders exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile, left with a considerable mess that required their attention. Days later, in the suburbs of Modu, Liu Heng lay languidly on a beach chair, listening to his secretary, Xiao Yao, report on international news. The topics included the visit of a certain country's president to the capital, purportedly to foster friendship between the two nations, and another chairman's visit to yet another country to offer condolences and aid. Did ordinary people not comprehend the situation? He was, after all, at the center of it all. Yaya had also informed him of her actions. As for the base, its power system had been destroyed, and it had lost a third of its structure, now lying in that trench. The first update concludes with gratitude to those who supported. And Chapter 80, Liu Heng's absence in New York, Malibu Street. Tony hurried back from the country, yet instead of searching for the whereabouts of Potts, he immersed himself in his laboratory, diligently constructing the Mark II. With an astounding intellect of 200, how could he not deduce that the very target of his adversary was none other than himself? Thus, he felt an urgent need to expedite the creation of a Mark II to rescue Potts. He was so absorbed that he scarcely paid heed to the looming threat of a nuclear war. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the glass door was rapped upon, and Obadiah entered after inputting the access code. Observing the industrious Tony, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, wishing he could eliminate Tony on the spot. Yet his visage betrayed a facade of concern. Tony, I express my deepest regrets regarding Potts, but there's no need for you to exhaust yourself so. Cool me. Have a slice of pizza to fill your stomach, he consoled, adopting the guise of a caring elder. Uncle Obadiah, thank you for bringing me pizza every day. Tony, wielding a wrench, ambled over, placed it upon the bar, and took a piece of cut pizza, consuming it with fervor. Despite the exhaustion etched upon his face, he felt deeply touched. Had it not been for Obadiah's timely deliveries of pizza or the arrangement of food, he might have descended into savagery. Unbeknownst to him, the villain responsible for capturing Potts was none other than his seemingly benevolent Uncle Obadiah. He was also oblivious to the fact that Obadiah harbored ambitions not only for the Stark family's wealth, but also for his very life. Do we really need to discuss such matters between us? Obadiah chuckled heartily, patting Tony's shoulder. Take better care of your health. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. He feigned a late realization of Tony's fatigue, frowning in feigned discontent before his expression softened once more. Seeing Tony in such a state filled Obadiah with glee, yet he maintained an expression of concern. I understand. With pizza stuffed in his mouth, Tony spoke somewhat indistinctly before returning to his work on the Mark II, wrench in hand. As for Obadiah, he had no intention of leaving, watching the disheveled youth toil away. The performance of the Mark I required substantial modification, and observing its creator fashioning the second generation was akin to providing him with inspiration for those alterations. Meanwhile, in a certain district of New York, Magneto sat upon a cold metallic chair, his eyes glimmering with a menacing intensity. He never anticipated that a new force would emerge on Earth, one that, according to speculation, was far more formidable than the Avengers. Aside from a male and female fifth-tier mutant, the remainder of the group donned matching black uniforms. Armed with the world's most advanced laser weaponry, ensure that we conduct our operations with greater discretion in the future, he commanded, casting a glance at the individual below him. Recently, Mystique conveyed intelligence, indicating that those two mutants akin to her hail from their nation and are indeed from New York. This revelation has shifted her perspective significantly. She is no longer the weakest opponent, let alone that man. She is absolutely convinced that should the two join forces, they would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing him. If she does not instruct her subordinates to operate discreetly, inciting those two harbingers of doom could leave her in a precarious position. Should they provoke the adversaries, and the latter comes seeking retribution, for the sake of preserving her own dignity, she could never surrender her subordinate, as it would dishearten her comrades. However, should she refuse to deliver him, one might ensnare her while the other wreaks havoc. What then? Once her allies have been systematically eradicated, she would be next in line. Not to mention the presence of 6 fourth-tier mutants and 60 third-tier mutants. Understood. Her grotesque subordinate responded respectfully, turning to exit the metallic hall, evidently to convey Magneto's orders. Alas, it truly is a tumultuous time. Reflecting on the day she had to flee in disgrace, Magneto felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet the thought of the tyrant nearly facing nuclear obliteration did alleviate his mood somewhat. He is the quintessential individual who believes if he cannot enjoy peace, neither shall anyone else. In a certain trench, Kuga Hikari gazed despairingly at the ceiling, her heart brimming with regret and anger. She lamented the decision to undertake that ill-fated plan and see that at the Empire's indifference towards them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Empire has now abandoned us. Thus we must forge our own path, she declared, regaining her composure and casting her gaze over her comrades aboard the returning Flying Swallow. Captain, I simply wish to inquire about our food supply, she asked somberly. Zhongfang Sei stood up, directing an irate glare at Kuga Hikari, and inquired gravely, how do we survive now that the Empire has ceased providing us with resources? Although their base is vast, it is devoid of sufficient supplies. Excluding the thousands who perished, over 10,000 remain. If they are to establish their own domain, how long could their provisions last? 10 days, or perhaps half a month. The Flying Swallow can navigate underwater. You can use it to fish in the sea. Even if you encounter a giant octopus, there are ways to deal with it, monsters notwithstanding. Kuga Hikari remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Zhongfang Sei. Her dissatisfaction with the man had long been brewing, and his current attempts to undermine her only deepened her disdain. What about activating the energy of the Flying Swallow? Zhongfang Sei, still unwilling to relent, brought up the issue of energy. He could not fathom that nuclear energy could fuel the vessel. Nuclear energy? Just yesterday, the prince collaborated with scientists to develop an energy regulator capable of fully powering the Flying Swallow, Kuga Hikari retorted, showing no regard for his feelings as she presented the outcome of yesterday's research. At that moment, Zhongfang Sei felt as though a mighty hand was delivering slaps to his face. As soon as the matter of energy was mentioned, a sharp retort followed, characterized by the revelation of an energy mediator. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? Furthermore, considering that this individual now holds the esteemed position of the highest commander of this base, a resigned sigh escaped my lips as I returned to my seat. Enveloped in silence, observing my demeanor, Hui Jian displayed a smug smile, casting a mocking glance at Zhong Fanqing. The other team members offered no opposition. It was only you who dared to dissent. Was this not a quintessential invitation for trouble? Anpei wishes to see you, what do you think? Within the estate, Xiao Yao stood respectfully beside the languid Liu Heng, lowering her gaze as she spoke. As Liu Heng's secretary, she was acutely aware of Anpei's purpose for the visit, a plea for the Zhutian group not to withdraw its investment, a third of the economic lifeline at stake. If the funds were withdrawn, not even the sale of the emperor could bridge that chasm. Decline the meeting. That order did not originate from me. So why is he seeking me? Liu Heng waved his hand dismissively, adopting a defiant attitude towards his secretary. That was not my command. It has nothing to do with me. Is there anything else? He inquired, glancing at the woman standing beside him. No, nothing at all, Xiao Yao replied, shaking her head, anxious to avoid any delay. The boss's response is truly imposing. Anpei is likely to be in tears. He deserves a moment of silence. Then begone. With that, he gestured for Xiao Yao to leave expeditiously. He had pressing matters to attend to, specifically a meeting with Professors Furs and Sierre. Understood. She acquiesced and retreated, casting a lingering glance at the opulent castle at a loss for words. Huh. They dare to target me with a nuclear strike and still have the audacity to request that I refrain from withdrawing investment? What significance does your country hold? After her departure, a glint of coldness flickered in Liu Heng's eyes. He stood, stretching lazily and muttering to himself. Hey, bring my wife back. He dialed the head of his female bodyguards, his tone authoritative and insistent. Having not seen his spouse for several days, he found himself somewhat out of sorts. At the hive base, clad in a white lab coat, Liu Heng gazed at the liquid within a distant glass vial before turning to the blonde foreigner beside him. First, how long will it take to clone Goerzen? The foreigner, Professor Furs, adjusted his glasses and presented the carefully considered response he had prepared. To clone Goerzen will require 10 days, given its substantial size. The sheer volume of nutrient solution is astronomical. He assessed Liu Heng's expression and, without hesitation, divulged his conclusion while also reminding him of the nutrient solution issue. I am aware. The nutrient solution will be abundantly sufficient. Liu Heng discerned the underlying meaning within Furs's words. To successfully clone Goerzen in a short period, an ample supply of nutrient solution is imperative. Otherwise, the process will be prolonged. The cloning of Goerzen may result in certain deficiencies. Professor Fools, noting Liu Heng's curiosity, cautioned him about these potential flaws. What deficiencies? Liu Heng inquired with a smile, intrigued by the implications. Given his understanding of the cloning machine, which was at the forefront of global technology, indeed, surpassing advancements by 30 years, he found it hard to believe that the output could be flawed. It lacked the capabilities of the original Goerzen, possessing no substantial prowess. In contemporary vernacular, it would merely be a decorative faade. Professor Fools, slightly bowing, candidly articulated the shortcomings of the cloned Goerzen. If that's the case, wouldn't he, the clone, merely be a useless entity? Liu Heng remarked, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction as he stroked his chin. If billions are spent only to produce something worthless, what purpose does it serve? It would be better not to clone at all. However, there exists another approach. Sensing Liu Heng's displeasure, Fools hastily divulged his conjecture to stabilize the situation. Why can't you just divulge everything at once? Liu Heng expressed his frustration, exasperated by the constant delays that wasted precious time. That would involve injecting mutant genes. Professor Fools, acutely aware of the menace in Liu Heng's tone, suppressed his trepidation and continued, hold off on cloning Goerzen for now. Allow me to consult Dr. William first. At Fools's words, Liu Heng recalled that the mischievous one had already been sent to the Magic City, comfortably situated aboard the Tenglooong Mothership. After uttering this thought, Liu Heng strode purposefully out of the cloning chamber, which towered at a height of 100 meters and spanned approximately 1 square kilometer. Observing Liu Heng's retreating figure, Professor Full shed his servile demeanor and instructed his subordinate, hasten to halt the cloning machine. Within Dr. Williams' laboratory, Liu Heng and a cadre of bodyguards donned in white coats entered briskly, making their way towards the busy figure of William, who was engrossed in the adjustment of reagents. Scientists passing by greeted Liu Heng, who acknowledged them with a nod before they respectfully stepped aside, allowing him to proceed before resuming their tasks. At that moment, Liu Heng strode along the pavement, exuding an air of grandeur that would have been perfectly complemented by a fanfare. Doctor, I have arrived, Liu Heng announced. William, deeply engrossed in examining specimens, felt a push and, displeased, glared at his assistant. The assistant, feeling aggrieved yet cautious, merely gestured toward the approaching Liu Heng as a reminder. My apologies. Upon hearing this, William glanced in the indicated direction, indeed spotting Liu Heng. He removed his transparent gloves and strode towards Liu Heng, not forgetting to offer an apology to his assistant. The assistant was taken aback when the esteemed Dr. William offered an apology. However, he did not dwell on it for long and promptly followed his superior to meet the illustrious boss. It had been quite some time, and he felt a deep sense of longing. Dr. William, speaking in fluent Mandarin, extended his hand to shake with the approaching Liu Heng, smiling as he said, "Liu, it's only been a few days. Why do you speak as if you've missed me so?" Upon hearing his words, a faint smile broke through Liu Heng's previously serious demeanor as he teased. Being in your country, shouldn't one adhere to your customs and manners?" He received the playful banter from his boss with ease, responding with a smile. After all, William was not merely a scientist. He was a brilliant individual with an intellect soaring to great heights. If one were ignorant of the social nuances of this nation, it would be quite challenging to navigate through life here. "And how are your wife and daughter? Are they faring well in this land?" Liu Heng refrained from diving directly into business matters and instead engaged in light-hearted conversation, demonstrating his concern for his subordinate, a responsibility every boss should uphold, excluding the unscrupulous ones. "Of course, they are well, though the cost of living here is higher than in my homeland, not including the group I mentioned." William candidly compared the prices, quickly adjusting his words upon noticing the presence of his superior. "Well, let us be straightforward. The prices here are indeed higher, which is an undeniable fact. But there are certain delicacies here that one cannot find back home. Wouldn't you agree?" He chuckled heartily, affirming the truth about the cost of living. Recalling the rich culinary heritage of his homeland spanning 5,000 years, he added, "I must confess, I have yet to sample the local snacks." William's face flushed with embarrassment as he shook his head, admitting that since his arrival, he had been immersed in laboratory work, seldom spending time at home with his wife and daughter, thus missing out on the local cuisine. "How about this? I shall grant you a week's leave starting tomorrow, allowing you to spend quality time with your family and explore the local culture," Liu Heng proposed after a moment's reflection. It seemed appropriate, considering that since William's arrival, he had yet to experience the cultural richness of the land. It was likely that his understanding of the local customs was closely tied to his daughter. William's face lit up at the prospect of a week off, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Every time I return home, I can only stay for a day, unable to nurture my relationship with my wife and daughter properly. This week off will allow me to truly take them out and experience the local culture." As for Liu Heng's purpose for coming, William did not inquire further. As long as there were resources and funding available, he was motivated to pursue his work. "Do not be too quick to rejoice. I trust you have discerned the purpose of my visit, which concerns the research on Mary's genetics." Liu Heng interrupted the excited William with a wave of his hand, his smile vanishing entirely as he assumed a serious demeanor. He harbored a suspicion regarding the capabilities of the mischievous child, yet he required empirical evidence to confirm his theory. "In the course of our research over the past few days, we have discovered that Mary's genes possess unique characteristics, allowing for injection, but not large-scale replication. Furthermore, we identified a particular element within her genetic sequence, referred to in Mandarin as the devouring element." Upon hearing this, William immediately resumed his role as a researcher, articulating the mutated elements of Mary's genes. At this revelation, Liu Heng fell into contemplation. The devouring element, or, as it could be alternatively termed, the law of consumption. In the context of the war police, while the demoness can absorb others' powers, she cannot retain them for her own use. We must devise a means to extract the devouring element from within Mary, ensuring that we do not harm this delightful little girl unless absolutely necessary. If we were to inject the devouring element into a cloned Gozen, could we not control it to eliminate other beasts, thereby acquiring their abilities? Liu Heng's countenance grew grave as he addressed Dr. William. The implications of his words sent a shiver down William's spine, and he respectfully acknowledged, understood. The meaning behind his words hinted that should the mischievous child prove troublesome, they might forcibly extract the elemental fragments from within her, regardless of the cost to her life. Meanwhile, in a reception hall of the Celestial Tower, Pei was seated, not bothering to admire the luxurious surroundings, but rather pacing anxiously, praying that Liu Heng would grant him an audience. The bodyguard stationed nearby observed their prime minister's distressed demeanor, choosing to remain silent and dutifully perform their roles, while secretly harboring resentment towards the diminutive man responsible for this predicament. Had it not been for him, would the prime minister of the empire be so humbly begging for a meeting? Would they, the bodyguards, be relegated to idly waiting in this manner? In the past, wherever they accompanied the prime minister, they were well fed and cared for. Now, they found themselves neglected and parched, making it impossible not to resent that short man. Suddenly, the door to the reception hall creaked open, and Xiao Yao entered, weary yet purposeful, clutching a folder, followed by a cadre of bodyguards, adding to the grandiosity of the scene. Secretary Xiao, how did it go? Did Mr. Liu Heng agree to meet with me? And Pei halted his pacing and looked up at the newcomer. Upon recognizing Xiao Yao, he hurried over, his anxiety palpable. In recent days, due to the withdrawal of funds by the Celestial Group, the populace had been in a state of alarm, with many citizens demanding to emigrate. Several prominent families in the nation, having previously engaged in commercial partnerships with the Celestial Group, had severed ties with foreign collaborators, leaving the market shrouded in despair. I apologize, Mr. Prime Minister. The chairman refuses to engage in negotiations with you and has instructed me to convey a message. Several prominent families can seize the vacant market, so please. Xiao Yao shook her head, relaying the words meant for in Pei verbatim, before issuing an eviction decree. The boss stated that the presence of Chinese individuals within the group polluted the atmosphere. Thus he prefers not to come to the company. Secretary Qiao, what do you mean by that? And Pei, upon hearing the words of the beautiful woman before him, felt as if struck by lightning, and upon seeing her gesture, he was utterly enraged. As the Prime Minister of the nation, he could not fathom receiving such treatment. If word of this got out, he would surely become a laughingstock. Our family has declared that the Zhutian building does not welcome you, so please leave promptly. We still have to clean up, Xiao Yao remarked, having detected the anger in Pei's tone, and she couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Within the Zhutian building, no one dared to express anger towards her, except for two individuals. Now, not only did she have 10 bodyguards behind her, but she also stood alongside the pinnacle of the world. If she were to fear the swine before her, what face would she have left as the deputy secretary of the Zhutian group? As for the chief secretary, that was none other than Liu Yixuan. You seek death, and Pei, being the prime minister, was well versed in various languages and cultures, particularly the customs of his own nation. The implication in Xiao Yao's words was that they were akin to refuse. The remark about cleaning up was a direct affront to their dignity, suggesting they should leave quickly, as their presence polluted the air and necessitated a human cleanup. Thus, unable to contain his fury any longer, he disregarded the bodyguards behind Xiao Yao and ordered his personal guard to take action. Today, he must eliminate her to cleanse the humiliation he endured. Make your move. Captain Ma, it's your turn to perform. When Pei commanded his men to act against her, she remained unflustered, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she turned to her highly paid elite mercenaries. Understood, Secretary Qiao. Ma Hong was not one of the Zhutian group's genetically enhanced warriors, and thus he could not single-handedly confront all of the Prime Minister's bodyguards. He signaled to his companions to fend off Pei's guards. The bodyguards of Pei were meticulously selected from special forces, some even elite members from the self-defense forces, and had undergone rigorous training, with their shooting capabilities averaging around 3 seconds. Considering this was the headquarters of a Zhutian group, Pei refrained from ordering his guards to draw their weapons to kill, instead opting for them to engage Xiao Yao unarmed. In his eyes, the one who brought him the greatest disgrace was not Liu Heng, but the woman standing before him. Hence, she must die. Bang! As Ma Hong collided with the leader of Pei's bodyguards, he was thrown back several steps, his eyes wide with shock. The ferocity within him, akin to that of a wolf, was ignited, and he charged forward once more to engage in combat with Harukawa. Fist against fist, foot against foot. In an instant, the entire reception room transformed into a battleground. The bodyguards of the myriad heavens clashed fiercely with the other bodyguards of Pei. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of slicing through the void, resonating throughout the reception hall. A torrent of fierce winds swept through, shattering the floor tiles inch by inch. The furniture, including the reception table, stools, and sofas, was either kicked to pieces or repurposed as weapons. Captain Ma, the honor of the wild wolves, must not be lost. In the second chapter, Chapter 83, Heavenly Endurance, Captain Ma, the honor of the wild wolves, must not be lost. Xiao Yao observed a hint of defeat in Ma Hong and his companions, her expression tinged with anxiety as she pondered the situation. Then, she recalled a phrase she had seen online. Special forces would rather die than be defeated. Reflecting on their backgrounds as elite soldiers, she decided to spur them on. The already fatigued Ma Hong and his bodyguards, upon hearing Xiao Yao's urgent cry, felt their dormant ferocity reignite. Their gazes turned from trepidation to one filled with fervent battle spirit and murderous intent as they faced the bodyguards of Impei. They hailed from the Wild Wolves Special Forces. Even in retirement, they could not tarnish the reputation of their unit. Those Japanese dare to act recklessly on our sacred land. Today, it is either your demise or ours. Ma Hong's eyes began to turn a fierce crimson, his visage grotesque as he fixated on Harakuchi Hinata, akin to a solitary wolf in the desert, devoid of fear as he charged at his prey. The other retired bodyguards of the Wild Wolves also shifted their combat style, unleashing lethal moves. The scouts of the nation truly know not what they seek. Harakuchi Hinata mocked. I was merely toying with you. Now that you seek death, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Upon witnessing Ma Hong and the others employing deadly techniques, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Harakuchi's eyes, and his lips curled into a smile as he executed a fierce whip kick aimed at Ma Hong's neck. His speed was nothing short of extraordinary, approaching the level of a second-tier gene warrior. As Harakuchi unleashed that devastating kick, Ma Hong sensed an overwhelming threat of death and hurriedly raised his hands in defense. Crack! The collision of hands and legs resembled an egg striking a stone. With a sharp sound, Ma Hong's defending hand warped at an irregular angle, propelling him uncontrollably backward. Do not overestimate your worth. Remember the name of your killer, Harakuchi Hinata of the Great Empire Self-Defense Forces. The moment he saw his adversary flying back, the bloodlust in Harakuchi's eyes intensified. Without waiting for Ma Hong to land, he lunged forward, brandishing a razor-sharp dagger. The dagger was entirely black, adorned with 15 protruding spikes on the back, with a blade measuring 35 centimeters in length and a width of 0.5 centimeters, resembling a true killing machine. Upon seeing Impei's side wielding weapons, Xiao Yao was utterly dumbfounded, standing frozen in place as a gasp escaped her lips. She seemed to envision the moment Ma Hong would have his throat cut. My soldiers are not mere ants to be slain by you. Just as Ma Hong believed his end was nigh, a thunderous roar echoed. A shadow surged in through the door, wielding the unique wolf-tooth dagger of the Wild Wolves Special Forces. His speed was akin to that of a specter, appearing instantaneously behind Ma Hong, deftly catching him as he launched a dagger, which flew straight towards the face of Harukawa Hinata. Damn it! Upon witnessing the swiftly approaching dagger, Hinata abandoned his attempt to slay Ma Hong, brandishing his own dagger to conjure shadows in an effort to fend off the oncoming blade. The retired bodyguards of the Wild Wolf gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, being relentlessly suppressed by Impei's subordinates, some even teetering on the brink of death. Useless. Eliminate that woman. Unbeknownst to them, Impei had already taken a seat on a nearby stool. His ire ignited upon seeing his men entangled in combat with the woman's bodyguards. Those under Impei's command, reminded of the Prime Minister's orders, broke free from their foes and charged towards the bewildered Xiao Yao. How dare you act so brazenly within the realm of the Zhutian group? The man who caught Ma Hong, witnessing the audacious swarm of insects, felt a chill flash in his eyes. Once steadied, he unleashed a sweeping kick towards the approaching bodyguards, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained, surpassing the velocity of Hinata's earlier strike directed at Ma Hong. Bang, bang, bang. The man exerted himself with unwavering force, and upon contact with his kick, Impei's bodyguards were sent flying, spewing blood and gazing in horror at the man. Who are you? Successfully intercepting the dagger, Hinata's expression turned grave as he regarded the man, gradually positioning himself to shield Impei, and in a deep voice inquired. It was imperative to remain cautious. The man exuded no aura of a strong fighter, yet possessed terrifying strength that evoked a sense of mortality. The man, I see words escaping his lips, fixed a gaze filled with murderous intent upon Impei. He dared to allow the murder of the little girl from his memories, thus marking himself as a target for elimination. Upon hearing the self-identification, Hinata's pupils constricted sharply, retreating slowly, as did the national bodyguards who had managed to rise from ground. The mere mention of this code name instilled a sense of dread, akin to the threat posed by mutants. According to reports, he was an outer member of the Dark Dragon, possessing terrifying strength, and had single-handedly annihilated a mercenary group ranked among the world's top 10. The Dark Dragon also adhered to the principle that when one side is in peril, support comes from all directions. They had no desire to provoke such a formidable entity. The outer circle of the Dark Dragon consisted of super soldiers from several major military districts, with core members being mutants, hence their reluctance to engage. How would you prefer to meet your demise? A cold glare swept over Hinata as he spoke, aware that he could not directly confront Impei. But Hinata was of little consequence. My lord, are you truly certain you wish to pursue a path of mutual destruction? A mocking smile appeared on Impei's face as he pushed aside the obstructing Hinata, questioning. The security of the Jutian building had yet to arrive. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would not hesitate to let the ninjas beside him eliminate them. By the time the building's security arrived, it was likely they would have vanished without a trace. Onpei, I shall spare your life. You may leave. However, Harakuchi Hinata has insulted our soldiers, and thus he must perish. There is no hint of concession in my gaze, which is fixed with unwavering intensity upon the cadre of national bodyguards. My tone frigid and devoid of emotion. Momoko, eliminate him. Within a towering edifice, Tianlong, Dihu, Xiankei, and Huangwu stood atop the highest floor, their eyes directed toward the Jutian building, filled with an icy wrath. They were utterly astonished to discover that within their jurisdiction lurked a Tianren, akin to a fifth-tier mutant. Should this news reach the tyrant, their skins would surely be flayed. Today, the Tianren of the nation must fall in my magical city. Not only has it infiltrated my domain, but it also dares to brazenly appear at the Jutian building and lay hands upon our people. Such an affront must be avenged. Tianlong, the mightiest among them, possessed a gaze as piercing as an arrow, seemingly penetrating the Jutian building to discern the unfolding scene within. He spoke to his companions, noting that had it not been for the fleeting aura leaked by Sakurazumi Momoko, they would have remained unaware. This revealed the extraordinary prowess of a ninja's concealment techniques. The last time a nuclear strike was directed at the tyrant was tolerable, yet to audaciously appear on our territory is unforgivable. She shall not live while I breathe. Xiankei emitted a cold snort, her form beginning to dissipate, moving with a swiftness surpassing that of lightning, and in the next moment, she had already materialized atop the Jutian building. Chapter 84. Xiankei takes action in the reception hall of the Jutian building upon Onpei's declaration. An unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped him. The formidable and sinister aura bore down upon him like a constricting serpent, and beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he warily surveyed the slightest movements around him. Despite the overwhelming sense of mortal peril, he remained resolute, shielding Xiao Yao with steadfast determination. You too perish. Suddenly, a four-edged longsword materialized from the void, wielding an overwhelming force as it slashed toward Xiao Yao. Its speed was imperceptible to the naked eye, and hidden in the shadows, Sakurazumi Momoko wore a cruel smirk, envisioning the splatter of brain matter as she quickened her assault. You think you can tread upon my magical city, you foolish creature? An enchanting yet furious voice rang out, and a delicate hand, pure as jade, emerged from the void, fearlessly grasping the four-edged longsword. Damn it! Upon sensing the aura of the newcomer, Sakurazumi Momoko's eyes widened in horror. She muttered a curse under her breath, swiftly retracting the longsword, seizing Onpei and vanishing into the void at great speed. The mere presence of this woman was beyond her capacity to contend with, let alone the unfathomable tyrant residing within a magical city. As for the fate of Harakuchi Hinata and his companions, that was of no concern to her. Her sole duty was to ensure the safety of the Prime Minister. These wretched insects are yours to deal with. The voice of Xiankei reverberated throughout the reception hall. Though her form was nowhere to be seen, it seemed she had set off in pursuit of Sakurazumi Momoko. Secretary Qiao, Ma Hong, step outside for a moment. This group of national monkeys requires a lesson. Who are they? Aside from mutants and gene warriors, they are the most formidable super soldiers. Their temperament is naturally more robust than that of Ma Hong and others, and they quickly responded, turning to Qiao Yao and their retired bodyguard. Instructor. Though Ma Hong's face was ashen from having his hand broken, he had no intention of retreating. With concern, he glanced back and reluctantly called out, "You, stop acting like a timid girl. I don't regard these pathetic fools at all." After jesting, he instructed his comrades to withdraw, locked the door to the reception room, and could no longer suppress the surging blood within him, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The pressure from that fifth-tier mutant was overwhelming. Even though he had reached the second tier through brutal training, he could not withstand such a terrifying aura. Fortunately, a fifth-tier mutant had shielded him from the brunt of that pressure. Otherwise, he would have suffered serious injuries by now. Now that you are injured, believe that your strength is less than half of your peak. How about letting us go? Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. Upon seeing the blood, Harakata's face lit up with delight, but then he recalled that they were on enemy territory, and his expression turned sinister. Haha, you underestimate me. Even if I can only exert half of my strength, killing you will be a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to move. A streak of black lightning darted through the reception room, targeting Harakata with deadly precision. The dagger that had fallen to the ground reappeared in his hand. Indeed, he shouted, "Let us surround him," observing the speed that did not match his pre-injury state. A look of realization spread across Harakata's face as he called upon his rising comrades to attack, with him leading the charge. Chapter 85. Kusanagi Sword. While the battle at the Celestial Tower unfolds, let us turn our attention to Onpei and Sakura Momoko. On a deserted island, Sakura Momoko disdainfully hurled Onpei onto the beach, her gaze heavy as she observed the four individuals approaching through the air. She could never have anticipated that the tyrant had 4 fifth-tier mutants at his disposal. Had she known Liu Heng had such a formidable entourage, she would have refrained from engaging. Perhaps she could have remained undetected. Now, it seemed that only death awaited her. Prime Minister, you must find a place to hide quickly. The ensuing battle will be extraordinary. She cast a fleeting glance at Onpei, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes, but she maintained her patience. If it weren't for this damned fool insisting on killing that secretary, we wouldn't have been reduced to being hunted by 4 fifth-tier mutants. All right, I'll find a place to hide this instant. Onpei, resembling a madman, nodded vigorously, scurrying deeper into the island, panic-stricken. Moments ago, he had been swept across the sea by Sakura Momoko, the terrifying speed having left him dazed. It was only thanks to the woman before him that he could regain his senses. Otherwise, he would still be in a daze. Upon encountering Onpei, you offered no caution and merely dashed into the depths of the deserted island. Sakura Peach sighed helplessly, at a loss for words. What is this? Not running anymore? I could still permit your escape. Xiankei, surrounded by a dense blaze, occasionally transformed into the divine bird Zhuke, mocking Sakura Peach from above. Were it not for the consideration of innocent lives perishing in the city, they would have already unleashed their fury upon her. My lord, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. I am willing to exchange the Kusanagi sword for my life and that of Prime Minister. Glancing at those encircling her, Sakura Peach reluctantly produced the four-sided longsword, her heart aching at the thought. The Kusanagi sword was one of the 3 sacred artifacts of their grand empire. Had she not been a celestial, acquiring it would have been impossible. Yet, yielding was not an option. She faced 4 formidable adversaries of equal standing. The 2 men from the east and west exuded an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of impending doom. She believed that resisting would lead to her demise. We shall eliminate you. That Kusanagi sword is not even ours. Xiankei scoffed upon hearing this. Once Sakura Peach met her end, the sword would rightfully belong to them. Moreover, it would prove useless to them, as they were neither ninjas nor warriors. It held no value for their purposes. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us swiftly dispose of her. We must return to guard the demon city, Dihu remarked, wrinkling his brow in displeasure at the aura emanating from Sakura Peach. Without waiting for the others to act, he launched an attack against her. His rough hand swung, causing the island to tremble as sand rapidly formed into a fortress, aiming to ensnare her. Since you desire my death, I shall not allow you to accomplish your task easily. Realizing that the four would not relent, and with Dihu already attacking, she scoffed coldly as her figure began to fade, vanishing into the unknown. Begone! Huang Wu, standing to the north, sensed a disturbance in the water element, and a cruel glint crossed his eyes. With a swift motion, he commanded the tumultuous sea, summoning a deluge that formed a massive curtain of water, crashing toward the source of the disturbance that was Sakura Peach. After Huang Wu struck, Sakura Peach, hidden in the void and preparing for a surprise attack, was abruptly shaken from her concealment by the surging water veil. Before she could react, Huang Wu swiftly manipulated the water into two serpentine dragons, lunging towards her. Bakayuru, witnessing the formidable water dragons converging upon her, the embers of anger within Sakura Peach erupted into a volcano. Endure from all directions, she cried, her hair disheveled by the force, as an overwhelming dark aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a legendary practitioner of the demonic arts. As she unleashed her unique divine ability, her delicate form began to dart and weave through the air like the legendary sun Wukong. In a short while, 8 figures emerged in the sky, all strikingly resembling Yinghua Tao Tao, yet possessing only half of her original strength. She stood amidst her myriad duplicates, the swirling dark energy behind her evoking the image of a queen of shadows. You wish to overwhelm me with numbers? Very well, I shall oblige. Her gaze was frigid as it swept over the 4 adversaries, brimming with murderous intent and fury. This insufferable group of intruders was far too audacious. Even if she were to perish, she would take 2 of them down with her. Be cautious, everyone. Her duplicates possess 5th-tier strength, Tenglong warned his scattered brothers and sisters, sensing the formidable power of the 8 avatars. Fortunately, they had pursued Yinghua Tao Tao to this desolate island. Otherwise, a battle in the city would have reduced the entire magic city to mere dust in the wind. Greenwood Universe, he bellowed softly, as the elemental forces of wood began to coalesce in the air. The flora of the island withered at a visible pace, as if their very life force was being siphoned away. Boom! Moments later, a colossal azure dragon materialized in the atmosphere, its claws poised protectively before 3 of the duplicates. The dragon's maw opened wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged towards the 3 avatars. Huge Tiger Divine Seal. The Earth Tiger was not to be outdone, unleashing its ultimate technique. Instantly, the metallic energy of slaughter within a 100-mile radius was drained. From a void emerged a massive white tiger, the character for King flickering faintly upon its brow. The Earth Tiger's form began to dissipate, merging into the giant phantom in the sky. Without hesitation, as it fully integrated into the colossal tiger formed from the metallic energy, it commanded its claws to strike at the 3 avatars charging forward. Xianke, as a man, I shall take on the avatars. Huang Wu grinned at Xianke, observing that both of his brothers had made their moves, leaving only 1 adversary and 2 duplicates. Ruler of the waters, he declared, directing 2 water dragons to coalesce into the form of Xuanwu, unhesitatingly merging into its being. As Huangwu fused with Xuanwu's silhouette, an overwhelming aura radiated from it, the eyes reflecting disdain and an air of supremacy as it opened its mouth to bite at the 2 avatars. Should he succeed in devouring them, his power would surely ascend to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Only the 2 of us remain. Observing that his 3 elder brothers had successfully intercepted the 8 avatars, Xianke taunted Yinghua Tao Tao with a grin. Now, without the assistance of her duplicates, let us see how she navigates this predicament. Do you think you have me cornered? Such foolish delusions, Yinghua Tao Tao retorted, incensed by the smug expression on Swank's face. You have yet to engage in battle, yet you display such arrogance. Truly, you know not what you speak. With a powerful thrust of her foot against the sandy shore, she launched herself into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards the enigmatic Xianke above. In her hand, the grass-honoring sword danced gracefully, creating a flurry of sword flowers, her form flickering in and out of visibility. As if reborn from the ashes, upon witnessing Yinghua Taozi unleash her full strength, she dared not entertain any thoughts of rivalry. The melodious sound that rang out amidst the chaos of battle was strikingly clear, akin to the crystalline babble of a mountain spring. No sooner had she spoken than the fire elements in the air began to coalesce rapidly. As Yinghua Taozi charged towards her, it solidified. Unlike the other three, who melded with the illusion of the vermilion bird, she instead commanded it to merge within her. The moment the vermilion bird's essence fused with her being, her entire demeanor began to transform. Ancient red armor appeared upon her, and a diminutive fire-red vermilion bird manifested upon her forehead, exuding an aura of royalty. With a thunder sound, Xianke did not resort to elaborate techniques or flashy skills to counter Yinghua Taozi's assault. Instead, she delivered a simple punch, creating a collapse in space that met the sword net formed by the grass-honoring sword head-on. Does this mere mortal dare to withstand the brilliance of a divine artifact? A smirk of disdain flickered across her lips as she observed Swan's attack on the grass-honoring sword, inwardly deeming the woman before her excessively arrogant. The grass-honoring sword, revered through the offerings of countless souls, should never be met with such recklessness. What? Impossible! At the moment their fists collided, the once confident Yinghua Taozi was left utterly bewildered. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Director, have you mistakenly given me the wrong script? This is the grass-honoring sword, a divine weapon worshipped by the nation. How could it have no effect on Xianke? The Phoenix Nirvana is a legendary divine ability of the mythical phoenix. I wield the most formidable fire elements in existence, and the vermilion bird, one of the four sacred beasts of heaven and earth, is venerated by millions. The union of these two powers naturally counters your grass-honoring sword. As she repelled the dazed Yinghua Taozi, Xianke refrained from pursuing further, instead offering clarity on why she remained unaffected by the grass-honoring sword. 500 miles away on a deserted isle, Liu Heng stood poised upon the surface of the sea, his gaze profound, as if perceiving the battle unfolding 500 miles away. Seeing the towering waves, nearly 5 meters high, rolling towards him, he exhibited no fear. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the raging tsunami was instantly calmed. Now this is what true combat looks like. Having replicated the professor's abilities, witnessing the ferocious clash among Xianke and her companions, he sighed. With his mind empowered, he resolved that from this day forth, he would only employ the spoken law in dire circumstances. Any transgressors would face dire consequences, struck down by heavenly wrath. As he contemplated such a fierce battle, he felt the blood and energy within him surge joyfully, and, almost unconsciously, he uttered 2 commands with the spoken law. The 5th level of psychic power can lift a weight of 10,000 tons. Quite impressive indeed. I believe it could stand against Magneto in battle. After assessing the conditions within his body, Liu Heng's face broke into a satisfied smile. Living perpetually under the shadow of one's own omnipotence, who could truly feel free? Invincibility, how profoundly lonely it is. With a mere thought, he was lifted by an invisible force, soaring gracefully into the air, executing a series of intricate maneuvers. Chapter 87. Cat and Mouse. Do you think that I, a dignified celestial ninja, possess only such meager abilities? You underestimate me gravely. As Sakura Peach observed that the grass crow's sword failed to inflict harm upon the Xianke, she scoffed disdainfully. With that, the overwhelming dark energy surrounding her intensified. Skulls began to materialize behind her, wailing like tormented souls, their eye sockets occasionally flickering with eerie blue flames. Upon witnessing this scene, Swank's brow furrowed in concern. A wave of inexplicable fury surged within her chest, akin to the anguish of a family member being slain by Sakura Peach. This was the malevolence accumulated from decades past, when my kin were mercilessly slaughtered. Just as confusion clouded her mind, a voice resonated in her ears, providing clarity. She needed no guess to know it belonged to her tyrannical sovereign. Subsequently, her unrestrained fury was vividly reflected upon her countenance. To dare slay my kin, you shall perish. An intense aura of murderous intent radiated from her, intertwined with a blaze of wrath deserving of the title of Flame Queen. A red pattern appeared at the corner of her eye, reminiscent of the brow of a thrush. Her lips transformed into a fiery crimson, elongating swiftly, shifting towards a deeper red. What do you think? You must have noticed that the skeletal apparitions behind me are all descendants of your Yanhuang ancestors. Ha ha ha. Sakura Peach, upon witnessing Swank's furious expression, surmised that she had unraveled the origin of the skulls, and laughed unabashedly. She was eager to watch this descendant of the Middle Kingdom descend into madness, as that would increase her chances of eliminating her. You shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Xianke seemed provoked by her taunts, emitting a low, raspy laugh, her eyes reflecting a ferocity that even a dog could perceive. Words were futile. Today, it would either be your death or mine. Ignoring Swank's threats, she moved like the wind, and in her hand, the grass crow's sword had mysteriously transformed into a katana, swift enough to be perceived only as a blur of light. As Sakura Peach approached Xianke, the skeletal apparitions dwindled, merging into the katana. Xian fire beryllium chain. This time, Xianke did not strike with her fists. Instead, she gently flicked her wrist, and a chain of fire elements materialized in her grasp. To those of Yanhuang, death, she declared with a commanding voice, brandishing the crimson beryllium chain, striking at the phantoms surrounding her with an expressionless demeanor. With a clanging sound, all the apparitions shattered under the blows, and the fiery beryllium chain finally clashed with Sakura Peach. The warrior's sword, imbued with a sinister aura, clashed against the fiery chain of fire elements, producing a melodious and crisp sound of metal striking metal. Both combatants were thrown backwards in unison, stabilizing their forms as they gazed at each other in astonishment. Those who slay my compatriots shall face retribution. Regaining her composure, Xianke gracefully stepped forth, ascending against the ocean's surface with the fire chain in her hand, slicing through the air with a fierce intent aimed at Sakura Peach. With a sharp thud, the Sakura Peach, having just emerged from the depths of the water, was struck solidly by the fire chain. Instantly, a gaping wound appeared, oozing crimson from her left shoulder to her right flank, eliciting a muffled groan from her lips. "Damn it, you wretched fool," she hissed, her visage twisted in fury as she glared at the frenzied Xianke, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, as Xianke wielded the fire chain with reckless abandon, she felt a sharp pain in her back, sending her hurtling backwards into the tumultuous waves. Curse that Chinese wench. When next we meet, I shall send you to the netherworld. The location where Xianke had just stood was now occupied by the elusive Sakura Peach, wielding a katana with a voice dripping with icy venom. Had she not sensed the destruction of her 8 clones, Xianke might have already succumbed to her blade. The priority now was to hasten their escape from these treacherous waters, lest she find herself in dire straits. Should we eliminate him behind that rock? Huang Wu inquired, casting a glance at the boulder in the distance. Regardless of the circumstances, he is the prime minister of our nation. To slay him could incite diplomatic strife between our countries. Tianlong disdainfully regarded An Pei, who was cowering behind the rock, shaking in fear, and shook his head. Our immediate concern is to support Xianke. There is no merit in wasting time on a worthless target. Moreover, killing him would only invite unnecessary complications. One must be foolish to entertain such an act. Have both of you advanced to the half-step of the 6th tier? Huang Wu asked, sensing that their auras still surpassed his own. Indeed, those were not mere clones. They were living beings stripped of their intellect, turned into puppets. Dihun nodded, his eyes brimming with a fierce, killing intent. I never anticipated Sakura Peach could be so malevolent, erasing the minds of young women to create these puppet avatars. What a ruthless heart she possesses. Friends, I believe that by consuming her puppet avatars, her strength will diminish significantly. Let's hurry to aid our sister and strike her down in one fell swoop. Though Tianlong remained silent, the murderous intent in his gaze spoke volumes. If his assumptions were correct, the puppets they had just consumed were indeed girls from their nation. Indeed, upon hearing this, the two individuals readily complied, accelerating towards the other side of the battlefield. Observing this, Tianlong swiftly pursued them. At an altitude of a kilometer, after alerting Xianke, Liu Heng, feeling somewhat bored, used telekinesis to move a block of white cloud closer, enveloping it with his psychic force to prevent its dissipation, and lay upon it, gazing at the duel below. When he noticed Xianke being ambushed, he did not intervene. Rather, he watched her plummet into the ocean, manipulating the cloud to pursue Inghua Taozi, who was gracefully skimming across the water's surface. Ah, to injure my subordinate and still wish to escape so easily. How utterly foolish. A glint of mockery flashed in Liu Heng's eyes as a scornful smile escaped his lips. His gaze upon her resembled that of a child viewing a mere toy. If Inghua Taozi had heard his shameless words, she would undoubtedly fight him with all her might. Look at this wound stretching from my left shoulder to my right waist. A gash so deep that white bone is visible. This is the handiwork of your subordinates, and you dare to claim that I harmed them? As he spoke, he wielded his telekinesis to conjure an invisible hand in the air, akin to the legendary Five-Finger Mountain, descending upon the fleeing Inghua Taozi. Just as the massive psychic hand was about to strike her down, Liu Heng shifted slightly, positioning another hand behind her. Could it be that those Chinese are pursuing me? The chase continued, with Inghua Taozi rapidly exiting international waters, speeding back toward her nation's territory. She remained unconvinced that the unknown, formidable adversary would dare to cross borders to kill her. In the expansive sky, Liu Heng leisurely followed, toying with Inghua Taozi. Wei heard a voice from his communicator, Yaya's voice, causing him to frown. Brother, Inghua Taozi is about to escape international waters and enter her country's territory. Considering the current tensions among nations, Liu Heng ceased his mockery of Inghua Taozi. With a mere thought, the descending hand transformed into an invisible cage, ensnaring the agile Inghua Taozi as she navigated the water surface. Humph. That damn Chinese pig thinks that just because my strength has diminished to the mid-stage of the 5th level, I can be easily manipulated. As Inghua Taozi fled, she felt the invisible hand vanish behind her, replaced by an indescribable force that obstructed her advance. She abruptly halted, turning to cautiously survey her surroundings. Her voice laced with bitterness as she spoke, her eyes reflecting despair and madness. To be chased like a rat was one thing, as she was desperate to survive. But now, her chance at life had been severed. Even a rat would fight back when cornered. How much more a living being like herself? To intrude upon my domain in Magic City, without facing immediate execution, was already an act of mercy. Yet you dare to act within my company? I truly wonder what gives you the audacity. Liu Heng's voice, amplified through his telekinesis, resonated across a 100-mile radius of the sea, like the rumbling of thunder. Upon hearing this thunderous declaration, Inghua Taozi's delicate form trembled, and the despair and madness in her eyes transformed into a grim determination to fight back. The master of that domineering voice, without the need for conjecture, she already knows who it is. It is none other than the man she fears like a tiger, a figure that other mutants avoid as if he were a venomous snake. That formidable individual is none other than the titan of the medical field, Liu Heng. In the sky, Liu Heng's silhouette gradually descends, looking down upon Sakura Peach with a gaze filled with indifference and coldness. Decades ago, he was one of the architects of her people's slaughter, the rending of her homeland. Had it not been for his desire to study the extraordinary ninja energy within her, he might have already sought to annihilate her. Death together, if it must be. As Sakura Peach quietly schemes about the whereabouts of the tyrant, she sees him descending from the heavens, now merely 10 meters above her. A fierce killing intent flashes in her eyes as she growls softly. With that, she ignites the vitality within her, instantly elevating her strength from a mid-5th tier back to its peak state, poised to step into the 6th tier. The katana and the kusanagi sword dance through the air, creating breathtaking arcs of light, soaring upward to strike at that enigmatic figure. Naive, Liu Heng observes the reckless individual below, who dares to burn her life force in a futile attempt to perish alongside him, and cannot help but scoff. She is currently ensnared within his psychic cage. Does she truly believe she can kill him? Is it not mere folly? Down she goes. He pays no heed to the fact that Sakura Peach is a woman. Such considerations are irrelevant. With his pure and immaculate hand, he gently swats at the fleeting form of Sakura Peach as she lunges at him. In an instant, a colossal, invisible hand materializes in the sky, crashing down upon her delicate figure, sending her hurtling backwards, blood spilling from her mouth, and her weapon flying from her grasp. Boom! Sakura Peach's retreat is swifter than her advance towards Liu Heng, crashing directly into the hard, intangible barrier of his psychic force, spitting more blood. These two wicked artifacts rightfully belong to our nation. Observing the katana and kusanagi, swords spiraling through the air, Liu Heng's eyes gleam with hatred. That katana has undoubtedly claimed countless lives of the descendants of Yan and Huang. Claiming it as national property is not an exaggeration, especially considering it is a trophy of war. As for the kusanagi sword, it too has wrought devastation upon the descendants, perhaps even more so than the katana. Thus, it is justifiable for both weapons to be returned to the nation. They are stained with the blood and souls of the descendants of Yin and Huang. If not belonging to them, then to whom else? This is akin to the legends of myth. To illustrate, the demon clan harvested the blood of the human race to forge the sword of which slaying, utilizing many precious materials, merely borrowing from the essence of humanity. In the end, despite the failure of the war against the undead, the sword of which slaying still belongs to humanity. This sword is none other than the present-day Xianyuan sword. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling from the sea, Sakura Peach rises. Utilizing her ninja strength to unsteadily stand upon the water's surface, a mix of fury and astonishment coursing through her. The power of that enigmatic figure is indeed terrifying. Just moments ago, her strength had reached the level of a half-step 6th rank. How formidable must one be to resolve her with a mere slap? Foolish creature. If it weren't for your potential utility, you would already be dead. Seizing two weapons, Liu Heng did not even glance at them, allowing them to levitate around him. His gaze icy as it swept towards Sakura Peach. Did she truly believe he was merely a soft target, incapable of wielding his formidable power? Clearly, she was gravely mistaken. Liu Heng had never been a pushover. Rather, he was a tiger lying in wait, poised to strike. Without allowing Sakura Peach a moment to react, he lunged forward with a powerful hand, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping her. It was as if a divine hand from the void had grasped her, swiftly propelling her toward the heights of 10,000 meters. At that altitude, the Tenglooong Mothership had been patiently awaiting the arrival of the criminal, Sakura Peach. Meanwhile, in the direction of the deserted island, Tianlong, Dihu, and Huangwu arrived at the location where Xianzhu and Sakura Peach had been engaged in battle, only to find Xianzhu absent, causing them to furrow their brows. Logically, having defeated the puppet clone should have diminished Sakura Peach's strength, granting Xianzhu a definitive opportunity to overwhelm her. Yet, where were the two of them? Boss, look! Huangwu exclaimed, spotting crimson blood rising from the sea, his brow knitting in concern. Hearing Huangwu's words, Tianlong turned his gaze toward the water, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Without delay, they descended swiftly. Upon reaching the surface, the three moved lightly, scrutinizing the bloodied water as if discerning layers beneath the surface. Ultimately, they found themselves at an impasse and resorted to utilizing their bloodlines to ascertain Xianzhu's whereabouts. Tianlong and Dihu exchanged solemn glances, nodding in agreement, their internal energies surging wildly. Observing this, Huangwu prudently stepped back 100 meters, awaiting their findings. A thunderous rumble echoed as the bones within their bodies crackled. The wood and metal elements were drawn forth, colliding and merging in the air. Before long, a mirror-like apparition materialized, projecting the fierce battle between Xianzhu and Sakura Peach. It revealed Sakura Peach gravely injured, while Xianzhu had been pierced through the chest by a katana, a sight that left them in awe. In the capital city, a scene unfolded as Fei Wan respectfully addressed Li Bingru, who was engrossed in a mindless drama while munching on sunflower seeds. Young mistress, the young master requests your return. A few days prior, she had been dispatched by Liu Heng to attend to the young mistress's daily needs. Bingru, you have lingered long enough at your grandmother's. Is it not time to return to your husband? Upon hearing Fei Wan's words, the grandmother's eyes brightened, and she quickly urged her granddaughter-in-law to heed the advice. She has been driven to madness by her desire to embrace her great-grandson. Her granddaughter-in-law has taken refuge in their home, leaving her with little room to voice her concerns, as she is, after all, family. Now, with a seemingly legitimate excuse at hand, she need not fear accusations of disfavor or intentions to drive her away from the capital. "Grandmother, do you dislike me?" Li Bingruo, upon hearing her grandmother's words, set aside the sunflower seeds she was holding, turned her head, and gazed at her grandmother with a pitiful expression, inquiring softly. She remains oblivious to Liu Heng's true intentions for summoning her back. Thus, she would rather endure solitude than return to the bustling metropolis, where she would be subjected to his torment. "How could that be? You are my granddaughter-in-law. If I do not cherish you, whom should I favor?" The grandmother, taken aback, responded with confusion. A granddaughter-in-law so exquisite, with delicate features, fair complexion, a splendid figure, graceful demeanor, and without a single flaw. How could she possibly harbor disdain? "Then why do you wish to send me away?" She pouted her alluring red lips, feigning a look of vulnerability that nearly softened her grandmother's heart. "It is not that I wish to send you away, but rather that your prolonged presence here may invite idle gossip. Moreover, you and your husband must establish your own life together. It is increasingly inappropriate for you to remain here." The grandmother's resolve wavered for but a moment before recalling her husband's admonition, steeling herself to urge Li Bingruo to leave. To hold her great-grandson, she must shed her tenderness. This was Liu Jinyun's exact counsel. Who wishes to share a life with him? He only knows how to torment me. Upon receiving a definitive answer, she recognized her grandmother's intent to send her away and muttered her dissatisfaction under her breath. Regrettably, even her hushed tone did not escape her grandmother's keen ears. "What did you say?" The elder's eyes widened, her demeanor instantly transforming to one of utmost seriousness as she inquired loudly. The volume of her voice startled both Feng Wan, who had been waiting nearby, and Li Bingruo, who was lazily reclined on a stool. I didn't say anything at all," she stammered, genuinely frightened by her grandmother's rebuke, adopting a cute demeanor. "You mentioned that hunger mistreats you. What is the truth behind this?" The grandmother, noting her granddaughter-in-law's silence, decided to clarify the matter. She was eager to ascertain whether that scoundrel had indeed overstepped his bounds. With a wife as beautiful as hers, how could he fail to cherish her and resort to mistreatment? Setting aside her status as the renowned princess, as a member of the Liu family, she was not someone he could bully at will. Li Bingruo found it difficult to articulate her feelings, especially in the presence of her elder, compounded by the presence of others. "I see now. It is no wonder you have been wearing long pants and shirts even in this sweltering heat. It seems you have indeed been subjected to that rogue's cruelty." The grandmother reflected on the peculiarities of the past few days and the unintentional slips of her granddaughter-in-law's tongue, rising abruptly in indignation. In such hot weather, should not young ladies wear skirts or something more suitable? She is rather peculiar, wearing a suit all day long. Isn't that rather suspicious? "Mother, what is wrong? Why are you so furious?" In the kitchen, Yuan Xin, busy preparing lunch, heard her mother-in-law's furious outburst from the living room. She quickly turned off the induction cooker, untied her apron, and rushed out to inquire. What could have caused such a commotion? Isn't it your beloved son? Such a beautiful daughter-in-law, yet he fails to cherish her and resorts to abuse. Has his head been caught in the door? Upon seeing her daughter-in-law emerge from the kitchen, the elderly lady, perplexed, directed her frustration toward Yuan Xin, venting the anger she felt towards her grandson. It was beyond her comprehension how she could raise a child who turned out to be such a tormentor. It seemed she had forgotten something. Liu Heng, wasn't he the one she had raised herself? What was wrong with Heng and Binger? Were they not doing well? Yuan Xin, even more puzzled, glanced at her daughter-in-law, who looked pitiful with tears glistening in her eyes, and said, "Are you blind? Look at what you're wearing and see what Binger is wearing." The elderly lady could hardly contain her frustration, wishing she could strike her mother-in-law with her cane. How could she not discern such obvious differences? How did she even attain the position of general manager of the Liu Group? If I wear a short skirt and a tank top, and Binger wears the same, I can certainly procure a short skirt and tank top for her as well. It was only after the elderly lady's inquiry that Yuan Xin recognized the disparity between their outfits. In the living room, there were 4 individuals: herself, the elderly lady, her daughter-in-law Li Binger, and the servant Feng Wan. Both she and Feng Wan wore short skirts and tank tops, while the elderly lady was dressed in thin pants, and her daughter-in-law stood out in a suit. I am not referring to this matter, but rather to why Binger is wearing a suit. The elderly lady was on the verge of exploding with exasperation at Yuan Xin. Where had her sharp business acumen gone? Had it been devoured by a dog? Could this somehow be related to Heng? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xin did not hastily respond to the question, but cautiously connected the elderly lady's anger with Li Binger's unusual attire, and carefully asked, "Is it indeed related to your precious son? Such a beautiful daughter-in-law, yet he fails to appreciate her and resorts to abuse. If this gets out, will the Liu family retain any semblance of dignity? Surely, our in-laws would come knocking for an explanation." The elderly lady glanced at her daughter-in-law and voiced the words she had heard, looking sorrowfully at Li Binger. Such a wonderful girl, and that wretched boy dares to mistreat her. How has such a disgrace emerged from the Liu family? Binger, you must tell me honestly, has Heng mistreated you? Remember, tell me everything exactly as it happened, starting from the day of your engagement. Yuan Xin understood the gravity of the situation. As she took a seat, her expression turned serious, and an air of authority began to envelop her. She could hardly fathom that her son could be a deviant who enjoyed mistreating his wife. Would that little one be locked away in a dark room by him? Li Bingru felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction upon hearing Yuan Xin's words, contemplating the prospect of signing a few more oppressive contracts with Liu Heng upon her return. Subsequently, she recounted in detail the circumstances surrounding her engagement and the subsequent events that led to her being taken away. What? He actually made you a servant to clean the aircraft carrier deck? And there was domestic violence? The descriptions left the elderly lady and Yuan Xin nearly fainting in shock. Even the maid, Feng Wan, felt a chill of fear, thinking to herself, it's over, it's over. Having overheard such forbidden matters, will I be silenced? The fact that the daughter-in-law of the Liu family was treated like a servant by that scoundrel, forced to scrub the aircraft carrier deck, was truly a travesty. After the second update, a note. This book is a tale of invincibility, sprinkled with elements of romance. Those who do not appreciate it may simply choose to delete it. But please refrain from insulting my family. For those wishing to converse with Lao Yu about life, you may join the group. But it is a prerequisite to be female. Haha. Welcome to Join Marvel, group number 4982607222. I serve as an administrator in this group. Allow me to share a great secret. Indeed, the administrator is a submissive, known as Xiao Fengshou. In Chapter 90, Family Matters, Part 2, the elderly lady, Yuan Xin, and Feng Wan were all left in a state of astonishment after listening to Li Bingru's account. Both mistresses exhibited fury, while Feng Wan felt an unsettling anxiety. The revelations were so shocking that she feared for her life. Young mistress, young master requests your return. At that moment, the head of the female bodyguards, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, entered upon noticing Li Bingru had not yet emerged. Observing the elderly lady and Yuan Xin present, she addressed Li Bingru as young mistress rather than madam. In high society, titles carry significant weight, especially in the presence of elders. If the head bodyguard referred to her as madam, it would undermine the status of the elderly lady and Yuan Xin, who were both the superiors of her employer. Why is he so eager for his wife's return? Why doesn't he come to fetch her himself? Yuan Xin, perceiving the authoritative tone of the bodyguard, felt a surge of displeasure, her commanding aura shifting toward the bodyguard. This is a family matter. What business do you have here? Moreover, who gave you the audacity to speak to my daughter-in-law in such a commanding tone? Unfazed by Yuan Xin's imposing demeanor, the female bodyguard maintained her expressionless countenance, her demeanor unyielding as if the tension were non-existent. Young mistress, young master requests your return. The bodyguard, without even acknowledging Yuan Xin, replied in a mechanical tone, infused with an undeniable authority. Their orders were clear, to escort the young mistress back. Should she resist, they would not hesitate to employ force. Are you attempting to defy authority? You are merely a bodyguard, yet you dare to address a master in such a manner. The elderly lady could no longer remain passive. She rose from her seat, her gnarled hand pointing accusingly at the bodyguard's nose as she reprimanded her sternly. The woman before me is utterly audacious. Merely a bodyguard, yet she dares to brazenly provoke the authority of her master. Is it possible that all of her grandson's subordinates are of such ilk? As a maid in the grand estate of the magical city, Feng Wan is well aware of the temperament of these bodyguards. However, recognizing that this matter pertains to her employer's private affairs, she refrains from cautioning the elderly matriarch and Yuan Xin. After all, as a servant, interfering in the affairs of the household would surely lead to her dismissal by the morrow. She has no desire to relinquish her monthly salary of 100,000, so it is best to remain a silent observer. Young mistress, the young master requests your return. The head of the bodyguards did not heed the elderly lady's words, maintaining a chilling tone as he addressed the pitifully seated Li Bingru. Her delicate hands were poised above the communicator. Should she continue to be unresponsive, they would not hesitate to resort to force against the lady of the house. I will return with you. Li Bingru, secretly reveling in her current predicament, sensed the growing iciness in the bodyguard leader's voice and quickly acquiesced. She understood the dire consequences of defiance. Being forcibly bound and taken back to the magical city would utterly tarnish her reputation. Whispers and rumors would abound. Look is the granddaughter of the first family. Disregarding her husband's words and being forcibly taken back, a disgrace to the Li family. Return? Do they truly have the audacity to abduct you? The elderly matriarch, upon realizing her granddaughter-in-law's intent to leave with them, displayed clear displeasure, first urging her to leave and now forbidding it. Do you have a mental affliction, old lady? Madam, they indeed have the audacity to take the young mistress by force. It is their style. Feng Wan could no longer remain silent. She approached the matriarch, lowering her voice to offer counsel. If the young mistress did not return, she feared being implicated herself. Thus she urged the elderly lady to relent. What, dare they? The matriarch's cloudy eyes widened in shock at the servant's words. Yuan Xin, overhearing this, felt a surge of anger. How could her son instruct his subordinates to act against their master? Such behavior blatantly defies the rules of the elite. Security team, ensure no female bodyguard steps beyond the courtyard. Any violators to be shot on sight, but do not take lives. Yuan Xin, a woman of decisive action, would not have attained her position as the general manager of the Liu Group otherwise. She retrieved her phone and dialed the courtyard security system, instructing all security personnel to be on high alert. She was eager to witness how this group of female bodyguards intended to escort Bingru out of the courtyard and back to the magical city. Mother, do not activate the security system. Otherwise, you will only witness a scene of carnage, Li Bingru exclaimed, startled by Yuan Xin's actions, and hastily attempted to dissuade her. The bodyguard assigned to her by Liu Heng possessed capabilities that far exceed those of the outer members of the Dark Dragon, unlike those mere ordinary special forces. If they were to confront a third-tier genetic warrior, it would only lead to certain death. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xin was filled with skepticism and inquired. The security system of the courtyard comprises elite veterans from the military. How could they possibly be incapable of handling a few female bodyguards? Indeed, it is true. Have you forgotten that some of the bodyguards in this courtyard were personally arranged by Liu Heng? Do you truly believe they would heed your commands? Li Bing, fearing the potential for casualties, hurriedly revealed certain vulnerabilities within the courtyard security system. Oh, and I trust you have heard of the special department? The prowess of this group of female bodyguards surpasses even that of the soldiers from the special department. In a bid to ensure Yuan Xin believed her words, she made this comparison. So formidable. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily rendered speechless. The seemingly delicate female bodyguards were indeed stronger than the soldiers from the special department. Did this imply that their security system was utterly ineffective? Without a hint of hesitation, she nodded in affirmation, confirming the strength of the female bodyguards, which indeed exceeded that of the special department. Naturally, she did not compare this group of bodyguards to the core members of the Dark Dragon. The core members of the Dark Dragon are all at least fourth-tier mutants, far beyond the capabilities of these third-tier female warriors. In light of this, I shall accompany you to Magic City. It is imperative that I impart some lessons to that wayward child. After much contemplation, Yuan Xin resolved to forego today's meeting and join her daughter-in-law on a trip to Magic City to properly educate that wayward child and, incidentally, to visit her precious daughter. She feared that the wayward child might confine her beloved daughter in a small dark room. I will accompany you. It has been quite some time since I ventured out, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. The elderly lady, upon noticing her daughter-in-law's intention to travel to Magic City, expressed her desire to get out more, stating that she had not seen her grandson in a long while and missed him dearly. Her outward display of anger was merely a pretext for her impending visit to Magic City to see her grandson. In the grand estate of Magic City, a large and a small figure sat on the sofa, engrossed in the animated series on television, truly a sight of exquisite beauty. Liu Heng reclined on the sofa, drowsy and disinterested in the animation. A little girl lay on his lap, her head tilted as she watched the amusing scenes on the screen, crunching on potato chips, her eyes squinting with delight. "Brother, that gray wolf is so foolish." Liu Wan, her eyes fixed on the television, cheerfully remarked to her lethargic brother, who seemed ready to doze off. "Truly, the gray wolf is beyond redemption. With such splendid equipment, he still cannot capture any sheep. He is utterly hopeless." Upon hearing her sister's words, he slightly opened his eyes, only to close them again, responding vaguely as if in agreement with her opinion. In truth, Liu Heng had not comprehended what she had said. He merely offered a nebulous reply before shutting his eyes once more, slipping into a state of feigned slumber. As he lingered in this half-asleep state, fatigue enveloped him, and eventually he succumbed to a deep sleep, occasionally stirred by the sounds of his sister's laughter. The absence of female companionship over the past few days had rendered him incapable of achieving a restful sleep. The morning spent frolicking with the cherry blossoms had drained him of considerable energy. He needed a proper rest to recuperate. Ding dong. Just as he was drifting in and out of consciousness, the doorbell rang, causing his legs to feel inexplicably light. He instinctively kicked off his slippers, rolling over like a pig and collapsing onto the sofa, succumbing to deep slumber. Liu Wan, thoroughly engrossed in her television program, heard the doorbell ring and decided against summoning the maid. Instead, she scampered over to answer the door herself, curious to see who might be visiting her brother. "Mommy." Upon opening the door, she was greeted by none other than her mother, Yuan Xin, who promptly lunged into her embrace, beginning to act adorably. "Wenwen dear, come down quickly. Your grandmother and sister are watching. Aren't you embarrassed? You're already 10 years old." Yuan Xin playfully tugged at her daughter's waist, rubbing her cheek against Wenwen's with a smile. "Well, it seems that rascal hasn't mistreated little Wenwen. Look at you, even heavier than before." As Liu Wan, nestled in her mother's arms, heard her grandmother and sister were watching her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily wriggled free from her mother's embrace, lowering her head in shyness. "Oh dear, my little treasure is shy. Come here, let Grandma give you a hug." The elderly lady, following Yuan Xin, beamed with delight upon seeing her beloved granddaughter and bent down, extending her arms toward Liu Wan. Having not seen her granddaughter for 3 months, she had missed her dearly. Despite her profound affection for Liu Wan, her place in the grandmother's heart could never surpass that of Liu Heng. After all, as girls grow, they often belong to other families. "Grandma." Liu Wan embraced her grandmother, but did not allow her to pick her up as she did with her mother. During the past 3 months, she had lived aboard the Tenglong aircraft carrier, where her teachers had imparted a wealth of knowledge to her, including the essential lesson of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young. She understood her grandmother was aging, and forcibly being lifted might lead to unforeseen consequences. "Wenwen, where's your brother?" At that moment, Li Bingru, noticing that the grandmother and granddaughter had finished their greetings, approached and affectionately ruffled Liu Wen's hair, inquiring with a smile. Now equipped with 2 formidable allies, she was determined to compel that wretched scoundrel to sign a few more agreements. "My brother is in the living room watching cartoons." Liu Wen's big, adorable eyes darted around, quickly deflecting the fact that she had been watching cartoons onto her brother instead. He, locking me up in the heavens. If I don't take you down, consider it my defeat." "Ahem, what a disgrace." At such an age, still indulging in animated shows. Does he still see himself as a child? The elderly lady, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scoff and strode towards the castle, leaving the few outside reminiscing. Come on, let's go inside, Yuan Xian said, patting her daughter-in-law's shoulder, as if to assure her, fear not, I am here to support you. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. In the living room, the elderly lady was utterly bewildered upon entering. Her grandson wasn't watching cartoons. He was simply exhausted and resting. She tiptoed to the edge of the sofa, gazing at her grandson's chiseled face, filled with emotion. How could Heng sleep like this? It's utterly unbecoming. After Yuan Xian entered and saw her mother-in-law sitting at the edge of the sofa, scrutinizing her sleeping son, she frowned in displeasure and remarked, "What kind of sleeping posture is this? Like a pig in a sty. Really, he has always slept like this, and you didn't know? Are you not his biological mother?" "Oh, right. He has been without a mother since childhood, so it's no surprise if you're unaware." The elderly lady, hearing her daughter-in-law's disdain for her grandson's sleeping position, scoffed and momentarily forgot the purpose of her visit. "I do not wish to debate with you. We are here to seek justice for Binger, so let us not digress and get to the point." Aware of her own shortcomings, Yuan Xian decided to refrain from discussing her son and instead focused on advocating for her daughter-in-law. "Indeed, we are here to seek justice for the girl being Ruo." With her daughter-in-law's reminder, the elderly lady finally recalled the matter at hand, her nostalgic thoughts dissipating, replaced by a look of exasperation. "Mommy, I want to report brother. He makes sister clean an enormous area every day, which is truly despicable." Lu Wan, realizing that her grandmother and mother were there to reprimand her brother, showed a mischievous glint in her eyes, revealing her small tiger teeth as she gestured with her little arms. Unfortunately, no matter how much she gestured, she could not convey the true magnitude of the area in question. Upon witnessing her antics, Li Bingruo, who had just settled onto the sofa, couldn't help but laugh. She was truly defeated by the little one's charm. Did you take my chips?" Noticing the snack bag on the glass coffee table, she frowned in displeasure and said, No, this was given to me by brother." Seeing her sister showing signs of annoyance, the little one ceased her gestures about the size of the area and instead shook her head, indicating that she was not the culprit. "The doctor has advised against eating chips and other puff snacks. Why don't you listen?" She cast a reproachful glance at the little one, her eyes betraying a hint of fondness. In times of need, only this little one was willing to assist her. She was not particularly concerned about the little one consuming her food, but rather that the doctor had warned her that the child might exhibit abnormal reactions upon ingesting inflated snacks. If something were to happen to the little one, what would she do? Although she had yet to bear children of her own, she had already come to regard Zhao and Wen as her own. If anything were to occur, she would undoubtedly be more anxious than anyone else. Liu Heng, go perish. Chapter 92, Family Matters, Part 4. Liu Heng, you shall meet your demise. A roar, akin to that of a raging lion, reverberated through the air, rousing Liu Heng from his deep slumber. He turned to face the source of the commotion. Mistaking the figure beside the sofa for his sister, Liu Wan, he cautiously shifted, wary of harming the little one. However, upon discerning the identity of the person seated next to him, his demeanor shifted. His expression turned grave. "Grandmother, mother, what brings you to the Magic City?" He propped himself up on the sofa, shifting his body back by 30 centimeters, retracting his feet, and then turned to face the television while donning his slippers. Bewildered by the presence of his grandmother and his mother, who wore a serious expression. Shouldn't grandmother be at home? Why would she come to the Magic City? Moreover, mother has work today, so why is she here too? Has something happened? "We have our reasons for coming," the elderly lady replied ambiguously, evading Liu Heng's inquiry about their motives. "Why did you give Woman potato chips?" Before Liu Heng could respond, Li Bingru interjected. "William has stated that the little one should not consume potato chips, as it may lead to unforeseen consequences. And you, not only did you pilfer my chips, but you brazenly fed them to the child. Are you attempting to endanger her?" I truly did not know." Liu Heng stammered, utterly bewildered. "When I brought the little one back, I did not ascend to the upper floor. We have merely been watching television together here. How could I have given her potato chips?" Caught off guard by the accusation, he was rendered speechless. I fetched her from the Tenglooong Mothership and never went to the room. Where would the potato chips have come from? Furthermore, the entire living room has been meticulously cleaned by the staff. Any chips would have been disposed of. How could such a thing possibly remain in the living room? What are you two discussing? Why can't one eat potato chips? The two onlookers, perplexed by the escalating confrontation between the couple, inquired about the prohibition against the child consuming potato chips. At home, she consumes 3 bags of chips daily. Why the sudden restriction? Mother, grandmother. The truth is that the little one has awakened her abilities and has become a special mutant. Dr. William, who assisted her in this awakening, has cautioned her against consuming potato chips due to the potential for unpredictable repercussions. Liu Heng scratched his head awkwardly, candidly relaying the reason behind the child's restriction on potato chips. What did you say? One has become a mutant? Duan Xin Gapet in shock, nearly fainting at her son's revelation. It is an undeniable fact that the son has become a mutant. Now, with the daughter transformed into a mutant by her brother, it feels as though her childhood has been kidnapped. One has become a mutant. Liu Heng, witnessing his mother as if she were in her 30s, could only nod helplessly, confirming that his sister had indeed become a mutant. You wretched child, you are robbing your sister of her childhood. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xian's face flushed crimson, contorted with rage, and she unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, striking Liu Heng without hesitation. For such a young child to have her genes activated, would she not be regarded as a monster by her peers? Liu Heng, observing the slow-motion slap coming towards him, did not evade it. Instead, he braced himself to endure the blow. He understood that all of this was his fault. Had he not allowed William to administer the gene activation serum, the little one would still be an ordinary girl. Now, everything had changed. He had usurped her childhood, rendering her a creature perceived as monstrous by others. Mommy, I feel dizzy. At that moment, the little one nestled in Yuan Xian's embrace had a flushed complexion, resembling a ripe apple, her gaze somewhat dazed, her small frame swaying unsteadily. Woman, how are you? Please, do not let anything happen to you. Upon hearing the little one complain of dizziness, Yuan Xian immediately snapped out of her fury, crouched down to look at her, and anxiously placed her hand on the child's forehead. Yaya, immediately notify William. I need to see him within 5 minutes. Seeing the little one's condition, Liu Heng felt a surge of dread, his figure instantly appearing before her, scooping her up and racing toward the second floor. If he was not mistaken, it was likely the side effects of the chips that were manifesting. Liu Heng, you scoundrel. If anything happens to One, I will fight you to the death. Yuan Xian followed him up the stairs, tears streaming down her face, her light makeup ruined by her weeping. This was her precious child, born when she was 38. If she lost her, how could she possibly carry on? The fury in Li Bingru's eyes was no less intense than Yuan Xian's, perhaps even more so. Butler, tell me, who gave a young lady the chips? Unlike Yuan Xian, who pursued Liu Heng, she remained in the living room with the elderly matriarch, her tone as frigid as winter as she inquired of the castle's intelligent butler. From her analysis of her husband's astonished expression, she deduced that the chips were not brought to the little girl by him from their bedroom. It was evident that someone had given the little one the chips. Madam, the chips were found by the young lady in your and the young master's bedroom. The butler's mechanical, cold response nearly caused Li Bingru to faint. So, it was she who was the culprit. Then, she recalled that the bedroom door was usually closed. How did the little girl manage to open it? Butler, how did the young lady open the bedroom door and obtain the chips I had placed in the safe? She could hardly believe that the bedroom door could be so easily opened. Even if the bedroom door remains unlocked, that little rascal could never access the safe. Besides, the key is firmly in my possession. Young lady, the door to your and the young master's bedroom was not truly shut. Rather, during your last indulgence in potato chips, you forgot to lock the safe, which is how the young miss managed to procure the snacks. The butler maintained his usual demeanor, yet his words nearly struck her with terror. How could she have failed to secure the safe? Could it be that her little secret was fully exposed to that scoundrel Liu Heng? The elderly matriarch, upon hearing the butler's mechanical and emotionless words, cast an incredulous glance at her granddaughter, who had remained silent for far too long. It seemed she was indeed the root of the dilemma. Then, Reflecting on the Liu family's reliance on the young girl to nurture the next generation, she let out a resigned sigh and refrained from saying more. What had occurred was already done. Who could be blamed? If blame were to be placed, it would only fall upon the little one's insatiable appetite. If she hadn't been so greedy, perhaps this scene would not have unfolded. "Grandma, I am sorry. This is all my fault," Li Bingruo said. Unable to meet the elderly woman's gaze, her head bowed in shame. She never anticipated that she too would have a day of forgetfulness. "Ah, it is of no consequence. As long as your belly proves resilient," the matriarch replied, shaking her head and casting a glance at her abdomen. In her eyes, apart from the continuation of her grandson's lineage with the Liu family, everything else was mere trifles. Even the life of her granddaughter held little significance.